Chapter 479, Covetousness. In a serene bamboo room in southern U City, young Masterin opened his eyes, his face a shade paler, and said with a hint of helplessness, "A disciple who is too smart is also a troublesome thing. Once they are smart, they overthink, and if you're not careful, they'll think of things they shouldn't." Puppet Elder, who was holding a piece of wood and carving a small tiger for Imo, paused slightly and frowned. He was calculated again? Young Masterin shook his head. Almost. He sighed slightly. Fortunately, that child is clever, knowing to use the earthly Tao charm to conceal his presence. Otherwise, if that person had seen his appearance, it would have been more troublesome. Puppet Elder pondered for a moment and said quietly, "Imo hasn't been back for a long time." Young Masterin's face turned a little pale, but upon hearing this, his eyebrows rose, and he smiled slightly. "What, you miss him?" Puppet Elder ignored him and continued to carve the small tiger in his hand. Earlier, Imo had found him and said he might need many small tigers, asking him to help carve some. Now he had carved quite a few small tigers, but Imo wasn't home. After a moment, Puppet Elder sighed and said helplessly, "I've finished all the pine nuts, and no one is here to stir-fry them for me." Young Masterin suggested, "Why not let Zixing stir-fry them for you? He's my disciple, and also considered your junior. This kind of thing, he should naturally help." Puppet Elder said with some disdain, "White family disciples can only handle swords and spears, nothing else. You're quite particular." Young Masterin shook his head. Puppet Elder ignored him, only thinking about when Imo would return. But he couldn't calculate it, so he asked young Masterin, "How much longer?" Young Masterin pinched his fingers, looked at the distant mine, his gaze flickered, and slowly said, "Soon." Young Masterin's gaze was somewhat deep. He has learned the formation. That thing is also almost refined. Corpse energy is spreading, and the heavenly secrets are turbid. The calamity in southern U City this time is also not small. It depends on how this child handles it. Puppet Elder nodded. Young Masterin looked again at the mine outside the city. Above the mine were the unfortunate mine cultivators. They were unaware, still toiling hard every day. Young Masterin sighed. Whenever there is a great calamity between heaven and earth, it is always the cultivators at the lowest level who suffer and endure hardship. "You're being sentimental again." Puppet Elder's voice was expressionless. Young Masterin laughed self-mockingly. "It can't be helped, I'm getting old." Puppet Elder looked at young Masterin, and his eyes revealed deep regret and melancholy. He didn't say anything, but continued to lower his head and carve the small tiger. One cut after another, the technique was skilled, with shavings falling, the lines of the small tiger appearing naturally. The bamboo room suddenly fell silent. After a while, Puppet Elder suddenly said, "I'll kill your senior brother." Young Masterin was startled. "Kill him, and you can live a few more years." Puppet Elder's voice was cold. Young Masterin felt a warmth in his heart, and a smile appeared on his refined face. "Thank you." Then he added apologetically, "You've helped me so much, but my time is short. I probably can't help you anymore." Puppet Elder shook his head. "If you don't cherish the bond of fellow disciples, I will use the Sky Puppet Earth puppets to kill him. It's still possible for you to live for decades more and help me." Young Masterin was silent for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. "I can't kill him." Puppet Elder frowned. "Tao Heartseed Demon, is it really that tricky?" Young Masterin said calmly. He entered the demon hall, became a Taoist, and inherited the Tao title Gai Mysterious. He obtained a divine sense inheritance, and when cultivated deeply, it is close to a heavenly demon. Before, he was cautious and careful, and Elder Ge couldn't do anything to him. Now that his Tao Heartseed Demon has reached great completion, his divine sense follows the path of Gai Mysterious, with myriad cunning and unpredictable methods. It can no longer be killed by simply relying on cultivation and Taoist arts. Puppet Elder also fell silent, his aged eyes hiding emotions that were difficult to interpret. "If you don't try to kill him, how will you know?" Young Masterin sighed. "You can kill, and he will die, but who dies, and whether he ultimately dies, no one will know." Puppet Elder's brow furrowed. Tao Heartseed Demon isn't considered a top-tier demonic sect inheritance, right? How could it be so terrifying? Young Masterin's expression was wistful. "Tao Heartseed Demon is not, but my senior brother, he is a top-tier cultivator of divine sense. In this world, who knows who can kill him?" Young Masterin's expression was helpless, and he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, Imo innocent and carefree smiling face appeared in his mind. Young Masterin was slightly startled, then his gaze became obscure. After deep thought, he murmured, "It's still early. Don't get killed, just live well." In the Liu family's corpse mine, within the 10,000 corpse altar, only after a thick earth formation diagram was completed and his divine sense became clear and the eerie aura completely vanished, did Imo breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a lingering fear, and cold sweat broke out on his back. So eerie. Without even mentioning his name or his Tao title, just by thinking about it in his mind, he was perceived by this Taoist and his image even appeared in his mind. His body also felt subtly out of his control, chanting his Dao title, converting to his Dao. What kind of method was this? Could it also be a divine sense technique? Imo dared not think further. He deeply buried the words Gui Daoist, mysterious Daoist, in his heart, trying his best not to touch upon them, not to ponder them. At the same time, Imo felt a bit dejected. He had previously thought that his divine sense techniques had reached great completion, and in clashes at the divine sense level, he could dominate. However, he never expected that just by having a thought, he would be detected by someone. And facing the ghostly shadow of the Gui Daoist, he felt a sense of helplessness and an inability to resist. Imo sighed. Cultivation still requires caution. One cannot be arrogant and complacent. There are always mountains beyond mountains, and heavens beyond heavens. The methods of high-level great cultivators are vast and unfathomable, completely beyond what a mere chi condensation cultivator like myself can fathom. I must never become complacent. Imo silently admonished himself several times, then nodded. Immediately, he thought of another problem. If this kind of ghostly shadow was a divine sense technique, could he learn it in the future? To cultivate extreme divine sense, and prove the Tao with supreme divine consciousness. Then could he also be like this Taoist, with cunning and unpredictable methods, making people unable to guard against him? Currently, he was only in the chi condensation stage, with only 12 spiritual sense patterns. But if in the future, his divine sense became strong enough, and his divine sense techniques were numerous enough, could he directly contend with this Gui shadow, mysterious shadow? If so, then by silently chanting Gui Daoist S Dao title, luring his Gui shadow to come, would it be possible to directly eat it? Would eating its Gui shadow also increase his divine sense? After refining it, would he be able to comprehend some divine sense techniques? Imo merely had a thought, and suddenly his sea of consciousness trembled, and another dry and withered Taoist ink shadow appeared. Imo was startled and quickly gathered his thoughts. He silently chanted, I didn't think of anything. I didn't think of anything. After an unknown amount of time, his divine sense cleared, and the Gui shadow dissipated. Only then did Imo breathe a sigh of relief. This time, he didn't dare to harbor any more wild thoughts. Instead, he honestly forgot all the thoughts he had just had and continued to investigate the formation and altar before him. And in the distance, in the desolate mountain forest, Sun Yi sensed something and suddenly froze. Then he sneered, still daring to come? Thinking of my Tao title in your heart, you thought I wouldn't know? He sat down cross-legged, took a blood pill to restore his vital energy, and was just about to begin his calculations when his heart suddenly trembled. He felt a trace of palpitation. This trace of palpitation arose from nowhere, coming quickly and leaving quickly. As if in the depths of fate, the heavenly secrets were in motion, and some divine sense was being born. It had set its sights on him, with ill intentions, and it seemed to carry a sense of covetousness. What did that mean? Who could, and who dared to covet him? Sun Yi felt a hint of indignation. He wanted to deduce it in reverse. But this trace of divine sense was like a fleeting thought, extremely weak. Like a fishhook cast into the water, it just touched the surface, causing a ripple, and then sank to the quiet bottom, quietly lurking. The water surface returned to calm, without a trace. It was as if someone had deeply hidden this thought in their heart. And the workings of heaven were constant. All cause and effect were silently and imperceptibly operating. Sun Yi's gaze was deep and hollow, but it was no longer indifferent. It was tinged with a layer of frost. Who is it? The deep mountains were deathly silent, and strange demonic cries could be heard. After a long time, Sun Yi turned around and continued to walk in his original direction, one step shallow and one step deep, but his voice, amidst the hoarseness, carried a hint of hatred and terror. Don't let me find you, otherwise. His words were not finished before they were swallowed by the profound and bizarre nature of the mountain. Finally managed to finish before 12 o'clock. Chapter 480, Deep Thought. Imo was still studying the 10,000 Corpse Revival Formation. The core of the 10,000 Corpse Revival Formation was designed by himself, and Imo was very familiar with it, so most of his time was spent on the formation pivot and formation patterns. After studying for a while, Imo roughly understood the function of the 10,000 Corpse Formation. The 10,000 Corpse Revival Formation and the original 10,000 Corpse Great Formation had similar uses, only differing in scale. This formation had two main uses. First, large-scale corpse refining. The formation embedded a large number of coffins as formation mediums, maintained by formation patterns, controlled by the formation pivot, and powered by the formation core. This allowed for the batch refining of zombies. Second, enhanced corpse control. Using the Spirit Hub formation as the core, a complete series of Spirit Hub formations was constructed, with bronze corpses as the core, iron corpses as the hub, and walking corpses as the foundation. Layered control. This required a very profound foundation in formations. Lu Qingyun, although his intentions were wicked, had considerable talent and attainment in formations. It was just that these talents were not used for righteous purposes. Mo Hua shook his head. He had almost finished studying the 10,000 corpse formation, and the next thing was the altar. The golden altar shone brightly. The beast-shaped golden censer emitted curling smoke. The jade candle holder was exquisite and luxurious, with flickering candlelight. However, the candlelight carried a hint of the eerie, and the wax on the candles seemed to be corpse oil, refined from who knew how many people. The altar was adorned with 5-colored spirit flowers, golden yellow banners, and dragon-patterned lanterns. In front of the altar, offerings of pork and lamb spirit meat were placed. This spirit meat was also quite precious. The mining cultivators toiling outside might never have the chance to eat it in their lifetimes. Mo Hua sighed softly. On the altar, what was offered was covered by a yellow cloth, its shape strange, resembling sculptures, demon beasts, or dried corpses. Spiritual sense could not penetrate it. It was impossible to discern what the object was. Should I uncover it? Mo Hua's hand reached out halfway, then stopped. He hesitated. Would there be danger if he uncovered it? Would Lu Qingyun discover it? If what was offered was a fierce entity like a zombie or a demon beast, uncovering it would be like unleashing it. Although he could escape using the flowing water steps or the invisibility technique, relying on his cultivation to suppress, it was likely impossible. If this fierce entity caused a commotion, it would alert Lu Qingyun. And if it wasn't a fierce entity, but a wooden or stone carving with evil thoughts and malevolent spirits attached, like a visualization diagram, he would still be in danger. Ever since he had seen the ghost shadow of the ghostly Taoist, Mo Hua had become much more prudent. He no longer felt that his spiritual sense manifestation could sweep through all opposition. It was better to be cautious when encountering matters. Especially when facing unknown dangers, it was best not to act rashly when knowledge was insufficient. Mo Hua felt a twinge of curiosity. He really wanted to know what was under the yellow cloth on the altar, but he did not dare to uncover the yellow cloth rashly. Mo Hua struggled for a moment, then gave up. Carefulness ensures a safe voyage for 10,000 years. This corpse mine was not like Southview City. He had no master to back him up, nor senior brothers or sisters to help him. It was better to be a bit cowardly if possible. Mo Hua reluctantly shifted his gaze from the altar and turned to the bronze coffin in the center of the 10,000 corpse revival formation, above the formation core. This bronze coffin contained the Spirit Hub formation, which held the ultimate sequence of formation patterns. If the formation's authority took effect, the zombie within this coffin, upon its completion, would possess the highest authority, capable of commanding Foundation Establishment Stage iron corpses, and thus controlling all the walking corpses in the corpse mine. With the Spirit Hub formation, Lu Qingyun's corpse control method would be perfected. He would not only be the head of the Lu family, but also the supreme zombie overlord of this small, desolate region. Mo Hua propped his chin with his hand, a mischievous thought brewing in his belly. Should I blast this bronze coffin? Or blast the entire 10,000 corpse revival formation? End it all. Directly shatter Lu Qingyun's ambitions. Let his century of hard work go to waste. All his efforts turn to dust. Mo Hua pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Calculation would take time. Setting up the spirit reversal formation would also take time. Lu Qingyun was suspicious by nature. He might not give him this opportunity. No. Mo Hua frowned and thought again. The opportunity was still there. As long as he was patient, he would eventually find a flaw. Lu Qingyun was the family head, busy with affairs, and couldn't possibly be watching here all the time. As long as there was a slight oversight, giving Mo Hua the chance to use the spirit reversal formation to dismantle it, then with a boom, his century-long foundation would be ruined. But what if it collapses? Mo Hua continued his consideration. Will the corpse mine collapse as well? Could he still get out? Then, should he set up the spirit reversal formation first, then find a way to escape, and then use a puppet to trigger the formation's collapse? But this was inside the mine. If it collapsed, it would likely cause unpredictable explosions and collapses, possibly triggering a chain reaction. Not only the corpse mine, but the entire mountain would be annihilated. At that time, not only the 10,000 corpse revival formation would collapse, the corpse mine would cave in, the corpse cultivators would die, and even the unfortunate mining cultivators in the nearby mountains would die due to spiritual energy fluctuations and the mine's collapse. Evacuate the mining cultivators in advance. Mo Hua pondered for a moment and felt it was still not feasible. The mine belonged to the Lu family. Evacuating the mining cultivators would definitely alert them and cause the Lu family to become suspicious. Once the Lu family grew suspicious, his actions would be less convenient. Moreover, the power of the Great Formation's collapse was immense. But this was a revival formation. Its power might not be as exaggerated as he imagined. At most, it would shatter the 10,000 corpse formation and destroy the bronze coffin. But if the bronze coffin was destroyed, The highest sequence of formation patterns in the Spirit Hub formation would become invalid. Would the other zombies lose control because of this? If the zombies lost control, they would instinctively crave flesh and blood, preying on anyone they encountered. In large numbers, they would form a zombie tide, spreading corpse poison, and the entire South U City would face a catastrophe. Mo Hua could escape himself. Even if he was infected with corpse poison, there were ways to cure it. But what about those poor rogue cultivators? If they couldn't escape, they would become food for the zombies. Even if bitten, without pills for treatment, the corpse poison would spread, corroding the heart and veins, leading to a corpse transformation, turning them into walking dead. Mo Hua tried to consider all aspects. It seemed that no matter how he thought or acted, there would be flaws, and it was difficult to be completely thorough. This was getting a bit tricky. Mo Hua sighed. Then, what about tampering directly with the formation within the bronze coffin? Mo Hua looked at the bronze coffin before him. He often looked at this coffin during the day, and even peeked when Lu Chengyun drew the Spirit Hub Evil formation. It had an outer coffin and an inner coffin. The corpses were refined inside the inner coffin. Lu Chengyun's formation was drawn on the bronze inner coffin, not directly on the zombies. But what was inside the bronze inner coffin, and was there even a zombie? If so, what level of zombie would it be? Walking corpse, iron corpse. Logically, it should be followed by bronze corpse, silver corpse, and gold corpse. Bronze coffin. Perhaps it's a bronze corpse? But from Lu Chengyun's words, it didn't seem like it. A bronze corpse should be quite powerful, perhaps at the late Foundation establishment stage. Lu Chengyun, at early Foundation establishment, refining a bronze corpse, could he suppress it? If he couldn't suppress it, and still went ahead with refining, wouldn't that be courting death? If a corpse refiner was backlashed, they would surely be devoured by the zombie, leaving no bones behind. Lu Chengyun, being so cunning, wouldn't do such a foolish thing, right? But if it wasn't a bronze corpse, then what kind of corpse was it? Mo Hua pondered for a long time, then suddenly realized a most basic problem. He didn't even know the difference between walking corpses, iron corpses, bronze corpses, silver corpses, and gold corpses. Except for hearing the names of these types of zombies from his senior sister since childhood, he was completely ignorant of corpse refining. He was a genuine layman. It was like a cultivator who didn't understand formations trying to solve formation problems based on experience. He was now inferring the categories of corpse refining based on speculation. Did corpse refining have grades? Were gold, silver, bronze, and iron grades, or types? What were the effects of different corpses, and what were their taboos? He understood them all only superficially. With ordinary walking corpses and iron corpses, he could still cope with this shallow knowledge. But now Lu Chengyun was using a more advanced corpse refining technique, and his half-baked experience might not be able to discern anything. But Mo Hua was troubled again. Practice yields true knowledge. He couldn't possibly learn corpse refining and personally refine corpses just to find out these things. Mo Hua thought about it, believing it was impossible for him to refine them himself. However, it was very necessary to steal a few corpse refining books from the corpse cultivators when he had time to study them, to know yourself and your enemy. The cultivation world is perilous. For cultivators to survive in the cultivation world, all sorts of cultivation knowledge are indispensable. Some things can be left undone, but they cannot be unknown. Otherwise, once there is a cognitive barrier, no matter how intelligent a person is, it's useless. They might even overthink and cut off their own lifeline, dying without knowing how they died. Mo Hua nodded slightly, then thought about opening the bronze coffin. The bronze coffin was divided into an outer coffin and an inner coffin, with the corpses refined inside the inner coffin. If he only opened the outer coffin but not the inner coffin, like Lu Chengyun, the risk should be small. But Mo Hua did not expect that he could not even open the outer coffin. The entire bronze coffin seemed to be sealed. Mo Hua tried several times, but couldn't open it. He didn't even know if the bronze coffin was sealed by a formation or a lock. Mo Hua sighed. This trip and had some gains, but it was less than he had imagined. He had thoroughly studied the 10,000 corpse formation, but he hadn't figured out what was offered on the altar or what was sealed in the bronze coffin. It seems, I need to think of another way. Mo Hua's gaze shifted, and he thought silently in his heart. My sleep schedule is a bit messed up. This chapter is late again, sigh. Chapter 481, Corpse Studies. Mo Hua secretly slipped out of the myriad corpse altar. Before leaving, he meticulously checked again, ensuring he hadn't left any traces that Lu Chengyun or Zhang Quan could discover. The little zombie lay peacefully in the coffin. The big tiger was also safely hidden in the main hall. The myriad corpse formation, the golden altar, and the bronze coffin showed no signs of disturbance. With his mind at ease, Mo Hua concealed his figure and quietly departed. The next day, Mo Hua acted as if nothing had happened, following behind Lu Chengyun into the myriad corpse altar to complete the finishing touches for the formation's core as it was being reconstructed. Upon entering the altar, Mo Hua observed Lu Chengyun's demeanor and found him to be as usual, seemingly having discovered nothing. which secretly relieved him. Lu Qingyun, as the family head, was burdened with many mundane affairs and was constantly occupied. He also had to secretly construct the myriad corpse formation, monitor its progress, manage the corpse cultivators, and personally draw the spirit hub evil formation. He was indeed very busy. Moreover, these days, preoccupied with his own matters, he paid little attention to Mo Hua. It seemed as if Mo Hua had faded from his sight. Sometimes, when Mo Hua spoke to him, Lu Qingyun would be lost in thought, responding indifferently. Mo Hua feigned displeasure, feeling neglected, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. He wished nothing more than for Lu Qingyun to not care about him. Besides Lu Qingyun, there was Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan hated him. However, he was a formation ignoramus, understood nothing about formations, and his spiritual sense wasn't strong. He was very easily fooled. Even if Mo Hua stood beside him while invisible, Zhang Quan wouldn't notice. As for formations, it was even less of a concern. Mo Hua could draw a formation incorrectly, mess it up, draw it in a chaotic, fragmented manner with numerous errors. He could even draw a completely different formation, and with Zhang Quan's supposed formation attainment, he might not even notice any discrepancies. Mo Hua shook his head slightly. Indeed, one must read more and learn more cultivation knowledge. Otherwise, one would be fooled like an idiot and remain oblivious. Not being discovered, Mo Hua felt reassured. In the following days, Mo Hua shifted his focus to the corpse cultivators within the corpse mine. He wanted to know what kind of corpse was sealed within the bronze coffin. However, being an amateur with insufficient knowledge of corpse refining, he found it difficult to determine. He could only approach it from the perspective of an insider. These corpse cultivators were clearly the insiders. With a small trick, Mo Hua managed to steal some secret manuals on corpse refining from a few of them. For instance, Basic Corpse Refining Method, Corpse Blood Art, Corpse Refining Explained, Introduction to Corpse Refining, Heavenly Craft of Corpse Opening, Origins of the Corpse Sect, Treatise on Corpse Species. The categories were diverse, including cultivation methods, overviews, miscellaneous discussions, historical records, and anecdotes. Mo Hua's eyes were opened. To think that corpse refining alone could lead to so many different fields of study for these corpse cultivators. The cultivation world was truly vast and complex. Mo Hua took some time to read these corpse cultivation books. However, after only a few days of reading, he felt physically and mentally unwell. The books were bloody and perverse, and the accompanying diagrams were cruel and hideous, making him nauseous. Mo Hua felt a sense of helplessness. Corpse refining, indeed, is not something for normal people to learn. Which normal cultivator would be interested in corpse refining? Mo Hua couldn't help but shake his head. Yet, he had to endure the disgust and continue reading. Although he read a lot, he still only understood half of it, and many parts remained confusing, with numerous sections he couldn't comprehend. It seems I have no talent in corpse refining. Mo Hua felt a sense of acceptance and a hint of relief. After getting a general idea of these books, he stopped forcing himself and didn't continue researching them. Instead, he noted down his questions, preparing to find a corpse cultivator to consult. He needed a corpse cultivator who was honest, obedient, and a bit slow-witted. Otherwise, it would be difficult to extract information from him. After scouting among the corpse cultivators in the corpse mine for a few days, Mo Hua suddenly found a familiar face. It was Lu Ming, a young member of the Lu family with a somewhat harsh expression. Mo Hua's expression shifted slightly. Lu Ming. He was the one who, during the initial investigation of the 5 missing miners, had entered the Lu family's mine, guided Mo Hua, encountered the gruesome scene of dead bodies, vomited until he was incoherent, and was then intimidated by Mo Hua into revealing some of the Lu family secrets. That Lu Ming. Lu Ming had lost his previous arrogant demeanor. His face was as pale as paper, like all the other corpse cultivators, his expression dejected, devoid of any vitality. He spoke little, doing whatever he was told, like a living walking corpse. Mo Hua observed Lu Ming for a few days. He noticed that Lu Ming seemed to have arrived recently and was considered a newcomer here, a low-level corpse cultivator. He spent his days learning corpse refining, doing menial tasks, and following orders. At night, he would lie like a corpse on his bed, his expression vacant, lost in thought. Lu Ming was a good person to ask questions. Mo Hua had already asked him several questions before. After nightfall, Mo Hua, hidden, went to Lu Ming's stone room and quietly watched him. The stone room was quiet, with no one around. Lu Ming lay on the bed, his expression numb, then suddenly contorted with pain. He clutched his head and curled up on the bed, murmuring, "Why am I so unlucky? To be doing corpse refining. I'm finished. I'll never get married in this lifetime." After a period of painful regret, he slammed his fist against the wall, complaining, "It's all that little brat's fault. It's all his fault. Blame him. What are you blaming me for?" Mo Hua's voice suddenly rang out, eerily childish. Lu Ming was terrified. He scrambled up, sitting up in a panic, and saw a small figure gradually revealing itself on the chair by the wall. "Ah, Lu Ming's scream was cut short as he quickly covered his mouth with his hands. His startled cry was stifled, not alerting the other corpse cultivators. Imo picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He sniffed it and found that although it was low-quality tea, it had no smell of blood or fishiness. It was proper tea. He took a sip, pursed his lips, and asked Lu Ming again, "What are you blaming me for?" The voice was crisp and familiar. Lu Ming, his shock subsiding, took a closer look and recognized Imo. He slowly relaxed. It was a person and somewhat of an acquaintance, not a ghost or a corpse. Lu Ming leaned against the wall, taking several deep breaths. Seeing Imo, Lu Ming was somewhat surprised, yet not entirely. He had seen Imo in the corpse mine before. Any formation master who showed genuine skill would be courted by the Lu family. Imo was no exception. However, he hadn't expected Imo's status to be so high, to be able to enter the corpse mine without doing corpse refining, to be treated so well, and even to be able to converse with the family head. Even many elders of the Lu family didn't receive such treatment. He just didn't know why Imo had entered his room so stealthily. Lu Ming wanted to ask, but he didn't dare. With the family head's appreciation and generous treatment, a cultivator of this status, no matter how young, was not someone he, a former minor Lu family disciple and now a mere corpse cultivator in the corpse mine, could question. He also dared not refuse to answer Imo's questions. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, then mumbled, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been sent here." Imo took a sip of tea and nodded, understanding. Back at the mine, Lu Ming had revealed some of the Lu family's affairs to him. Although he had later reported this matter to the Lu family head, his actions were still considered a breach of confidence. Therefore, he was punished and sent to the corpse mine to become a corpse cultivator. Lu Ming, as a person, wasn't great, but he wasn't too bad either. He probably couldn't accept corpse refining, but he had no choice and had to accept it. That's why he was always listless, like a walking dead man, only daring to vent his emotions when he was alone at night. Imo pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "How is your corpse refining going?" Lu Ming was startled, wondering why Imo was asking this, but still answered reluctantly, "SOSO. Have you refined any corpses yet?" "Not yet. I've only learned some of the knowledge of corpse refining by following other corpse cultivators." Imo's eyes lit up slightly. "How are you learning?" "It's all right." Lu Ming stammered. Imo took out a small piece of paper, coughed, and said seriously, "Then I'll test you." Lu Ming was taken aback. "Why?" Imo frowned. "I'm testing you to see if you have ambition. If you learn well, I'll put in a good word for you with the family head, and you might get promoted in the future." Imo was talking nonsense. Lu Ming was somewhat confused by this, but still asked, "Why?" Imo tutate. "We've known each other, after all. You ended up in the mine and became a corpse cultivator because of me. When I didn't know about this, it was one thing. But now that I do, I naturally want to find a way to give you some benefits to make up for it." "Oh." Lu Ming felt that it made sense, but also, it didn't quite. A chance encounter, for no reason, to put in a good word for him? Lu Ming was still a bit perplexed. He wanted to ask, why again, but Imo interrupted him before he could speak. Imo put on a stern little face and said menacingly, "Answer me when I ask, why so much nonsense?" Lu Ming, intimidated by Imo's aura, felt a little guilty and slowly nodded. Imo then began to read from the small piece of paper. The paper contained some of the corpse refining knowledge that he hadn't understood, such as, how are zombie ranks divided? What is the relationship between grade and rank? What are the types of zombies, and what are their abilities? And so on. Lu Ming, not understanding the reason, answered honestly. Zombie ranks are divided by both grade and rank. Grade refers to the first, second, third, and fourth grades, equivalent to a cultivator's chi condensation, foundation establishment, and golden core stages. Rank is the zombie's echelon, divided into gold, silver, bronze, iron, and the lowest, walking corpses. There is a distinction and a connection between zombie grades and ranks, but they are also independent of each other. Like demonic beasts and other categories, a zombie's strength is based on its grade. First grade walking corpses, second grade walking corpses, third grade walking corpses. All possess strength equivalent to the initial stage of their corresponding major realm. Above walking corpses are iron corpses, and with each subsequent rank, the zombie's abilities undergo qualitative changes. Their physical bodies become tougher, their corpse poison more potent, and they gain some special corpse path abilities. Imo was still somewhat confused and didn't quite understand. He said sternly, "Give me an example to simply explain the relationship between zombie grades and ranks." Lu Ming felt as if he were being tested by a teacher for homework, his heart tightening. After deep thought, he replied, "A zombie's grade is based on its grade, and its echelon is determined by its rank. A first-grade zombie generally has only two ranks, walking corpse and iron corpse. A first-grade walking corpse is a normal chi condensation zombie. A first-grade iron corpse, in terms of cultivation, should be at the peak of the 9th layer of chi condensation, but due to their bronze heads and iron arms, they can contend with some early Foundation establishment cultivators. Second-grade zombies, at the lowest, are still walking corpses, but generally, they refine iron corpses, and at the highest, they can refine bronze corpses. A second-grade walking corpse has strength comparable to a first-grade iron corpse. However, due to their decaying flesh, they are at a disadvantage in actual combat. A second-grade iron corpse is very strong, equivalent to a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and can easily defeat first-grade iron corpses of the early Foundation establishment stage. And a second-grade bronze corpse, with its potent corpse chi and body as hard as bronze and iron, is equivalent to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and is very powerful. Imohua suddenly understood. He had previously thought that all iron corpses were the same and possessed Foundation establishment level strength. But iron corpses also had grades. A first-grade iron corpse was merely comparable to Foundation establishment. A second-grade iron corpse was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, stronger than early Foundation establishment cultivators. From this perspective, the iron corpses in the corpse mine could not be treated uniformly. The two tall iron corpses guarding the entrance should be second-grade iron corpses. The rest of the iron corpses were a mix of first and second grades. The overall strength of the zombies under Lu Qingyun was much more formidable than Imohua had imagined. Imohua frowned. He glanced at Lu Ming and said, "Continue." Lu Ming nodded. "Then there's the third grade, but none of us can refine them, so the records are not very detailed. The lowest rank for a third-grade zombie is walking corpse, and at the highest, they can refine gold corpses. For fourth grade and above, the lowest is walking corpse, and it is said that they can even refine true flying zombies." Lu Ming meticulously explained everything to Imohua. Imohua then had a general understanding. All zombies were based on grade. The zombies refined had a lower limit of walking corpses, but their upper limits differed. The higher the grade, the higher the upper limit of rank they could achieve. The upper limit for first grade was iron corpse, for second grade it was bronze corpse, and for third grade it was gold corpse. The corpse refining methods in the corpse mine were obtained from the Zhang family and had been passed down for hundreds of years. Even with some discrepancies, they should be roughly accurate. Then, what kind of corpse was in that bronze coffin? A bronze corpse comparable to late-stage Foundation establishment? If it were mid-stage Foundation establishment, it would be manageable. But late-stage Foundation establishment, a zombie of this strength, even if refined, Lu Qingyun wouldn't be able to control it. This didn't quite align with Imohua's previous speculation. Are there any special types of corpses? Imohua asked again. Imohua recalled that Origins of the Corpse Sect and Treatise on Corpse Species both mentioned special-purpose zombies that, although classified by grade, were not within the usual rank classifications. Yes, Lu Ming nodded earnestly. There are some special zombies with unique functions. Their value isn't determined by strength, so they are not classified by gold, silver, bronze, iron. For example, puppet corpses, which are flesh and blood puppets. Not people, not quite corpses, but merely puppets similar to objects of wood or stone. There are also doll corpses, where a person is refined into a human-like doll, retaining their appearance, skin, and physique. They are infused with floral and spiritual water, so there is no rot, and their skin is cold but tender, as if alive. Many cultivators are willing to pay a high price to buy them. And then there are tomb corpses, where a person is killed and refined into a zombie resembling a terracotta figurine. These types of zombies are generally used for burials. Not only demonic cultivators, but righteous cultivators also used them in the past. 10,000 years ago, some righteous aristocratic families and major sect leaders or grand elders, after their death, would bestow death upon some close cultivators and refine them into tomb corpses for burial. However, this practice is not very humane, and in the past nearly 10,000 years, it has been gradually abolished by the Dao court. Imohua frowned as he listened. Doll corpses like human dolls. Tomb corpses used for burial? When cultivators become perverse, they are truly perverse. Chapter 482, Corpse King. There were so many details to corpse refining. As expected, outsiders only see the excitement, while insiders know the intricacies. Imohua's thoughts stirred, and he said in a deep voice, "Then let me test you again. If I refine a corpse that can command a multitude of corpses, what should such a corpse be called?" Command a multitude of corpses. Lu Ming frowned, thought for a moment, then said somewhat nervously, "I don't remember very clearly." Imohua said, "It's an open book exam. You can go look it up in the texts." Lu Ming was a bit bewildered. Open book? Yes. Imohua nodded, looking as though he was being very lenient and wouldn't make things difficult for him even if he couldn't answer, even allowing him to flip through books. Lu Ming was a little touched. He immediately took out several books on corpse refining from his storage bag. After searching a few times, he stammered, There are several types. There are bell corpses, which are controlled using a corpse-controlling bell refined within the zombie's body to control other zombies. There are lamp corpses, which use a corpse as a lamp, burning fat to guide the way. And there's another type, called a corpse king. Corpse king? Imohua's expression showed a slight surprise. Lu Ming asked, feeling a little unsure, is something wrong? No, it's correct, Imohua nodded. It's the corpse king. You answered correctly. Being able to command thousands upon thousands of zombies, then what Lu Qingyun refined should indeed be a corpse king. Corpse king. Imohua pondered for a moment, then asked again. Let me test you again. How is this corpse king refined, and what are its effects after it's refined? Lu Ming flipped through the book and said, it seems like the procedures are more complicated than normal corpse refining. The corpses used to refine a corpse king must be particular. Normal corpses won't do. The multitude of corpses it commands should ideally be those who were already subservient to it and under its control in life. This way, after death, when refined into a corpse, the residual instinct of subservience will make it easier for them to be controlled by the corpse king. The probability of controlled zombies losing control and backlashing will be much smaller. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then gave an example. In the past, a powerful corpse cultivator once destroyed a sect, refined the sect leader into a corpse king, and then refined the sect's disciples into zombies. This way, these disciple zombies would naturally be controlled by the sect leader corpse king. There are also some records that speak of small countries in the southern barbarian lands being massacred by demon cultivators. The country's ruler was killed and refined into a corpse king, and the country's citizens were also massacred and then refined into zombies, thus turning the entire country into a corpse kingdom. Imohua's face remained expressionless, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Cultivators from an entire sect, or even an entire country. They all had parents and loved ones, yet they suffered such misfortune and couldn't even rest in peace after death. Those who cultivate demonic arts truly commit many wicked deeds, selfishly pursuing cultivation, resorting to any means necessary. Lu Ming continued. Such a country's ruler would have the qualification to become a corpse king, serving as an excellent embryo for refining a corpse king. However, this is the method of powerful demonic cultivators. Ordinary corpse cultivators with crude methods of corpse refining cannot achieve this. Imohua asked a few more details, and Lu Ming answered them one by one. Imohua nodded with satisfaction and praised. You've learned very diligently. I'm relieved. Tomorrow, I'll put in a good word for you in front of the Lu family head and promote you, so you can achieve success in the path of corpses and make a name for yourself. Don't disappoint my expectations. Imohua, while thinking of Instructor Yan's demeanor, put on a facade of earnest teaching. Lu Ming, however, looked troubled, wanting to speak but holding back. Imohua said unhappily, What? You're still not satisfied? I. Lu Ming stammered, not daring to speak. After struggling internally for a while, he finally pleaded, Young master, could you tell the Lu family head to let me go? What do you mean? Imohua said in a deep voice. Lu Ming said with a bitter smile, I don't want to be a corpse cultivator. Imohua deliberately put on a stern face. You ungrateful wretch. Lu Ming became a little flustered and quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare. Imohua humphed. The Lu family head treats you so well, giving you opportunities, letting you become a corpse cultivator and learn corpse refining. This is your fortune, and also an opportunity for you, as a disciple of the Lu family, to contribute to the Lu family. How can you not cherish it? Lu Ming felt like crying, but had no tears. If I truly become a corpse cultivator and enter the demonic path, my life will be over. I won't be able to marry a Dao companion, nor fulfill my filial piety. No matter how high my cultivation, I'll have to hide in the shadows, dealing with corpses all day, and I'll be wanted by the Dao court. I won't be able to see the light, and someday, my identity might be exposed, and then someone might act on behalf of heaven to punish me. Thinking of this, Lu Ming regretted it to the point of his intestines turning green. Imohua nodded slightly. Although this Lu Ming was a bit slow, he did have some sense of propriety. Imohua feigned hesitation, thought for a while, and then slowly sighed. All right, since we've met, it's also a form of destiny. If you don't wish to be a corpse cultivator, I won't force you. However, getting the family head to let you go is probably unlikely. Once you go out, you will inevitably leak the secrets of this corpse mine. So just stay here peacefully. Lu Ming's face turned ashen. If he didn't leave, sooner or later, he would end up refining corpses. If he refined them well, he'd be inseparable from the zombies. If he refined them poorly and lost control, he might even be eaten by the zombies. It's over. Lu Ming's heart turned ice cold. Suddenly, he looked at Imohua. Seeing Imohua's calm expression, and that he, at such a young age, could remain composed and in control even within the corpse mind, a glimmer of hope ignited in his deadened heart. He quickly got up and kowtowed to Imohua, saying, Please, young master, save me. Imohua was slightly taken aback, then asked doubtfully, Why should I save you? Imohua leisurely took a sip of tea and continued. Promoting you is just a matter of saying a few words. I just mentioned it casually to do you a favor, and that's fine. But saving you would be much more troublesome, and might even offend the Lu family head. What benefits would I get? Imohua's words left Lu Ming stumped. Lu Ming was a little dazed. Indeed, they were not related, their friendship was shallow. Why would this young master save him? What did he have to offer? He didn't have much spirit stone, he wasn't a young maiden in her prime, his cultivation wasn't high, nor was his talent good. Even if he were killed and used for corpse refining, he wouldn't be a good embryo. Lu Ming's heart grew cold. He hadn't even realized it. He himself occasionally relied on his status to bully others, thinking highly of himself, but he never expected that when he truly encountered a problem, he would be so useless. He had no skills, no abilities at all. Imohua then said, if you can offer some benefits, I'll consider whether to save you or not. Lu Ming felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. What benefits could he offer? This young master had an extraordinary background and unfathomable methods. What benefits could catch the eye of this young master? But his life was at stake, and he didn't want to give up, so he held on to a sliver of hope and said, this humble one is willing to serve young master, go through fire and water, and spare no effort. Imohua's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this very sentence. Imohua first said with a hint of disdain, you, with your low cultivation, low status, not skilled in Dao methods, nor skilled in corpse refining, just a minor disciple of the Lu family, serving me, wouldn't be of much help to me, would you? These words struck Lu Ming with shame, making him unable to lift his head. Imohua pretended to think, then sighed. However, who made me young and kind-hearted? I'll test you. If you do some small tasks for me, and do them well, I'll save you once. Lu Ming, seeing a way out of his predicament, looked overjoyed and quickly said, please, young master, give me your instructions. Imohua's large eyes rolled, and he said in a low voice, help me inquire about the Lu family ancestor and the Lu family head. Lu Ming was taken aback. About what? Anything is fine, Imohua said. Gossip, anecdotes, rumors. Whether they are well-founded or hearsay, you discreetly inquire about them, and then tell me. Lu Ming was somewhat suspicious and also a bit timid, and said in a low voice, sir, why are you inquiring about these things? Imohua put on a serious face and said, I need to confirm if the Lu family head is a bad person. Lu Ming opened his mouth. Bad. Bad person? Yes. Imohua said, in this world, the more wicked a person is, the more successful they can be. If I'm working for him now, then the worse he is, the better. The more wicked he is, the more ruthless, shameless, thick-skinned, and unscrupulous he is, and the greater his chances of success. Lu Ming was a little confused. For a moment, he didn't know if this young master was praising the family head or scolding him. Do you understand? Imohua asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming pretended to understand and nodded. Good, you go do it, Imohua nodded. But you must be discreet and not expose yourself. Also, this matter has nothing to do with me. I am merely a kind, innocent, good-hearted person who wants to save you from suffering. Lu Ming nodded. Okay, young master. After that, he went to inquire. When Imohua had free time, he would also release his spiritual sense to monitor what Lu Ming was doing. Lu Ming wasn't very smart, and Imohua was afraid he would inquire about the wrong things. Fortunately, although he was inquiring, he wasn't very deliberate. Sometimes he would just initiate a conversation, letting other corpse cultivators chat, and he would listen in. His own status was low, being a disciple of the Lu family. Everyone knew his background, so no one suspected him, and no one even paid attention to him. A few days later, Lu Ming reported the information he had gathered to Imohua. There was news about the Lu family ancestor, and also about Lu Qingyun. The news about the Lu family ancestor was similar to what Imohua had heard from Qingluan. Stingy, greedy, extravagant, and capricious. Not only did he treat the mine workers harshly and exploit them, but he was also quite harsh to his own disciples, often scolding and beating them. He himself was extravagant, yet stingy towards others. It was exactly like his nickname, Lu the Skinflint. Indeed, there are no wrong nicknames, only mistaken names. And from Lu Ming's mouth, Imohua also learned some rumors about Lu Qingyun and the Lu family ancestor. Chapter 483, Beast. Imohua began with the Lu family's ancestor. Although he was a Lu family disciple, he was on the fringes, not very old, and his qualifications were shallow. He hadn't inquired about these secrets and didn't know them, so it was a bit difficult for him to speak about them now. This might sound disrespectful, but the ancestor was extravagant and decadent, and a bit of a womanizer. Imohua already knew this. Many brothels on Jinhua Street were built by Lu the Skinflayer for his indulgence and pleasure. But there were some things Imohua didn't know. Lu Ming lowered his voice. It said, the ancestor didn't even spare the women in the family. Imohua was stunned. Family women? The Lu family? Lu Ming nodded with some shame. Then what? Lu Ming found it hard to say, hesitating for a long time before lowering his voice. It said that any beautiful female disciples in the Lu family, whether from the main line or collateral branches, whether virgins or married women, would be touched by the ancestor. Mo Hua's eyelids twitched. He could actually do such a thing? He shouldn't be called Lu the Skin Flayer. He should be called Lu the Beast. Of course, these are just rumors. Not necessarily true. Lu Ming felt a little uncertain, but he still tried to save his ancestor's face. The ancestor was harsh. Others might resent him and spread rumors to slander him, saying vile things. Mo Hua felt it was 9 out of 10 true. Where there's smoke, there's fire. A fly won't land on a seamless egg. The Lu family ancestor was clearly that stinking egg being targeted by flies. Then what? Mo Hua asked again. He wanted to know the relationship between the Lu family ancestor and Lu Qingyun, to the point where he was willing to override all objections and recommend Lu Qingyun, a live-in son-in-law, to the position of family head. Lu Ming said, "This matter has to start with Miss Zhu." Miss Zhu? Lu Zhu is the ancestor's direct great-granddaughter, Lu Ming explained. The ancestor doted on this great-granddaughter. Lu Ming lowered his voice again. It said that Miss Zhu is actually not the ancestor's great-granddaughter, but his biological daughter. Mo Hua's small face scrunched up, his expression one of unbearable to look at. This was too beastly. Lu Ming also felt ashamed, and tried to cover up. Of course, this is also just a rumor. What happened after that? Mo Hua asked, then suddenly thought, this Miss Zhu, isn't she Lu Qingyun's Dao companion? Lu Ming nodded, yes. Not only that, Lu Ming said in a low, shocked voice, the family head is actually a live-in son-in-law. Their dignified Lu family, dominating South Yu City with such influence, and yet the family head was a live-in son-in-law. Lu Ming still found it hard to believe. If he hadn't entered the corpse mine and interacted with unsavory people, inquiring about unsavory matters, he wouldn't have known this even now. Mo Huan nodded slightly, his expression not surprised. Lu Ming was surprised. Little sir, you knew already? Mo Hua looked indifferent, neither confirming nor denying, and only said, continue. Lu Ming looked at Mo Hua, increasingly feeling Mo Hua was unfathomably deep. To know such hidden matters. Lu Ming paused, then began to say it said, Miss Zhu met the family head outside South Yu City back then and fell in love at first sight. The two traveled together and had a wonderful conversation. Since then, Miss Zhu tried every means to get the family head to marry into the family and become her husband. Mo Hua shook his head. This story was melodramatic and cliché. He had heard countless similar stories from storytellers in Immortal Past City. This was the method usually used by rapists to trick women. It was also how philanderers seduced good women. But this method was very effective and often fooled people. Lu Qingyun, with his gentle and refined appearance, was actually just a pretty boy who climbed his way up by clinging to women. He probably put a lot of effort into seducing the Lu family young lady. The time, place, words spoken, even every action, were all meticulously designed and rehearsed. Lu Qingyun's image in Mo Hua's mind plummeted. Lu Ming continued. Miss Zhu told the ancestor about her feelings. The ancestor disagreed. He thought the family head was handsome, but had bad intentions, and wasn't a good match. Miss Zhu, spoiled by the ancestor, was willful and insisted on getting what she wanted. She pestered the ancestor, trying every means to get him to agree to let the family head marry into the family. Starvation, taking poison pills, severing her own meridians. She used all sorts of shameful methods. The ancestor had no choice but to agree, unable to refuse Miss Zhu. After marrying into the family head took the surname Lu, and the ancestor also bestowed upon him the name Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun. Mo Hua stroked his chin thoughtfully. Was the Lu family ancestor mocking him? This name, while seemingly auspicious, riding the clouds to ascend, and floating to immortality, was the pursuit and hope of a cultivator. But when applied to Lu Qingyun, it was rather subtle. Lu Qingyun was a live-in son-in-law. Using the name Qingyun, riding clouds, implied he was clinging to the Lu family to gain power. The Lu family ancestor, deep down, probably still looked down on Lu Qingyun, and used this name to admonish him, so that he would never forget that he became a live-in son-in-law and depended on the Lu family for his entire life. One with malicious intentions, the other passive-aggressive. These two were indeed of the same ilk. Mo Hua asked again, how many people in the Lu family know about this matter? Lu Ming shook his head. Very few people know. Before I entered the corpse mine, I stayed in the Lu family for so long and never heard any rumors. Mo Hua pondered. It seems they found a way to enforce silence. Yes, Lu Ming nodded. It was Miss Zhu. Miss Zhu forbids anyone from mentioning the family head marrying into the family. Those who knew were all silenced and not allowed to speak of it outside. Even her personal maids and attendants were all replaced. They only claimed to the outside world that the family head was from a collateral branch of the Lu family, whose parents died early but had excellent talent, which is why the ancestor allowed him to marry Miss Zhu. Mo Hua asked doubtfully. Can people with the same surname marry within the family? Lu Ming nodded. Within the same family, but different branches, and more than 3 generations apart, the blood relationship is thinner. After verifying the family tree, marriage is permissible. Mo Hua nodded slowly and asked again. Lu Qingyun was a live-in son-in-law. So how did he become the family head? Because of the mines. Mo Hua's gaze sharpened. The mines. Lu Ming said. Miss Zhu was devoted to the family head. With Miss Zhu's support, the family head quickly gained some real power and began to manage some of the mines. It was fine at first, but after a while, the mines managed by the family head earned nearly 1/10 more than the Lu family's other mines. 1/10 more. Mo Hua's gaze turned cold. Without any reason, why would he earn 1/10 more than others? Mo Hua thought of the zombies in the mine shafts. He had only guessed before, but now he could be quite certain. Lu Qingyun was indeed refining corpses to mine. It was likely that from the moment he started managing the mines, Lu Qingyun had been secretly refining corpses and using them to mine. Others used living people to mine. Lu Qingyun used living people to mine during the day and dead people at night, so his mine earnings were naturally higher. He also used this to gradually gain real power within the family. For a family, profit was the most tangible thing. If Lu Qingyun could double the mine's profits by using corpses to mine, even the Lu family ancestor would likely look at him with new respect. As for the methods Lu Qingyun used, given the Lu family ancestor's character, even if he knew, he might not care. Because the mine's profits were high, Lu Qingyun became the family head? Lu Ming nodded. Presumably. Presumably? Mo Hua's gaze flickered, noticing Lu Ming hesitating to speak, and said, Do you perhaps have something else to say? Lu Ming hesitated, frowning, and slowly said, I also heard a rumor. Mo Hua nodded, signaling him to continue. Lu Ming said, It said that the ancestor indulged in excessive lust, depleted his body, damaged his foundation, and was then ambushed by enemies, dying from his injuries. Before he died, he wanted to decide on the next family head. At first, the family proposed, and the ancestor decided that the family head would actually not be Lu. Lu Ming felt it was disrespectful to directly call the family head by name, but seeing Mo Hua didn't seem to have much respect for Lu Qingyun, he forced himself. It wasn't Lu Qingyun, but Eldarin of the clan. Eldarin is in the early foundation establishment stage, only 150 years old, vigorous and strong, with sufficient qualifications, steady in his conduct, and high in prestige. Everyone unanimously thought Eldarin would become the family head. But unexpectedly, due to unknown reasons, the ancestor suddenly changed his mind before his death. He was stubborn and insisted on making Lu Qingyun the family head, and no one could object. Mo Hua frowned. Had Lu Ming reached some kind of deal with the Lu family ancestor? What kind of deal could be made before death? Given Lu the Skinflayer's selfish nature, this deal should not involve the Lu family's interests, but only his own. Mo Hua's gaze turned cold. He thought of the strange thing on the golden altar, covered by yellow cloth, being offered spiritual flesh by the jade candle incense burner, something that looked like a person, a demon, and a corpse. A chill gradually spread through Mo Hua's heart. What about that Eldarin? Mo Hua asked again. He disappeared? Dead, or disappeared? Lu Ming shook his head. I only heard he disappeared. It said that after Lu Qingyun became the family head, Eldarin was ostracized by him and became resentful. After going out on business once, he never returned. Some also speculate that the family head killed Eldarin. But there was no evidence, so it was eventually dropped. Mo Hua nodded. Then Eldarin was likely dead. Lu Qingyun, though seemingly gentle, was vindictive and would surely eliminate his rivals, killing Eldarin. Not only killed, but likely used his corpse for corpse refining. The iron coffins in the 10,000 corpse formation probably contained Eldarin's remains. After that, there was nothing else. This was all Lu Ming had managed to find out. The rest were trivial matters on the periphery, unrelated. Mo Hua took out a blanket and handed it to Lu Ming. I'll keep my promise and save your life. But you won't be able to escape for a while. Running is futile, so stay here and be at ease for a bit. This blanket has a formation on it that can conceal your presence. If, by any chance, something happens in this corpse mine in the future, find a corner, cover yourself with the blanket, and stay put honestly. After the storm passes, find an opportunity to slip out. Whether you can survive depends on your own fortune. This is all I can do to help you. Lu Ming clutched the blanket, a little nervous, and couldn't help but ask, What? What kind of change? Don't ask. Knowing would cost you your life. Lu Ming shivered, and then worriedly asked, Is this blanket really useful? I drew the formation on it. Of course it's useful, Mo Hua said confidently. Lu Ming looked at Mo Hua's small face and inexplicably felt a sense of peace. Mo Hua further instructed him, Don't learn corpse refining, and don't try it. If you kill someone and refine their corpse, and fall into demonic deviation, I won't be able to save you, and perhaps one day, out of necessity, I'll have to kill you. Lu Ming nodded repeatedly. After leaving Lu Ming, Mo Hua went to the 10,000 corpse altar again. It was late at night, and there was no one at the altar. Mo Hua controlled the big tiger to open the hall door, then used the small zombie to open the mural door, and arrived before the golden altar. This altar was resplendent with golden light, exceptionally luxurious. Mo Hua hadn't paid attention before. Now that he thought about it, these things perfectly matched the Liu family ancestor's taste. Then, was the one being offered on this altar the Liu family ancestor? And the face on the mural, sharp and ferocious, half human, half corpse, was it also Liu the skinflayer? It was fortunate he hadn't lifted the yellow cloth. Otherwise, it would have been quite dangerous. But if he didn't lift it, how could he verify his guess? Mo Hua was a little troubled. At that moment, the mural at the entrance suddenly moved. Mo Hua's heart tightened. Someone's coming? Who would come to the altar at this time? Zhang Quan or Lu Qingyan? Mo Hua controlled the small zombie to lie down honestly in the coffin, then scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Finding no traces, he concealed his form, suppressed his aura to the extreme, and quietly hid behind the altar. A moment later, the ink on the mural rippled, forming an entrance. A cultivator dressed in brocade robes with a gentle face walked in. It was Lu Qingyun. Chapter 484, Ungrateful Wretch. Lu Qingyun walked into the altar, opened the bronze coffin, and began to draw the formation. As the family head, Lu Qingyun was usually busy. If something was delayed during the day, he would return to the altar at night to draw the spirit hub blood formation. Mo Hua, seeing that he hadn't discovered her, let out a sigh of relief. It seemed Lu Qingyun's spiritual sense was indeed weaker than hers. Without paying attention, he couldn't easily see through her concealment. However, she couldn't afford to be careless and must not expose herself. Otherwise, if Lu Qingyun found out that she had sneaked into the altar in the middle of the night, no matter what she said, he would never trust her again. He would probably kill her and refine her into a small zombie. Mo Hua obediently hid behind the altar. Lu Qingyun was still drawing the formation. He couldn't have imagined that there was someone else in the altar at this moment. In the silent altar, there was only the extremely faint rustling sound of ink wetting and the brush moving. Once Lu Qingyun started drawing a formation, he would concentrate entirely. Mo Hua would secretly glance at him from the corner of her eye. Lu Qingyun didn't notice. Mo Hua nodded slightly. The spirit hub formation was very difficult to draw. Drawing the spirit hub formation required intense focus, consumed a lot of spiritual sense, and all one's thoughts had to be on the formation patterns, so he wouldn't be distracted by other things. But Mo Hua dared not be too blatant. She merely focused her mind, free of any emotions, killing intent, or miscellaneous thoughts, and secretly watched Lu Qingyun draw the formation with a clear and empty gaze. Her spiritual sense was clear and transparent, making it difficult to be detected. And the formation Lu Qingyun was drawing, although it was also a spirit hub evil formation, was somewhat different from what he had drawn during the day. Lu Qingyun was suspicious. Even though he thought Mo Hua couldn't understand or learn it, he still held back when drawing the spirit hub formation in front of her. He drew some superfluous formation patterns, and the structure of the formation hub was distorted. There were also subtle differences in some of the evil techniques. Mo Hua suddenly understood. When she had previously observed Lu Qingyun drawing the formation and saw that his formation patterns were strange, she had thought he had drawn it incorrectly, or that the techniques for evil formations differed from formal formations. Now, comparing them, she finally understood. It turned out that Lu Qingyun was misleading her. Truly insidious. But what Lu Qingyun didn't know was that Mo Hua had already learned most of the spirit hub formation before. Later, when Lu Qingyun showed her the spirit hub formation diagram in front of her, in those few glances, Mo Hua had memorized the rest of the spirit hub formation. She had learned it without needing him to draw it. Mo Hua's observation of him drawing the formation was purely to learn from his strengths and fill in her own gaps, to see what back doors he had left, not because she genuinely wanted to learn from him. Lu Qingyun's little tricks were completely wasted on her, like throwing a kiss to a blind person. Mo Hua frowned again. Lu Qingyun's caution also served as a reminder to her. The Spirit Hub Absolute Formation was Lu Qingyun's core secret. He intended to use the Spirit Hub Formation to control the Zombie King and command all the zombies. The Spirit Hub Formation was his lifeblood. He would never teach it to anyone, including Mo Hua. His previous promises to teach her the Spirit Hub Formation were just empty talk. Mo Hua's heart trembled slightly. Lu Qingyun probably still believed that he was the only one in the entire little desolate continent who knew the Spirit Hub Formation. He was the only one who could understand the entire Spirit Hub sequence. He was the ruler of the Zombie Kings, the King of Kings. Therefore, she absolutely could not let Lu Qingyun know that she had learned the Spirit Hub Formation. Once he knew that she had learned the Spirit Hub Formation and could shake his control over the Iron Zombies and Walking Zombies by altering the sequence patterns, he would definitely kill her. No matter what, he wouldn't spare her life. It didn't matter how talented she was or how useful she was to him. Even if I were his father, it probably wouldn't matter. He'd still find a way to kill me. Imo thought to herself. He was capable of killing his master and ancestors and refining corpses. She didn't expect him to have any conscience. Imo took the opportunity to observe Lu Qingyun's formation drawing technique again. At this moment, there was no one else in the altar. Lu Qingyun no longer held back his skills and was fully exerting himself, drawing the spirit hub evil formation. He was still using a bone brush, dipped in human blood, drawing on the bronze coffin. His eyes glowed with a green light, as if he were borrowing some sinister spiritual sense. Thanks to this, Lu Qingyun drew very skillfully, and his speed was not slow. Imo was somewhat surprised. The techniques for evil formations were indeed useful. If a formation master's own comprehension was insufficient and they couldn't draw complete formation patterns, they would use some unorthodox methods to help them draw the formation. Human skin, human blood, human bones, and so on. Cultivators naturally had an affinity for spiritual energy. By killing people and obtaining materials, these could be used as mediums for formations, which could reduce the difficulty of drawing formations and increase their power. But these were all means of lowering the threshold. Simply put, it was cheating. Imo nodded. This Lu Qingyun's formation skill was still a bit inferior to hers. After all, she drew the spirit hub formation legitimately, without cheating. It seems I'm still quite amazing. Imo felt a tiny bit of self-satisfaction. Lu Qingyun was still drawing the formation. Imo was still secretly watching him from the corner of her eye. As she watched, Imo remembered something and felt a little puzzled. How exactly did Lu Qingyun refine the zombie king? If the ancestor Lu's corpse, Lu the Skinner, was offered on the altar, then what was sealed in this bronze coffin? Lu Qingyun was drawing the spirit hub evil formation on the bronze coffin. Over and over again. It should be that during the refining of the corpse, he was constantly deepening the formation. But with the corpse offered above, where was he deepening the formation on the coffin? Or was it that the zombie king was special? Was this a special method of refining corpses? Just as Imo was wondering, Lu Qingyun had finished drawing a set of formations. His spiritual sense was exhausted, and he paused to rest. In the empty altar, Lu Qingyun sat in meditation to regulate his breathing. After a moment, he suddenly frowned, his eyes snapping open, filled with sharp light, and he said coldly, "You're watching me again?" Imo was startled. "I've been discovered." Lu Qingyun suddenly turned his head, his gaze ice cold, locking onto the altar. Imo curled her small body, calmed her mind, restrained her aura, and remained silent. At the same time, Lu Qingyun slowly stood up, walked to the front of the altar, and sneered. "Are you perhaps unwilling to rest in peace?" Imo was slightly stunned. Unwilling to rest in peace. That wasn't referring to her. In other words, Lu Qingyun hadn't discovered her. Imo slowly breathed a sigh of relief. "Watching me again. Again. Unwilling to rest in peace." The altar. Imo instantly understood. Lu Qingyun thought it was the Lu family ancestor watching him. The one offered on the altar was indeed the Lu family ancestor, and this ancestor had been tricked by Lu Qingyun, which was why he was unwilling to rest in peace. Old, useless thing. Within the altar, with no one around, Lu Qingyun tore off his gentle and refined facade, suddenly becoming ferocious and hysterical. "Greedy fool. Old beast. Because I married into your family, you looked down on me, despised me. In front of all the elders, you called me a dog raised by the Lu family, an ungrateful white-eyed wolf." Lu Qingyun showed a mocking expression. "But the spirit stones I earned from refining corpses and mining, didn't you still accept them? This running dog of yours, didn't you, old beast, still eat the dead meat I brought back? Greedy and insatiable. Even when death was upon you, I lied to you, saying I could make you transform into a Tao, to live for 1,000 years without dying, and you actually believed me? The heavenly Tao has its rules, life and death have their limits. How can they be so easily deceived? Becoming a zombie and wanting to be immortal? Dream on." After cursing for a while, venting his emotions, Lu Qingyun then smiled sinisterly. "Speaking of which, I should thank you too. Thank you for your daughter, who was born of your expletive deleted, who was both wicked and stupid. Thank you for your greed, which allowed me to become the Lu family head. Otherwise, even if I learned the spirit hub formation, I wouldn't have been able to build the corpse mine, construct the 10,000 zombie formation, or refine the zombie king. This corpse mine was built using the manpower of your Lu family, and this 10,000 zombie formation was also built with your Lu family's assets. Now, it has all served as a stepping stone for me." Lu Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle grimly. "You never expected this in your wildest dreams. In life, you had great power, and I listened to you, worked like a horse and a cow for your Lu family, and did whatever you said. But after death, refined into a zombie by me, you have to listen to me, become my servant, be directed by me, and enslaved by me. The Lu family still bears the surname Lu, but it's no longer Lu of your Lu Tianliang, but Lu of my Lu Qingyun." After Lu Qingyun finished speaking, the altar trembled slightly. Beneath the yellow cloth, corpse chi was dense. It seemed as if a violent aura was surging within. The Lu family ancestor was already dead, and this trace of violence was merely residual instinct, the remnants of his spiritual thoughts. Lu Qingyun was not only unafraid but overjoyed, laughing. Good. The angrier you are, the more intense the corpse qi, and the better the zombie refined will suit my intentions. The corpse qi surged, and then, as if filled with unwillingness, it gradually subsided. Lu Qingyun sneered in a low voice. Your fate is exhausted. Once refined into a zombie and controlled by the spirit hub formation, you can only be my servant, at my beck and call, never to rise again. Then Lu Qingyun snorted, flicked his sleeve, and left the altar, returning to the bronze coffin to continue meditating and recovering his spiritual sense. Mo Hua, hiding behind the altar, heard every word he said. Mo Hua sighed inwardly and couldn't help but praise. Lu Qingyun is truly a talent. The Lu family ancestor truly picked up a treasure. Lu Qingyun and the Lu family are truly well matched. An ungrateful wretch entering a wolf's den, it's a perfect match. Chapter 485, Sneak Eating. Skinning Lu had accumulated a mountain of evil deeds. He had chosen a good son-in-law and a good family head. After his death, he could not rest in peace and was refined into a zombie. It could be considered a case of good and evil receiving their due, and he utterly deserved it. Mo Hua thought to himself. After cursing the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Qingyun sat in meditation to recover. Mo Hua couldn't sneak out. He had no choice but to hide behind the altar and wait patiently. After Lu Qingyun left, he would find an opportunity to slip away. But Lu Qingyun had been meditating for a long time, and his divine sense had not fully recovered. Mo Hua was anxious for him. Does it really take this long to recover divine sense? He could recover his divine sense with a bit of meditation. This Lu Qingyun, like a turtle meditating, had been sitting there for ages, and his divine sense had barely recovered. It was just too slow. Could it be a problem with the meditation technique? Mo Hua frowned and thought again. He had learned the meditation technique from Mr. Zhuang. When he meditated, his mind was clear and ethereal, which was why his divine sense recovered so quickly. Lu Qingyun didn't know how to meditate, and he was full of schemes and had a dirty mind. Was that why his divine sense recovered so slowly? Was Lu Qingyun this slow, or did other formation masters also recover their divine sense this slowly? Mo Hua hadn't compared this before. It seems the meditation technique taught by Master is indeed a good thing. Mo Hua felt grateful to Mr. Zhuang again. Lu Qingyun meditated for a while longer, then opened his eyes, seeming a bit restless. His divine sense had only recovered a little more than half. Mo Hua was a bit puzzled. What does Lu Qingyun want to do? His divine sense wasn't even fully recovered, so how could he draw a formation? To Mo Hua's surprise, Lu Qingyun did not draw a formation. Instead, he took out a scroll from his personal storage bag. The scroll was a bit wrinkled, with creases and uncleaned footprints. Mo Hua recognized it at a glance, because the footprints on the scroll were from him. This was Zhang Quan's ancestor painting. It was a zombie painting, and also a visualization diagram. This scroll was indeed in Lu Qingyun's hands. Zhang Quan, this forgetful of ancestral teaching scoundrel, had actually given his ancestor away, causing Mo Hua so much trouble to find it. Mo Hua grumbled, then secretly pondered. Zhang Quan treated this ancestor painting as a treasure, so he probably wouldn't have given it away, but only lent it. There must have been some transaction between him and Lu Qingyun. Zhang Quan must have profited greatly from this transaction, otherwise he wouldn't have lent the scroll out. This was a visualization diagram that could enhance divine sense. Zhang Quan might not have known its use, but Lu Qingyun definitely did. Mo Hua was stunned again. The use of a visualization diagram was to enhance divine sense. But how did it enhance it? He directly ate it because if he didn't eat it, he would be eaten. But other cultivators, without a Tao steel in their sea of consciousness, and without divine sense killing, should not be able to eat it. If they couldn't eat it, what should they do? Would they not be eaten? Or, what was the orthodox way to use a visualization diagram? How did other cultivators use visualization diagrams to enhance their divine sense? Mo Hua was filled with questions. He quietly peeked out to observe Lu Qingyun, to see what he was doing, so he could have a reference. Outside the altar, within the myriad corpse formation, Lu Qingyun first took out an incense burner and lit 3 sticks of incense. Then, he respectfully opened Zhang family's ancestor painting, clasped his hands in prayer, hung the scroll up, and sat cross-legged amidst the curling incense smoke, his posture upright, gazing at the image, his mind empty, concentrating and visualizing. The aura of the person and the scroll gradually merged. Lu Qingyun seemed to have entered a subtle, ineffable realm of gradual enlightenment. His divine sense was also gradually nourished, slowly recovered, and gradually increased. That's strange. Mo Hua frowned. This scroll actually seemed to be usable for visualization, and after visualization, it could indeed nourish divine sense. This was different from his own experience. Mo Hua recalled. The first time he saw the Taoist boy painting, the boy turned into a little ghost and drilled into his sea of consciousness, wanting to eat him. The second time, he saw the Zhang family's ancestor painting. The ancestor turned into a zombie and lunged into his heavenly court, still wanting to eat him. He hadn't even been given a chance to visualize and comprehend. Why? Why could Lu Qingyun properly burn incense, pay respects, and use the visualization diagram to enhance his divine sense? But he could only choose between eating and being eaten? There was another question. When Lu Qingyun was visualizing this scroll, didn't he notice that these seemingly dignified ancestors of the Zhang family were actually zombies? Did he see it but not care? Or did he not see through it at all, and thus had no idea? In his eyes, was this a solemn and respectful diagram of an ancestor passing down teachings and solving doubts? It was somewhat strange. Mo Hua pondered again. The malevolent thoughts in the visualization diagram wanted to eat him, but not Lu Qingyun. Was it because he saw through their true nature? Or was it because his innate divine sense was powerful and a great tonic? Or was it simply bullying the weak and fearing the strong, seeing that he was young and therefore wanting to eat him? Mo Hua frowned, feeling that all three reasons might be applicable. Seeing through their true nature, being a great tonic for divine sense, and being easy to bully. If he were these evil spirits, he would also choose a child like him to eat. The kind are bullied by ghosts. Mo Hua sighed helplessly. On the other side, Lu Qingyun was still absorbed in comprehending the visualization diagram, seemingly oblivious to external matters. Mo Hua wondered whether to slip away now or later. But as he was thinking, he stopped. The visualization diagram was right in front of him, so why should he slip away? Lu Qingyun kept this scroll close to him. If he didn't find a way to snatch it this time, when would he get another chance? It would probably be ages from now. But how could he snatch it? He couldn't do it by force. He couldn't beat Lu Qingyun. Stealing, he probably couldn't steal it either. Lu Qingyun wasn't stupid or a block of wood. His stealth technique could deceive him, but trying to steal something from him at close range would be like not treating him as a person. What should I do? After thinking and thinking, Mo Hua couldn't come up with a good solution and finally gave up in frustration. Suddenly, Mo Hua had an idea. He couldn't snatch it, and he couldn't steal it, but he could eat it. He couldn't get the scroll back from Lu Qingyun for now, but he could collect some interest, catch a few zombies, and have a snack. That should be fine. Mo Hua peeked out his little head again. His position was blocked by Lu Qingyun, so he couldn't see the entire visualization diagram, only a part of it. But Mo Hua was very familiar with this scroll. Even with just this part, he could roughly infer the scene in the visualization diagram. The high pavilion was solemn and dignified. The ancestor's resonant voice preached the Tao, filled with immortal energy. The disciples received his teachings and passed them down mouth to mouth. Lu Qingyun's face was focused, as if he had understood profound truths and experienced the great Tao from this resonant voice, unknowingly gaining insight and enhancing his divine sense. But Mo Hua could understand it. This was not some resonant voice, but some empty and grand bullshit. It talked about Tao, destiny, and truth. It seemed profound and mysterious, but in reality, it was void and contained nothing. Lu Qingyun was just indulging himself. However, Mo Hua couldn't be bothered to manage him. The more Lu Qingyun was engrossed in it, the better. Ideally, he would be brainwashed by the Zhang family's zombie ancestors and never come out for his entire life. Mo Hua continued with his own business. His gaze quickly swept across the visualization diagram, picking the choicest parts. Finally, he selected a Zhang family elder. This elder was sitting in a corner. While the Zhang family ancestor was preaching and others were chanting in unison, this one seemed distracted, mumbling vaguely, just going through the motions. Even if it were gone, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. "It's you." Mo Hua stared at it intently. This elder, while chanting scriptures, suddenly froze. As if sensing something, he slowly turned his head. In his cloudy eyes, he saw Mo Hua. As Mo Hua expected, a change began to occur. Under Mo Hua's gaze, this elder gradually revealed his true form. Mo Hua's gaze was clear and bright, like sunlight, scorching the elder's face, causing his skin to gradually peel away, revealing the true form of a zombie. This zombie elder was both angry and happy. He was angry that a little ghost dared to be so presumptuous and peek at his true form. He was happy that this little ghost had profound divine sense and must be extremely delicious. A little ghost with a childish face in the chi condensation stage, wasn't it at his mercy? The zombie elder's face showed greed and unbearable hunger. He immediately leaped out of the painting and into Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. He rejoiced in his heart, thinking that a feast of divine sense awaited him. Little did he know that he was leaping into an abyss of eternal damnation. I originally said I would add more chapters this month, but my condition is not very good. I'm a bit tired and can't write much. I'm writing slower and slower. I'll try to adjust. This month is almost over, and I'll try to add 1 or 2 chapters. Chapter 486. Golden Lock, 3 Lotuses, Earth Fire. In Mo Hua's pale white sea of consciousness, the Iron Corpse Elder, with a ferocious face and a zombie-like appearance, was filled with disbelief. A chi condensation cultivator, to possess such abundant divine sense? Without a word, it immediately took a deep breath. Sweet, pure, crystal clear, with an endless aftertaste, and even a hint of profound and mysterious Tao charm. The zombie elder's eyes widened immediately. Peak grade divine sense. In its entire life, it had never tasted such delicious divine sense. And the divine sense here was so abundant, enough for it to feast for a long time. If it could devour this brat's divine sense and then digest it, its divine intent would surely become more solidified, and its strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Even the ancestor would look upon it favorably. The zombie elder, with its ugly face, became extremely excited. Just as it was about to move its mouth again, it didn't realize that Mo Hua, who was hidden to the side, was watching it coldly. You ate my divine sense, so you have to spit it all out. Mo Hua pointed with 2 fingers, and a fireball technique shot out, reaching its target in an instant. Spiritual energy surged within the fireball technique. The scarlet spiritual energy manifested by the divine sense twisted and intertwined like filaments, carrying a terrifying burning power. The fireball technique exploded instantly on the Iron Corpse Elder. The flame scorched its manifested clothes and eroded its physical body. The filament-like spiritual energy was all-pervasive, like heated blades cutting through its flesh and skin. The zombie elder's expression changed drastically. What is this thing? A spell? It suddenly underwent corpse transformation, its body becoming enormous, veins bulging, and a chilling corpse aura permeated the area, dispelling the scorching flames on its body. However, even so, it sustained considerable injuries. Who? The zombie elder roared. But its roar carried a hint of panic. Mo Hua gradually revealed its form to the side, its small stature and indifferent face, but its aura seemed unfathomable. Upon seeing Mo Hua, the zombie elder was startled. In the sea of consciousness, it had a powerful aura, could manifest its form, and could cast spells. This was no ordinary brat. It had miscalculated. It had been tricked by this brat. That childlike innocence on his face was just an act. He was actually a tough nut to crack. The zombie elder said respectfully, "Little friend, my intrusion without announcement was indeed abrupt." Mo Hua kept its small face stern and ignored him. The zombie elder's gloomy gaze flickered, and it proposed. "However, my current state is also understandable. To be frank, little friend, I've been starving and thirsty for over a month, without even a drop of water. Could you, as the host, entertain me? Have pity on this old man, and let me eat some divine sense to satisfy my hunger, and I will leave." Its face was ugly, its gaze sinister, yet it put on a pleading demeanor. Mo Hua was speechless. As expected of a zombie, it was truly thick-skinned. Mo Hua didn't want to waste any more words. It was here to steal, and time was limited. It needed to act with lightning speed and resolve the matter quickly to avoid being discovered by Lu Qingyun and causing complications. Mo Hua raised its hand and cast another fireball technique. Seeing that Mo Hua was neither yielding nor yielding, the zombie elder became enraged. "Shameless brat, relying on your little abilities to bully others too much." It wanted to dodge, but the fireball technique was fast and accurate. It couldn't dodge in time and had to take the hit. The fireball technique exploded, and the zombie elder's body was engulfed in flames, its skin charred, and its form faded considerably. Concurrently, Mo Hua clenched its small hand. The filament-like water prison technique directly manifested into 100 threads, tightly binding the zombie elder. Spiritual threads then condensed into a barrier, firmly pinning it in place. The zombie elder's expression changed drastically, and it urgently tried to break free. But before it could break free, Mo Hua pointed its finger, and with a move of its divine sense, it began to manifest the golden lock formation beneath its feet. Starting from the eye of the formation, golden formation patterns bloomed like peonies, extending outwards and covering the ground. Within a few breaths, a golden formation took shape. The formation emanated a brilliant golden light. Spiritual energy condensed into shackles, locking the zombie elder in place. The zombie elder was greatly alarmed. What was this technique? A formation? Was this truly happening in the sea of consciousness? Were seas of consciousness not meant for clashes of divine intent? Why would someone use formations? But it wasn't over yet. Mo Hua clasped its hands together, closed its eyes, and concentrated its divine sense to its limit. Outside the golden lock formation, red light suddenly appeared, and fire-colored spiritual energy snaked out, like divine strokes and ghost paintings, simultaneously forming 3 earth-fire formations. The intersection of the 3 earth-fire formations was the golden lock formation in the center. That is, the zombie elder, bound by the golden lock formation. This was a composite formation designed by Mo Hua itself. It was named the Golden Lock 3 Lotuses Earth Fire Composite Formation. It was self-constructed based on the understanding of confinement formations within the 5 elements demon-slaying grand formation, creating a small-scale composite formation for trapping and killing. It used the Golden Lock formation to trap the enemy. Outside the Golden Lock formation were 3 earth-fire formations, resembling 3 fiery lotuses. When they exploded, the power of the 3 earth-fire formations would stack at the Golden Lock formation, killing ghosts and evil spirits. As this formation took shape, the zombie elder's eyes showed terror. It still wanted to beg for mercy, but Mo Hua did not waste words with it. Explode! Mo Hua shouted crisply. The triple earth-fire formation instantly detonated. 3 fiery lotuses bloomed, and scorching spiritual energy spread. Blazing flames engulfed the zombie elder. A moment later, the flames dissipated. The zombie elder's limbs were burnt. It was no longer human-shaped, and its form had faded to the extreme, clearly having suffered heavy injuries. A combo of spells and formations had directly smashed the zombie elder. Mo Hua nodded. He was quite satisfied with the power of the Golden Lock 3 Lotuses Earth-Fire Composite Formation. More importantly, it integrated both trapping and killing. Trapping first, then killing. As long as it was an enemy he could kill, he could definitely kill it, and it wouldn't be able to escape. The zombie elder had only 1 breath left. Although it hadn't been killed, it couldn't escape either. It looked at Mo Hua, filled with disbelief. Who exactly was this brat? How could he be so terrifying? With spells and formations appearing one after another, in just a few rounds, it, an Iron Corpse elder with Divine Sense Foundation establishment, was inexplicably suppressed and killed, unable to fight back. Was it truly going to be annihilated today? It was both terrified and unwilling. Holding its last breath, its voice rasped, "You dare to kill a Zhang family elder, the ancestor. Will not let you off." Mo Hua smiled brilliantly, its smile innocent and pure. "Coincidentally, I didn't plan on letting your ancestor off either." The zombie elder's eyes widened abruptly. Before it could finish speaking, Mo Hua sent it on its way with a few fireball techniques. The aggressive zombie elder was blown into smoke by Mo Hua. Mo Hua used a formation to capture this smoke, planning to refine it later when it had time. The timing was not right now. Lu Qingyun was still outside. Mo Hua withdrew from the sea of consciousness and opened its eyes, its thoughts clear. Lu Qingyun was still there, comprehending the visualization diagram, completely unaware of everything. There wasn't much change in the visualization diagram, except that one of the Zhang family ancestors was missing from the seating area in the corner. Mo Hua tried to summarize the battle. It found nothing much to summarize. It was simply that its divine sense manifested spells and formations, trapped an Iron Corpse elder of Foundation establishment, and then killed it. A combo of spells and formations, flowing smoothly and seamlessly. Strength overcoming weakness. It looked like bullying the weak with the strong, but in reality, it was strength, bullying, weakness. It was a natural progression with no twists and turns. But Mo Hua felt a little proud. Its divine sense's combat capability was indeed still very strong. The incident with the mysterious Taoist was purely an accident. The mysterious Taoist was unfathomable, its realm and methods unknown, and could not be judged by common sense. Apart from him, ordinary ghosts and evil spirits of this kind should not be its match in the sea of consciousness. It was just a matter of being careful. Inside the altar, it was silent. Mo Hua had secretly eaten an Iron Corpse elder and was satisfied. It didn't plan to make a move for the time being, so it quietly hid its form behind the altar, waiting for Lu Qingyun to leave. Half an hour later, Lu Qingyun finished his comprehension. He indeed felt his divine sense was full, and his face was filled with joy. The visualization diagram was truly a treasure for formation masters. After comprehending it, it could nourish the sea of consciousness, strengthen divine sense, and also improve one's understanding of the great Tao. Lu Qingyun caressed the ancestor diagram, finding it hard to let go. He carefully put away the ancestor diagram, but as he put it away, he suddenly froze. This diagram. It doesn't seem right. He examined it carefully again and couldn't help but frown. It seemed like someone was missing from this diagram. Where did it go? Lu Qingyun was a little dazed. He stared at the diagram for a while longer, still confused. Was he seeing things? Or was it because he had repeatedly visualized it too many times, causing damage to the diagram, which was why it was not fully displayed? Lu Qingyun nodded, thinking it was likely so. This diagram, in his hands, was only seen by him, comprehended by him, and visualized by him. If there was a problem, it must be his problem. Lu Qingyun felt a pang of heartache. Then his gaze deepened, a sinister smile flashed across his face, and he muttered, "It seems I need to find someone to feed this diagram." Chapter 487, Zombies Mining. Lu Qingyun's voice was very soft, but Mo Hua still heard him. It wasn't unusual to find people to feed the diagrams. Zhang Quan had done it at Xingshi village. However, Lu Qingyun's smile was too sinister, which made Mo Hua very suspicious. If it were just ordinary killing to feed the diagram, It shouldn't have been a big deal for Lu Qingyun. His expression should have been indifferent, not showing this kind of expression. Mo Hua touched his chin. Find people to feed the diagram? Who would he find? Mine cultivators? Corpse cultivators? Zhang Quan and me? Mo Hua was startled. Thinking about it, it did make sense. Every evil spirit that jumped into his sea of consciousness said that their divine sense was a great tonic, so it would be most suitable for feeding the visualization diagram. Could this Lu Qingyun have had ill intentions from the start? Mo Hua pondered. Although it was just his guess, he couldn't be too careful. After Lu Qingyun's divine sense recovered, he drew the Spirit Hub evil array again. At Mao hour, he sealed the bronze coffin and got up to leave. After Lu Qingyun left, Mo Hua waited for another quarter of an hour. Once he confirmed that Lu Qingyun was far away and wouldn't return anytime soon, he quietly left the altar and went to the bronze coffin. The bronze coffin was sealed again. Mo Hua walked around the coffin, knocking and tapping, but still couldn't figure out how to open or close it. He felt a bit regretful. When Lu Qingyun arrived, he hadn't paid attention to how he opened the coffin. When he left, he had also forgotten to see how he sealed it. Since he couldn't open the bronze coffin now, he couldn't uncover the secrets within. I'll figure it out next time. Mo Hua muttered silently, then also quietly left the 10,000 corpse altar. Back in his room, Mo Hua immediately jumped onto the bed, sat cross-legged, and sank his divine sense into his sea of consciousness. Inside his sea of consciousness, there was a void of white. Within the void of white, there was a golden lock array, which locked a wisp of smoke. This was the remnant soul left behind by the Iron Corpse Elder after he was blown to smithereens. Mo Hua seized the opportunity, manifested the molten fire array, and slowly roasted and burned this wisp of smoke, refining it into pure divine sense, which he inhaled. He continued to roast and eat it like this. It wasn't until the wisp of smoke was completely cooked and swallowed. Some bloodthirsty, greedy, and evil thoughts surged in Mo Hua's heart. Mo Hua, skilled as he was, meditated and sat cross-legged, his mind as clear as a mirror, unstained by a single speck of dust, discarding and uprooting these distracting thoughts and evil desires one by one. With the evil thoughts gone, a pure divine sense surged into Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. Mo Hua's divine sense had strengthened a little more. This slight increase pushed Mo Hua's divine sense further from the peak of 12 patterns, infinitely close to 13 patterns, but still just a little bit short. Mo Hua opened his eyes and sighed. It was so hard for his divine sense to grow. He had eaten another foundation establishment divine sense, yet it still couldn't make his divine sense reach 13 patterns. Perhaps this foundation establishment divine sense was too weak? After being refined by him again, the remaining divine sense was even less, so it simply wasn't enough to eat. Mo Hua blinked. Could it be that he absolutely had to eat Zhang Quan's ancestor to make his divine sense reach 13 patterns? But how could he eat it? Mo Hua's big eyes rolled, and his mind began to conjure mischief again. Zhang Quan's ancestor diagram was kept by Lu Qingyun as a treasure, and it wouldn't be easy for him to get his hands on it. So he could only think of a way. He might want to use me to feed the diagram. Mo Hua lay on the bed, kicking his legs, carefully contemplating. As he was thinking, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't communicated with his senior martial sister for a long time. Some things needed to be communicated to his senior martial sister and senior martial brother beforehand. Mo Hua quickly got up, took out a piece of paper, and spread it on the table. Then he began to write down some key clues. For example, Lu Qingyun's relationship within the Lu family. Lu Qingyun's transaction with the Lu family ancestor. The Lu family ancestor being refined into a corpse. The situation of the 10,000 corpse array, etc. Mo Hua put away the note. That evening, he quietly found Little Tiger again, stuffed the note into its mouth, and let it crawl out to deliver the message to his senior martial sister. The next day, Little Tiger crawled back, holding another note in its mouth. This paper was white and delicate, with faint gilded patterns, which his senior martial sister often used. Mo Hua recognized it immediately. The return of the note meant that Little Tiger's message had been delivered. Mo Hua nodded and opened the note, wanting to see what his senior martial sister had written. But after opening the note, he found only 4 simple words. Aren't you coming back? Below that was a drawing of a small face with a slight frown. Mo Hua was stunned. It was then that he realized that he had unknowingly stayed in the corpse mine for quite some time. His senior martial sister and senior martial brother should be worried about him, hence their impatience. His master and elder Kuei probably wouldn't be in a hurry. After all, his master could divine the future, and he probably knew everything Mo Hua was doing. He just didn't know how their meals were without him. Did anyone make tea for his master? Did anyone stir-fry pine nuts for elder Kuei? And to buy, did his senior martial brother remember to feed it good quality hay? And instructor Yan. Mo Hua thought it over and suddenly missed his master and the others a little. He also felt that it was time to think of a way to leave the corpse mine as soon as possible. Moreover, Lu Qingyun, who appeared refined and elegant on the surface, was a wolf in sheep's clothing within. Although he was polite to him, he probably had ill intentions. It would be better to get out of this situation sooner rather than continue to play along with him. Mo Hua wrote a reply note, which read, "Soon, soon." Below it was a drawing of a tiger's head, a rather robust-looking tiger head. Mo Hua used his divine sense to guide little tiger to deliver the message. Then he began to consider what he should do before he left. The 10,000 corpse array, the bronze coffin, the corpse mine. These all needed to be destroyed, otherwise they would bring endless harm. The corpse cultivators in the corpse mine, who killed people and refined corpses, also needed to be completely eradicated. The zombies inside also needed to be properly handled, preferably burned, to prevent them from devouring flesh and blood, spreading corpse poison, and polluting Nanyu City. But just how many zombies are there in this corpse mine? Mo Hua only knew there were many, but he couldn't count exactly how many. Those in the stone hall, including those in the 10,000 corpse array, were likely only a part of the whole. The corpse mine was larger than Xingshi village, and the formations within were more complex than those in Xingshi village. With Lu Qingyun watching, he was restricted and couldn't investigate many places. Furthermore, there were mining shafts outside the corpse mine, and the zombies within the mining shafts might even be more numerous. To know yourself and your enemy. If he didn't find out how many zombies there were, he wouldn't be able to take action. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator, if surrounded by hundreds or thousands of walking corpses, would surely die if they couldn't escape. Not to mention, there were also many iron corpses in the corpse mine. Even if the Dao court mobilized its soldiers to suppress the corpse mine, without knowing the inside story, it would be difficult to deploy them. Mo Hua thought for a moment and decided to go to the outer mining shafts first. Outside the stone hall was the mining shaft, separated by a large gate. This large gate was adorned with a sinister array stained with blood. At the same time, there was also a key. This key was something Mo Hua discovered later. The key was made of white bone and was on a corpse cultivator who guarded the gate. Mo Hua couldn't tamper with the array for the time being, as he was afraid of alerting Lu Qingyun, but the key could be stolen. While the guarding corpse cultivator was focused on refining corpses and couldn't be distracted, Mo Hua controlled Little Tiger to steal his key, and then secretly used the key to open the stone hall gate. Outside the gate was the mining shaft. It was dark, damp, gloomy, and filled with a heavy aura of corpse qi, yet it was incredibly noisy. Mo Hua walked out of the stone hall and along the mining shaft for a while, arriving at a massive mining pit. It was as Mo Hua had guessed, yet also somewhat different. The walking corpses were indeed mining, but there were too many of them. The mining pit was extremely vast, and within it, densely packed, were all walking corpses. They were clad in ragged clothes, their skin rotten, each one holding a mining pick, digging in the pit. They were dead, yet they were doing the work of the living. Most of them were miners in life, and after death, they were refined into corpses, still working as miners, even more tirelessly and without fatigue than when they were alive. Countless zombies were mining. This bustling scene seemed like the human world, yet also like the underworld. The cultivators in the mining mountain, though alive, were forced by life to be as numb as walking dead. The walking corpses in the mine, though dead, were enslaved by the Lu family, laboring tirelessly like living people. For a time, the labor of the mine cultivators during the day and the mining of zombies at night, these two scenes overlapped and mingled in Mo Hua's mind, seeming both real and illusory. He couldn't distinguish what was real. Mo Hua was deeply shocked and stood stunned for a long time. At that moment, he seemed to have a vague, ineffable understanding of life and death in this world, and of the way of the lowest stratum of people. At the same time, another thorny fact presented itself to Mo Hua. There were too many zombies in this corpse mine. In this single massive pit, at a rough glance, there were tens of thousands of walking corpses. And based on the surrounding formations, this mining shaft was even larger than he had imagined, which meant that there were still quite a few mining pits in this mountain. Each mining pit contained countless walking corpses. Just thinking about it made Mo Hua's scalp tingle. If these walking corpses were to break out of the corpse mine and form a zombie tide, and then spread corpse poison, it was likely that not only Nanyu City would be destroyed, but even the entire Shaohuang Prefecture would suffer a devastating blow. Shaohuang Prefecture would become Shaohuang Corpse Prefecture. Mo Hua didn't watch any further. Time was short, and he quietly slipped back. The gate leading outside was a natural giant stone, guarded by two second-grade iron corpses and surrounded by thick mountain walls. He couldn't escape in a short period, so he could only return and make plans. When Mo Hua returned, the guarding corpse cultivator hadn't finished refining the corpse yet. Mo Hua once again controlled Little Tiger to return the key, and then returned to his room, frowning in thought. This corpse mine was larger than he had thought. The walking corpses in the mine were also more numerous than he had thought. With so many walking corpses, what about the iron corpses? How many iron corpses were there? Mo Hua had counted the ones in the 10,000 corpse array, and there were about 24 iron coffins. This meant there were 24 iron corpses. In the stone hall, some secret chambers also had the aura of iron corpses. Mo Hua had roughly estimated there were about 7 or 8. There were also some iron corpses in the outer mining shafts. Adding it all up, there were at least more than 40 iron corpses in the entire corpse mine. Among the iron corpses, there were a mix of first and second grade. The first grade were slightly weaker, considered early foundation establishment, while the second grade were much stronger, considered mid-foundation establishment. Combined, that made nearly 40 foundation establishment cultivators. Mo Hua's heart grew cold. More than 40 foundation establishment cultivators, not only in Nanyu City, but throughout the entire Shaohuang Prefecture. They were already a top-tier force. This strength was enough to look down upon an entire second-grade prefecture. Then Mo Hua was slightly stunned and a little confused. Where did Lu Qingyun get the corpses to refine so many iron corpses? Refining iron corpses required at least the peak of the 9th layer of qi condensation, as well as the corpses of foundation establishment cultivators. Considering the success rate of corpse refining, the corpses needed for refining iron corpses would only be more. Peak 9th layer of qi condensation was still manageable, but where did he get the corpses of foundation establishment cultivators? Even if he killed them, he couldn't kill that many, right? Where did he get so many foundation establishment corpses? Mo Hua suddenly thought of the Lu family ancestor. In the spirit hub sequence of the 10,000 corpse array, the Lu family ancestor was the corpse king, with the highest sequence. The corpse king needed to command all corpses. Therefore, the corpses used to refine the corpse king were very particular. They were either sect leaders, family heads, or national rulers. Those subservient to it were either sect disciples, family disciples, or citizens of a nation. The Lu family ancestor was the corpse king. According to the principle of corpse refining, those who submitted to it should be Lu family cultivators. Mine cultivators were unlikely. There were almost no foundation establishment cultivators among the mine cultivators. Moreover, although the mine cultivators were exploited by the Lu family ancestor, most of them harbored resentment. After death, their resentment lingered, and when refined into zombies, making them submit to the Lu family ancestor would easily lead to them losing control. It could only be the Lu family. Most of these iron corpses were refined using the corpses of Lu family cultivators, or rather, Lu family elders. But Lu Qingyun was the family head. Killing 1 or 2 elders was acceptable, but killing so many elders would definitely cause problems and arouse suspicion from the Lu family. He wouldn't do something that would cut off his own foundation. Then where did these corpses come from? Elders' corpses. Mo Hua's small brows furrowed tightly. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his heart was greatly alarmed. This Lu Qingyun, he wouldn't have dug up the Lu family's ancestral graves, would he? Chapter 488, Ambition. After family cultivators die, they are buried in the ancestral graves. Within the ancestral graves lie the tombs of the successive patriarchs, elders, and cultivators with profound cultivation bases of the family. The Lu family was no exception. It was inevitable that there would be the bodies of many foundation establishment cultivators within the Lu family's tombs. Could this Lu Qingyun truly have dug up the Lu family's ancestral graves and used the bodies of the successive patriarchs and elders to refine iron zombies? Mo Hua drew in a slight breath of cold air. This Lu Qingyun was truly bold in thought and action. He dug up the Lu family's ancestral graves for the sake of refining zombies. Even if the Lu family's old ancestor was not dead, he would likely be angered to death. Mo Hua frowned again. But if that were the case, it would be troublesome. With over 40 iron zombies and tens of thousands of walking zombies. If he were to confront Lu Qingyun directly, there would be no chance of victory. If he were to call for backup, the Sidhu family had a foundation, but they certainly couldn't mobilize cultivators who could contend with these zombies. The Dao court of Nanyue City was colluding with the Lu family. It would be good enough if they didn't cause trouble. Nanyue sect, the largest sect in Nanyue City, also associated closely with the Lu family. Even if the Nanyue sect wasn't colluding with the Lu family and were willing to act against the Lu family, they would be no match for these zombies. Beyond that, they could only hope that the Dao court would dispatch Dao soldiers to suppress the zombie mine. However, the deployment of Dao soldiers was not that simple. There were too many procedures, making applications difficult, and the cost of Dao soldiers marching was not insignificant. And a small number would be useless. To suppress the zombie mine, the required manpower and financial resources would be an immense sum. The Dao court had the strength, but they might not be willing to pay that price. For a second-rank state boundary, a poor, remote, small immortal city, spending a large amount of spirit stones to mobilize numerous Dao soldiers would surely lead to an expenditure exceeding the income. And the opponent was zombies. Iron zombies had bronze heads and iron arms. Walking zombies were fearless and would devour flesh and blood endlessly, plus the transmissible corpse poison. If a real large-scale battle erupted, the casualties among the Dao soldiers would inevitably be extremely heavy. The Dao soldier department might not be willing to bear it. Moreover, once defeated, not only would the Dao soldiers suffer heavy casualties, but Nanyue City would instantly be submerged by the zombie tide, becoming a dead city. Submerged by the zombie tide. Thinking of that scene, Imo sighed. Mind cultivators were already ill-fated. If they were to also become walking zombies, their parents and children would turn against each other. It would be a fate worse than death, a death with regrets, which would be too tragic. Was there anything he could do? Imo pondered silently. Dismantling the formation. He had considered it before, but it wasn't very suitable. It was easy to detonate the mine, affecting the mind cultivators. If the zombie king was dismantled, causing the zombie horde to lose control, the harm would likely be even greater. At the same time, his master had told him not to dismantle the formation unless absolutely necessary, and even if he had to, he shouldn't let others see it. Dismantling the zombie mine would cause too much commotion, inevitably revealing his own secrets and causing trouble for his master. Imo thought again. If I can't dismantle it, then I can only target the zombie king. To catch the thief, catch the king first. Lu Qingyun knew the Spirit Hub formation, intending to use the formation to control the zombie king. And the Spirit Hub formation, he also knew. If Lu Qingyun could control it, he could too. If he could truly control the zombie king, then the crisis of the zombie mine could be resolved without bloodshed, and he could even use the corpse to kill people, taking down Lu Qingyun. But how can I control the zombie king? Imo pondered carefully. To control the zombie king, one must draw a formation, and to draw a formation, one must open a bronze coffin. But even if he drew the formation, how could he do it without being discovered by Lu Qingyun? Lu Qingyun was not Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan was completely ignorant of formations, but Lu Qingyun understood them well. He was at the foundation establishment cultivation level, a genuine first-rank formation master, and his formation skills far surpassed those of ordinary first-rank masters. He was only slightly inferior to Imo himself. It should be possible to surpass him in formations. But to cross the sea under the guise of heaven, to tamper with the formation Lu Qingyun was working on right under his nose, was somewhat like a fool's dream. Unless he was not only blind, but also stupid. Lu Qingyun was clearly not. A blind fool could not have married into the Lu family, become the patriarch, and still dug up the Lu family's ancestral graves. Imo pondered for a long time, unable to think of a good solution, feeling helpless. Forget it, I'll first think of a way to open the bronze coffin. Let's see what's inside the bronze coffin. However, one must consider both aspects. While he was busy here, preparations also needed to be made outside. Imo first wrote a letter and had Little Tiger deliver it to his senior sister. The letter detailed the specifics of the zombie mine, including a map of the mine, the structure of the stone hall, the cultivation techniques of the zombie cultivators, and the astonishing number of at least over 40 iron zombies and tens of thousands of walking zombies. He also hoped that they would make preparations early. It would be best if they could gather cultivators and deal with the zombie mine before the zombie king was refined, to eliminate future trouble. Although Imo felt this was unlikely, he had to mention it in advance. As for whether they could gather so many cultivators, that was no longer his concern. The next step was to open the bronze coffin. The secret to opening the coffin was with Lu Qingyun. When Imo had free time, he would still sneak into the myriad zombie altar, waiting for Lu Qingyun within the altar, wanting to see how he opened the coffin. But Lu Qingyun was cautious and his movements were subtle. Imo watched several times, but couldn't see clearly. He could only roughly estimate that the bronze coffin required both a key and a formation to be opened. But he couldn't steal the key, nor could he see the formation. Just as Imo was at a loss, late one night, unexpectedly, Zhang Quan and Lu Qingyun arrived at the altar together. The two were also talking in low voices. Imo's spirits lifted, and he listened carefully. The myriad zombie formation is almost complete. The formation core has been built. Refine spirit stones to form spiritual energy, then use malevolent blood chi to pollute the spiritual energy into evil power. Then the formation can be activated. How long will it take? Soon, a few days. As expected of Patriarch Lu, your planning is impeccable, Zhang Quan said with a smile. Lu Qingyun smiled. Brother Zhang is too kind. Without the coffins you refined, and the ancestral refining method, how could I have built this myriad zombie formation? Talking about the myriad zombie formation? Imo muttered inwardly, secretly observing them. Lu Qingyun glanced at the myriad zombie formation again, with a hint of emotion. I also have to thank that young sir. To construct the formation core with orthodox formations, and convert evil power with unorthodox formations. I had only envisioned this, but I never expected it to actually be feasible. And this formation core, the scope is vast, and the structure is complex. I never expected that young sir to actually stumble through and construct this formation core. His talent is truly extraordinary. This formation core is very difficult. Lu Qingyun sighed. Imo however, listened with some confusion. Difficult? He was merely hiding his strength and deliberately drawing slowly, but he never expected that this Lu Chengyun would actually find this formation core difficult. What was difficult about this formation core? He found it quite simple. Mo Hua shook his head. Although Lu Chengyun was praising him, using a mere replication formation core to praise him gave Mo Hua no sense of accomplishment at all. Zhang Quan felt a little displeased and said sarcastically, his talent is all right, but he's a rather insidious person. Lu Chengyun knew he held a grudge and shook his head slightly, not replying. Instead, he shifted his gaze, looking at the formation core of the myriad zombie replication formation again, his mood complex. This replication formation core had almost become the prototype of the main formation's core. A prototype of the main formation. This child's talent is truly terrifying. Lu Chengyun sighed inwardly, then his gaze deepened, a smile on his lips, he murmured softly. What a pity. On the other side, Zhang Quan looked at the bronze coffin, his eyes filled with greed, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Lu, how much longer until this zombie king is born? Lu Chengyun snapped back to reality, his eyes also filled with a sharp glint, soon. Once the myriad zombie formation is complete, with the surging evil power nourishing the bronze coffin, it will not be more than a month before this zombie king is refined and the coffin can be opened. Zhang Quan trembled slightly with excitement and couldn't help but praise. Good, good. He walked around the bronze coffin, his eyes excited. Without the zombie king's command, we corpse cultivators can only control 1 or 2 walking zombies at a time. Even with the corpse control bells we refined, at most 3 foot. But once the zombie king is refined, we can command all the iron zombies. With 10 or even dozens of iron zombies released, supplemented by thousands upon thousands of walking zombies, this small desolate continent will be unimpeded, and we can wreak havoc everywhere. Below the golden core stage, there will be no one to match us. We can also cover the sky with one hand. No, we will be the sky of this small, desolate continent. Zhang Quan's ambition surged, his expression excited, and he said with a trembling voice. Lu Chengyun was much calmer. He shook his head and said indifferently, Brother Zhang, your words are inaccurate. This zombie king will remain in the zombie mine. Unless absolutely necessary, it will not go out, let alone wreak havoc. Zhang Quan frowned. Why stay here? Lu Chengyun said lightly, this is a mine. Naturally, it will be here to mine. Zhang Quan was incredulous. Mine? Lu Chengyun nodded slightly. Zhang Quan found it hard to believe, filled with indignation. We went through all sorts of hardships, poured our hearts and souls into it, planned for 100 years, killed so many people, and refined so many corpses, all for them to mine here. Chapter 489, Dominating Everything. Excellent. Lu Chengyun nodded. Zhang Quan's face was filled with fury. Lu Chengyun glanced at Zhang Quan indifferently. What do you want? Zhang Quan suppressed his anger, his eyes brimming with ambition, and said coldly. What else? The corpse king is hibernating, and the walking corpses are mining. Isn't this equivalent to letting the fierce sword gather dust? When the corpse king appears, it should naturally command all corpses, be invincible, and dominate the state boundaries. With the corpse king, so many iron corpses, and so many walking corpses. In the entire small desolate state, no, even in the adjacent few state boundaries, which force can be our opponent? Where the zombie army goes, there will be corpses strewn everywhere. Those who disobey will be devoured. Without expending any effort, we will first occupy South U City, then gradually rule the small desolate state, and then bit by bit gnaw away at the adjacent second-rank state boundaries. We refine corpses to kill people, and then kill people to refine corpses. Cycle after cycle, constantly strengthening our forces. With this, we can establish a powerful corpse path demonic sect, bring glory to our ancestors, and reign supreme over a state boundary. At that time, you and I will be the founding ancestors of the sect, and a mere family head position will be insignificant. As if envisioning this future, Zhang Quan's face turned red, his eyes bloodshot, his expression excited. Lu Chengyun was unmoved. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and scoffed. Naive. Zhang Quan's face sank. He looked at Lu Chengyun with ill intent. Lu Chengyun did not care, but rather said coldly, although your Zhang family has a tradition of the corpse path for generations and has some background, it is ultimately a small clan, passed down through single generations, with few people. Therefore, your vision is limited and your scope is small. Dominating state boundaries, establishing a sect, and building a demonic sect. Lu Chengyun's face showed mockery. Do you think this is playing house? What dominance can a second-rank corpse king and dozens of iron corpses achieve? Do you think the Dao court is vegetarian? The Dao court unified the 9 provinces, and even some demonic path behemoths with tens of thousands of years of inheritance know to lie low, strategize in secret, and dare not show their faces. With our little foundation, going to occupy states and dominate with these first and second-rank zombies? Are we worthy? Zhang Quan's face turned green, then red. Lu Chengyun shook his head and sighed. You only know corpse refining and know very little about the cultivation world. You don't understand the power of the Tao court at all. We act in secret, build a corpse mine, and raise some walking corpses without revealing ourselves. The Tao court may not interfere. Even if they want to interfere, they may not be willing to pay the price to fight us to the death. But if you act publicly, under the banner of inheriting the corpse path and establishing a demonic sect, you will be committing a grave offense against the Tao court. The Tao court will spare no effort to put us to death. Once the news leaks, within 3 days, hundreds or even thousands of Foundation establishment Tao soldiers will arrive, carrying silver spears, wearing golden armor, with imposing formations, and directly attack our doorstep. They will slaughter us, along with all the walking corpses and iron corpses in this corpse mine, to the last man, and turn our ashes into dust. Let alone one corpse king. Even 10 would be useless. A mere corpse king, not a great demon, great corpse, or great ghost, which are rare great disasters and calamities that appear once in 1,000 years. On what basis, and how dare we, offend the Tao court and commit great taboos against the Tao court? Based on your stupidity, or because you're tired of living? Lu Chengyun's tone was not polite at all. Zhang Quan was rendered speechless, a surge of anger building in his heart. He said resentfully, "But we can't. Just mine." Lu Chengyun's gaze deepened. "That's why I say your scope is too small." Zhang Quan was stunned. Lu Chengyun sneered. "What's wrong with mining? What is mining exchanged for? It's exchanged for spirit stones. In this world, who doesn't need spirit stones? Who would think they have too many spirit stones? Without spirit stones, how can one cultivate immortality or seek the Tao?" Zhang Quan frowned, deep in thought. Lu Chengyun's gaze was indifferent. "The cultivators of this South Yu city, while alive, mine for my Lu family. Even after death, when they become zombies, they will still mine for my Lu family. Living or dead, they are all enslaved by my Lu family. During the day, the living mine. At night, the dead mine. This mine will continue to produce, and my Lu family will have an endless supply of spirit stones. Spirit stones are the foundation. With these spirit stones, we can bribe the Tao court yamen, bribe various forces, treat them like pigs, make them greedy, make them stupid, make them insatiably ambitious, make them dependent on our Lu family to survive. Only then can we truly act with impunity in this small, desolate state. Domination? What's the use of domination? Becoming a demon? What good does it do to become a demon? The Tao court unified the 9 provinces, and the demonic cultivators who dared to step out have long since died, without a burial place. The true demonic path is to learn to attach oneself to the Tao court yamen, monopolize industries, earn spirit stones, suck the blood of the cultivators of the state, enslave them with power, oppress them with status, and squeeze them with spirit stones. Not by killing, not by corpse poison, not by demonic techniques. Openly, we eat their flesh and drink their blood to strengthen ourselves. Even if the Tao court wants to investigate, they won't find anything. The local Tao court yamen are our people. The local sects are allied with us. The local families rely on us. The miners below are insignificant and trampled under our feet. They dare not speak, and even if they do, no one will believe them. This is the use of spirit stones. This is true, dominating everything." Lu Chengyun's voice was resolute, his gaze profound. Zhang Quan's expression flickered. Mo Hua, hiding behind the altar, listened with a pounding heart. Within the myriad corpse altar, there was silence. After a moment, Lu Chengyun said lightly, "Brother Zhang, do you understand now?" Zhang Quan came back to his senses, his eyelids twitching. He nodded as if he understood, but not quite. Lu Chengyun nodded slightly, then said meaningfully, "These zombies, if you use them to kill people, the Tao court will kill us. But if you use them to mine and earn spirit stones, and send them to the Tao court yamen, or even to the Tao court, not only will they not kill us, but they will also hope we kill more people, refine more corpses, mine more, and send them more spirit stones. Times have changed. Even cultivating demons is not all about fighting and killing. Brother Zhang, think it over." After speaking, Lu Chengyun patted Zhang Quan's shoulder and turned to leave. Only Zhang Quan remained in the altar. Of course, there was also Mo Hua. Mo Hua, hiding behind the altar, was shocked to his core, and cold sweat broke out on his back. This Lu Chengyun was more sinister than he had imagined. His schemes were even more terrifying. If he were to succeed, he would be exploiting both righteous and demonic paths, bribing everyone. Then this corpse mine might truly become like an ancient tree with deep roots, embedded in the mountain, with interests as its roots, interconnected from top to bottom, deeply entrenched, and very difficult to remove. Mo Hua took a slight breath, but at this moment, he heard a voice. "Nonsense." Mo Hua was stunned. This was Zhang Quan's voice. After Lu Chengyun left, Zhang Quan finally said resentfully, "Utter nonsense. Instead of being a founding ancestor of a demonic sect, he capitulates to the Tao court, appeases the Tao court yamen, flatters various forces, and acts like their dog. He truly doesn't know what he's doing. Let the zombies keep mining. Zombies don't eat people or drink blood. Can they still be called zombies? It's a disgrace to our ancestors of the corpse path. Even more infuriating, the spirit stones earned from mining are to be given away? He's really used to being someone's dog. He even said my scope was small. I think you're the one who's been family head for too long, greedy for wealth, short-sighted, and timid. How can a few hundred years of petty scheming compare to the grand ambition of the demonic path? To establish a demonic sect, propagate the corpse path, bring glory to our ancestors, leave a notorious name in the annals of the state boundary, and a fearsome reputation among fellow corpse path cultivators, even if it's only for a brief moment of glory, and then to be killed by the Tao court with our bodies and bones annihilated, it would still be enough. Zhang Quan's expression was indignant, his gaze resolute. Mo Hua fell silent. This Zhang Quan had his own ideas. And also, the faith and pursuit of the corpse path? Mo Hua found it difficult to judge for a moment. After Zhang Quan cursed Lu Qingyun for a while and calmed his emotions, a moment later, he sneered coldly and muttered in a low voice. Lu Qingyun, corpse refining is not something you alone decide. Once the corpse king is refined, it won't be up to you. I'm not as timid as you. I will definitely let the corpse king appear. The iron corpses will slaughter cities. This South U city will be filled with walking corpses. This small desolate state will become a purgatory, and the cultivators of this world will tremble in fear. They will know what true corpse cultivators are. Zhang Quan's voice was cold. After speaking, he snorted and left. Mo Hua's eyes flickered, a cold light subtly contained within. Zhang Quan, Lu Qingyun. Although their actions differed, neither of them was a good person. No matter who controlled the corpse king, the outcome would not be good. One would cause widespread death, the other would bring profound harm. Mo Hua thought of Zhang Quan's indignant expression and the words he had just spoken, and his heart moved. Zhang Quan and Lu Qingyun were not in harmony, and judging by his words, he also wanted to control the corpse king? To control the corpse king, one would inevitably have to open the bronze coffin. In this way, wouldn't he have an opportunity? Mo Hua's eyes flickered. From then on, all his free time was spent tracking Zhang Quan. When Zhang Quan was alone, he was indeed sneaky, and even set up a formation to spy with spiritual sense, preparing for something unknown. To avoid alerting the snake, Mo Hua dared not spy closely. But he knew that Zhang Quan would definitely make small moves. His current state was exactly the same as when he himself wanted to cause trouble. As expected, a few days later, one night, while Lu Qingyun was busy and had left the corpse mine to handle family affairs, Zhang Quan also secretly left. Mo Hua quickly concealed himself, left his room, and went ahead to wait for him at the myriad corpse altar. In less than the time it takes for a cup of tea to steep, Zhang Quan entered the altar. Mo Hua was still hiding behind the altar, secretly watching him. Seeing that no one was around, Zhang Quan looked sneaky and somewhat apprehensive. He took out a bronze coffin nail from his storage bag. Mo Hua's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood. So it's a coffin nail? This coffin nail was both a key and contained a formation. A normal coffin nail was used to seal a coffin, but this coffin nail was used to open it. Zhang Quan took out the coffin nail, measured 3 inches along the coffin lid, left and right, and then hammered the coffin nail into the bronze coffin. Then, the bronze coffin emitted a faint glow. It seemed that something had been opened. Zhang Quan was overjoyed. He immediately lifted the coffin lid, revealing the bronze sarcophagus within, inscribed with a blood formation. Zhang Quan then took out a dagger, cut his palm, and dripped his blood into the grooves on the sarcophagus. After the blood trough was filled, Zhang Quan took out a corpse-controlling bell. This corpse-controlling bell was neither stone nor wood, neither copper nor iron. It was entirely black, with the same blood-like patterns as those in the bronze coffin. Zhang Quan shook the corpse-controlling bell. The sound was dull and strange, like a zombie mumbling. After shaking it for a while, Zhang Quan fed the corpse with blood again, then shook the corpse-controlling bell, and walked backward along the bronze coffin with strange steps. Feeding blood, shaking the bell, walking backward. He chanted words. Although Mo Hua could not understand much, based on his previous research and the knowledge of corpse refining he had inquired from Lu Ming, he guessed that this was a special corpse-controlling technique within the corpse refining methods. As expected, after feeding blood 7 times, shaking the bell 7 times, and walking backward 7 times, a heartbeat sound came from the bronze coffin. This was the heartbeat of a dead person. It was completely different from the heartbeat of a living person, evil and bizarre. Mo Hua felt uncomfortable just hearing it, and his heart felt slightly suffocated. Fortunately, the heart only beat faintly once before stopping. Zhang Quan, however, was overjoyed. He resealed the coffin, took away the coffin nail, looked around to confirm that no one was nearby and that no other traces were left, then sneered and left the vast and empty altar. And behind the altar, Mo Hua poked his small head out. Chapter 490, Coffin Nail. Coffin Nail. Mo Hua ran to the bronze coffin. Remembering the position Zhang Quan had measured, he indeed found a small groove on the edge of the coffin lid. The groove was closed. It had to be opened by inserting a bronze coffin nail. There was an array carved inside the groove, but because it was sealed, the array was hidden, so Mo Hua didn't discover it at first. How to open it? Ordinary coffin nails were used to seal wooden coffins. But this bronze coffin operated in reverse, using coffin nails to open it. This coffin nail was the key. Lu Chengyun should have one. And Zhang Quan seemed to have one too. Mo Hua frowned. Lu Chengyun was suspicious. He wouldn't leave 2 keys for something as important as the Corpse King coffin. That key in Zhang Quan's hand was probably one he had kept for himself. Mo Hua examined the bronze coffin again. This bronze coffin had an ancient style with a deep green patina. It looked very old and was likely used for refining ancient corpses. If he guessed correctly, it should have been passed down from Zhang Quan's ancestors. Zhang Quan lent this bronze coffin to Lu Chengyun, but secretly kept a backup by withholding a key, which was that bronze nail. It seemed both of them had ulterior motives and were guarding against each other. The coffin nail was the key to the bronze coffin. The problem now was how to get his hands on a coffin nail. Mo Hua frowned and pondered. He definitely couldn't get Lu Chengyun's. He had a slight chance of getting Zhang Quan's, but it was also risky. Zhang Quan hated him to the bone. Moreover, after the incident in the walking corpse village where the corpse control bell and his ancestors' painting were stolen, he would definitely carry important items with him to avoid being outsmarted by him again. Mo Hua sighed. This was the downside of stealth. It was advantageous when others were unguarded, but once they were wary, you were restricted everywhere. Mo Hua couldn't think of a good idea for the moment, so he could only temporarily retreat and ponder repeatedly. But he really had no way. Neither Lu Chengyun nor Zhang Quan gave him an opportunity. With no progress, Mo Hua felt somewhat cornered. He decided to go back and make a long-term plan. After thinking about it, he went to find Lu Chengyun and said, "Patriarch Lu, I've finished constructing the array core for the myriad corpse array. I've been in this mine for quite some time, and it's stuffy and boring. Can I go back first?" Lu Chengyun didn't agree, but smiled gently. "Young master, please be patient. Although the array core of the myriad corpse array has been built, the formation has not yet been activated. I'm not sure if there are any errors, so I asked young master to stay for a few more days. But I'm afraid my senior brother and senior sister will worry." Mo Hua hesitated. Lu Chengyun smiled. "It'll only be another half-month. Once the formation is activated, I will send young master back." "All right, Patriarch, don't go back on your word," Mo Hua said helplessly. Lu Chengyun nodded. "I will." Mo Hua left, feeling a bit dejected. Lu Chengyun watched Mo Hua's retreating figure and was completely relieved. He was indeed just a child. Children were prone to being impulsive, impatient with loneliness, and a bit playful. Their joy and anger were all expressed. You could tell whether they were happy or not. He's still young, not tempered, and not deep enough. He's probably not capable of great things. Lu Chengyun shook his head. In this cultivation world, talent alone wouldn't guarantee smooth sailing, nor would a little cleverness help you escape disaster. You had to suffer some hardship to be tempered. You had to fall a few times to grow. It's just that if this fall happened here, he would never have a chance to grow. A sinister smile curved Lu Chengyun's lips. From then on, Lu Chengyun became even more lenient with Mo Hua, even indulging him. No matter what Mo Hua did, he wouldn't get angry. He rarely used his spiritual sense to monitor Mo Hua anymore. Mo Hua felt a sense of unease. This indulgence was like indulging a dead person. It was like the last meal for a condemned prisoner, which was always much more lavish than usual. Lu Chengyun had murderous intent and saw himself as a dead person, so it didn't matter what he did. Mo Hua shook his head and muttered to himself. "This Lu Chengyun, he looks magnanimous, but I didn't expect him to be so narrow-minded. He could bear to harm a 13-year-old cultivator like me, who has such good formation talent and is so harmless. Or is it that my talent is too good, and he's jealous? Indeed, those who are not envied are mediocre." Mo Hua sighed, thinking somewhat smugly. Since Lu Chengyun wouldn't let him leave, Mo Hua couldn't leave either, so he decided to stay and continue to target the bronze coffin. "If you don't let me leave, then I'll overturn your coffin," Mo Hua thought fiercely. In the following days, Mo Hua would stake out the myriad corpse altar every night, secretly watching Lu Chengyun and Zhang Quan. As if they had agreed, one day Lu Chengyun would come, and the next day Zhang Quan would come. Lu Chengyun would open the coffin and draw the Lingshu evil array. Zhang Quan would open the coffin, smear blood, and shake the bell to control the zombies. Each had their own method, both wanting to control the Corpse King. It made Mo Hua curious about who the Corpse King would obey once it was refined. Furthermore, what Mo Hua paid most attention to was that bronze coffin nail. He carefully noted the dimensions, length, material, and the array on the coffin nail. Whenever Zhang Quan opened the coffin and the lid was opened, exposing the formation patterns inside, Mo Hua would start to deduce. Firstly, to figure out what formation patterns sealed the bronze coffin. Secondly, to deduce what array was carved on the coffin nail. After peeking for a few days and secretly deducing for a few more, Imo finally understood and was also greatly disappointed. He had expected that since the bronze coffin was sealed so tightly, the formation inside must be some high-level formation. But he didn't expect it to be just two complementary 7-pattern copper lock formations, each below the first rank. Imo then realized that he had overlooked something. This bronze coffin was passed down from the Zhang family. The Zhang family had a tradition of corpse cultivation, but lacked depth in formations. In other words, the entire family was formation blind. What high-level formations could be left by their ancestors? He had overestimated them. Imo shook his head, greatly disappointed in the Zhang family. Knowing the sealing formation of the coffin and the unlocking mechanism of the coffin nail, it became much simpler. Imo thought for a moment and mused. Since I can't steal the key, I'll make one myself. After all, the core was the formation. As long as he understood the formation, everything would be solved. He just didn't know if the material of the coffin nail also mattered, and if it also needed to be cast from bronze. If so, he really didn't have a suitable formation medium for now. Imo decided to try other materials first. Strictly speaking, a coffin nail was a type of evil artifact. Imo didn't understand artifact forging, let alone forging evil artifacts. It was impossible for him to forge a coffin nail himself. He could only borrow one. With so many coffins and so many coffin nails in the stone hall, he could borrow one from any coffin, and it should be fine. But borrowing also had its considerations. He couldn't borrow from an iron coffin, because iron coffins sealed iron corpses, which were rare. Borrowing a coffin nail from an iron coffin was easy to be discovered and could easily cause a corpse transformation. So, he could only borrow from ordinary wooden coffins first. Imo chose an old wooden coffin from the vast number of coffins in the myriad corpse array. The wooden coffin was nailed with 7 coffin nails. Inside the wooden coffin lay a walking corpse. Imo first used a formation to drain the evil energy of the walking corpse, dispelled its corpse chi, and also drew a wood prison formation to temporarily seal its body, to prevent it from transforming and getting out of control. Then it was time to pull the nails. The nails on ordinary wooden coffins were iron, firmly nailed into the coffin lid. Imo picked one that was roughly the same size and tried to pull it out with his hand, but couldn't. He then remembered that he was a spiritual cultivator, not a body cultivator, and his strength was very weak. Imo had no choice but to call the little zombie. The little zombie pushed open the coffin lid, hopped to Imo, and as Imo willed, easily pulled out the iron nail from the coffin. Imo nodded, dipped his brush in ink, and drew the unlocking copper lock formation on the coffin nail. Then he inserted the coffin nail into the hidden groove of the bronze coffin. The coffin lid slightly shifted, but did not open. Imo observed it. He found that the size of the iron nail was slightly off, and it wasn't fully embedded. A portion was sticking out, but it seemed usable. However, due to the size difference, the formation patterns of the copper lock formation did not align, so it couldn't open the coffin. Imo pulled out the coffin nail, wiped off the formation pattern, adjusted it slightly, and redrew it. This time it worked. The bronze coffin made a slight creak sound, as if an internal lock had disengaged and some mechanism had opened. At the same time, the formation beneath the coffin lid also engaged and was unlocked. Imo pushed the coffin lid, but found it still very difficult. He was a bit helpless and had to call the little zombie again to help him. The little zombie hopped over again and helped Imo open the coffin lid. Beneath the coffin lid was a bronze sarcophagus. It was the same as what Imo had seen before when he secretly watched Lu Qingyun draw the Lingshu evil array. The difference was that the formation inside had more blood and deeper patterns. Imo carefully studied the bronze sarcophagus. He then deduced all the formations on it, carefully pondering them, and combined with the corpse refining techniques he had learned before, he had a general understanding. The refining method of the corpse king was indeed special. The heart meridian and the corpse body were separate. Inside the bronze coffin was the heart of the Lu family ancestor. And the corpse of the Lu family ancestor, with its heart removed, was covered by yellow cloth on the altar. The methods for these two were different. One was refinement, and the other was sacrifice. Sacrifice required an altar. Refinement required a coffin, human blood, and formations. Only after both sacrifice and refinement were complete could the corpse king be truly refined. Lu Qingyun's action was to draw the Lingshu evil array on the heart meridian of the zombie, and to deepen the formation again and again. To deeply imprint this formation onto the heart meridian of the Lu family ancestor, so that the Lu family ancestor would be completely under his control. Imo stroked his chin and pondered. If Lu Qingyun can draw it, doesn't that mean I can draw it too? But if I draw it, Lu Qingyun will definitely find out. Then overwrite the formation. Draw the same formation patterns as Lu Qingyun, except he uses human blood and drives it with evil energy, while I use ink and drive it with spiritual energy. Then cover the formation, overriding his formation patterns. However, in this way, although the formation patterns would remain the same, the aura of the formation patterns would change. From evil energy to spiritual energy. Although it was relatively weak, Lu Qingyun, who was careful and cautious, would probably still discover it. Mo Hua frowned. Once Lu Qingyun discovered that someone had tampered with the bronze coffin, it would be bad. Suddenly, he was startled again. He wanted to tamper with the bronze coffin, and Zhang Quan had already tampered with it. Lu Qingyun was completely unaware that he had strong divine sense, excellent stealth, knew the Ling Shu array, and had the little zombie to open the door, allowing him to sneak into the altar. Even if Lu Qingyun suspected something, he would suspect Zhang Quan. After pondering for a moment, Mo Hua came up with an idea. First, override it once and see Lu Qingyun's reaction. If he suspected, then he would stop. If he didn't suspect, then he would continue. He would also add a control on the Corpse King himself. Lu Qingyun's Ling Shu Evil Array, his own Ling Shu Absolute Array, and Zhang Quan's Corpse Control Ancient Bell. 3 people controlling the corpse. Even if the ultimate control was not with him, it would not completely fall into Lu Qingyun's hands. As long as he couldn't completely control the Corpse King, and couldn't simultaneously mobilize all the iron corpses, the strength of the entire corpse cultivation would be greatly reduced. Mo Hua's eyes lit up, and he began to draw, overriding Lu Qingyun's formation patterns without anyone noticing. Chapter 491, The Little Yellow Oriole. The next day, during the Cho hour, in the 10,000 corpse altar, filled with coffins, Lu Qingyun was once again drawing a formation. Mo Hua hid behind the altar, secretly watching him. As usual, Lu Qingyun opened a coffin, took out his brush, poured blood ink, dipped his brush in blood, and began drawing the formation. However, the moment he put brush to paper, he frowned. He stared at the formation for a long time, his frown deepening, and finally murmured, "Not right. Not right. This formation. There's a problem." Mo Hua's heart tightened slightly. It was discovered, as expected. Lu Qingyun was still puzzled. Who altered my formation? Who has the skill to alter the formation I drew? And who, under my nose, could sneak into the corpse mine, enter the altar, open the bronze coffin, and alter my 1-grade, 12-pattern spirit hub evil formation? Lu Qingyun's gaze was filled with surprise and uncertainty. Suddenly, he startled. Is there someone in this altar? He quickly released his spiritual sense, scanning the surroundings. Mo Hua shrank his small head, diligently concealing his aura. Lu Qingyun's spiritual sense swept over the formation, the coffins, the altar, and then brushed past him, but he found nothing. Lu Qingyun scanned back and forth several times, finally reassuring himself. Am I being too suspicious? Lu Qingyun muttered with a frown. Such a thing was quite preposterous. If it were truly possible, then this person's cultivation must be unfathomably deep, and their methods unfathomable. For such a senior cultivator to deal with him, there would be no need for such sneaky little tricks. If they attacked head-on, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The formation. Mo Hua. Lu Qingyun suddenly thought of Mo Hua. In the entire corpse mine, only Mo Hua's skill in formations was second only to his own. Could it be Mo Hua who altered his spirit hub evil formation? No, he doesn't have the strength. Lu Qingyun stated decisively. A 1-grade, 12-pattern spirit hub formation required a 12-pattern foundation establishment spiritual sense. Although Mo Hua's spiritual sense was strong, he was, after all, in the qi condensation realm. At best, he could have a 10-pattern spiritual sense, perhaps even less than 10. Spiritual sense was the foundation of a formation master. Without a 12-pattern spiritual sense, without using evil methods, and without borrowing the spiritual sense of others, he definitely couldn't draw the spirit hub formation. And this young cultivator's aura was pure and untainted. He definitely hadn't cultivated evil techniques, nor drawn evil formations. What's more, it was impossible for him to learn the spirit hub formation. This was a supreme formation of 1-grade, 12 patterns, transcending ranks. He himself had spent nearly 100 years researching it, and even needed to borrow evil methods to lower the threshold before he could draw the formation. How could this little brat learn and draw it without even a formation diagram? As for the formation patterns, he had seen them, but he had only glimpsed the formation diagram a total of once, and occasionally watched him draw formations a few times. If he could learn it just by looking, wouldn't that be a fantasy? No matter how high his talent, it wouldn't be this high. If he could learn it by just looking a few times, wouldn't all his years of studying formations be in vain? Lu Qingyun shook his head. It can't be him. If it wasn't Mo Hua, then there was only one other person. Zhang Quan. Lu Qingyun's gaze gradually sharpened. He glanced at the formation on the bronze coffin again, his thoughts stirring. The aura of this formation had changed, and the evil energy had weakened. But the formation patterns hadn't changed. This indicated that it was likely not that the formation itself had been altered, but rather that someone had used other means to reduce his control over the Corpse King, thus weakening the formation's efficacy and diluting the evil energy. This was a corpse refinement technique. In the entire corpse mine, The person most skilled in corpse refinement techniques was naturally Zhang Quan. Even this bronze coffin was passed down from Zhang Quan's ancestors. Zhang Quan understood it better than he did. It seemed reasonable that he could make some adjustments behind his back. Zhang Quan. Lu Qingyun murmured, his gaze growing cold. He knew that Zhang Quan had ulterior motives. Moreover, the two of them had vastly different ideas about how to use the Corpse King. Zhang Quan's vision was narrow, and his scope limited, like ordinary corpse cultivators. He only knew about refining corpses and killing people and refining corpses, single-mindedly focused on establishing a demonic sect and honoring his ancestors, unable to see the true essence of the world. Originally, Lu Qingyun didn't care. After all, the Zhang family's corpse refinement methods were still very useful to him. However, if Zhang Quan dared to defy the heavens and take the Corpse King's attention, disrupting his grand plan, then he couldn't be blamed. Lu Qingyun's smile turned sinister. Mo Hua, hidden behind the altar, heard Lu Qingyun say he didn't have the strength, and then heard him utter Zhang Quan's name, and a smile like that of a cunning fox appeared on his face. But Lu Qingyun was clearly still uneasy. The next day, he invited Mo Hua to calibrate the eye of the 10,000 corpse formation. Meanwhile, he opened the bronze coffin and began to draw the formation. Mo Hua, as usual, secretly glanced into the bronze coffin. His gaze was filled with curiosity and confusion. There was no other abnormality. Lu Qingyun frowned and asked, "Young master, what do you think of this formation?" Mo Hua nodded and said, "It's very profound. Can you understand it?" Mo Hua mumbled, "I can understand. A little." However, as he said this, he was clearly a bit guilty. Lu Qingyun thought to himself that he probably didn't understand anything, but was too proud to admit it, so he claimed to know a little. Then, Mo Hua seemed to remember something and said innocently, "By the way, Patriarch Lu, you said you would teach me this formation after the formation I was drawn. Can you teach me now?" Mo Hua looked at Lu Qingyun with clear eyes. Lu Qingyun's expression was slightly stunned. Mo Hua's gaze was too pure. So pure that even suspecting him would make him feel guilty. This foolish child actually believes I would teach him formations? Lu Qingyun sighed inwardly, then said gently, "You can't learn it yet. Let's talk about it when your spiritual sense is stronger." Oh. Mo Hua was somewhat disappointed and left, though he occasionally looked back with lingering reluctance. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun's doubts vanished, and he was certain in his heart. It must be Zhang Quan. The person who tampered with the bronze coffin must be Zhang Quan. Although this young cultivator Mo Hua was a bit clever, his eyes were clear, and he was not deeply calculating. He couldn't scheme too much. The only one who could scheme under his nose was Zhang Quan. Lu Qingyun's gaze was sharp, and his thoughts were unreadable. Where he couldn't see, Mo Hua, with his back to him, seemed disappointed, but his small face was secretly smiling. For the next few days, Lu Qingyun outwardly appeared calm, but his gaze towards Zhang Quan carried a hidden cold glint. Zhang Quan, with a guilty conscience, did not notice. However, these were all seen by the innocent-looking Mo Hua. One night, during the Yin hour, in the vast and silent 10,000 corpse altar, the murals rippled open, revealing a large door, and Zhang Quan tiptoed in. He looked around, ensuring that no one was in the altar, then opened the bronze coffin, cut his hand with a knife, fed blood to the corpse, walked backward, recited incantations, and rang a bell to summon the corpse. He had been practicing this set of incantations and corpse control techniques for several days consecutively. And in the bronze coffin, the heartbeat of the Corpse King became more powerful and vigorous, containing a might that made all corpses fear and submit. After finishing the ritual, Zhang Quan's face was pale, and cold sweat began to seep from his forehead. The later stages of this technique required more blood and were more taxing to refine. But if he could control the Corpse King, it was all worth it. Zhang Quan closed the coffin lid, let out a cold laugh, and left the altar. The eerie altar returned to silence. A moment later, from behind the altar, a figure slowly emerged, dressed in fine clothes, with a somber expression. It was Lu Qingyun. He glanced at the murals, then walked to the bronze coffin, unsealed the lid, and looked at the formation on the bronze sarcophagus. The efficacy of the formation had indeed weakened further. At the same time, the Corpse King's heartbeat had become stronger. Lu Qingyun's gaze was icy cold. He silently took out his bone brush, dipped it in human blood, and reinforced the formation again, suppressing the efficacy of the corpse-controlling bell. After drawing, he resealed the coffin. Lu Qingyun also let out a cold laugh and left the altar. The altar once again returned to silence. Less than 15 minutes after Lu Qingyun left, a small head poked out from above the altar. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Mo Hua was that little yellow oriole. When Lu Qingyun was hiding behind the altar watching Zhang Quan, he was hidden on the stone beam above Lu Qingyun's head, watching the two of them. Now that both Zhang Quan and Lu Qingyun had left, Mo Hua's eyes gleamed. He leaped lightly from the altar, then approached the bronze coffin, used his self-made coffin nails to unseal the formation, open the bronze coffin, and then called for the little zombie to help him push open the coffin lid. Beneath the coffin lid was the sarcophagus. On the sarcophagus was the formation that Lu Qingyun had just reinforced. Mo Hua then took out his brush and ink and continued to overlay his own formation onto Lu Qingyun's Spirit Hub Evil formation. Zhang Quan refined corpses. Lu Qingyun drew formations. Mo Hua overlaid formations. This scene was staged repeatedly in the altar. This continued until more than half a month later, when the Corpse King was on the verge of being refined and would open the coffin to emerge. And after receiving Mo Hua's message, for more than half a month, there had been undercurrents and a sense of impending storm in Nanyue City, filled with apprehension and gravity. Little desolate continent realm. It appeared to be broad daylight, but in an instant, a torrential rain was imminent. Chapter 492, Undercurrents. Nanyue City, late at night. A white-haired old man appeared in the Situ family's residence. He sat at the table, his expression solemn. The tea on the table had gone cold, and he hadn't had a sip. Situ Fong frowned slightly and asked, "Elder Wang, what did the clan say?" The old man, named Situ Wang, knitted his brows, shook his head, and sighed. "The clan can't spare any personnel." Situ Fong frowned and said, "Our Situ family is at least a third-rank aristocratic family. It's impossible that we can't even spare over 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Does the clan not believe it?" Situ Wang nodded. "That's also part of the reason." He sighed. 80 iron zombies, tens of thousands of walking corpses. This is too outrageous. The entire second-rank prefecture might not even be able to muster the strength to contend with it. Situ Fong sighed softly. She actually didn't quite believe it either, or rather, she didn't dare to believe it. But this information was gathered by Mo Hua and delivered by the Bai siblings. Even if she dared not believe it, she knew it was highly likely to be true. Mo Hua's actions were always unexpected. Although young, he was sometimes bold and reckless. But his actions were often meticulously planned and executed. Since she got to know Mo Hua, his words and deeds had been quite reliable, and there shouldn't be any falsehood. It's just that others might not believe it. Situ Wang said, "I heard this news was actually investigated by a young cultivator?" Situ Fong nodded. "How old is he?" Situ Fong was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, 13. Situ Wang seemed at a loss for words and said helplessly, 13 years old. "Even if I believe it, the clan won't believe it." 13 years old. Situ Wang shook his head. Cultivators had long lifespans. Family cultivators were even more affluent and had better conditions. Cultivators under 20 years old generally looked very young and were still considered children. For a 13-year-old child to uncover something so significant, Situ Wang felt uncertain. However, he was from the same lineage as Situ Fong and had watched her grow up, knowing her character, which was why he personally made this trip to check the situation. Situ Fong had to say, "Mo Hua is a first-rank formation master." Situ Wang was taken aback. "Who?" "The young cultivator you mentioned." Situ Wang's hand trembled. 13 years old? A first-rank formation master? Situ Fong nodded. Situ Wang lost his composure as an elder and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Is that true?" Situ Fong said helplessly, "Would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Elder Jean." Mo Hua's young age and extraordinary talent made him prone to envy and hatred. Situ Fong did not publicize it widely. In the Situ family, only Situ Fong and 2 elders who had met Mo Hua knew about this matter. Situ Wang was a little dazed and muttered, 13 years old, a first-rank formation master. How on earth did this young cultivator's mind grow? Situ Fong said. Now his words should carry some weight, shouldn't they? Situ Wang frowned, pondered for a moment, and nodded slightly. If that's truly the case, then we can't treat him as an ordinary young cultivator. A first-rank formation master is a respectable figure even in a second-rank prefecture, and they wouldn't treat such matters lightly. Situ Fong's beautiful eyes lit up. Then Elder. Situ Wang still shook his head. I can only try my best to contend for it, but whether the clan agrees or not is not something I can decide. Is it because of the corpse disaster? Situ Fong frowned. Indeed. Situ Wang sighed. This matter is too dangerous. Such powerful iron zombies and so many walking corpses, controlled by someone to form a corpse tide, is extremely terrifying. Zombies are different from ordinary cultivators. When fighting cultivators, injuries can usually be healed with some treatment, and there are no major issues. But when fighting zombies, once injured and bleeding, if you contract corpse chi, and the corpse poison attacks your heart, and then spreads, the consequences will be completely uncontrollable. There was deep shock in Situ Wang's eyes. Situ Fong also fell silent. Besides, there is one more crucial matter. Situ Wang looked at Situ Fong, not wanting to speak, but after thinking about it, he spoke directly. This matter brings no benefit to our Situ family. Situ Fong was stunned. Situ Wang said silently, Our Situ family has held official positions for generations. Our ancestors started from the Demon Suppression Division of the Dao Court. with strict conduct and a hatred for evil. But no matter what, a family is still a family, and the family's interests must be placed first. This matter has little benefit. Situ Wang paused, then added, at least, compared to the risks, this benefit is not significant. If the corpse mine were truly eliminated and thousands of zombies suppressed, the merit would be immense. However, the price paid and the risks undertaken were several times greater. Under the command of the Corpse King controlling the iron zombies and leading the corpse tide of walking corpses, it was entirely possible for the cultivators sent by the Situ family to be annihilated. The Situ family could not afford this risk. What about the Dao court? Situ Fong frowned. The Dao court is the same, Situ Wang said. Even if the Dao court knew and believed it, weighing the pros and cons, they might not take significant action. Situ Wang said gravely, the Dao court is even more complicated than our Situ family. The power distribution and conflicts of interest within it are simply incomprehensible. Seeing that Situ Fong didn't quite understand, Situ Wang explained more clearly. In terms of righteousness, it is only natural to follow the Dao laws, slay zombies, and eliminate demons. But in practice, this matter is fraught with difficulties. To eliminate the corpse mine, we need to deploy troops and spirit stones. Who will deploy the troops? Who will provide the spirit stones? For troops to march, they need logistics, and for casualties, there needs to be compensation. All these prior and subsequent manpower and material mobilizations are inseparable from spirit stones. If casualties are heavy, immense responsibility will have to be borne. Once the matter is successful and merit is gained, suddenly many people will appear to share this merit. Even unrelated individuals will reach out, wanting a piece of the pie. Taking on immense risks, bearing great responsibility, and paying a huge price to eliminate the corpse mine, and in the end, the merit might very well belong to others. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Situ Wang sighed. Unless the Liu family truly commits a grave offense, openly walks the path of evil, enraging the Dao court, and issuing a decree to suppress them, otherwise, all the various levels of the court and divisions, being overstaffed, will not take on this hot potato. Situ Fong sighed in disappointment. Situ Wang looked at Situ Fong with some affection. Although Situ Fong's talent was not outstanding, she was the disciple with the most upright character, ambition, and sense of responsibility in their lineage. Compared to disciples who were merely talented but flawed in character, such disciples were more worthy of cultivation. Moreover, they were from the same lineage, and he was an elder, so Situ Wang was reluctant to let her take risks. The waters in Nanyue City are too murky. Even if we can wade through them, there's no need to get ourselves dirty. Situ Wang pondered for a moment and said tactfully, Fong girl, in my opinion, you should also take this opportunity to leave. His brow was deeply furrowed. If the situation truly deteriorates and takes a sharp turn for the worse, this entire Nanyue City will turn into a living hell. At that time, no one can guarantee your safety. Cherish your cultivation future as well. Situ Fong was stunned and said with sincere gratitude, Thank you, Uncle Wang. But after thinking about it, she still shook her head. I am the director of Nanyue City. Although my cultivation is not high, it is my duty. I should do what I can. Situ Wang frowned. But if it's impossible to do? If it's impossible, Situ Fong said, I'll consider leaving then. Situ Wang was silent for a moment and sighed. So be it. He took out a jade slip again and said helplessly, I will write another letter to the clan, asking them to consider the overall situation and send some more people. I will also try to lobby the Dao Soldier Division. But how much help we can get depends on fate. Situ Fong was overjoyed and quickly cupped her hands. Thank you, uncle. Situ Wang saw Situ Fong like this, feeling both gratified and touched, but thinking of the matter of the corpse mine, his gaze was filled with worry, and his expression was not optimistic. 80 iron zombies, tens of thousands of walking corpses. A slight misstep could lead to a catastrophe that would ravage the prefecture. Situ Wang shook his head and sighed. It's difficult. Nanyue City, Nanyue Sect, in a tea room filled with misty vapor. The sect master of Nanyue Sect was in a private conversation with Elder Su. The sect master of Nanyue Sect was surnamed Zhao, a foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator, over 280 years old, and had presided over the Nanyue Sect for 110 years, holding considerable prestige within the sect. Have you heard about the Liu family's affairs? After they finished drinking tea, Sect Master Zhao got straight to the point. Elder Su frowned. What matter is the Sect Master referring to? The mine matter, Sect Master Zhao said. Elder Su pondered for a moment and said slowly, I've only heard some rumors. Sect Master Zhao took a sip of tea and remained silent. Elder Su couldn't discern any expression from Sect Master Zhao's face, so he said cautiously, Does the Liu family really have a problem? Sect Master Zhao glanced at him and said indifferently, If the Liu family had no problem, how could they occupy so many mines, afford to operate on Jinhua Street, earn so much spirit stone, and live such extravagant lives? They don't engage in production, yet have exorbitant profits. 9 times out of 10, there's a problem. Elder Su's expression became solemn. What problem could the Lu family have? Sect Master Zhao shook his head slightly. There are only some rumors, no concrete facts, so it's hard for me to say. He looked at Elder Su and then said, I know you have some friendship with Lu Chongyun, so I called you here to give you some instructions. Elder Su respectfully said, Please instruct me, Sect Master. Sect Master Zhao nodded slightly, then lowered his voice. Our Nanyue sect, from top to bottom, has good relations with the Lu family and benefits from them, having received quite a few spirit stones from the Lu family. Elder Su frowned. Does the Sect Master mean that since we received spirit stones from the Lu family, we should stand with them? Sect Master Zhao shook his head and said meaningfully, My intention is that although we received spirit stones from the Lu family, we absolutely cannot be obstinate and stand on the same boat as them. Elder Su was stunned. Wouldn't that be ungracious? Sect Master Zhao shook his head. The sect values interests, not kindness. But aren't the Lu family spirit stones also benefits? Sect Master Zhao explained. Spirit stones are benefits, but they are only short-term gains. The sect's survival is the fundamental interest. The abundance of spirit stones can indeed bring temporary prosperity. But if we confuse right and wrong because of spirit stones affecting the sect's survival, then we must be decisive and abandon minor benefits for major ones. Elder Su was stunned and lost in thought. Sect Master Zhao sighed. Many cultivators do not understand this principle. That's why in Nanyue City, sects and families rise and fall, but only our Nanyue sect has endured for hundreds of years. The Lu family is not as long-lasting as us. Sect Master Zhao looked at Elder Su and cautioned, when it's time to talk about interests, talk about interests. When it's time to talk about principles, talk about principles. Do not let benefits compromise principles, or it will surely bring great disaster. Elder Su nodded solemnly. Sect Master, I understand. Sect Master Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, I have passed my prime, and this Sect Master position will eventually be passed down. You are not as cunning as others, but you are loyal and righteous, and you are skilled in formations. If you temper yourself, perhaps in the future, the position of Nanyue Sect Master will be yours. Elder Su never expected to hear such words and couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, are you drawing a pie for me? Sect Master Zhao glared at him. Do you think everyone is qualified for me to draw a pie for? I have high hopes for you. Elder Su quickly bowed his head. Yes, yes. Afterward, Sect Master Zhao gave a few more instructions. Before leaving, Elder Su still felt a little puzzled. Sect Master, regarding the Lu family's affairs, what exactly should our Nanyue sect do? Falling out with the Lu family would be unwise. Colluding with the Lu family was also not very stable. Sect Master Zhao then gave specific instructions. If the Lu family does not get exposed, we will pretend we know nothing and continue to take spirit stones, which is talking about interests when it's time to talk about interests. If the Lu family gets exposed, we must clearly distance ourselves from them, and even spare no effort to suppress them. This is talking about principles when it's time to talk about principles. Elder Su suddenly understood. As expected of the sect master, his grasp between interests and principles was quite flexible. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. Chapter 493 Calculating It Out. I have already issued orders that no disciples or elders in the sect are to interact with the Lu family for the next month. As for what happens afterward, we will decide based on the situation. Sect leader Zhao's expression turned solemn. He then looked at Elder Su again. You should also avoid too much interaction with Lu Qingyun. He's too cunning. You won't be able to outwit him. After sect leader Zhao finished speaking, he served tea and saw Elder Su out. Elder Su left the tea room, sighing softly. Previously, he had a very good impression of Lu Chongyun. They were both formation masters, got along well, drank tea together, discussed the Tao together, and even frequented places of pleasure together. He never expected that beneath Lu Qingyun's refined and elegant appearance lay such dark and calculating schemes. Indeed, knowing someone's face but not their heart. Elder Su sighed, then thought of Mo Hua with some regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have told Lu Qingyun any information about Mo Hua, unnecessarily inviting Lu Qingyun's schemes. The more Elder Su thought about it, the more regretful he felt. He couldn't help but look up at the mine, his expression worried, and murmured, I wonder if young Mr. Mo will be all right. I also wonder if we'll be able to drink tea together again in the future. Elder Su sighed. Will little junior brother be all right? Bai Zixing sat under the large tree in the courtyard, his brow furrowed in worry. He hasn't been back for a long time. I've been so worried lately that I've lost my appetite. Bai Zixing glanced at him helplessly. You just dislike the food and want him to come back to cook, don't you? Bai Zixing said guiltily. I'm worried about his safety. Cooking is secondary. Bai Zixing glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Bai Zixing thought for a moment and then said, Why don't we charge in and rescue little junior brother? Not enough manpower. Bai Zixing shook her head. How many people do we have now? Bai Zixing asked curiously. Bai Zixing pondered for a moment, her beautiful eyes blinking slightly, and said, Excluding the Sidhu family, in the Dao court, there are only 5 foundation establishment cultivators and 60 qi condensation cultivators. Bai Zixing was a little disappointed. Only this many. Are they from our Bai family? No. Aunt Shui hired them with spirit stones, Bai Zishi said. What about our Bai family members? Bai Zishi glanced at him irritably. Where would Bai family members be? This is Li province, and Bai family is so far away. It's only been such a short time. How could they have gotten here? Bai Zixing frowned. Then with such limited manpower, we're no match for the Lu family, are we? How are we going to rescue Imohua? Bai Zishi's gaze was cold. After a moment of thought, she said, we don't need to directly rescue him. As long as a fight breaks out, little junior brother should be able to find an opportunity to escape on his own. Bai Zixing thought about it and nodded. That's true. His little junior brother was very clever and full of tricks. Although his cultivation was a bit lacking, he had many strange and unusual methods. He knew concealment techniques and flowing water steps. His spiritual sense was extremely strong, and he was proficient in formations. Most cultivators couldn't find him, and most formations couldn't stop him. As long as there was an opportunity, he could definitely slip away. Bai Zixing breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, he should be fine, right? Bai Zixing nodded gently, her brow slightly furrowed. Imohua's smiling face appeared in her mind. She suddenly felt a little uneasy, and her fair, delicate hands unconsciously fiddled with the little tiger in her hand. In the bamboo room, old Kuei also said in a wooden voice, not enough manpower, right? Mr. Zhuang nodded. Not enough. Old Kuei asked curiously, aren't you worried? Worried about what? Old Kuei's voice was dry. With insufficient manpower, how will you deal with the Lu family? How will you resist the corpse tide? You don't actually expect that child Imohua to solve this alone, do you? Mr. Zhuang said, that's impossible. Mr. Zhuang looked up into the distance and said slowly, human strength has its limits. The great undertakings in this world are not achieved by one person alone. Many things cannot be solved by a single person. Behind every hero, there are many unsung people. Mr. Zhuang said emotionally. Old Kuei frowned. Say something useful. Mr. Zhuang tutade, somewhat speechless. Can't you wait for me to finish these sentiments? Old Kuei said, you've said it too many times, my ears are calloused. Mr. Zhuang was very disappointed and criticized. Can't you learn from Imohua? When I say these things to him, he listens so attentively. Old Kuei was silent. He's your disciple. He has to give you face. I don't. All right. Mr. Zhuang sighed helplessly. Old Kuei's expression was wooden. What exactly do you plan to do? This time, Mr. Zhuang was direct. Not enough manpower? I'll just call some people to help. Old Kuei showed a surprised expression. You'll call? Mr. Zhuang nodded. Old Kuei's expression was complex, and he murmured, you're all alone. Will anyone help you? Mr. Zhuang was displeased. Why am I all alone? I have disciples now, 3 of them. Old Kuei ignored him, only frowning. Who are you going to ask for help? Mr. Zhuang smiled mysteriously. He took out an ancient copper coin, tossed it lightly. The coin tumbled in the air, stirring up energy, and finally slowly fell, landing in his fair, slender hand. The coin reversed, and the heavenly secrets shifted. A faint trace of energy, pulling at causality, rippled outward. Old Kuei was startled, then his gaze gradually became understanding. At the same time, west of the small barren continent, in a remote immortal city, 3 cultivators were resting in an inn. A withered old man, a middle-aged cultivator, and a young man in white. In front of them lay simple food and wine. However, none of the 3 had much appetite. The young man in white ate the unappetizing food silently. The middle-aged cultivator used wine to fill his stomach, and the withered old man closed his eyes to recuperate. After a few rounds of drinks, the withered old man suddenly opened his eyes. His heart trembled, and he quickly took out the 3 powers divination copper coin and shook it to divine. After a divination, his eyes showed shock. The young man in white looked puzzled. The middle-aged cultivator asked, what's wrong? The withered old man was somewhat dazed and murmured, I actually calculated that person's location. The middle-aged cultivator became excited, crushed his wine cup, and stared with wide eyes, asking, really? The withered old man still found it hard to believe, and nodded. That's right. The 3 powers divination copper coin. The hexagram is like this, there can be no mistake. But, the withered old man was still somewhat perplexed, murmuring, how could I calculate it? How can I calculate it? How did I calculate it? I don't have this ability. The middle-aged cultivator said as a matter of course. Even the wisest person makes mistakes. We plot for 1,000 days, and that person guards against us for 1,000 days. Even with the utmost care, there will always be oversights and mistakes. If they slip up and you manage to calculate it once, it's normal. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes flashed with brilliance. We must seize this opportunity. He threw 2 spirit stones on the table, then immediately got up. There's no time to delay. Let's set off immediately. The withered old man nodded, though he still had some self-doubt. As for the young man in white, his spirits lifted, and he looked forward to the person he might meet soon with anticipation. The three immediately set off, following the guidance of the hexagram, heading east towards the small barren continent. Within a few days, the three arrived in front of Nanua City. The middle-aged cultivator asked, "Is it here?" The withered old man nodded. The hexagram indicates so. The middle-aged cultivator was silent for a moment and asked, "What do you think?" The withered old man thought for a moment and said, "Let's enter the city first and assess the situation. Won't that alert the enemy?" The middle-aged cultivator was somewhat worried. The withered old man sneered, "What are you thinking? The moment you think of coming here, that person probably already knows. Our arrival here is just to try our luck, see if there are any clues, and see if that person wants to meet us." The middle-aged cultivator looked surprised and couldn't help but mutter, "Is it that mysterious?" The withered old man shook his head with a look of a summer insect cannot discuss ice. Then he looked at the young man in white again and instructed, "Young master, remember what I told you. You can observe, but speak less and do less. The karma here is too great, we cannot afford to provoke it." The young man in white's expression became serious, and he nodded. The three then entered Nanua City, checked into an inn, and made some inquiries. After inquiring, the three gathered together again, all looking somewhat puzzled. Why are there so many familiar faces? Xie family of Kuan Province, Tu family of Li Province, Yuan family of Qin Province. Hidden Dao sect, returning sword sect, 10,000 formations mountain. Did they all calculate it? The middle-aged cultivator frowned. The withered old man thought for a moment and suddenly realized. So it wasn't just me who calculated it, but everyone calculated it. Or perhaps, that person let us all calculate it. The withered old man suddenly felt much more at ease. When it comes to heavenly secret calculations, it's not that you're bad, but that something unexpected happens. If your ability is poor, you might not be able to calculate it, and it's not a big deal. The fear is when something unexpected occurs. Something that could have been calculated suddenly cannot be calculated, or something that couldn't have been calculated is suddenly calculated. That could be a big problem. Either someone interfered with the heavenly secrets, or there was a shocking change. The withered old man knew his own capabilities. Seeing that everyone was here and everyone had calculated it, it meant his level was still the same as before, unchanged. He was bad, with peace of mind. The withered old man's hanging heart finally relaxed. Then he became somewhat puzzled. That person is elusive, but suddenly revealed these traces, drawing everyone here. What is the purpose? Not only was the withered old man puzzled, but the cultivators gathered in Nanua City all had the same question. However, after searching for a long time, they still found nothing. The withered old man, not understanding, unleashed his spiritual sense and scanned Nanua City. There was nothing special about Nanua City. He then looked at the mine outside the city. Still found nothing. Impossible. The withered old man was unwilling. He took out the 3 powers divination copper coin and cast a hexagram. This time, he indeed found something fishy. The old man pondered for a moment, then cast a spell. His eyes lit up with blue light. He peeled away the external appearances and glanced at the mine outside the city again. With this glance, his face turned pale, his heart trembled with fear, and he exclaimed, "Soaring corpse energy. How many zombies are there going to be?" Chapter 494, Breeding Calamity. In South U City, various families and sect cultivators related to the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion gathered, each with their own methods and divine abilities. The withered old man was not the only one who could see this. Over the mine, corpse chi permeated the air. Innumerable corpses were nurtured within. Although everyone present came from major forces and had seen much, under the surging corpse chi, they all gasped. With the Dao court unified, the demonic path was gradually disappearing. Where could such profound corpse chi be found nowadays, and where could so many zombies be seen? For a moment, everyone was filled with dread. Audacious to the extreme. Who is refining corpses? How many people have been killed? Disregarding the Dao court and the Dao law, how can this be tolerated? What demonic sex methods are these? The crowd chattered, and finally, someone asked, "What should we do?" At this question, everyone fell silent. A cultivator said, "With these evils rampant, we cannot stand by idly. We should eliminate them. There are too many. We can't handle it. Don't forget the main business. We are not here to meddle." How can this be called meddling? Eliminating demons and upholding righteousness is what is right and just. Humph, sanctimonious, who are you trying to impress? You bastard. Disputes arose in the inn, but it was confined to the inn. The entire South Yuan had been booked by these cultivators, and methods to block sight and hearing and isolate outsiders had been employed. Those not of the same kind could not enter the inn. After much argument, the withered old man, who was divining with the 3 talents Ishu bronze coins, suddenly frowned and slowly asked, "Do you know where that person is?" The crowd quieted for a moment, then all shook their heads. The withered old man continued, "He made us calculate it, and that's how he drew us here. But upon arrival, there was no sign of him, Only a mine filled with corpse chi. Do you think this is a coincidence? What are you implying? The withered old man said. That person might have drawn us here precisely because of this mountain of corpses. Everyone looked at each other, and someone else said, and then? Did he take pity on us and want us to help? No, it's to drag us here to do hard labor. Or perhaps he's testing us? Whomever can resolve this issue, he will meet? What are you thinking? Our motives are not pure. He's not some kind old grandpa bestowing opportunities. Indeed, that person is arrogant, has peerless talent, and looks down on everyone. How could he be so bored as to play such a pointless game with us? Then what do you suggest we do? They looked at each other, each with their own ulterior motives, and said nothing. In the end, they parted on bad terms, and the matter was left unresolved. After returning to their rooms, the withered old man and his two companions set up a soundproofing formation and began to discuss in private. The middle-aged cultivator said, the corpse chi is too heavy. Before long, it will likely evolve into a corpse tide. This South U City is not a place to linger. The withered old man asked, what do you mean? What else is there to mean? Let's leave quickly. If we don't leave now and get caught in the corpse tide, we might not be able to escape. The middle-aged cultivator's tone was grave. Even without a corpse tide, someone who can conceal their actions and employ such methods, refining so many zombies, is not someone to be trifled with. Why should we get involved in such a thankless task? The withered old man remained silent. The middle-aged cultivator looked surprised. You don't intend to stay, do you? The withered old man's brows were tightly furrowed, and he nodded slightly. The middle-aged cultivator tooted, then turned to the young man in white and asked, young master, what about you? The young man in white nodded and said, the corpse tide brings disaster and suffering to living beings. I also wish to stay and contribute my meager strength. Hearing such youthful fervor and passionate words made his head ache. But if he were to leave alone, without the old man's Ishu bronze coins for divination, he would be like a headless fly, stumbling around aimlessly. The middle-aged cultivator was somewhat unwilling and asked the old man, do you truly wish to stay? The withered old man nodded, as if contemplating something, his expression solemn. After a moment, he slowly said, I have a premonition. The middle-aged cultivator was taken aback. What premonition? The withered old man took a deep breath, his eyes filled with disbelief and apprehension. These past few days, I felt a constant unease. It seems as if there is great terror on the road ahead, exceptionally dangerous, with life and death uncertain. But if we can suppress the corpse mine and save this city, and even cultivators in a whole province, perhaps we can forge good karma. In the future, when facing a desperate situation with a slim chance of survival, there might be a glimmer of hope. The middle-aged cultivator frowned. He felt nothing and therefore believed nothing. But he also knew that listening to advice leads to a full stomach. The cultivators who could live to old age in the cultivation world had to believe even in such ephemeral premonitions. All right, I'll stay too. But I'll make it clear, if things turn for the worse, I'm leaving. The middle-aged cultivator said helplessly. The withered old man nodded, and the young man in white breathed a sigh of relief, smiling slightly. The next day, there were fewer people in the inn. Some had failed to find any clues about Mr. Zhuang in South U City and had gone elsewhere to search. Others, fearing the outbreak of a corpse tide and unable to protect themselves, had left without saying goodbye. But there were also those who stayed. Some, like the withered old man, vaguely sensed some karmic mystery from the corpse mine. Others felt nothing but had upright characters and simply wanted to eradicate the zombies and do something for the local cultivators. The group discussed methods to suppress the corpse mine. However, the mine contained countless zombies, making it extremely difficult to deal with. With just as cultivators, it's probably not enough. We should write a letter back to our families or sects to request reinforcements. That will take too long. There's no other way. We can't just rush in blindly, looking for death. We know nothing about the situation inside the corpse mine. How many iron corpses? How many walking corpses? Are there any other special types of zombies? Who is refining them? Are the local cultivation powers involved? No need to think, local powers are definitely involved. Building a corpse mine requires a lot of manpower and resources. Without local support, it cannot be built. The Liu family, perhaps. I think so too. Do you have any evidence? Based on experience. You can tell at a glance. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, so this will be troublesome. A young cultivator said proudly. It's a pity this place is only a second-rank province. Due to the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, golden core cultivators cannot act. Otherwise, I'd have my father come over and flatten this mountain with a single sword. All right, we know your father is a golden core cultivator. Even with a golden core cultivator coming, it wouldn't be flattened with a single sword. Even if it were flattened, these zombies couldn't be killed so quickly. Once the zombies get out of control and invade South U City, all the cultivators in the city will turn into zombies, which is a bigger problem. Young people should not be too impetuous. To solve problems, force is necessary, but relying solely on force is not enough. The young cultivator sat down dejectedly. Then what do we do? Someone else asked. After a moment of contemplation, someone slowly said, the Dao court? Request the mobilization of Dao soldiers? That's a possible method. Who has connections with the Dao soldier department? I have a few uncles in my clan who hold positions in the Dao soldier department. An elder shook his head. Forget it. The Dao court won't send Dao soldiers, and even if they do, there won't be many. The risk is too high, the cost too great. How can that be? Exterminating demons and upholding righteousness is the fundamental principle of the Dao law and the duty of the Dao court. That's what they say. Don't think of things too simply. Such manpower and resources, can they be mobilized just like that? Exactly. If you calculate the kickbacks received at every level from top to bottom, the actual cost might be even greater. You shouldn't say such things. The Dao court has its own difficulties. What difficulties? Difficulties related to taking bribes and extorting? Don't be sarcastic. You bastard. As they chatted, tempers flared. All right, said a white-bearded elder with seniority and high status. Let's get back to the main topic. The argument finally subsided. After a moment of silence in the room, someone else said, why don't we, as a collective, submit a petition to the Dao court, clearly stating the severity of the situation and making it public? The Dao court cannot ignore it. Everyone nodded slightly. At this moment, the withered old man in the seat suddenly stood up, holding his Ishu bronze coins, his face ashen. The cultivators looked at each other, somewhat confused. The white-bearded elder frowned and asked, Brotherwin, what has happened? The withered old man's expression was terrified, and he stammered. I suddenly had an inspiration and used my Ishu bronze coins to cast a divination. The hexagram showed. It showed the future scene of the mine. The withered old man, recalling that scene, was somewhat shaken. Living beings and corpses mingled, the boundary between life and death indistinguishable, the living resembling corpses, and the corpses resembling the living. And ruling over them was a corpse king. This corpse king had pupils with dark gold blood, not subservient to anyone or any corpse. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded elder's face changed drastically. The other cultivators were somewhat bewildered. What of it? This means, the withered old man said with a look of dread, that a corpse king is being refined in this corpse mine. If it is not suppressed and allowed to continue, in 100 years, it will inevitably become a natural disaster. This corpse king will then become a calamity. In other words, this corpse mine is actually nurturing a Dao calamity. Upon hearing this, all the cultivators were shocked and terrified. Dao calamity. This was a term found only in cultivation records, signifying a great disaster that human power could hardly resist. Even families or sects with 1,000 years of heritage had records of being wiped out by Dao calamities. Nurturing a Dao calamity? The white-bearded elder's voice trembled involuntarily. Is this true? The withered old man's heart was pounding. The hexagram indicates so. He thought for a moment and added, I cannot calculate things related to Dao calamities with my own abilities. The implication was that someone had made him calculate it, or rather, had used his divination to tell everyone. Everyone knew who this person was. The white-bearded elder was silent for a moment, his expression serious, and he said in a deep voice, Submit this matter to the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion and request the elders to make a calculation. Also, submit a petition to the Dao court to request the mobilization of Dao soldiers for support. If this is truly the case, and a Dao calamity is breeding in the corpse mine, then all available cultivators must be mobilized, regardless of the cost, to suppress the corpse mine, slay the corpse king, and nip this Dao calamity in the bud, leaving no future trouble. Chapter 495, Refinement completed. Without delay, everyone immediately sent messages reporting the matter of the Dao demonic omen. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, not only shocking some families and sects, but even the Dao court was shaken. In the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion, the elder looked at the celestial instrument, deduced in his heart, and then slowly nodded. It is a sign of the Dao demonic omen. He took out a jade slip, imprinted several seals, and then instructed a disciple. Give this to the Dao soldier department. The disciple respectfully accepted it, sealed it in a secret box, and did not dare to delay, immediately delivering it to the Dao soldier department. The Dao soldier department urgently deliberated and then issued deployment orders. From the boundaries of Little Desolate Province and the nearby Black Mountain Province, Lishan Province, Great Desolate Province, and the Barbarian Borderlands, 10 Foundation establishment commanders and 2,000 first-rank Dao soldiers were to be dispatched, traveling day and night to South U City in Little Desolate Province to suppress the corpse mine and quell the corpse infestation. Those who obstruct will be killed without mercy. The Central Dao Court also issued a decree. Within a radius of 500 li of Little Desolate Province, all cultivation forces granted titles and ranks by the Dao Court must dispatch at least one Foundation establishment cultivator to assist in battle at South U City, to clear the corpse mine and annihilate the corpse king. Upon completion, Rewards will be given according to merit. Any party that disobeys the order will have their family or sex rank reduced by 1, and will be ineligible for promotion for 100 years. Upon the issuance of the order, various forces were stirred, and cultivators moved about in panic. The momentum of the storm gathered towards South U City. On the high pavilion of the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion, the elder was alone, his gaze deep, looking up at the sky. After a long while, he muttered softly, "Goa Daorin." His eyes held a trace of surprise. To be able to nurture a Dao demonic omen, and within 100 years. Another great demon. But, is it that easy to nurture a Dao demonic omen? Is it Goa Daorin's problem, or is the heavenly Dao having a problem? The elder looked at the sky in silence. But the sky was filled with surging clouds. In broad daylight, it was impossible to discern any hidden mechanisms. Under the blazing sun, not a single omen could be seen. The elder's brows furrowed even tighter. Outside, the wind and clouds changed, and various forces were in turmoil. Inside the corpse mine, however, it was business as usual. As night fell, Zhang Quan was still shaking his bell to refine corpses, Lu Qingyun was still drawing formations, and Imo Hua was also drawing Lu Qingyun's formations. The corpse qi in the bronze coffin grew stronger, and its majesty deepened. However, within it, the triple control was also gradually strengthening. Until 3 days later, when the corpse king was about to be refined. In the myriad corpse altar, Zhang Quan could not suppress his smugness, and then he laughed wildly. Soon the corpse king will awaken and be under my control. The entire Little Desolate province will be a sea of floating corpses, truly becoming the corpse realm of Little Desolate, and I, Zhang Quan, will become the ancestor of the corpse Dao of this province. Brother Lu Qingyun, I will let you know who the truly short-sighted person is. After Zhang Quan finished laughing, he left. After Zhang Quan left, Lu Qingyun appeared. He calmly reinforced the Spirit Hub evil formation, then looked at the direction Zhang Quan had left and sneered. Playing tricks under my nose. Seeking death. After Lu Qingyun sneered, he also left. The last one to appear was Imo Hua, with his big eyes blinking. He skillfully opened the coffin, drew the formation, and used the orthodox Spirit Hub formation to suppress Lu Qingyun's evil formation, strengthening his control over the corpse king. After drawing, Imo Hua's small face showed a wicked smile, and he chuckled. Let's see who this big zombie will listen to after it's refined. Imo Hua carefully finished drawing the formation, meticulously sealed the coffin, and tiptoed away from the myriad corpse altar. After leaving the altar, Imo Hua thought for a moment, then used a little tiger to deliver a note to his senior brother and senior sister. The note read, 3 days later, the 15th of July, the corpse king will be refined, and the myriad corpse formation will be opened. Imo Hua stuffed the note onto the little tiger. The little tiger received the order and climbed up with a huff-huff. However, Imo Hua felt some worry in his heart. With so many zombies in the corpse mine, he didn't know how many people his senior brother, senior sister, and sister Situ had mobilized. If the manpower was insufficient, it would be troublesome. If they couldn't control Lu Qingyun, couldn't subdue the zombies, and couldn't suppress the corpse mine, once it erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, after thinking about it, Imo Hua felt that the manpower would absolutely not be enough. With their current strength, they were no match for Lu Qingyun. He couldn't imagine where they could recruit more cultivators from. Forget it, I can't help it. Imo Hua sighed in his heart. What he could do, he had already done. As for the remaining matters, he, a mere chi condensation cultivator, was powerless to help. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. The most important thing now was to find a way to escape. Imo Hua had planned it long ago. As soon as someone attacks the corpse mine and the two sides engage, causing chaos, I will find an opportunity to slip away. At that time, with the enemy at the gates, Lu Qingyun would have no time to pay attention to him. If he hid his presence and dismantled his formation, he could escape smoothly. As for the visualization diagram, he would see if there was a chance. If not, he would forget about it. The visualization diagram was indeed a good thing, and he had always been coveting Zhang Quan's ancestor in the diagram. But his life was more important. He couldn't take any more risks for a visualization diagram. With so many zombies in this mine shaft, dozens of iron corpses in the myriad corpse formation, Zhang Quan eyeing him covetously, and Lu Qingyun also harboring ill intentions towards him. In the face of so much danger, it was better to be a coward. Imo Hua nodded. After escaping, he would make further plans. He would slip out first, then find someone to help him. With a backer, he would slip back in and secretly control the corpse king, seeing if he could take the opportunity to trick Lu Qingyun. He thought about it again and felt that there were no flaws, so he felt relieved. But Imo Hua did not expect that things would still go wrong. And this accident came so suddenly. The next day, he was still hiding behind the altar. Zhang Quan was still shaking his bell to control the corpses. However, after shaking the bell, Zhang Quan spat out a mouthful of blood. His originally pale face instantly became deathly pale, but he still laughed, chanting, "It's done. It's done." Mo Hua didn't quite understand. What's done? Why is Zhang Quan so happy? Then Zhang Quan walked directly to the front of the altar and suddenly pulled off the yellow cloth. Mo Hua was startled and looked closely, only to find that under the yellow cloth was indeed a corpse. This corpse was ferocious in appearance, with a stingy complexion, very much like the face in the mural. It was indeed the Lu family's ancestor, Lu the Skinner. Its eyes bulged, bloodshot and unsightly, while its chest had a large hole, and inside, there was no heart or meridian. Mo Hua's heart tightened. His previous guess was correct. They were indeed refining the Lu family ancestor into a corpse king. The bronze coffin refined the corpse's heart and meridian, and the golden altar sacrificed the corpse's body. Zhang Quan cupped his fists and said, Senior Lu, that scoundrel Lu Chengyun deceived you, harmed you, made the zombies dig mines, and made you their foreman. This is an insult to you, but I am different. I will make you the commander of the myriad corpses, the corpse king of this little desolate province, making cultivators in a realm tremble at the mere mention of your name, and your reputation will be renowned for 100 years. Zhang Quan spoke ambitiously and eloquently. Mo Hua, however, frowned. What's going on? Didn't they say the corpse king would only be refined in 3 days? What did Zhang Quan mean now? Opening the coffin early? Mo Hua secretly glanced at Lu Qingyun, who was hiding behind the altar, and found that he also looked a little excited, but not surprised. It seemed he also knew that today was the day the corpse king would be refined. Mo Hua was dumbfounded. So only he didn't know? The 15th of July, the corpse king opens the coffin. This was the unified statement of Zhang Quan and Lu Qingyun. They had plotted and spoken the same way. Mo Hua, who had been eavesdropping, had also heard it this way. He never expected that Zhang Quan was deceiving Lu Qingyun, but Lu Qingyun knew it all along and didn't expose it. So the only one who was deceived in the end was Mo Hua, who had been eavesdropping. Mo Hua was somewhat speechless and somewhat helpless. Who told him he was an amateur at corpse refining? Amateurs are easily deceived by professionals. Meanwhile, Zhang Quan had already opened the coffin and opened the bronze sarcophagus, lifting out a dark, green, vein-covered heart with formation patterns, and respectfully placing it into the Lu family ancestor's corpse, which had had its heart and meridian removed, on the altar. The eerie heart and meridian twitched strangely. A muffled sound. Then blood threads condensed, like needles and threads, weaving themselves together and closely stitching to the corpse. The heartbeat became louder. Although the sound was not loud, it made Mo Hua feel suffocated. Mo Hua quickly covered his ears. But the sound seemed to echo in his heart, possessing a terrifying majesty that could make the dead submit. At the same time, Zhang Quan bowed his head and chanted spells. This was a corpse Tao incantation. It was muffled and sinister, not like human speech. Mo Hua couldn't understand it at all, but as the incantation entered his ears, his chest felt tight, and he felt nauseous. Mo Hua struggled to hold on. After an unknown period, the chanting and the heartbeat simultaneously disappeared, and the altar fell into dead silence. Zhang Quan suddenly looked manic, and the Lu family ancestor on the altar suddenly opened its eyes. Lu Qingyun, hiding in the dark, smiled sinisterly, his eyes also glinting with cold light. It's the last day of the month, and to keep my promise, I'll add an extra chapter today. However, it will be a bit late. I'm sorry for writing slowly recently. Chapter 496, Melee, additional chapter for patron Guokulu Wang. Within the altar, terrifying corpse energy permeated. The former old ancestor Lu had now been refined into a corpse king. Its eyes were pitch black, with a hint of blood red in the pupils. Within the blood red, there was a trace of dark gold, making it look distinctly different from other zombies. The corpse king was enveloped in corpse energy so dense it was almost solidified, like grayish-black blood coiling around its body. Its body suddenly expanded, its previously withered corpse swelling as blood threads condensed, gradually becoming imposing, standing over 9 feet tall. The corpse king's body pulsed with evil energy, its aura cold and terrifying, possessing a brutal nature beneath its indifference and a fearsome majesty. Zhang Quan's eyes were filled with obsession as he murmured, Good, good, worthy of being a corpse king. Worthy of being the corpse king that commands myriad zombies, such corpse energy, such majesty. It is truly extraordinary. I, Zhang Quan, have not betrayed the expectations of my ancestors, nor failed the bloodline of the Zhang family. I have finally refined the corpse king, the epitome of the Zhang family's corpse Tao. Zhang Quan fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed several times on a clear space nearby. Old ancestor above, your descendant Zhang Quan has brought glory to the family. After kowtowing, Zhang Quan rose, took a deep breath, and then took out the corpse-controlling bell, which was neither stone nor wood, neither copper nor iron, and rang it to control the corpse king. As the bell rang, the corpse king's gaze shifted, as if it had truly come alive. At the same time, the iron coffins in the 10,000 zombies formation began to tremble. The coffin lids were lifted, and iron blue hands extended from within the coffins. A series of iron zombies, commanded by the Corpse King, climbed out of the iron coffins, kowtowed to the Corpse King, and then kowtowed to Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan was overjoyed. He could feel that by commanding the Corpse King, he could simultaneously control these more than 20 iron zombies. Over 20 iron zombies. This meant over 20 Foundation establishment combat powers were at his command. And this was just the beginning. There would be more in the future. As long as he controlled the iron zombies to swarm and kill Foundation establishment cultivators, then refine the corpses of Foundation establishment cultivators into iron zombies, and then use the iron zombies to kill Foundation establishment cultivators. In this cycle, he would have more and more iron zombies under his command. Without the Corpse King, he could only control 1 or 2 iron zombies at a time at most. But with the Corpse King, he could control even 100 iron zombies simultaneously. Thus, he would possess a corpse army, a demonic path force that he could fully command, comparable to second-rank Dao soldiers. In the second-rank region, this corpse army could sweep across everything, invincible. For a moment, Zhang Quan was ecstatic. But as Zhang Quan was lost in his fantasy, he completely failed to notice that an iron zombie behind him, with stiff eyes, turned slightly green and slowly turned its head to look at him. This iron zombie opened its mouth, revealing its iron blue fangs. It moved silently behind Zhang Quan, opened its blood basin mouth, its fangs sharp and fetid, poisoned with dark green corpse poison, and bit down fiercely on Zhang Quan's neck. A chilling wind swept through, and danger loomed. Zhang Quan jolted, feeling a chilling coldness on his back, as if something was standing behind him. Its foul breath sprayed onto the back of his neck, making his hair stand on end. In his peripheral vision, he saw an ugly iron blue zombie face and a pair of venomous fangs. Zhang Quan was greatly alarmed and quickly dodged to the side. But there was too little time, and Zhang Quan could not completely evade. Although he dodged the vital spot by turning sideways, his right shoulder was still slashed by the iron zombie's fangs, tearing his clothes and soaking them with blood. The cold and strange corpse poison, along with the blood, flowed into his body through the wound. Zhang Quan felt a non-human, bloodthirsty consciousness gradually taking over his own. Iron zombie corpse poison. Zhang Quan trembled with fear, retreated several yards, took out a bottle of pills, and took them to temporarily suppress the corpse poison in his body. With the corpse poison suppressed, Zhang Quan breathed a sigh of relief, and then his gaze turned cold as he looked at the iron zombie. This iron zombie wanted to kill him. But to his surprise, this iron zombie only bit him once and then stopped moving, becoming still. Zhang Quan frowned. What's going on? He cautiously approached and took a closer look. He discovered that apart from the fangs being stained with his blood, there was nothing else unusual about this iron zombie. Zhang Quan tried to control it. This iron zombie's movements and actions were completely under his control, showing no signs of losing control. Zhang Quan frowned. Just as he was wondering, without any warning, another iron zombie's eyes rolled, its pupils changed slightly, and it lunged at Zhang Quan with bared fangs. This time, Zhang Quan had some defense and quickly flipped backward, barely dodging. However, this iron zombie also stopped after attacking only once, its pupils turning gray and white, becoming lifeless. Zhang Quan's face darkened, his mind racing. How could this be? Intermittent loss of control? Was the Corpse King not refined properly, or was there a problem with his control? Because there were too many iron zombies, he couldn't control them all at once, leading to this resurrection situation? Zhang Quan was filled with surprise and uncertainty. But before he could think further, another iron zombie suddenly lunged at him from behind. This time it wasn't one, but two. They attacked once and then stopped. A moment later, the attacking zombies gradually increased to 3. Zhang Quan was overwhelmed and was getting more and more bite marks from the zombies on his body. Yet, he remained clueless, completely unaware of what was happening. Lu Qingyun, who was hiding in the dark and controlling the iron zombies, chuckled sinisterly. Mo Hua, who saw everything, cursed Zhang Quan as an idiot in his heart. Lu Qingyun is playing with you. What kind of brain do you have? Can't you figure out such a simple matter? And just as Zhang Quan was being battered and bruised by Lu Qingyun, he finally realized. Someone was controlling these iron zombies. The iron zombies were controlled by the Corpse King. And in this corpse mine, who could control the Corpse King? Zhang Quan gritted his teeth and shouted, Lu Qingyun, you damn. Stop hiding and come out. At this point, Lu Qingyun no longer hid and slowly walked out from behind the altar. Zhang Quan was stunned, then said hatefully, It was you indeed. Lu Qingyun said gently, Brother Zhang, I treated you sincerely, yet I never expected you to deceive me and try to seize my Corpse King, ruining my grand plan. Zhang Quan's expression was surprised, and he frowned as he asked, When did you find out? Lu Qingyun smiled without answering, but said calmly, Now that it has come to this, does asking these questions still have any meaning? Zhang Quan's eyes twitched. Indeed, at this point, with the truth revealed, they had fallen out, and it was a life-or-death situation. Knowing these things was utterly meaningless. Zhang Quan sneered. When did this corpse king become yours? It was refined using my Zhang family's bronze coffin and my Zhang family's corpse refining methods. It rightfully belongs to my Zhang family. Lu Chongyun shook his head and said, Brother Zhang, your words are mistaken. This corpse king used the corpse of my Lu family's ancestor. Zhang Quan scoffed. What do you mean, your Lu family? You're just a son-in-law, rising to power through women and currying favor. What relation do you have to the Lu family? These words seemed to have struck a nerve with Lu Chongyun. His eyelids twitched, his smile became more sinister, and after a moment of silence, he sighed. Brother Zhang, I knew long ago that you had ulterior motives. I told you, everyone has ulterior motives, and I don't blame you. But you should never have coveted this corpse king. This corpse king is not something that someone of your caliber can control. Zhang Quan laughed angrily. You're just a petty person who covets fame and profit, acts sneakily, has a cheap backbone, and bribes people everywhere after earning spirit stones. What caliber do you have? Lu Qingyun's face contorted, and he directly drew a slender sword. With a flash of sword light, he lunged straight for Zhang Quan's face. Zhang Quan spat and cursed, swallowed a corpse blood pill, and suddenly underwent corpse transformation. His body turned iron blue, his eyes turned blood red, and he engaged Lu Qingyun in combat. In an instant, sword light erupted, and corpse energy surged. The surrounding coffins were also shattered into fine debris by the sword energy and fist wind. Imohua looked into the distance and found that the coffin of the small zombie he controlled was far away, so it wouldn't be affected by the battle. He breathed a sigh of relief and continued to watch the show. These two had long-standing grievances but had been suppressing them. Now, their old grudges had erupted, and neither held back. However, Zhang Quan, who had taken medicine, was clearly no match for Lu Qingyun. Moreover, he was injured from Lu Qingyun's previous control of the iron zombies. He was merely holding on. After fighting for a while, Zhang Quan forced Lu Qingyun back with a punch and then planned to control the Corpse King to kill Lu Qingyun. The Corpse King, under his control, its pupils slightly contracted and its blood-red hue deepened. But at the same time, Lu Qingyun also moved his divine sense, controlling the Corpse King with the evil spirit hub formation. Both controlled it together. The Corpse King's pupils flickered, its blood-red color deepened and lightened alternately, its killing intent wavered, and after a while, it became like wood or stone, silent and motionless. Imohua's heart stirred. It seemed that when the controls from both sides conflicted and neither could gain the upper hand, the Corpse King remained neutral. Seeing that they could not control the Corpse King, Lu Qingyun and Zhang Quan began to use the Corpse King to control the iron zombies. Zhang Quan rang the bell, and Lu Qingyun controlled the formation. After a period of stalemate, they each controlled a portion of the iron zombies. Zhang Quan controlled 11, while Lu Qingyun, being stronger than Zhang Quan, controlled 13 iron zombies. Zhang Quan and Lu Qingyun then clashed again, and the iron zombies from both sides also began to fight, making the situation even more chaotic. Imohua climbed further up the altar to avoid being affected by the battle. As he climbed higher onto the altar, Imohua looked down again and found that the situation was becoming clearer. Zhang Quan's strength was originally inferior to Lu Qingyun's, and he controlled 2 fewer iron zombies. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. After a fierce battle, Lu Qingyun's clothes were slightly torn, but his expression was calm and his aura stable. On the other hand, Zhang Quan was in a sorry state, covered in wounds and panting. Imohua shook his head. If this continued, Zhang Quan would be finished. Once Zhang Quan was finished, Lu Qingyun would become dominant, and it would be difficult for him to fish in troubled waters. Why not help Zhang Quan? Imohua blinked, a thought crossing his mind. Secretly, he would make a few small adjustments. This would also be a good opportunity to test if the spirit hub formation he had drawn had taken effect. Imohua's eyes lit up, and he then sat cross-legged, held his breath, and quietly sensed. Thus, while Zhang Quan and Lu Qingyun were in a melee, no one noticed that another obscure divine sense was silently communicating with the formation on the Corpse King's chest, controlling the Corpse King without anyone's knowledge, and through the Corpse King, controlling some of the iron zombies. This is an additional chapter written before midnight. It's also an additional chapter for patron Guakulu Wang. Thank you, great patron, for the support. Because I write slowly, this additional chapter has been delayed for a long time. My apologies. Finally, falling between the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, I wish everyone happy holidays again. Chapter 497, Ancestor. Imohua used his divine sense to communicate with the Spirit Hub Array, controlling the Corpse King. He instantly perceived the 3 dominating powers coexisting but distinct within the Corpse King. One was the common corpse manipulation technique used by corpse cultivators, mediated by the corpse control bell. Another was the evil array corpse manipulation technique, centered on the Spirit Hub Evil Array. The last one was the orthodox control spirit technique Mo had personally set up, the Spirit Hub Ultimate Array with 12 patterns of the first rank. These three powers formed a pincer formation, mutually repelling each other, and neither could completely control the Corpse King in a short time. Mo was a little disappointed. He had originally intended to completely control the Corpse King, command all the Iron Corpses, and directly join forces with Zhang Quan to kill Lu Qingyun, then turn around and kill Zhang Quan. A borrowed knife to kill one corpse with 2 lives. But now with 3 powers jointly controlling it, Mo was not confident that he could completely dominate the Corpse King, surpassing the Corpse Control Bell and the Spirit Hub Evil Array in a short time. However, this was also within his expectations. Mo did not forcibly activate the array to control the Corpse King. If this attack failed and he couldn't kill Lu Qingyun, it would easily alert the enemy and expose the methods he had left on the Corpse King. The Corpse King could not be controlled, but the Iron Corpses could. He, like Lu Qingyun, began to indirectly control the Iron Corpses through the Corpse King. There were a total of 24 Iron Corpses in the altar. Zhang Quan controlled 11, and Lu Qingyun controlled 13. Mo, using the Spirit Hub Array on the Corpse King's Heart Meridian, stealthily converted a portion of the Iron Corpses controlled by Zhang Quan and Lu Qingyun into his own possession. Mo's methods were subtle. Lu Qingyun and Zhang Quan were engaged in a fierce battle, so they did not notice at all that some of the Iron Corpses under their command had already rebelled. Beneath the altar, in the myriad corpse formation, Lu Qingyun had the upper hand, and Zhang Quan was being pushed back repeatedly. Zhang Quan struggled to hold on, his injuries worsened, and the Iron Corpses he controlled began to show signs of decline. Lu Qingyun sneered and began to control the Iron Corpses to surround and attack Zhang Quan with him, vowing to kill Zhang Quan to eliminate future trouble. Zhang Quan had to die? In this world, only he could control the Corpse King. Lu Qingyun's eyes flashed with fierce cold light, and the power of his sword light greatly increased. After Zhang Quan's corpse transformation, his skin became like bronze and his bones like iron, which barely blocked a few swords. However, he was still pierced through the left shoulder by a sword. In pain, he revealed an opening and was sent flying by a punch from an iron corpse, landing on the ground. Lu Qingyun pointed from a distance, controlling the Iron Corpses to surround and kill Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan struggled to get up, but it was too late. He could only desperately shake his bell, summoning a few Iron Corpses to protect himself. However, his blood essence was depleted, and his injuries were severe. The 4 Iron Corpses he summoned were simply no match for the more than 10 Iron Corpses under Lu Qingyun's command. Lu Qingyun's calm gaze was filled with killing intent. The Iron Corpses under his command became bloodthirsty and lunged towards Zhang Quan. Some of them were intercepted by Zhang Quan's Iron Corpses and tore at each other, while the rest rushed in front of Zhang Quan, their faces contorted, their bloody mouths opening wide towards him. "You're going to die?" Zhang Quan's heart was filled with terror. At the brink of death, he poured all his strength into his palm, repelling one Iron Corpse and kicking away another. But several other Iron Corpses had already pounced before him, grabbing his limbs, their long, sharp claws embedding themselves into his flesh and holding him tightly. Another Iron Corpse's claws grew rapidly, radiating a sinister corpse poison and aimed directly at Zhang Quan's heart meridian. With this claw strike, his heart meridian would be pierced, and he would surely die. Zhang Quan's eyes were about to split, but no matter how he struggled, he was powerless. Just as he was filled with inexplicable fear, the Iron Corpse's claw, which was about to take his life, suddenly stopped. The sharp claw tip was only a hair's breadth away from his chest. He could even feel the sharp, cold, and decaying aura of death. Zhang Quan was stunned. Lu Qingyun was also taken aback. What's going on? Lost control? Zhang Quan, having narrowly escaped death, was still trembling with shock. It was then that he realized that not only the Iron Corpse in front of him, but also the nearby Iron Corpses had stopped moving. Although he didn't know why, Zhang Quan was relieved. He immediately got up, retreated several steps, and moved away from the encirclement of the Iron Corpses. Lu Qingyun frowned. With a thought, he began to control the Iron Corpses again. This time, the Iron Corpses still obeyed his will and showed no abnormality. What's going on? Was it a conflict of control, or was there a flaw in the array? Lu Qingyun couldn't figure it out, so he suppressed his doubts. The priority was to kill Zhang Quan first. Lu Qingyun then controlled the Iron Corpses and began to surround and kill Zhang Quan. However, what happened next was still beyond his expectation. Every time the Iron Corpses were about to take Zhang Quan's life, they would hesitate for a moment, allowing Zhang Quan to escape. After several such instances, Zhang Quan also reacted. These Iron Corpses were showing mercy. Why? Why was it that every time he was in mortal danger, they spared his life? Zhang Quan frowned and pondered, then suddenly realized. He understood. There was only one reason why the Iron Corpses would spare his life at the last moment. It was the Ancestor. In the unseen, the Ancestor was helping me. Zhang Quan's thoughts raced. This corpse king was refined and nurtured day and night using the bronze coffin that protected the Zhang family's lineage and the Zhang family's ancestral corpse refining techniques. Now, Lu Qingyun intended to use the Zhang family's corpses to kill him, a descendant of the Zhang family. The spirits of the ancestors in heaven could not bear to see this, so they lent him a hand when his life hung by a thread, leaving a trace of incense for the Zhang family. Zhang Quan was extremely grateful. He immediately knelt and bowed towards the sky, kowtowing several times, and said loudly, "Your descendant, Zhang Quan, thanks the ancestor." This bow stunned even Imo. He pondered for a moment, and when he realized what was happening, he couldn't help but complain inwardly. "You shouldn't thank the ancestor, you should thank your little ancestor." Seeing this, Lu Qingyun's eyes also showed apprehension, and his heart tightened. The Zhang family is indeed an aristocratic family of corpse refiners. To think that they could still have such unbelievable means to control iron corpses through their ancestors. He had never even heard of such a thing. In that case, Zhang Quan absolutely could not be spared. Lu Qingyun raised his fine sword, and the sword light flowed like water, spreading like a curtain. His spiritual energy was fierce and powerful, and he attacked Zhang Quan again. Although Zhang Quan was still repeatedly defeated, his spirit was greatly boosted. "The ancestor is helping me. I will not die." Indeed, the spirit of his ancestor was protecting him. Every time his life was hanging by a thread and he was on the verge of death, the iron corpses killing him would fall ill and freeze in place for a moment. Zhang Quan's face lit up with even more joy. Lu Qingyun, however, was becoming anxious and even more wary of Zhang Quan's ancestor. So he stopped relying on the iron corpses and instead used his own Taoist arts and his high-grade sword weapon to slowly wear down Zhang Quan, intending to kill him. But he was so focused on killing Zhang Quan that he unknowingly exposed a large flaw on his back. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. Now is the time. With a thought, he pulled the formation pivot. At the same time, an iron corpse controlled by Lu Qingyun suddenly defected. Its pupils contracted, its eyes flashed with blue light, and its sharp claws moved like the wind, fiercely digging into Lu Qingyun's back. This strike was fast, accurate, and vicious, and extremely sinister. The opportunity was seized perfectly. Lu Qingyun was caught off guard and had no way to defend himself. The iron corpse's claws pierced directly into his back. The corpse claws plunged in violently, then tore, shredding his robe. Mo Hua's plan had succeeded, and he smiled contentedly. However, as he was halfway through his smile, he sighed again, filled with disappointment. Lu Qingyun, who was ambushed by the iron corpse, spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body was unharmed. His back robe was torn, revealing the silver silk soft armor underneath. This silver silk soft armor was clearly also a high-grade spirit tool. The iron corpse's claws could not break through this soft armor and injure Lu Qingyun's heart meridian. They only managed to shake him with their powerful force. Lu Qingyun was also at the foundation establishment stage. Such an injury was not considered much, let alone a fatal blow. Mo Hua felt it was a great pity. Lu Qingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a surge of shock. He almost capsized in the gutter. Without the silver silk soft armor on his body, if the iron corpse's claws had pierced his back, the corpse poison would have entered his body, and then he would have been attacked by Zhang Quan and the iron corpses. Today, he would probably have been in grave danger. Vicious eyes, sinister methods. This Zhang family ancestor, who was neither human, nor corpse, nor ghost, was indeed a ruthless character. Or was it that the Zhang family's corpse manipulation techniques possessed unpredictable divine abilities? A chilling coldness seeped into Lu Qingyun's heart. He had to finish this quickly to avoid prolonged complications. Lu Qingyun's expression was solemn, and he went all out. The sword light changed drastically, and the color of his spiritual energy deepened, appearing a faint black-gray. Zhang Quan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Lu family's mountain-splitting sword technique. You've cultivated it so deeply? Lu Qingyun smiled slightly. You actually recognize this sword technique? Zhang Quan's expression was solemn. Lu Qingyun said calmly. Mountain-splitting sword technique. This is a superior Taoist art that I dug up from the Lu family's ancestral grave, found in a jade slip buried with a Lu family elder. I have painstakingly cultivated it for decades. Lu Qingyun raised his long sword, and the sword energy split into two, sweeping to the sides. His aura was sharp and imposing, like splitting mountains and plains. Lu Qingyun said coldly, "Normally, to avoid others discovering it, I never use this sword technique. It can be considered my favor to you that you will die under this technique today." Zhang Quan's gaze turned cold, and he gritted his teeth. "All right, let's see today whether your sword technique is more powerful or my corpse techniques are stronger." The two were like fire and water, not only determining the victor, but also the outcome of life and death. Mo Hua, however, could no longer listen. He cursed Zhang Quan inwardly, saying, "Idiot, of course his sword technique is more powerful. Your corpse techniques are useless. You can't even beat my junior brother. You're on the verge of death, yet you're not thinking of running, but are fighting people here. He's even using his ultimate sword technique, and you still have no idea, wanting to compete with him to see who's stronger. You're truly hopeless. When he's charging his sword, you should just run. What are you pretending for? You've been refining corpses all day. Has your brain also become stiff? Emohua, the little ancestor, hated his inability to stand up for himself and berated Zhang Quan thoroughly in his heart. The second chapter will be a bit late. I didn't sleep well last night, and today the upstairs is renovating. I feel like the electric drill is drilling into my head. My scalp is tingling. Chapter 498. Who am I feeding? As Emohua expected, Zhang Quan was no match for Lu Qingyun at all. Lu Qingyun's swordsmanship was profound, his sword chi deep, and his moves were skillful. Zhang Quan, as usual, relied on his corpse transformation to engage Lu Qingyun head-on, but was riddled with holes by sword chi and fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. This lack of strategic depth and tactical simplicity left Emohua in awe. Emohua had thought Zhang Quan dared to confront Lu Qingyun because he had some trump card up his sleeve, but he never expected it was just sheer rage and a death wish. And now, he was truly going to die. Emohua shook his head. If he were Zhang Quan's ancestor, he would be so angry he'd claw his way out of his coffin. Despite secretly controlling the iron corpses to help him so much, Zhang Quan was still so useless. Without Zhang Quan as a pawn, he couldn't scheme to kill Lu Qingyun. Emohua felt a bit helpless. In the altar, Zhang Quan lay dying. His face was ashen, blood trickling from his lips. Perhaps sensing his impending death, he didn't beg Lu Qingyun for mercy. Instead, he mustered all his strength and said intermittently, My painting? Lu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. You mean your ancestor painting? Zhang Quan coughed up a mouthful of blood, weakly saying, Yes. Lu Qingyun shook his head. It belongs to me now. Zhang Quan's face turned angry, and he coughed up more blood. He slowly said, Fine. I admit defeat. But, Brother Lu, considering all I've done for you over the years, before I die, let me see it one last time, my Zhang family's ancestors. Lu Qingyun's gaze deepened, his emotions unreadable. He asked indifferently, what would seeing it achieve? Zhang Quan's expression turned ferocious, and he hissed, I, Zhang Quan, am unfilial. I have no successor for the Zhang family bloodline, and the Zhang family's corpse path will be extinguished. I want to kowtow to my ancestors and apologize. Lu Qingyun was slightly moved. He nodded, all right. He retrieved a scroll from his storage bag. The scroll was rolled up, the paper old and worn. Faint traces of dirt and footprints could be seen on it, prints left by Emohua. It was indeed the Zhang family's ancestor painting. Zhang Quan's eyes widened with excitement. Lu Qingyun slowly unrolled the painting. Zhang Quan's gaze was fixed on the painting in Lu Qingyun's hands. Lu Qingyun unfurled it halfway, his gaze turning cold. Taking advantage of Zhang Quan's momentary distraction, he suddenly drew his sword and pierced through Zhang Quan's chest, killing him instantly. Zhang Quan glanced at the sword in his chest, then looked up at Lu Qingyun, his face filled with disbelief. He gritted his teeth and said, Lu, you scoundrel you. Before he could finish, Zhang Quan breathed his last and slowly collapsed to the ground. Even in death, Zhang Quan's eyes remained wide open, staring at Lu Qingyun with disbelief. Lu Qingyun looked at the deceased Zhang Quan, his expression calm. After a moment, confirming he was dead, he spoke gently, Brother Zhang, I apologize. I feared you might have other tricks up your sleeve, so for safety's sake, I had to end you first. You don't need to worry about the Zhang family's affairs. I will properly enshrine this ancestor painting. In the future, I will adopt a son and have him take the surname Zhang to continue your family's lineage. Your Zhang family's corpse path will also flourish under my care. After speaking, Lu Qingyun wiped the blood from his sword on Zhang Quan's corpse, then sheathed his sword and walked to the altar. Before the altar stood the 9-foot-tall, imposing corpse king, like an abyss. Lu Qingyun moved his spiritual sense and felt that this corpse king was completely under his control, as were the more than 20 iron corpses around it. Lu Qingyun's heart was no longer calm. He could no longer contain himself and let out a wild laugh. From this day forward, this corpse king, who commands all corpses, will only obey my orders. The cultivators of South U City, from birth to death, will mine for my Lu family. The entire South U City will be under my dominion. The heavens of this small barren region are about to change. As Lu Qingyun laughed, he suddenly stopped. He thought of Emohua. Now that Zhang Quan was dead, Emohua was the only one privy to the secret of the altar. Emohua had constructed the core of the myriad corpse revival formation and had also seen the formation he had drawn on the bronze coffin. In the entire corpse mine, besides him, Emohua was the one who knew the most about the formation's secrets. Lu Qingyun's gaze flickered uncertainly. He released his spiritual sense, and his expression changed slightly. Where did this young master go? Mo Hua was startled and quickly held his breath, suppressing his aura. Lu Qingyun's spiritual sense swept through the corpse's mind. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and began scanning the altar again. After a long time, he still found nothing. He frowned, puzzled. Where did he go? Mo Hua, who had been hiding behind Lu Qingyun and spying on him all night, dared not even breathe. Lu Qingyun pondered for a long time without any clues and became somewhat agitated. He used his spiritual sense to scan the altar meticulously once more. However, the altar was too vast, and he had just gone through a fierce battle, so his spiritual sense began to falter after a short search. Lu Qingyun stopped searching. If he continued, and his spiritual sense ran out, rendering him unable to control the Corpse King, it could lead to the Corpse King going out of control, which would be dangerous. Lu Qingyun retracted his visualization diagram and commanded the Corpse King to return to the bronze coffin. He then ordered the iron corpses to return to their iron coffins. Afterward, he dragged Zhang Quan's corpse and tossed it into an empty coffin beside them. Although Zhang Quan was dead, his corpse could still be used for corpse refinement to serve him. Lu Qingyun's gaze turned cold. Then, he glanced around the surroundings, lost in thought. He flicked his sleeve and left the altar. Mo Hua breathed a slight sigh of relief. Only after Lu Qingyun had gone far away and showed no signs of returning did Mo Hua secretly leave the altar. He quietly returned to his room and burrowed into his bed, feigning sleep. If Lu Qingyun came to check, he would say he had been in his room the whole time, never leaving, pretending to know nothing. Lu Qingyun knew he possessed an invisibility technique. Seeing through it required spiritual sense. And Lu Qingyun, having fought a fierce battle with Zhang Quan, had significantly depleted his spiritual sense. It was highly likely he would assume Mo Hua's spiritual sense had simply run out, which was why he hadn't discovered him. Mo Hua thought for a moment, then suddenly shook his head. No, this excuse, while possibly fooling Lu Qingyun, still carried significant risk. Moreover, things were different now. Now that Lu Qingyun had killed Zhang Quan, without Zhang Quan as a shield, Lu Qingyun's attention would shift to him. Mo Hua's thoughts raced. He had to escape. He couldn't escape head-on, as the natural rock formation served as a door, guarded by 2 second-rank iron corpses. These iron corpses were under control. Being physically weak, he dared not get close to altering the sequence patterns on their spirit hub arrays. Waiting for the cultivators outside to attack the corpse mine and escaping amidst the chaos would likely be too late. The Corpse King had been refined early, and Lu Qingyun had made his move early. The crisis had also arrived early, leaving him no time to wait. So he could only blow it up. How to blow it up? Mo Hua pondered. He couldn't use a spirit reversal array. While the array's collapse was powerful, it was too specialized and could easily expose his trump cards, making Lu Qingyun covetous. A ground fire revival array should suffice. He would set up the ground fire revival array at the small hole dug by Little Tiger. That section of the stone wall was thin, and it should be able to collapse a portion of the corpse mine, allowing him to escape. Having made up his mind, Mo Hua decided to try. But before he could even start drawing the formation, he suddenly froze. His spiritual sense detected Lu Qingyun approaching. Mo Hua quickly scrambled back into bed and covered himself with the quilt, pretending to sleep. A moment later, footsteps sounded outside the stone chamber. The sound was faint but couldn't escape Mo Hua's notice. Lu Qingyun paced outside, lingering for a few circles, seemingly hesitant about something. Finally, he spoke in a gentle tone, "Young master." Mo Hua ignored him. Lu Qingyun called out gently a few more times, like a polite old friend. Mo Hua sensed Lu Qingyun's spiritual thoughts, which felt somewhat sinister, as if harboring some wicked scheme, but there was no direct killing intent. His mind shifted, and he got out of bed to open the door. Before opening the door, Mo Hua ruffled his hair. Then, feigning a groggy expression, he went to open the door. Upon seeing Lu Qingyun, he acted surprised, saying, "Patriarch Lu, why have you come?" After speaking, Mo Hua rubbed his eyes, looking dazed and pretending to still be half asleep. Lu Qingyun was taken aback and asked, "Young master, have you been in your room all this time?" Mo Hua looked confused. "In the middle of the night, where else would I be if not in my room?" Then he added with a hint of dissatisfaction, muttering softly, "There's nothing fun to do here anyway." Lu Qingyun hesitated. For a moment, he couldn't tell if Mo Hua was putting on an act. Could such a young child possess such deep scheming abilities and such innocent, flawless acting skills? Lu Qingyun frowned and remained silent. Mo Hua probed further, asking, "Patriarch, it's so late. What do you need me for?" Lu Qingyun snapped back to attention and suddenly smiled. "Lu is here to fulfill his promise." "Promise?" Lu Qingyun nodded. "Didn't I tell you before? If young master helped me construct the formation core, I would teach you that formation." Mo Hua's sleepiness vanished completely, his eyes gleaming. "Really?" Lu Qingyun smiled faintly. "As the head of a clan, I naturally keep my word." "Keep my word." The scene of Lu Qingyun promising Zhang Quan to let him see the ancestor painting, only to kill Zhang Quan before the painting was fully opened, flashed through Mo Hua's mind. Mo Hua thought to himself, I don't believe you for a second. But outwardly, he still pretended to know nothing. Can I learn it now? Lu Chongyun shook his head. Some preparations are still needed. Mo Hua looked puzzled. Preparations? Lu Chongyun sighed. This formation is extremely difficult. I only achieved minor success after decades of research. And the most difficult part of this formation lies in spiritual sense. The threshold for spiritual sense is too high. Young master has exceptional talent, but after all, you are still young. With your current spiritual sense, you likely cannot learn it yet. Therefore, before learning this formation, we need to find a way to enhance your spiritual sense. Mo Hua was stunned, then said with feigned shock, enhance spiritual sense? Could it be? Exactly. Lu Qingyan nodded. Young master has discerning eyes and should know. Visualization diagrams. Mo Hua gasped, finding it incredible. Patriarch actually possesses a visualization diagram. Lu Chongyun nodded meaningfully. Young master has actually seen this visualization diagram before. I've seen it too. Mo Hua feigned confusion. Lu Chongyun said, it's Zhang Quan's ancestor painting. Mo Hua's mouth fell open in feigned surprise. Although his expression was a bit exaggerated, Lu Qingyun was trying to lure Mo Hua into his trap, so he didn't suspect him at the moment. Mo Hua thought for a moment, then blinked his eyes, but when I looked at that painting, it didn't enhance my spiritual sense. Lu Qingyun revealed a profound smile. That's because, young master, your method was incorrect. There are methods? Lu Qingyun nodded and said gently, young master, please follow me. Mo Hua looked clueless and obediently followed Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun led Mo Hua to a secret chamber, where another altar was situated. The arrangement of this altar was simpler. 3 plates were offered on the altar, one for a hand bone, one for a foot bone, and in the middle, a skull. Candles were also lit on the altar. The candles were white, but the flame was an eerie green. The candle oil flowed like human tears, dripping down and pooling at the base of the altar. In addition, there were some strangely shaped artifacts and a white coffin. These furnishings looked very familiar to Mo Hua. They were almost identical to the altar in the Walking Corpse village, where Zhang Quan had offered his ancestor painting using human spiritual sense as a sacrifice. Mo Hua showed a look of feigned fear and asked, Patriarch, what is this? This is an altar, Lu Qingyun replied. Seeing Mo Hua's uneasy expression, he smiled faintly. This ancestor painting is rather special. It requires burning incense and making offerings to open the heavenly eye, allowing one to see the true form within the painting and comprehend the great Tao principles, thereby enhancing spiritual sense. Lu Qingyun pointed to the white coffin beside them. I have already lit the incense, and the offerings are also prepared. Next, I will place the visualization diagram. Before that, young master only needs to lie in that coffin, with a clear mind, indifferent to life and death, and you will be able to comprehend the true meaning of this painting and increase your spiritual sense. Lu Qingyun's voice was gentle, his face adorned with a faint smile, but his eyes reflected the eerie green candlelight. Mo Hua looked a bit scared. Is that true? Lu Qingyun's voice deepened. Of course, it's true. But, Mo Hua glanced at the coffin. This coffin was the same style as the one in the Walking Corpse village, but it was more refined and smaller. It seemed custom-made for him. Mo Hua said timidly, I don't want to go in. Lu Qingyun's expression drastically changed, his demeanor turning ferocious. He said sternly, go. Mo Hua was startled. Lu Qingyun smiled sinisterly. Young master, don't let my good intentions go to waste. Mo Hua's brow furrowed, and after a long moment of hesitation, he slowly laid down in the small coffin under Lu Qingyun's indifferent gaze. Lu Qingyun let out a cold laugh, took out coffin nails, and sealed the coffin. Then, he solemnly took out Zhang Quan's ancestor painting and respectfully placed it on the altar. As the incense smoke curled and the candlelight flickered, Lu Qingyun bowed and chanted, Today, I open the painting, burning incense in reverence. With bones as offerings to the ancestors, and human consciousness as a feast. Ancestor Zhang, your junior Lu Qingyun, pay homage. Lying in the coffin, Mo Hua immediately let out a cry of pain upon hearing this. He remembered that this was the sound coming from the coffin when Zhang Quan sacrificed people to the painting. Of course, he also had to scratch the coffin with his fingernails, emitting heartbreaking, extremely painful, desperate, and tormenting sounds of struggle. But Mo Hua was afraid of pain. His small hands probably wouldn't make much of a sound. Mo Hua thought for a moment, then released Little Tiger, instructing Little Tiger to scratch the coffin board on his behalf. Little Tiger's claws flailed, and the coffin board indeed emitted a creak-creak sound that sounded like tearing heartstrings. Mo Hua cooperated by shouting, It's so uncomfortable. It's so painful. Let me out. Lu Qingyun remained unmoved. As Mo Hua shouted, the sounds and signs of life from within the coffin gradually ceased. Lu Chongyun stood there for a long time before sighing regretfully. Such great talent. It's truly a pity. The cultivation world is perilous, and even the heavens-blessed geniuses cannot escape an untimely end. Lu Chongyun shook his head and left the altar. Mo Hua lay quietly in the small coffin. Seeing Lu Qingyun leave, he patted his chest with his small hand and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then, he thought of the Zhang family's ancestor painting currently enshrined on the altar and couldn't help but lick his lips, muttering, "Is he feeding me to the painting, or feeding the painting to me?" Forgot to mention, Happy National Day, everyone. This chapter is over 4,000 characters, so it's a bit late in writing. Chapter 499, Sacrifice. Will I be fed to the visualization diagram, or will the visualization diagram be fed to me? Mo Hua licked his lips, and in the flickering candlelight, the visualization diagram seemed to tremble. The coffin was cool and cold, and lying in it was quite comfortable. Mo Hua waited inside, waiting and waiting. But after a long time, there was still no movement. Mo Hua frowned. What's going on? I was supposed to be a sacrifice, so why isn't anyone coming to eat me? He waited for a while longer, but there was still no reaction inside the coffin. Is the coffin broken? Or is Lu Qinyun's incantation wrong? Or perhaps this visualization diagram is shy and only accepts disciples of the Zhang family? That's not right either. A group of zombies, as long as there's something to eat, who cares who feeds it? Then is it my problem? Mo Hua was startled, then concentrated and sensed, and indeed found something unusual inside the coffin. There was a voice in the coffin. The voice was very faint, ethereal, sometimes near and sometimes far. Mo Hua concentrated and listened carefully, and only then did he hear an old man speaking, his voice intermittent and full of temptation. You have peculiar bones, a special constitution, and within your meridians, there's a hidden superior spirit root. We are fated. I will pass on the great Tao to you, and help you ascend to immortality. Mo Hua curled his lips. If you can really ascend to immortality, why wouldn't you ascend yourself and pass it on to others? This voice was clearly that of old ancestor Zhang Quan. Mo Hua had heard it many times before. He thought carefully, and suddenly paused. Could this voice be the key to the sacrifice? Only by believing him could one enter the sacrifice. His divine sense was profound, and his Tao heart was firm, so he didn't believe its ghostly tales, hence it couldn't enter the coffin, and thus couldn't eat him. Mo Hua felt it was possible, so he convinced himself, pretending to believe the old man's ghostly tales. Indeed, after a moment, the voice became clearer and clearer, seeming to resound directly in Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. We are fated. I will help you become an immortal. Help you become an immortal. The voice was ancient, kind, and compassionate. At the same time, Mo Hua's vision blurred, and vaguely, a painting appeared. This painting was very familiar to Mo Hua. It was the ancestor painting of the Zhang family, which he had been coveting for a long time. Unlike the painting in reality, this ancestor painting was surrounded by swirling clouds and wisps of incense, and within its shimmering light, golden light was faintly visible. The figures on it were all outlined in gold. The past ancestors of the Zhang family were like celestial beings standing amidst the clouds and mist, each one extraordinary and emanating ethereal energy. Seeing this, Mo Hua's small face was filled with yearning, but he thought to himself, deceiving others is fine, but don't put on a show in front of your Zhang family's little ancestors. It's not like I don't know, you're all a bunch of old immortal zombies. Mo Hua thought to himself, and as he looked at the Zhang family's ancestor painting, he suddenly froze. Among these people, he discovered an acquaintance. This acquaintance was actually Zhang Quan. He was ranked at the end, his expression respectful, looking at Mo Hua, but his eyes held a hint of surprise, resentment, and covetousness. Mo Hua was a little surprised. Zhang Quan wasn't dead? No, or rather, his physical body had died, but his divine sense hadn't. Just like the ancestors of the Zhang family, his divine sense had transformed into an evil spirit, parasitizing the visualization diagram. Mo Hua gradually understood. No wonder Zhang Quan wanted to see his Zhang family's ancestor painting before he died. It wasn't because, as he claimed, he felt ashamed of his ancestors and wanted to kowtow and apologize. It was because he wanted his divine sense to enter the painting after death, to become a ghost or a malevolent spirit within the visualization diagram, and survive. Whether Lu Qinyun opened the diagram or not was actually irrelevant. As long as he took the visualization diagram out of his storage bag, he had already given Zhang Quan an opportunity. Mo Hua had to admit, he had indeed underestimated Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan wasn't as foolish as he thought, and Lu Qinyun clearly hadn't expected Zhang Quan to have such cunning, nor could the Zhang family possess such a hidden and unfathomable method. Mo Hua frowned again. However, not all cultivators can have this kind of treatment after death, right? Body dead and Tao dissipated held great terror. When many cultivators approached the end of their lives, they would resort to any means to survive. The old ancestor of the Qian family refined human longevity pills, and the old ancestor of the Liu family refined himself into a corpse, all because they feared death and wanted to live. If this painting could truly host evil spirits, even without a physical body, old villains like the old ancestor of the Qian family and the old ancestor of the Liu family would definitely be willing to transform into ghostly specters and attach themselves to the painting. Imo didn't have much knowledge of cultivation, but he figured it shouldn't be that simple. Is it because the Zhang family bloodline is special, or is this visualization diagram special itself? Imo pondered silently in his heart again. After pondering for a moment, he remembered that it wasn't the time to consider these things. He still had to host a Hongmin banquet to entertain his guests. And at this very moment, some members of the Zhang family had already entered Imo's sea of consciousness. There were 5 people in total, 2 elders and 3 disciples, one of whom was Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan had the lowest seniority but possessed quite high cultivation, already at the foundation establishment realm, making him the most distinguished disciple. However, facing the ancestors of his own family, his posture was very humble, and his tone was very respectful. After entering Imo's sea of consciousness, Zhang Quan carefully asked, "Elder Song, Elder C, should we enter first? Shouldn't the old ancestor enjoy it first?" "No matter." The Iron Corpse Elder, referred to as Elder Song, said calmly, "The old ancestor relies on the spiritual connection of our bloodline. The stronger we juniors are, the stronger the old ancestor is. There's no need for him to personally handle this kind of devouring and replenishment." Zhang Quan said admiringly, as expected of the old ancestor. Elder Song nodded. "The old ancestor's methods are certainly not something we juniors can fathom." He then looked at Zhang Quan and praised, "To be able to cultivate to foundation establishment and bring the corpse Dao to great heights, even though you died in the end, you have made great contributions. Your talent, temperament, and methods rank among the best of the Zhang family disciples. The most important thing is your filial piety towards the old ancestor, which is commendable. The old ancestor thinks very highly of you. That's why you are the first to partake in this sacrificial offering. After you devour divine sense and mend your injuries, and your strength advances by leaps and bounds, you must serve the old ancestor and our Zhang family even better." Zhang Quan's expression was excited, and he cupped his hands. Disciple Zhang Quan will certainly not fail the expectations of the elders and the old ancestor. Elder Song nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Quan looked up, his face already that of a zombie. He glanced at Imo's sea of consciousness, his fangs covered in saliva, his gaze greedy, and he muttered, "Little brat, I didn't expect you to end up like this." Elder C, who had been silently observing, asked, "You know this sacrifice?" Zhang Quan nodded and said hatefully, "To tell you the truth, this disciple has suffered countless losses at the hands of this little brat. I've always wanted to kill him, but I've never been able to." Elder C frowned. "Just a mere cultivator, and you can't even kill him?" Zhang Quan immediately explained. "His cultivation is not high, and his strength is average. In a direct confrontation, I could crush him to death with just one hand. But this little brat is proficient in formations, cunning in heart, full of schemes, adept at concealment, and also knows how to play both sides. I can't do anything to him." Zhang Quan gnashed his teeth. Elder Song frowned. He couldn't imagine what kind of brat could be proficient in formations, adept at concealment, and also cunning in heart and full of schemes. Is he human or a monster? However, it didn't matter to him. No matter what kind of person they were, in front of them, they were just fish on a chopping board. Elder Song comforted Zhang Quan. "It's fine now. You've entered his sea of consciousness, and he has no way to escape and can only be slaughtered by you. In the sea of consciousness, we always have the final say. No matter how capable he is, he can't cause any trouble." Zhang Quan felt very reassured and smiled. What the elder says is true. He paused, as if remembering something, and said with emotion, "But no matter how cunning this little brat is, in the end, he'll still be the same, discarded by Lu Chunyun after use, becoming a sacrifice, and body dead and Dao dissipated." Zhang Quan said with apprehension, "Lu Chunyun, this person, his schemes and methods are truly terrifying." Elder Song, however, let out a contemptuous laugh. "No need to bolster others' spirits and diminish our Zhang family's prestige. In the eyes of the old ancestor, these are all insignificant. This Lu Chunyun is merely a pawn of the old ancestor. Once he sacrifices to the old ancestor, visualizes our old ancestor's Dao, and uses our old ancestor's divine sense to strengthen his divine sense, one day, he will become a corpse Dao puppet of our Zhang family, becoming neither human nor corpse. He is not of the Zhang family. Once his physical body becomes a corpse, his divine sense cannot enter this diagram. Either he will lose his mind, or he will become prey." Elder Song looked at Zhang Quan and said calmly, "Although you are dead, you are still alive. Although he is alive, he is bound to die. The juniors of the Zhang family cannot be insulted by outsiders. We, your elders and ancestors, will will seek justice for you. Zhang Quan was overjoyed and quickly cowed out. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, old ancestor. Elder Song helped him up and said gently, You are a junior of my Zhang family and are valued by the old ancestor, so there's no need for such formality. The priority now is to replenish yourself in time and recover from your injuries. Elder Song looked around and then at everyone, his gaze filled with hunger, and said, It's time for a meal. Mo Hua, who had been hiding and listening to them talk for a long time, also nodded. He thought the same thing. Chapter 500, Very Strong. There were 5 of them, making the fight a bit tricky, so I needed to find the right opportunity and strike first. Find a way to take down a few first. Mo Hua thought to himself. Meanwhile, Zhang Quan and the Zhang family elder had already begun to absorb the spiritual consciousness from Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. Elder Song took just one sip and his eyes widened. He sighed. This is the purest, most abundant, and most profound spiritual consciousness I've tasted in hundreds of years. Zhang Quan was also greatly shocked. This spiritual consciousness, it might be at the foundation establishment level. Elder Song nodded slowly. Indeed. Zhang Quan trembled inwardly. Qi condensation realm, foundation establishment spiritual consciousness. No wonder. No wonder this brat is so troublesome. No wonder his understanding of formations is so good. And no wonder I couldn't see through his concealment techniques. Spiritual consciousness that has broken through the rank. What kind of little monster is this? Elder Song frowned and asked. Such strong spiritual consciousness. What exactly is this brat's identity? Zhang Quan shook his head. I only know that this brat is a formation master, and it seems his lineage is quite good. As for his specific identity, this disciple does not know. Elder Song pondered for a moment and shook his head. Never mind, his identity doesn't matter. No matter how great his talent or how strong his spiritual consciousness, he is nothing more than fish on our Zhang family's chopping block. The stronger his spiritual consciousness, the more delicious he will be. For us, this is a stroke of luck from heaven. Zhang Quan agreed. What the elder said is very true. After speaking, he felt a bit confused and asked, Elder Song, in the ancestral diagram, some of our ancestors seem to be missing. Where did they go? Elder Song was slightly taken aback, his brows furrowed even tighter. I don't know either. Zhang Quan was a little surprised. Elder Song's expression became solemn. The old ancestor calculated, but could not find any trace of them. Either they are trapped by something and cannot break free for the time being, or they have been killed by something, their bodies and souls utterly annihilated. Zhang Quan felt a chill in his heart. Killed? He found it hard to believe. Among the missing ancestors were several elders at the Iron Corpse realm. What could kill an Iron Corpse elder without leaving a single trace? As Zhang Quan was in shock, he suddenly froze. He realized something was amiss. Unbeknownst to him, many complex and mysterious patterns had appeared around them. These patterns subtly echoed the great Tao, intricate and beautiful, with a terrifying aura flowing within them. Zhang Quan snapped back to reality and immediately cried out in alarm. Not good. The 2 elders also noticed, their expressions changing drastically, and they attempted to withdraw. But it was too late. The first golden lock formation took shape. Golden spiritual energy manifested as spiritual locks, binding the few of them. Then, within a few breaths, 3 fire formations materialized around them, like 3 vibrant crimson lotus flowers surrounding them. The golden lock 3 lotuses earth fire formation was complete. From a corner, Mo Hua silently chanted. Detonate. The golden lock 3 lotuses earth fire reversal formation exploded. The 3 fire lotuses bloomed, bursting and flickering, as fine as threads, surging and intertwining, engulfing Zhang Quan and the others. A moment later, the flames dissipated. Within the formation, Zhang Quan and the others reappeared. Their bodies had grown, their clothes were tattered, their skin was ashen, their pupils were white, and their fangs were bared. They had completely corpsified. When the reversal formation exploded, they were bound by the golden lock formation, unable to evade, and could only forcibly corpsify, using their bronze skin and iron bones to resist the damage. Even so, 2 ordinary disciples were instantly killed, turning into 2 wisps of smoke. Elder C was the most unlucky. Situated at the center of the formation's explosion, he was the most severely injured and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zhang Quan was luckier, but he was covered in burn marks and severely injured. Elder Song's form was slightly dimmer, and he was also not lightly injured. The reversal formation's explosion had directly dealt with 3 people, leaving only Zhang Quan and Elder Song. Who? Elder Song's expression was shocked. How could there be a formation in his sea of consciousness? When was this formation set up? And how is it possible for someone to draw formations in the sea of consciousness? Elder Song couldn't understand. This was completely beyond his understanding of cultivation. From a corner, a small figure gradually materialized. It was a young cultivator with rosy lips and white teeth, refined and adorable. Zhang Quan's eyes immediately widened in fury, as if he had seen his father's killer, It's you? Mo Hua sneered. Isn't that obvious? If not me, then who else? Zhang Quan gritted his teeth hatefully. How are you in my sea of consciousness? Mo Hua didn't bother to answer him. Elder Song's heart tightened, his gaze slightly narrowed. Manifestation of spiritual consciousness. This young cultivator was either innately gifted or had cultivated a spiritual sense technique in the later stages. The former was acceptable, but if it was the latter, it would be troublesome. He then thought of the complex formation patterns just now and the terrifying power of the formation's explosion. A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. This young cultivator was definitely not a kind person. Perhaps they had bitten off more than they could chew by trying to absorb this offering. Elder Song's thoughts stirred, and he called out loudly, "Young Taoist friend, we can talk." Mo Hua raised his eyebrows. "What do you want to say? You killed 2 of my Zhang family disciples and severely injured Elder C, but it's fine. My Zhang family can overlook it." "Elder," Zhang Quan urged anxiously. Elder Song gave him a look, signaling him to shut up, and then said, "We can live in peace, and it will be as if nothing happened. Young Taoist friend, just let us leave." Mo Hua said with a half-smile. "If I let you leave, you'll just call more people to come eat me, right?" Elder Song's expression remained unchanged, but his heart skipped a beat. This brat is indeed, as Zhang Quan said, cunning and sly, not easy to deceive. Elder Song said, "This old man swears that after I leave, I will no longer trouble you, young Taoist friend." Mo Hua snorted coldly in his heart. In this day and age, one couldn't even trust human words, let alone ghost words. Mo Hua frowned, feigning hesitation, and asked doubtfully, "Are you telling the truth?" Elder Song's heart rejoiced slightly, and he quickly nodded. "My word is my bond, of course, I'm telling the truth." "Good." Mo Hua nodded. Elder Song was overjoyed. Just as he let his guard down, he discovered that fiery formation patterns had inexplicably generated at his feet. Elder Song was greatly alarmed and hastily retreated, but he was still affected by the earth fire formation's waves. The fiery spiritual energy invaded his body, and his injuries worsened. He couldn't help but curse loudly. "Brat, you're untrustworthy." Mo Hua looked innocent. "How am I untrustworthy?" "You said you would let us go." Mo Hua said. "You said your word was your bond, and you were telling the truth." "I said good, but I didn't say I would let you go." After speaking, Mo Hua muttered, "Perhaps my ears have gone bad from living too long, and I can't understand words properly." Elder Song was furious. "You." Zhang Quan quickly stopped Elder Song, with much experience. "Elder, don't talk to him. Otherwise, you'll be angered to death. Don't ask me how I know." Zhang Quan thought to himself. Elder Song was still angry but heeded the advice and did not overestimate himself by arguing with Mo Hua again. Zhang Quan glared at Mo Hua hatefully and lowered his voice to say to Elder Song, "Elder, this brat is treacherous and cunning. We can't trick him, we can only kill him. Otherwise, keeping him will surely bring disaster." Elder Song pondered for a moment and also said hatefully, "All right, you and I will join forces to kill him. We'll devour him alive." Zhang Quan was overjoyed. Good. He had wanted to kill Mo Hua for a long time. Now, with the experienced Iron Corpse elder with profound spiritual sense by his side in the sea of consciousness, it was the perfect opportunity. Zhang Quan took the lead and charged towards Mo Hua. In his plan, with him charging and Elder Song providing support, they would surely capture Mo Hua by ganging up on him. Little Mo Hua only knew how to use formations and concealment, such cunning tactics. When it came to a direct confrontation, he would surely be no match. However, the situation was not quite as he had imagined. Mo Hua raised his hand and first unleashed a fireball technique. It was fast and accurate, impossible to evade, and directly exploded on Zhang Quan's face. Zhang Quan's body faltered, his whole body ignited with fierce flames, causing intense pain. Zhang Quan endured the pain and continued to charge forward, but after a few steps, he was immobilized by the water prison technique. Then came another fireball, followed by the water prison technique and another fireball technique. Water prison technique for control, fireball technique for ferocity. Before he could even reach Mo Hua, his spiritual sense gave out, and he knelt on the ground. Throughout the entire process, Mo Hua stood in place, not moving an inch, merely extending his little hand to cast a few spells, and had already forced him to his knees. Zhang Quan's heart turned cold. What was happening? Why was this brat so terrifying in the sea of consciousness? He felt much more terrifying than Lu Chongyun had ever made him feel, even giving him a sense of despair. How could there be such a vast difference between his spiritual sense and this brat's? Zhang Quan was utterly baffled. Just then, he remembered another question. Where was Elder Song? Zhang Quan reluctantly turned his head, but only saw Elder Song's retreating back in a panic. He was running away. Zhang Quan spat out a mouthful of blood. The agreement was to join forces to kill this brat, but he charged forward, and Elder Song ran away. Why? You, a dignified elder, are this cowardly? Chapter 501, Body Not My Own. Elder Song was certainly afraid. Zhang Quan didn't understand, but he did. This little brat looked young, with childish features, but his divine sense was solid, his aura profound, and he could manifest spells and formations. This was clearly the divine sense inheritance of some major clans and aristocratic families. Moreover, he had concealed himself beforehand, used formations for a surprise attack, and his spells could both trap and kill enemies. He was obviously battle-hardened and experienced, let alone the fact that they had been ambushed, with 2 dead and 1 crippled. The remaining himself and Zhang Quan were both severely injured and their strength greatly diminished. Even if they were unharmed and at their peak strength, facing this young cultivator, they would likely lose more than win. He still didn't know what other trump cards this brat had yet to use. Elder Song's heart was filled with anxiety. Must escape. It's imperative to escape. Not running would be pure offering oneself up. As for Zhang Quan, he was a junior. For elders like them to go ahead first, or even sacrifice himself, was only right, and it was a manifestation of his filial piety. Under Zhang Quan's disbelieving gaze, Elder Song's hunched back fled in a panic, completely lacking the dignity of an elder of the past. However, just as Elder Song reached the edge of Mo Hua's sea of consciousness, about to escape, Mo Hua flicked his finger, casting the water prison technique. Blue wisps of energy, like flowing water, formed a prison, restraining Elder Song in place. Elder Song's eyes widened. Such a fast spell. His cloudy eyes rolled, his body shrank, and he shed his skin and bones, like a bamboo shoot peeled of its outer layers, escaping the confinement of the water prison technique. Mo Hua showed a slight surprise. As expected of an elder from the renowned Zhang family, he had some abilities. Mo Hua flicked his finger again, and the water prison technique reappeared, trapping Elder Song once more. Elder Song was trapped again and cursed inwardly. What the hell is this spell? The spell doesn't focus on killing, but on control. How can there be cultivators in this world who specialize in such disgusting spells? Elder Song shed his skin and bones again, becoming smaller, and escaped again. Mo Hua's small hand pointed forward with the same casualness, generating the water prison technique again, trapping the smaller Elder Song. At the same time, golden formation patterns were being drawn under Elder Song's feet. Within a few breaths, the golden lock formation condensed, emitting a brilliant golden light, with golden chains binding Elder Song. The path to escape was right before his eyes. He was only a few steps away from escaping. Then he would report to the ancestor, gather all the Zhang family elders from past generations, and charge in together to kill this brat and feast on him. Yet, for these few steps, Elder Song couldn't take them at all. No matter how he struggled or exerted himself, he couldn't escape the palm of this brat. Elder Song was furious, so he simply stopped trying to escape. His body grew larger, his face turned green, and his fangs protruded. His white eyes turned crimson, filled with bloodshot veins. Good. Brat, you're going too far. Today, we fight to the death. Elder Song's aura surged. Seeing this, Mo Hua's expression also became solemn. This Elder Song should have a high seniority and long tenure in the Zhang family. Mo Hua wanted to see what other means Elder Song possessed. The battle was about to begin. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Mo Hua looked at Elder Song, who was lying on the ground, bruised and battered, on the verge of death, with a speechless expression. You don't have any special skills. From beginning to end, he was suppressed by Mo Hua's spells and formations, with the water prison technique and the golden lock formation used for control in between attacks. Elder Song would take a few steps, get trapped, and then Mo Hua would target him. He would take a few more steps, get trapped again, and continue to be bombarded by spells. He hadn't even reached Mo Hua before he was beaten down, lying on the ground, barely alive. To think that he had previously exuded an aura of fighting to the death. Mo Hua was speechless and couldn't help but say to the Elder Song lying on the ground, I overestimated you, you're so weak. The Elder Song lying on the ground spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt extremely wronged. It wasn't that he was weak, but that he had no opportunity to display his strength. He was controlled all the way, couldn't get close, and didn't even have a chance to make a move. He couldn't even use 1/10 of his strength. Anyone would have been finished. There were 5 Zhang family zombies who entered. 2 were annihilated, 1 was crippled, and the remaining Zhang Quan and Elder Song were now also lying on the ground. Seeing that the esteemed elder of the Zhang family, Elder Song, was also like a grandson, bound and beaten, with no power to retaliate, Zhang Quan's face turned completely pale. At this moment, he truly realized the difference between himself and Mo Hua. Outside, Mo Hua was merely insidious and troublesome. But within the sea of consciousness, Mo Hua was simply terrifying. How did their Zhang family provoke this little ancestor? Elder Song, who was battered and bruised by the earth-fire formation and the fireball technique, also felt his divine sense aura slowly depleting. He said urgently and hatefully, Little fellow Taoist, what exactly do you want to do? Mo Hua smiled faintly. Whatever you want to do, I want to do. Elder Song froze. And then his expression changed drastically. This brat wants to eat him. Elder Song's mind raced, and he quickly said, "Little friend, you cultivate righteous path techniques and walk a proper Tao path. We are evil spirits, malevolent thoughts. Listen to my advice. If you eat us, it will taint your Tao heart, damage your Tao foundation, and your state of mind will have big problems. You can't eat us. You won't." Mo Hua smiled. This smile, amidst his innocence, carried a hint of wickedness. "Won't? Why won't I?" Zhang Quan suddenly trembled as he thought about it, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and exclaimed in shock. "Did you eat the missing ancestors of the Zhang family?" The residual souls of the Zhang family ancestors were housed in the ancestral portrait. Unless they were foraging, they wouldn't easily go out. The ancestral portrait was intact when it was in his hands last time. Later, Mo Hua stole it, and when it was found again, several Zhang family ancestors were gone. It must be that they went foraging into this brat's sea of consciousness, and then he ate them. Just like they are now. Zhang Quan's face turned pale. Elder Song also showed fear. So, this brat wasn't the main course after all. They were. Mo Hua was momentarily stunned, then smiled, revealing his white teeth. "You guessed correctly." Zhang Quan and Elder Song both trembled. Elder Song said sternly, "Offending our Zhang family will bring you no good." But there was a hint of bluster in his tone. Zhang Quan also said hatefully, "The ancestor will not let you go." Mo Hua remained unfazed. Not only that, but he licked his lips, his gaze somewhat meaningful. Zhang Quan was stunned, then his gaze filled with horror. No way. This brat doesn't want to eat their Zhang family ancestor too. Elder Song also realized it. For a moment, immense fear surged in their hearts. That was their Zhang family's ancestor. To think that someone would be so audacious as to plot against their ancestor. What made them even more terrified was that this young cultivator possessed profound divine sense, unfathomable. Furthermore, he was cunning and his methods were terrifying. By being prepared against the unprepared, he could truly endanger their Zhang family ancestor. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Mo Hua sighed. "You know too much." Then, under Zhang Quan and Elder Song's terrified gazes, he flicked his finger, and fireballs suddenly appeared, filled with surging spiritual energy, bombarding them until only phantoms remained, on the verge of dissipation. The sea of consciousness instantly became much cleaner. Mo Hua breathed a sigh of relief, sat down cross-legged, and began to consider a problem. Should I eat them? Eating them would strengthen his divine sense, but it probably wouldn't reach 13 patterns. From 12 to 13, the divine sense had a bottleneck and wasn't easy to break through. Moreover, after eating them, he would have to spend time refining. He didn't have time for that now. There were still many Zhang family ancestors in the ancestral portrait. If they broke in while he was refining, it would be troublesome. He was alone, but all the Zhang family ancestors were in that portrait. It was equivalent to him alone facing the ancestral zombies of the Zhang family generation. Mo Hua shook his head. 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4, he wouldn't be afraid of, but if there were many, it would be difficult to handle, and there could be no mistakes. If he was caught off guard and injured, and then fell into a siege, it would be a big problem. This was now in the corpse mine, not in the cave dwellings of the master and his disciples. Without his master's care or his senior brothers and sisters' help, there was no one to back him up if danger arose. Therefore, he had to be cautious, extremely cautious. Especially since there was an ancestor on the other side. Mo Hua didn't know what trump cards Zhang Quan's ancestor had, nor had he ever fought against it. But it was easy to imagine that having lived for so long and eaten so many cultivators, this ancestor's divine sense must be powerful, their cunning must be deep, and they would not be lacking in methods. Going on like this, he would not only be outnumbered but also surrounded by powerful enemies. It would be incredibly difficult. And very dangerous. What should I do? Mo Hua propped his chin, pondered for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Zombies. Controlling zombies. The Zhang family's ancestors were all zombies. And since they were zombies, they could be controlled. He happened to have a profound and top-secret method for controlling zombies, the Spirit Hub Grand Formation. Mo Hua mused in his heart. Using the Spirit Hub Grand Formation to control the Zhang family's zombie elders and zombie disciples, and making them attack the Zhang family's zombie ancestor. I'll watch from the sidelines, pick up scraps, and deliver the finishing blows. Low risk, and saves trouble. This way, the one who is outnumbered will be the Zhang family ancestor, and the one surrounded by powerful enemies will also be the Zhang family ancestor. The situation would be reversed, and the roles of attacker and defender would be swapped. Mo Hua's eyes shone, and he nodded involuntarily. Afterwards, he began to prepare. First, he needed to test whether the Spirit Hub Grand Formation could take effect in his sea of consciousness. Mo Hua looked around. There were 3 figures. Elder Song, Elder Si, and Zhang Quan. They were all mental bodies, shaped like zombies. They had been trapped and killed by Mo Hua's formations and spells, their divine senses severely injured, their bodies dim, and they had fallen to the ground. Mo Hua thought for a moment. chose Zhang Quan and Elder Song, and manifested formation patterns with his divine sense, drawing the spirit hub formation on the heart meridians of both of them. As soon as the spirit hub formation was complete, it flashed a bright blue and merged into their bodies. Then, the formation patterns turned into wisps of energy, like blood vessels, like tentacles, or like needle and thread, inch by inch, roaming within their bodies, stitching, and merging into one, completely controlling them. Mo Hua suddenly understood. So this was how the spirit hub formation took effect. He had only used the spirit hub formation on the wooden puppet Little Tiger. The puppet was an inanimate object, with a simple structure, and controlling it was simpler. He had also used it on zombies, one a little zombie, and the other a corpse king, but neither was complete. On the little zombie, he had only modified the sequential formation patterns, not redrawn the spirit hub formation. On the corpse king, he had only overlaid it, covering Lu Qingyun's evil spirit hub formation, stealing his control, which was not a complete construction. Now, in the sea of consciousness, manifesting formation patterns with divine sense, controlling the evil thoughts of the iron zombies, one wisp of spiritual energy at a time, vividly displayed. Only now could Mo Hua observe the composition and effects of the spirit hub formation up close, and profoundly understand the principles of its formation. Mo Hua finally understood that his previous understanding of the spirit hub formation was still somewhat crude and superficial. Now, by putting it into practice, manifesting formation patterns, controlling iron zombies, and applying it in depth, he could understand it more thoroughly. This was a good opportunity to deepen his understanding of the spirit hub formation. Mo Hua's spirits were greatly boosted, and he then focused wholeheartedly, manifesting formation patterns, observing the movement of spiritual threads, contemplating the structure of spiritual energy, and practicing the methods of controlling spiritual hubs. His mastery and comprehension of the spirit hub formation also deepened bit by bit. Meanwhile, the heart meridians of the zombie divine senses of Zhang Quan and Elder Song were also drawn with the spirit hub formation by Mo Hua, with spiritual threads spreading throughout their limbs, completely controlling them. Mo Hua's divine sense moved, and he controlled the two to stand up. As expected, the two stood up stiffly according to Mo Hua's will. However, their eyes were closed, and they had no consciousness, like real puppets. Mo Hua controlled Zhang Quan to raise his hand and slap Elder Song, and then he controlled Elder Song to slap Zhang Quan. Afterward, he made them slap each other repeatedly. Neither of them resisted. Mo Hua then controlled them to fight each other. They did as they were told. However, the two were severely injured, and also under Mo Hua's control, their moves were clumsy and their power was not strong. Mo Hua was somewhat disappointed. Too weak. At this level, they couldn't threaten the Zhang family ancestor at all. Perhaps I should wake them up? Mo Hua decided to try. He completely refined the two Zhang family disciples and the severely injured and unconscious Elder Si using the molten fire formation, and then fed them to Zhang Quan and Elder Song. As expected, the injuries of the two were repaired, and their auras gradually strengthened. A moment later, Zhang Quan and Elder Song opened their eyes. They were surprised to find that their injuries were healed and their strength had recovered by 70 to 80%. Then, they were surprised to discover that their bodies were not their own. No matter what they wanted to do, their bodies remained motionless. And beside them, Mo Hua watched them with a smile. The two felt a chill in their hearts. What wicked idea was this brat brewing now? You are my people now. You must obey my commands. Mo Hua instructed. Zhang Quan felt a great sense of absurdity. What was this brat saying? How could I be your person? How could I obey your commands? I wish I could kill you, and then be done with it. Mo Hua commanded. Zhang Quan, slap Elder Song. Zhang Quan sneered even more inwardly. You want me to slap him, and I will? How could I possibly do something so disrespectful? Before he could even finish his thought, he found his hand already slapping Elder Song's face. Zhang Quan was shocked. Elder Song was even more shocked. Zhang Quan, a junior, actually obeyed this brat's command and slapped his elder ancestor's face? Mo Hua was very satisfied and said to Elder Song, you slap him back. As expected, Elder Song also slapped Zhang Quan. Now, both Zhang Quan and Elder Song realized something was wrong. Zhang Quan angrily said, Brat, what did you do to us? Elder Song also said in shock and anger, what exactly do you want to do? Mo Hua was speechless. How could I possibly tell you? Do you think I'm stupid? Then he muttered to himself, can't let them talk, otherwise my plan will be exposed. Can I silence them? With a thought from Mo Hua, a blue light flickered in the heart meridians of Zhang Quan and Elder Song, revealing formation patterns. These formation patterns spawned spiritual threads and extended upwards, like needle and thread, sewing up the mouths of Zhang Quan and Elder Song. Zhang Quan and Elder Song stared with wide eyes, their expressions filled with terror, but they could not speak. Mo Hua narrowed his eyes and smiled. That's right. Zombies should act like zombies, no nonsense. After that, he concealed himself, sat down cross-legged, and prepared to wait by the rabbit hutch, waiting for other Zhang family zombie elders to come to test the control effect of the spirit hub formation. After a while, another zombie elder, accompanied by 2 zombie disciples, entered Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. As soon as that zombie elder entered the sea of consciousness, before he could even marvel at the depth and purity of Mo Hua's divine sense, he saw Zhang Quan and Elder Song standing there like wooden stakes. The two looked very strange. Their clothes were tattered and covered in scorch marks, as if they had been through a fierce battle. But their auras were steady, even somewhat serene and peaceful, not like they had been through a battle. Elder Song. This zombie elder frowned and asked. Elder Song remained motionless. Although his eyes were open, there was no reaction at all. The zombie elder mumbled to himself, then called out again, Elder Song? What happened? Where is Elder C? And those 2 disciples? Why do you look like this? The zombie elder asked for a long time, but Elder Song remained silent. The zombie elder's frown deepened. At this moment, Elder Song suddenly attacked, his fingers like sharp claws, as swift as the wind, aiming directly for the zombie elder's heart meridian. The zombie elder was greatly alarmed and dodged quickly, but his chest was still torn, and black blood flowed out. The zombie elder was furious. Elder Song, what is the meaning of this? Elder Song's attacks became more urgent, as if he had no regard for his own life, each move vicious. The zombie elder struggled to support himself while gritting his teeth. Zhang Song, what exactly do you mean? Do you want to be a traitor? Murdering your own elder? How will you explain this to the ancestor? Do you intend to rebel? Elder Song's expression was blank, but his heart was filled with sorrow. I don't want to kill my own kind either. I'm also not in control of myself. It's not my fault. It's all because of that malicious, hateful, despicable, insidious, shameless brat. It's him who makes me unable to control myself. I have something to do today, so this is the only chapter, over 4K words. Chapter 502. Mo Hua hid to the side, controlling Elder Song to fight against the newly arrived zombie elder. Elder Song should have been stronger, but controlled by Mo Hua with the spirit hub formation, he was unable to act freely and could only use 7 to 8 parts of his strength. After dozens of rounds of combat, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. If 1 was not enough, then 2 would be. Mo Hua, acting without martial ethics, also controlled Zhang Quan, and the 2 of them attacked in tandem. This put the newly arrived zombie elder in a difficult position, struggling to cope with attacks from both sides. Mo Hua then observed its moves. The zombies from the Zhang family had a consistent fighting style. They could only materialize their divine senses into corpses and engage in close-quarters combat. If they couldn't win, they would materialize their divine senses into corpses, their bodies would grow immensely, their skin would become like copper and their bones like iron, with a green face and fangs. At such times, their speed and strength would increase, and their fangs would also become much sharper. But this was also rather uninteresting. The first time Mo Hua saw it, he found it novel, but after seeing it many times, he found it tedious. Apart from Elder Song, who used the means of shrinking his skin and bones to escape, other zombies were all pretty much the same. Mo Hua wondered if they were unlearned, or if their ancestor had kept secrets and hadn't taught them other methods. This zombie elder also had no new tricks. Mo Hua was somewhat disappointed. Time was limited, so he didn't delay any further. He controlled Zhang Quan and Elder Song with all his might, and the 2 of them surrounded and attacked the zombie elder, forcing it to retreat step by step. The zombie elder was furious and went all out, but still couldn't win. Even after transforming into a corpse, it still couldn't win. Not only that, but its injuries also worsened, and if this continued, it would undoubtedly die. The zombie elder's gaze flashed with gloom. It swallowed a mouthful of blood, its aura surged, and with one punch, it repelled Zhang Quan, then repelled Elder Song, and intended to break free. But Mo Hua would not allow it to escape. Mo Hua flicked his finger, and a water prison rapidly condensed. The zombie elder, which was about to leave, was instantly bound in place by spiritual energy shackles. The zombie elder was greatly alarmed. Mo Hua, in the corner, also slowly revealed his figure. Although he was young, his divine sense was focused, his aura was profound, and he was unfathomable. The zombie elder's eyes widened in terror, and it asked, "Who are you?" Mo Hua, too lazy to waste words on such an ordinary elder, directly unleashed a fireball technique. A fireball technique whistled out and splattered across its face. The zombie elder fell to the ground in response. Mo Hua, still not at ease, followed up with several more fireball techniques. With loud roars, it was directly blasted into dispersed form and spirit, lying on the ground, dying and unable to move. Zhang Quan and Elder Song, standing nearby, twitched their eyelids as they watched. Before they could commiserate with each other, a scene that made them even more terrified occurred. Mo Hua, in front of Zhang Quan and the 2, began to cast the spirit hub formation. He discarded his concentration, pointed his finger at the heart meridian of the zombie elder, whose consciousness was on the verge of dissipation and was unable to move. With the heart meridian as the formation's eye, faint blue formation patterns, as bright and beautiful as secluded orchids, bloomed on the zombie elder's chest. They then extended outwards, using its body as the earth, rooting and growing, densely packed until they perfectly conformed. This elder, at the Iron Corpse realm, was thus transformed into a puppet. Zhang Quan and Elder Song's eyes were filled with terror. What kind of formation was this? Could this brat have controlled the bodies of divine senses with this formation? Were they also implanted with such a formation? What kind of formation was this? The formation was exquisite, its technique close to the Tao, its Tao close to the arcane. It was utterly absurd. They couldn't understand it at all. Zhang Quan suddenly froze. This formation seemed similar to the corpse-controlling formation that Lu Qingyun treasured. However, it was not as sinister, and it looked more complex, more mysterious, and more profound. But that formation, didn't Lu Qingyun say it was extremely difficult? Didn't he say the threshold was very high? Didn't he say the formation principles were very complicated? Zhang Quan remembered Lu Qingyun's words. Without dedicating oneself to years of painstaking research, without understanding evil formations, without integrating evil thoughts into one's consciousness, without using bone as a brush, without using blood as ink, without using a corpse as a medium, how could he possibly learn it? Then, when did this brat learn it? Zhang Quan wanted to ask, but he couldn't even utter a sound. He was now a divine sense puppet, controlled and unable to act on his own. After Mo Hua finished drawing the spirit hub formation on the zombie elder, he refined the 2 zombie disciples he had just killed into smoke and fed them to it, allowing it to recover some strength. A moment later, the zombie elder's ethereal form gradually stabilized, and it slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes were filled with confusion. The remnants of its memories were of Mo Hua's vicious fireball technique. Soon, it discovered that its body was beyond its control. It was controlled by Mo Hua, standing alongside Zhang Quan and Elder Song. Its mouth was also stitched shut by spiritual energy filaments, so it couldn't speak. It could only exchange a simple glance with Elder Song. The emotions in that glance were very complex. He finally understood Elder Song's predicament. Their fate was no longer in their own hands. Instead, it was held in the hands of the little cultivator beside them, who looked cute but was very terrifying. Mo Hua, holding 3 iron corpses, continued to wait for opportunities. He remembered Elder Song mentioning that the zombie ancestor of the Zhang family relied on the divine senses of his descendants for sustenance and did not personally consume them. Although Mo Hua wasn't sure how this sustenance was provided, by all rights, the Zhang family ancestor should not have entered his sea of consciousness, unless he captured all the elders of the Zhang family. Not long after, 2 more Iron Corpse elders from the Zhang family entered Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. Mo Hua did the same. This time, it was 3 against 2, a chaotic battle. After they had exhausted all their techniques and fought to a near standstill, Mo Hua emerged again. Using fireball technique, water prison technique, and the earth-fire formation in combination, he quickly dealt with the 2 elders. Then he repeated the same tactic. He cast the spirit hub formation and controlled the Zhang family elders. In this way, the Zhang family lost 2 more elders, and Mo Hua gained 2 more iron corpses in his possession. Mo Hua was like fishing. He caught them one by one. Every time he caught one, his fish basket got fuller, and there were fewer fish in the river. In the Zhang family ancestors diagram, all the elders at the Iron Corpse realm were Mo Hua's fish. While Mo Hua was fishing, the city of Nanyue was also experiencing undercurrents. Various cultivating forces converged in the city. There were many new faces on the streets. Ordinary qi condensation cultivators were unaware, still toiling for their daily survival, working themselves to death for a single spirit stone. However, the cultivators who were part of the situation had solemn expressions. The calm before the storm. But they only sensed the wind. They had no idea what kind of storm it would be. The Sidhu family. In a low-key, elegant, but hidden hall, various forces gathered. There were commanders of the Tao soldiers belonging to the Tao Soldier Division, allocated by the Tao Court. Foundation establishment elders from nearby cultivating forces, summoned by the Tao Court. And those pursuing Mr. Zhuang, related to the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion, including the withered old man, the white-clothed youth, and the middle-aged cultivator. These family forces had arrived secretly, and the Tao soldiers were stationed in an abandoned mine outside the city, all to cover their tracks and deceive the Liu family. At the same time, they bypassed the Tao Court's branch in Nanyue City. The directors from the Tao Court's branch present were from nearby immortal cities or directly under the Tao Court. The only person from the Nanyue City Tao Court's branch was Sidhu Fong. However, she was able to participate in this meeting due to her identity as a Sidhu family disciple and her knowledge of many inside details. The person in charge of this gathering was a Tao soldier commander named Yang, who was in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. He had a square face, stern eyes, and a composed demeanor. Commander Yang got straight to the point. I am Yang Jishan, holding the position of a second-rank Dao soldier commander. By decree of the Dao court, this operation aims to suppress the corpse mine, apprehend Lu Qingyun, seal the corpse king, and burn the hordes of zombies. We must not cause a zombie tide or a zombie disaster, nor let the living beings of Nanyue City suffer. Commander Yang looked solemn, scanned the surroundings, and said in a deep voice, "In Nanyue City, the Lu family is powerful, and there are many zombies in the corpse mine. Therefore, we must proceed with caution, or it will inevitably lead to great disaster. I ask everyone to follow orders. Otherwise, if any mistakes are made and cause disaster, and the Dao court holds us accountable, none of us can bear it." After Commander Yang finished speaking and saw no objections, he nodded and continued. This operation will be divided into 2 routes. One route will suppress the Lu family. Seal the Lu family mansion, capture the foundation establishment cultivators of the Lu family, and use second-rank spirit binding locks to restrict their cultivation. Ordinary Qi condensation disciples will be soft-detained and watched. After the matter of the corpse mine is settled, they will be dealt with collectively. No innocent lives should be taken. However, if any of the Lu family disciples resist, they will be killed without mercy. The other route will be for the cultivators to assemble, rendezvous with the Dao soldiers outside the city, and launch a surprise attack on the corpse mine. March stealthily, strive for a swift victory, suppress the corpse mine, apprehend Lu Qingyun, and nip the zombie menace in the bud. Next, we will discuss the specific tactical arrangements. I apologize for the late update due to some delays. There is one more chapter, but it will be a bit later. Chapter 503, Preparing for Battle. Yang Jishan hung up several maps. These maps included a diagram of the mining mountain situation, the entrance to the Lu family's corpse mine, a structural diagram of the stone hall within the corpse mine, and a simple mine shaft route map. The maps were annotated with numerous small characters. The small characters explained points to note, including the guarding iron zombies, the locations of traps, corpse poison traps, secret passages, hidden rooms, and secret doors. They even marked formation structures: defense formations, warning formations, revealing formations, trap formations, killing formations, and containment formations. All were clearly labeled. The meticulous detail of the maps surprised everyone. Commander Yang referenced the maps to arrange their tactics. First, they would be divided into teams. Foundation establishment cultivators would be grouped based on their cultivation methods and favored Dao arts. Each team of cultivators would have different offensive and defensive strengths, complementing each other's advantages and disadvantages. Those skilled in combat and possessing sharp Dao arts would form the main attacking force. Those with strong physiques and robust Qi and blood would be the main defense. There were also cultivators with obscure or rare Dao arts, who could be used as surprise forces to achieve unexpected effects. After dividing into teams, Yang Jishan said, "The Dao court has allocated a batch of pills, which I will distribute shortly. These pills include antidote pills, spirit recovery pills, blood replenishing pills, blood purification pills, and so on. The rest are common pills. Take them as needed without me needing to elaborate. However, these blood purification pills are different. They are specifically for counteracting corpse poison. They are not easily obtained, so use them sparingly, but at critical moments, do not hesitate to use them. If you get injured, bleed, and are infected with corpse poison, especially the corpse poison from second-rank iron zombies, you must take them promptly. Otherwise, if the corpse poison attacks the heart and a living person transforms into a zombie, I will have to reluctantly kill you." The cultivators present wore solemn expressions. Yang Jishan's expression turned serious, and he continued, "Of course, if I unfortunately turn into a zombie and become a puppet of a corpse king, do not show any mercy. You must kill me, burn my remains with fire, and leave no trace of me. My Yang family disciples can die in battle, but they cannot become zombies after death to aid evil." After speaking, Yang Jishan asked, "Among you, are there any gentlemen who know formations?" Everyone looked at each other, and then several cultivators stood up. Their hair was either half white or streaked with white, and they were all quite old. Yang Jishan nodded. A white-clothed youth in the crowd hesitated for a moment, then also stood up. The middle-aged cultivator beside him tried to pull him back, but failed, muttering with dissatisfaction, "Why are you getting involved in this mess?" The withered old man beside them sighed and shook his head. However, the white-clothed youth looked resolute. Seeing his youth, Yang Jishan was slightly surprised and asked, "Young friend, are you a formation master?" The white-clothed youth nodded. "I am a second-rank formation master." A second-rank formation master. Upon hearing this, the entire hall was stunned. A second-rank formation master, so young? Impossible. At a time like this, could he be lying? What's his background? Probably from an aristocratic family. Why is an aristocratic family member here? Who knows? He looks only 20 or 30 years old. This talent is truly terrifying. I'm over 180 years old, and I'm only a first-rank formation master. Alas, I'm truly ashamed. The crowd whispered and murmured. Yang Jishan was also somewhat shocked. Then his expression turned solemn as he asked, "May I know your surname, young sir?" The white-clothed youth cupped his hands in greeting. "Commander Yang is too kind. My surname is Yun." Yun? The young master of the Yun family. Yang Jishan's heart stirred, and he nodded. "Good. I hope young Master Yun can lend us a hand in this endeavor." The young Master Yun, clad in white, nodded. "I will not refuse to eliminate demons and uphold righteousness." His youthful spirit gave the middle-aged cultivator beside him a headache. Yang Jishan, however, looked at him with admiration. He then instructed a deputy commander beside him. "Once the battle begins, you will follow young Master Yun and protect him closely. Ensure nothing happens to him." "Understood." The deputy commander acknowledged the order. Yang Jishan laid out the mining mountain formation map and pointed out several formations, all defensive formations used at gates and checkpoints. Yang Jishan asked, "Young Master Yun, please take a look. How should these formations be deciphered?" Young Master Yun shook his head. "I can't decipher them myself, but I can teach you how to break them." Yang Jishan was slightly taken aback. Breaking formations. Was there a difference between breaking and deciphering? In ordinary terms, his soldiers referred to breaking and deciphering formations as the same thing. However, he didn't dare to ask for clarification, lest he appear unprofessional, so he vaguely replied, "Either is fine." Young Master Yin looked at the formation map, pondered for a moment, and then pointed out the weaknesses of the formations, telling them where the formation eye was, how the formation pivot flowed, which part of the formation pattern was crucial, and where the formation medium was weakest. As long as these points were destroyed by spiritual energy or brute force, the formation could be broken. Yang Jishan was overjoyed. He memorized everything and then instructed several squad captains. "Remember what young Master Yin said. Make sure there are no errors when you break these formations." "Yes, Commander." Yang Jishan then discussed further with everyone, filling in gaps and pooling wisdom to gradually perfect the plan to suppress the corpse mine. After the discussion, someone suddenly asked, "Commander, how did we obtain such detailed intelligence?" Everyone present was startled and looked at Yang Jishan. Yang Jishan couldn't help but look at Situ Fong. Situ Fong then stood up and said, "Two disciples from aristocratic families told me." "Disciples from aristocratic families? Which family? How did they obtain it? Can it be trusted?" Situ Fong frowned and said loudly, "Our Situ family can vouch for them." Someone sneered, "What's the use of your Situ family vouching for them? It's not that we don't believe you, but this matter is of great importance, and we must be extremely cautious." Situ Fong's brows furrowed tightly. Yang Jishan pondered for a moment and then said, "In that case, please invite these two disciples over so we can verify this." Situ Fong hesitated. Yang Jishan asked, "Is there any inconvenience?" "I can only invite them, but I cannot guarantee whether they will come." Situ Fong replied, "No matter." Yang Jishan said, "Situ Jianxi, please go invite them." "All right." Situ Fong nodded, cupped his hands, and took his leave. Yang Jishan looked at the maps, his brows furrowed in thought. It was indeed too complete. It was as if the intelligence was leaked by an inside man in the corpse mine. No, even an inside man might not know such details. The mountain terrain maps and the stone hall layout maps were acceptable, but the formation maps were absolute secrets, not something an ordinary cultivator could obtain. Perhaps only Lu Qingyun had them in the entire corpse mine. Was this a scheme by Lu Qingyun to lure them into a trap? Or was the cultivator who gathered the intelligence familiar with the internal formations, making them Lu Qingyun's confidant? Yang Jishan frowned, perplexed, and then saw young Master Yun also staring at the formation map. He couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Yun, what do you think?" Young Master Yin was slightly taken aback. After thinking seriously for a moment, he said, "I don't know about anything else, but at least this formation map has complex principles, is logically consistent, and fits with the mountain terrain. It cannot be fake." Yang Jishan nodded, feeling slightly relieved. As long as the formation map was real, it was fine. The formation map was the core. Even if Lu Qingyun intended to lure them into a trap, he wouldn't lose his mind and expose such secret information. As long as the formation map was accurate, even if there were some errors in the other intelligence, they could adapt to the situation, and it wouldn't be a major problem. Yang Jishan then became curious. Who exactly were the two disciples from aristocratic families that Situ Fong mentioned? And what was the identity of the cultivator who provided the intelligence? Half an hour later, Situ Fong led two cultivators into the hall. They were Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi. The moment the two entered, everyone in the hall's eyes lit up. Bai Zixing had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, with a dignified and imposing demeanor. Although he was only at the Qi condensation realm, his spiritual energy was robust, clearly indicating a deep foundation. Bai Zishi had disguised herself, and her appearance was merely that of a beautiful and refined woman, but her temperament was clear and crisp, her eyes sparkling and brilliant like glazed glass, making her unforgettable. The spiritual energy surging around her was no less than Bai Zixing's. At first glance, both appeared to be from distinguished families with extraordinary spiritual roots, but at the same time, their auras were somewhat veiled, making it impossible to discern their true depths. Some cultivators secretly probed them with their spiritual sense. But as soon as their spiritual sense was released, they felt something being drawn away, sinking into an abyss and disappearing without a trace. The faces of the peeping cultivators turned pale, and they felt a sense of dread. The identities of these two were definitely not someone they could afford to offend. Yang Jishan was stunned for a moment before finally asking, "May I know where you two young friends come from?" Bai Zixing replied, "Our surname is Bai." Surname Bai? Yang Jishan's heart gave a slight jolt. Which Bai family? There were several prominent families surnamed Bai in the 9 provinces of the cultivation world. However, given their distinguished identities, he couldn't press for details and proceeded to the main matter. "Young friends, may I ask where this information about the corpse mine originated?" Bai Zixing said, "My junior disciple gathered it." Junior disciple? Yes. Bai Zixing continued, "My junior disciple is skilled in formations and was used by Lu Chengyun and captured, trapped within the corpse mine. Then this intelligence." Bai Zixing nodded. He gathered all of it from inside. Yang Jishan frowned. Skilled in formations? How skilled could he be? This intelligence included formation maps. Could that also be gathered? Yang Jishan was skeptical. He then looked at Bai Zixing and Bai Zixi again, gradually dispelling his doubts, thinking to himself, to be the junior disciple of these 2 young cultivators from the Bai family, he must have some extraordinary abilities. It's normal for him to achieve things that ordinary people cannot. On the other side, Bai Zixi, who had been silent, secretly tugged at Bai Zixing's sleeve. Bai Zixing then reluctantly said, "I have one more thing. I wish to ask for everyone's help in rescuing my junior disciple." Bai Zixing had always been unwilling to ask for favors. If it weren't for Mo Hua, he wouldn't have asked these people for help. But there were too many zombies in the corpse mine, making it difficult for him to force his way in, and Mo Hua hadn't returned for a long time. Yang Jishan replied, "That is naturally what we will do." This junior disciple was the junior disciple of these 2 young cultivators from the Bai family, and had been captured and used by Lu Qingyun. His identity and strength were clearly not ordinary. Furthermore, he had transmitted such important intelligence, which had greatly aided them. Regardless of anything else, they had to rescue him. Yang Jishan then asked, "What does your junior disciple look like? What are his distinguishing features? What is his name?" Bai Zixing said, 13 years old, skilled in formations, with features as if painted. His name is Mo Hua. 13 years old. So young? Everyone present was somewhat taken aback. Yang Jishan was also stunned. Mo Hua? This name sounded so familiar. He felt like he had heard it somewhere. It seemed like someone had mentioned it to him. Yang Jishan couldn't recall it for the moment, so he set it aside and solemnly stated, "Everyone, when we attack the corpse mine, if you encounter this young cultivator named Mo Hua, you must render aid and rescue him." The cultivators present all nodded. They all remembered the name Mo Hua, but they had no idea what that name truly signified. Chapter 504, Patriarch Zhang. With all plans in place, Yang Jishan said solemnly, "Tomorrow, we will dispatch troops and assemble cultivators. The day after tomorrow, at Mao hour, we will begin suppressing the Lu family and eradicating the corpse mine." Everyone's expressions grew solemn. The day of war was like the sudden arrival of a torrential downpour. Nanyue City was engulfed in uncertainty, and what they faced was the deeply entrenched Lu family and the vast expanse of corpse mountains and seas, as well as that corpse king, possessing the potential for Dao calamities. The atmosphere in the hall was momentarily tinged with a murderous aura. Meanwhile, within the corpse mine, Lu Changyun suddenly frowned. He felt a sudden sense of unease. It was as if something extremely dangerous had occurred, yet he was completely unaware. What could be so dangerous? Lu Changyun calmed himself and began to ponder slowly. Zhang Quan was already dead, and with his death, the control over the corpse king had vanished. In this world, the only one who could command the corpse king was himself. Mo Hua had also been turned into a sacrifice by him, fed to the visualization diagram. Once his spiritual sense was consumed, leaving only a shell, he would refine Mo Hua into a small zombie to keep by his side and serve him. After all, the child was clever and cute, and Lu Chengyun quite liked him. It was just a pity that he was proficient in formations and knew too much. The matter of the corpse mine was too important, concerning the fate of the Lu family and his own future Dao path. He had no choice but to eliminate all risk factors and cut the grass by the roots. Children who were too smart could not be kept. One Zhang Quan and one Mo Hua. Both had been used and then discarded by him. Besides them, who else could threaten him? Who else could make him feel so uneasy? Lu Qingyun's fingers tapped the tabletop expressionlessly, his demeanor stern. A moment later, he flipped through some intelligence reports. These reports were gathered by Lu family cultivators, detailing recent movements in Nanyue City and the corpse mine. Lu Qingyun relied on this intelligence to observe any stirrings in Nanyue City. The number of passing cultivators has increased. Their appearances are unfamiliar, and their auras cannot be discerned. The Nanyue sect has become estranged from my Lu family. They are no longer accepting the spirit stones we sent. The Dao court, on the other hand, is still accepting spirit stones. They've been frequenting the brothels. The prefect was indulging in pleasure at the brothel and also insulted and killed a female cultivator. Lu Qingyun's gaze narrowed, and he pondered silently. This doesn't seem like anything abnormal. Am I being overly cautious? More passing cultivators are a good thing. Within hundreds of miles, only my Lu family's Jinhua Street is the most extravagant and unrestrained. When they indulge in the bodies of female cultivators, they are also sending spirit stones to my Lu family. There's nothing unusual with the Dao court. If there were any real movements from above, it would be impossible to hide from the local Dao court. Otherwise, even if they didn't report it, they would at least exercise some restraint. Is the Nanyue sect putting on a show for me? Wanting more spirit stones? Lu Qingyun snorted coldly. I think their sect master has grown tired of his position. Lu Qingyun reread the intelligence reports, and vaguely, he still felt something was amiss, yet he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Could it be that the conspiracy of the corpse mine has been leaked? Lu Qingyun thought for a moment, then shook his head. Impossible. The people who knew the inside story were Zhang Quan and Imo Hua. Zhang Quan was already dead, and Imo Hua had been taken by him to feed the diagram. Besides them, those corpse cultivators only knew superficial details. They were completely unaware of the core 10,000 corpse formation, the spirit hub formation, and the corpse king within the altar. Even if it were reported, it wouldn't matter. They could simply find someone to take the blame. The Dao court wouldn't go to great lengths. Lu Qingyun was suspicious and still felt uneasy. Perhaps I should go to the city myself to take a look? Lu Qingyun pondered for a moment, then shook his head again. He still had to attend to the matters of the 10,000 corpse formation. Complex formations that required long-term operation were not simply built and then left alone. They needed inspection, maintenance, and verification to ensure the formation cores were intact, the formation pivots were smooth, and the formation patterns were correct. Furthermore, the formation core of this 10,000 corpse formation was constructed by Imo Hua. In some places, the ideas were ingenious, and the spiritual energy flow was unique, far simpler than he had initially envisioned. Lu Qingyun himself found it somewhat strenuous to maintain it. Inspection, correction, and repair took considerable time. Not to mention the other formation masters in the corpse mine. It was good enough if they could even understand it. Lu Qingyun sighed with a hint of regret. I killed this young master too early. Now, all these matters required his personal attention, leaving him no time for anything else. However, he still felt somewhat uneasy, so he gave an order. Strictly guard during this period, patrol day and night, and report immediately if anything unusual occurs. The corpse cultivators acknowledged and passed down the order. Instantly, the entire corpse mine became vigilant. The Dao court meticulously planned, while the corpse mine was heavily guarded. The great battle was about to commence. And within the sea of consciousness of Imo Hua, who was in the white coffin, the ultimate enemy was about to arrive. The patriarch of the Zhang family's corpse Dao. During this time, Imo Hua had been fishing nonstop. Up to this point, he had lured all the elders and disciples from the ancestral spirits of the Zhang family into his sea of consciousness. Imo Hua, having the advantage of rest, first commanded the iron zombies to surround and beat them. After they had exhausted their methods and were severely injured, he would then step in to finish them off. The elders were to be kept to control the spirit hub formation. The disciples were to be refined and used to restore the elders' strength. Among them, the strongest was the great elder of the Zhang family. Imo Hua spent a considerable amount of effort, and after the cost of 2 iron zombie elders, he finally subdued him. The control of the iron zombies had reached its limit. Imo Hua, following Lu Qingyun's example, drew the same spirit hub formation on the great elder and endowed him with high-priority sequential formation patterns. On the other bodies of the iron zombie elders, he drew lower-priority sequential formation patterns. By controlling the great elder, he could command the ordinary elders. This way, his spiritual sense felt much more relaxed, and his control over the iron zombies became more nuanced. And Imo Hua now possessed a total of 11 iron zombies. This was the current total number of elders in the Zhang family. They had originally been elders of the Zhang family, obeying the orders of the Zhang family patriarch, but now they had all become Imo Hua's divine sense puppets, controlled by Imo Hua. What was once an outnumbered situation had turned into an outnumbering one, using their own methods against them. Using the Zhang family elders to fight the Zhang family patriarch. Imo Hua nodded with a smile, very pleased with his own cleverness. As expected of me. Next, Imo Hua lined up the 11 iron zombies of the Zhang family, setting the stage to await the Zhang family patriarch. He himself hid nearby, resting and waiting to watch the ancestral spirits of the Zhang family slaughter each other, and to reap the benefits as a fisherman. Witnessing all this, Zhang Quan's intestines turned green with regret. He should never have provoked this little ancestor in the first place. No, or rather, it would have been better if he had been angered to death by him earlier. If he had been angered to death earlier, he wouldn't have been used by him, threatening his own ancestral spirits of the Zhang family. They had now all fallen to the point of acting as accomplices. Mo Hua was that little evil tiger. Not only did he eat them, but he also turned them into vengeful spirits to harm his Zhang family ancestors. Now all the elders of the Zhang family had become vengeful spirits of this little evil tiger, and they were about to harm their Zhang family patriarch. The patriarch was truly in grave danger. Mo Hua, this little brat, was far more terrifying than Lu Chengyun. Zhang Quan was both anxious and fearful, but he was now just a puppet, controlled by Mo Hua, obeying Mo Hua's orders, and utterly powerless. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Hua, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the wall of his consciousness vibrate, as if something powerful was approaching. A moment later, with wisps of smoke swirling, an elder with an ethereal, immortal aura descended from the clouds. His beard and hair were all white, and he looked dignified and solemn, like an immortal. He was Zhang Quan's ancestor, the zombie patriarch depicted in the ancestor diagram. Mo Hua's eyes lit up, and a mischievous smile curved his lips. The Zhang family patriarch had arrived. He had to, because the Zhang family was empty. One by one, they had all gone and never returned. In just half a day, his disciples and grand-disciples had all disappeared. In the ancestor diagram, which was once filled with descendants, only he, the lone patriarch, remained. If he didn't come now, the Zhang family, the inheritors of the corpse Dao, would truly be annihilated. This must be someone's design to harm them. Concerning bloodline relatives and the inheritance of the corpse Dao, he wanted to see who, or rather, what kind of evil creature, dared to harbor ill intentions towards his Zhang family. As soon as the Zhang family patriarch entered, he was stunned for a moment. What pure and dense spiritual sense! Like the legendary abundant spiritual energy of a blessed land, the spiritual sense here was also terrifyingly pure. Had his Zhang family disciples, perhaps due to gluttony, forgotten their homes and were unwilling to return? The Zhang family patriarch frowned and looked around, his expression bewildered. There were no outsiders around, nor any other malevolent spirits or divine consciousness entities. Only his Zhang family's dozen or so elders, lined up like wooden stakes. The Zhang family patriarch frowned and said, "What is the meaning of this?" The elders' auras were obscure, their gazes vacant, and they remained silent. The Zhang family patriarch sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to step forward to examine them closely, a sudden chilling wind arose. The great elder of the Zhang family took the lead, his claws growing, imbued with corpse poison, and attacked the Zhang family patriarch from behind. A sneak attack? The Zhang family patriarch's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the great elder's wrist and blocked his attack. At the same time, the other elders also attacked, some targeting vital points, some targeting the eyes, some targeting the crown of the head, some targeting the lower parts, some targeting the joints. Every move was vicious, aiming to end their patriarch's life. The Zhang family patriarch was furious. He never expected that in such a short time, not only had his disciples and grand-disciples disappeared, but they had also rebelled, even committing the heinous act of attempting to kill him, their ancestor. "You group of scoundrels." The Zhang family patriarch parried and blocked a few moves, but even the strongest fists were no match for many hands. His Taoist robe was torn, his arm was wounded, and a few strands of his white beard were pulled off. The Zhang family patriarch's gaze deepened. During the exchange, he discovered the abnormality of these elders. They've been controlled? The Zhang family patriarch's mind raced. Controlled by what? A spell? An illusion? Were they bewitched or brainwashed? With a slight shift in his thoughts, the Zhang family patriarch immediately chanted loudly, then shouted in a clear voice. "The patriarch has arrived. Why do you not quickly convert? Convert to my sect, seek eternal life. Convert to my sect, seek eternal life." These words echoed from afar and resonated in the heart, possessing the power to bewitch and convert people. Mo Hua's divine sense momentarily wavered. However, after a moment, it felt like a clear spring flowing through his mind, and he instantly regained clarity. On the other side, the eyes of the iron zombies also showed longing and yearning. But they were controlled by the spirit hub formation, their actions dictated by spiritual threads, mere puppets. What they thought in their hearts was actually unimportant. Even if the Zhang family patriarch bewitched their hearts, their bodies remained obedient, listening only to Mo Hua. They continued their attacks unabated. These iron zombies, with their eyes full of longing, clearly had their minds wavering. But their attacks remained vicious, showing no mercy. The Zhang family patriarch's heart tightened. What kind of control method was this? He had never seen it before. The Zhang family patriarch shouted loudly. Which esteemed expert has set up this scheme? To be able to simultaneously control 11 iron zombies without being affected by his Dao resonance, such a method could only be performed by an expert. However, Mo Hua remained silent, unwilling to reveal himself. The ideal scenario was to not have to act himself, letting them, a family of zombies, slaughter each other. When both sides were exhausted, he would then emerge to pick up the spoils. By relying on their superior numbers, he would let the Zhang family patriarch be worn down and killed by his own disciples and grand disciples, preferably dying without even knowing how, becoming a confused spirit. This would save a lot of trouble, and the risk would be lower. Even if he had to act in the end, he would force out all of the Zhang family patriarch's methods, making him reveal all his trump cards, so he would have a contingency plan and be able to target his attacks accordingly. With a thought, Mo Hua controlled the iron zombies, intensifying their attacks. The Zhang family patriarch was extremely frustrated. He was being besieged by his own disciples and grand disciples, and he didn't even know who his opponent behind the scenes was. At first, he had held back, considering the familial bond, but as his injuries gradually increased, he realized that this kind of attrition would not work. If this continued, he would only die here. The Zhang family patriarch's expression darkened, and his aura abruptly changed. The ethereal, immortal aura vanished, replaced by a strong corpse aura. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, changing from pitch black to a rusty hue, his gaze cold and indifferent. His Taoist robe burst apart inch by inch, revealing his bronze skin. On his skin, veins bulged, contorted and ugly, yet incredibly tough. His physique also suddenly grew taller, expanding like bronze and iron. His claws were sharp and elongated, like fine swords, their tips glowing with a coppery red. His appearance was terrifying, his aura violent and ferocious. Mo Hua let out a slight gasp. Bronze corpse. Although he had some anticipation, he was still shocked. He hadn't expected that the divine sense manifested by the Zhang family patriarch would actually be a bronze corpse. Only a second-rank zombie could refine a bronze corpse. The strength of a bronze corpse was at least at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and if cultivated deeply, could reach the late stage. Based on the Zhang family patriarch's words, Mo Hua estimated that he was only a thin line away from the late foundation establishment stage. However, because he was a patriarch, receiving the incense and faith of the Zhang family's disciples and grand disciples, it also affected his strength. Now, the disciples and grand disciples of the Zhang family were either slaughtered by Mo Hua and fed to him, or refined and eaten by Mo Hua. The remaining ones had become Mo Hua's puppets, currently rebelling against their ancestors. Therefore, the Zhang family patriarch's strength had greatly diminished. Currently, it seemed to be in the mid-foundation establishment stage. But even so, he was still very strong. Mo Hua made a mental estimation and felt that in a direct confrontation, he might, with high probability, truly not be the Zhang family patriarch's match. The outcome was perhaps 50-50. His winning probability was likely even smaller. A bronze corpse. How could he fight such a large creature with its bronze skin and iron bones, its thick corpse aura, and its fast movement technique? Even if he could win, it would likely be a hard-won victory. Mo Hua mused inwardly, then felt a sense of relief, muttering softly. Good thing I don't have to fight myself. Mo Hua controlled the Zhang family's iron zombies, beginning their righteous assault. Mo Hua encouraged them in his heart. Go, take down your patriarch. Take it down, and you'll become the patriarch. The 11 iron zombies clashed head-on with the bronze corpse, engaging in a desperate melee. Fist met flesh, claws drew blood. The scene was incredibly intense. Thank you for the tips from FanU10081, Sang Chun, Xiaoryu Qing Liang, Hei Tao Jack, Li Xiao, Xinyan Iren Du Qiao Chui, Tao Tai Buqi Yazi, and Bai Shihuan. Chapter 505, Fierce Battle. The ancestor of the Zhang family, transformed into a bronze corpse, and the Zhang family's iron corpse elders, controlled by Mo Hua, clashed fiercely, their corpse energy surging and their strength overflowing. It looked like a physical combat between body cultivators. But because they were all zombies, they also used claws and teeth in close-quarters combat, making their movements more savage and their moves more ferocious. Mo Hua's blood boiled with excitement. It felt like controlling an elite monster to fight a great villain. After watching the excitement for a long time, Mo Hua suddenly realized he still had important matters to attend to. He reined in his thoughts, calmed his mind, and began to observe the bronze corpse ancestors' attack patterns. He watched to see if it preferred using fists, claws, or legs. He recorded its habitual attack sequences, like following a right punch with a sweeping leg kick, or a claw swipe with an uppercut, or a black tiger heart gouge with a back elbow strike. Mo Hua quietly observed, meticulously recording the Zhang family ancestors' combat habits. It was the same way he had observed the movements of demon beasts and cultivators to hone his flowing water steps. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Different enemies have different moves and habits. Demons are different from humans, and humans are different from corpses. Therefore, one must be familiar with them and anticipate them in advance, so as to predict their actions during combat and avoid being caught off guard. For ordinary opponents, it doesn't matter much, but for formidable enemies like the Zhang family ancestor who could transform into a bronze corpse, one had to be extra careful. The more one knew about the enemy, the greater the chance of victory. This was also a skill of a demon hunter. It was taught to him by his father, Imo Shan, back at Great Black Mountain. The physical bodies of demon hunters were far inferior to those of demon beasts, yet they had to engage in close-quarters combat with them, so they needed to be sufficiently familiar with the demon beast's movements and habits. Imo Hua was doing the same now when dealing with the bronze corpse ancestor. While observing, Imo Hua deduced the bronze corpse's combo attacks, aiming to have a clear understanding of the situation and how to counter. As expected, the bronze corpse was powerful. Facing the iron corpses, it held the advantage, fighting 11 against 1. Each move was incredibly vicious and forcefully delivered. In a direct confrontation, a single iron corpse was no match for it. Only with the 11 iron corpses, under Imo Hua's unified command, cooperating in their attacks, each taking a turn to strike and disengage, fighting a war of attrition, could they stand a chance. The situation became somewhat stalemated. The bronze corpse's strength lay in its power. These iron corpses, on the other hand, were strong in their fearlessness of death. They exchanged injuries for injuries, fighting the Zhang family ancestor to the death with a spirit of mutual destruction. Using the Zhang family elders to fight the Zhang family ancestor, Imo Hua felt no heartache at all. He wouldn't mind if they all died. But the Zhang family ancestor did. These were all his descendants, the highly meritorious elders of his Zhang family. As the ancestor himself, if they truly perished together, the Zhang family would be finished. I can't let this drag on any longer. The Zhang family ancestor's gaze turned cold, its aura surged, its right fist swept out, forcing back several iron corpses. It retreated a few steps and began to chant a spell. When the iron corpses swarmed forward again, a chilling green corpse aura suddenly emanated from around the Zhang family ancestor. Enveloped by this corpse aura, the iron corpses' movements became sluggish within moments, their footsteps slowed, and their own auras gradually weakened. Imo Hua's gaze sharpened. Corpse poison? No, it looked more like a spell. Corpse poison art. It unleashed corpse poison all around. Once this poison entered the body, it would cause sluggishness and continuous damage. The bronze corpse's corpse poison was indeed troublesome. Imo Hua silently took note, thinking to be more vigilant. With the Zhang family ancestor casting the corpse poison art, the situation changed. Affected by the corpse poison, the iron corpse's movement slowed, their attacks became sluggish, and their footsteps even faltered. They could no longer get close to the Zhang family ancestor to create a distraction. It seems I have to make a move. Imo Hua's eyes brightened, and he nodded. Hiding in the shadows, he seized the opportunity and pointed his fingers together, casting the water prison technique. The Zhang family ancestor, who was dodging the iron corpse's attacks, suddenly felt the spiritual energy around it change. A faint blue spiritual thread appeared, transforming into chains and binding it in place. At the same time, an attack that should have been dodged was not dodged. The claws of an iron corpse plunged directly into the Zhang family ancestor's left chest. As the bronze corpse's skin was like copper and iron, it didn't penetrate deeply, but it still caused significant damage. The Zhang family ancestor punched the iron corpse away, then looked around with a cold gaze and shouted loudly. Who is it? Who is ambushing this old man? Imo Hua, pretending to be a master, remained silent. The Zhang family ancestor's face darkened. Its suspicions were indeed confirmed. Someone had set up an ambush, framed this group of Zhang family elders, and brainwashed them all to deal with him. And this mastermind was now hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to take its life. Their intentions were extremely malicious. The Zhang family ancestor's expression turned cold. I want to see what kind of scoundrel it is, hiding its head and tail, harboring malicious intentions. It cupped its right hand, its spiritual sense condensing. After a moment, a pale white bone staff appeared. Imo Hua's eyelids twitched again. Manifesting a spiritual tool. This Zhang family ancestor's method of manifesting spiritual tools was much more proficient than his own. He could only manifest the Thousand Giant Staff, and even then, it would have some phantom image, not as solid and realistic as this bone staff. However, this was probably not called manifesting a spiritual tool. It should be called manifesting an evil artifact. This bone staff was clearly an evil artifact crafted using white bone as a medium, and demonic furnace, and wicked methods. As the Zhang family ancestor chanted, a skull atop the bone staff's tip suddenly glowed red. The Zhang family ancestor's aura became suddenly sinister. Corpse poison condensed, forming numerous serpentine creatures spitting out their forked tongues, writhing everywhere. Imo Hua's scalp tingled, This Zhang family ancestor had too many miscellaneous methods. It cultivated both its corpse body and its magic. Was it a body cultivator or a spiritual cultivator? Or perhaps, the methods of demons and heretics were unique, not distinguishing between blood energy and spiritual power? As Imohua's thoughts raced, the serpentine creatures had already reached his feet. Imohua immediately used the flowing water steps, retreated, and rose to his feet. This slight movement generated a ripple of spiritual sense. Although minuscule, it was still detected by the vigilant Zhang family ancestor. The Zhang family ancestor's bronze-colored vertical pupils contracted slightly, and it pointed the bone staff at Imohua. The surrounding serpentine creatures gathered into a mass, emitting a chilling toxic aura, and swept towards Imohua. Imohua had no choice but to reveal himself. With light steps, he retreated while continuously pointing his fingers. Flames erupted from his fingertips, whistling outwards. The fiery red fireballs collided with the corpse-poison serpents, exploding one after another. The fire's spiritual energy detonated, and the flame's spiritual threads strangled. Large swaths of poisonous snakes were turned into ashes by the fireballs. The corpse poison was incinerated, and even the crimson flames took on a greenish hue. In less than 15 minutes, the Zhang family ancestors' corpse-poisoned serpents were all incinerated by Mo Hua's fireball technique. The Zhang family ancestor remained calm. The corpse-poison art was broken, but the mastermind had been forced out. However, this mastermind filled it with surprise. It was a little ghost. If this mastermind had been a prodigiously talented young cultivator, a deeply cunning middle-aged cultivator, or a gloomy old cultivator, it would not have been surprised. But this little ghost, with its innocent face and pure aura, yet profound gaze, made it somewhat fearful. When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. The Zhang family ancestor frowned. This little ghost possessed pure and profound spiritual sense, could manifest itself, and could manifest spells. Its appearance was simple, but its methods were insidious. It concealed itself and spied without leaving a trace. It had played the Zhang family elders into the palm of its hand. Moreover, if it hadn't manifested the bone staff and strengthened the corpse poison art, it wouldn't have been able to force this little ghost out. Its mastery of spiritual sense was cultivated over hundreds of years by devouring the spiritual senses of others, through painstaking exploration, and in combination with its pre-life corpse cultivation inheritance. This little ghost, with its childish face, had barely eaten for a few years, so where did it get such deep cunning and bizarre methods? The Zhang family ancestors' gaze deepened, and it asked, "Little ghost, what is your origin?" Mo Hua smiled and said, "Guess." The Zhang family ancestor did not seem angry and asked again, "How exactly did you control my Zhang family elders?" Mo Hua lied through his teeth, saying, "I didn't control them. They themselves, having done all sorts of bad deeds, even tried to invade my sea of consciousness to eat my spiritual sense. I kindly advised them, and they had a great awakening and reformed." "Oh, right," Mo Hua added. "They also said they wanted to eliminate all evil and kill you, their ancestor, to atone for their sins." The Zhang family ancestors' gaze turned cold. This little ghost was full of lies, and none of it was true. It was definitely not a good sort. The Zhang family ancestors' thoughts shifted, and having a plan, it said, "We have no enmity. Can we stop here?" Mo Hua breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Okay, I don't want to fight you either. I can't beat you." After speaking, Mo Hua waved at the Zhang family ancestor. "You can go, I won't keep you." The Zhang family ancestor was stunned. Then its expression became uncertain, and it said faintly, "Then these elders of my Zhang family." Mo Hua waved his hand again. "I told you, they had a change of heart and reformed. They don't follow you anymore. They are mine now, they listen to me." The Zhang family ancestor sneered. "We agreed to stop fighting, little brother. You don't seem very sincere." "What sincerity?" The Zhang family ancestor said. "You release your control over them. I'll take them away, and from now on, we'll mind our own business. My Zhang family will no longer disrespect you, and I ask you to show my Zhang family some consideration. What do you think?" Mo Hua pretended to ponder, frowning. "But I can't beat you in the first place. If these iron corpses abandon the light and join the darkness, and you break your promise, won't I be in grave danger?" The Zhang family ancestor cursed inwardly. "What a suspicious little ghost. What do you want?" Mo Hua's eyes darted around, and he said, "How about this? I'll release control of these iron corpses, and you cripple your spiritual sense, not too much, maybe 70 to 80%. That way, I lose the iron corpses, and you lose spiritual sense, and we'll be fair." The Zhang family ancestor's gaze turned cold. "Little ghost, are you making fun of me?" Mo Hua was about to retort when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked shocked. He noticed that behind the Zhang family ancestor, a bronze giant coffin had appeared at some unknown time. This giant coffin was clearly manifested, ancient and rotten, covered in greenish bronze rust, with a profound aura, almost identical to the bronze coffin used to refine corpse kings. The bronze coffin was enormous, and it was clear it was no trivial matter. This kind of manifestation must also take a lot of time. The Zhang family ancestors' previous words, like "stop here, mind our own business," were all lies. It was saying those meaningless words to stall for time, to complete the manifestation of this bronze giant coffin. Mo Hua was furious. "You old bastard, you're so insidious, tricking me into chatting and secretly casting spells." The Zhang family ancestor sneered. "Little ghost, you're still too young to fight me." Then it clapped its palms together, its voice hoarse and ferocious. "Great sealing coffin technique. Open." The bronze giant coffin opened wide, revealing only darkness within. However, mottled bronze chains extended from within. These chains spread out in all directions, trapping the surrounding iron corpses and pulling them into the coffin. The Zhang family ancestor's expression was stern, saying, "I didn't want to use this move unless absolutely necessary." The great sealing coffin technique, manifesting the bronze giant coffin, will convert all the elders back into iron corpses, erase their spiritual sense, reshape their bodies, and also remove all control methods. But in doing so, they will lose their consciousness and no longer be the Zhang family elders, but mere iron corpse puppets under my control. Although they can still serve my Zhang family, they will no longer call me ancestor. The Zhang family ancestor felt grief and then indignation, glaring at Mo Hua. "Little ghost, this is all your fault. Once I regain control of the iron corpses, I will surround and kill you, letting them devour you bit by bit, flesh and bone, to avenge my Zhang family, and to quell my hatred." The Zhang family ancestors' eyes burned with intense hatred. This little ghost made it feel a deep sense of crisis. If the entanglement continued for too long, it would be disadvantageous for it. It was better to use its trump card, pay a price, and resolve this little ghost once and for all, to eliminate future trouble. Without control over the iron corpses, this little ghost was no match for it. And with the great sealing coffin technique, it could re-refine the 11 iron corpses. One bronze corpse and 11 iron corpses were enough to surround and kill this little ghost. This was its sea of consciousness, and it had nowhere to escape. Mo Hua looked terrified. The Zhang family ancestor felt a surge of triumph. But soon, it realized something was wrong. This little ghost's gaze was calm, even a little composed, without any trace of worry. The fear on its face seemed to be faked. The Zhang family ancestor sensed something was wrong and suddenly looked down, only to discover that formation patterns had risen from beneath its feet, extending all the way to the bronze giant coffin. They were intricate and layered. And when the bronze giant coffin opened, these formation patterns, like vines, climbed along the coffin's opening directly into the coffin's interior. The Zhang family ancestor immediately understood and angrily exclaimed, "Stinky little ghost, you're trying to trick me too?" It pretended to waste time talking with this little ghost, secretly casting the great sealing coffin technique. And this little ghost, while it was performing the spell and unable to attend to anything else, used the bronze coffin as cover to set up these formation patterns. Mo Hua snorted, "Tit for tat, same to you." The Zhang family ancestor's expression changed drastically, and it immediately tried to seal the coffin. But Mo Hua was faster. With a thought, it shouted crisply, "Explode." The dense ground fire array directly detonated. From the interior of the bronze coffin, the formation patterns lit up one by one, extending outwards layer by layer, and surging spiritual energy spread outwards wave after wave. The bronze coffin turned into a fiery coffin. The spiritual energy manifested by spiritual sense exploded and churned within. Taking advantage of the Zhang family ancestor opening the coffin, the ground fire formation patterns extended into the bronze coffin, thus causing greater destructive power. The flames raged, and after a while, the bronze coffin trembled and cracked, turning into a faint phantom and disappearing. At the same time, the few iron corpses that were sucked into the coffin were also affected by the power of the formation, their forms dimming, unable to move. In the sea of consciousness, spells manifested by spiritual sense were spiritual sense itself. The bronze coffin was destroyed, and the Zhang family ancestor was also heavily wounded, its face pale, spitting blood. Its spiritual sense suffered severe damage, and its form also became thinner and shorter. The Zhang family ancestor gritted its teeth and said, "Formation? How could this little ghost also be a formation master? And its method of setting up formations, without brush or ink, what was it using as a medium, and what was it using to draw the formations?" The Zhang family ancestor's eyes were shaken. It had lived for hundreds of years and had never seen a cultivator who could draw formations in the sea of consciousness. Not to mention, this method of setting up formations, appearing unexpectedly without brush or ink, directly manifested by spiritual sense, was simply inconceivable. This child either had profound family heritage and deep foundations, or it had encountered a fortuitous encounter and obtained an astonishing inheritance. Mo Hua's face also turned a little pale. He had manifested too many formations at once, consuming a large amount of spiritual sense, and now his spiritual sense was also somewhat weak. This Zhang family ancestor was even more troublesome than he had imagined. Bronze corpse, corpse poison art, bone staff, great sealing coffin technique. If not for controlling the iron corpses and having a numerical advantage, he might not have been able to deal with it head-on. Fortunately, he was a bit cowardly. But at this point, with the Zhang family ancestor heavily injured, he couldn't let it escape. Strike while the iron is hot. Having lost control of the iron corpses, only 6 of them were left, and 5 of them were on the verge of death. Mo Hua then manipulated these iron corpses to continue the encirclement and kill. At the same time, he continuously used the water prison technique to control it and the fireball technique to wear it down. Not good. The great sealing coffin technique was broken, and its spiritual sense was counterattacked, its strength greatly reduced. The Zhang family ancestor's heart turned to ice. Today was a great calamity. Even though it was the Zhang family ancestor, the ancestor of the corpse Tao, and a bronze corpse avatar, having lived for hundreds of years, it never expected to capsize in Mo Hua's sea of consciousness, a mere ditch. It never imagined that its Zhang family, which inherited the corpse Tao and controlled corpses for hundreds of years, would end up having its clan elders controlled by someone else and treated as zombies. Even worse, they were controlled to betray their master and their ancestors. And with calculation versus unpreparedness, all of its methods were broken. It had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by this little ghost. The Zhang family ancestor was furious, its expression distorted. Disregarding the iron corpses surrounding it, it moved like the wind, heading straight for Mo Hua. Now that its spiritual sense was greatly depleted, killing this little ghost and devouring its spiritual sense was its only chance of survival. Even if it meant death in the end, it wanted to drag this little ghost down with it. Based on the methods Mo Hua had displayed so far, it was skilled in spells and proficient in formations, but not in close-quarters combat, which was why it kept its distance and used insidious methods. As long as it could get close, everything would be easily resolved. The Zhang family ancestor's eyes were bloodshot and ferocious, its corpse aura surging. This was its last chance of survival, and it had to go all out. Mo Hua sensed the Zhang family ancestor's intention and felt a slight chill in his heart. He retreated while casting the water prison technique to restrict the Zhang family ancestor's movements. But the Zhang family ancestor, transformed into a bronze corpse, moved quickly and powerfully. Under the current rage, the water prison technique could only hold it for 1 or 2 breaths before it broke free. After a chase of a moment, Mo Hua was caught up by the Zhang family ancestor. The Zhang family ancestor was overjoyed, a ferocious glint in its eyes. Its 5 fingertips, sharp and long, drew streams of ominous wind and went straight for Mo Hua's heart. Mo Hua remained composed, using the flowing water steps. Like flowing water, it gently bent down and calmly dodged the claw. The Zhang family ancestor was slightly stunned, then continued its attack. Its ferocious and ugly left hand, covered in barbs, slammed down, aiming directly for Mo Hua's head. Mo Hua moved like a falling leaf, suddenly rising and then abruptly dropping, as if borrowing strength from the void. Like rippling water, it naturally slid away. The Zhang family ancestor's expression changed. What kind of movement technique was this? It couldn't discern any trajectory. It fought a few more rounds, and the more it fought, the more shocked it became. It couldn't hit. It couldn't even touch a corner of its clothes, let alone kill this little ghost. What was even more unbelievable to it was that its every move seemed to be predicted by this little ghost. Every punch, every claw, every advance and retreat, all the moves and habits of close-quarters combat, this little ghost knew them all. In this situation, getting close was useless. Why? Why was this little ghost so familiar with its moves? Could it be that from the very beginning, when it was fighting the iron corpses, every move and every strike was remembered by him? For the first time, the Zhang family ancestor felt despair. It tried using the corpse poison art again, but Mo Hua was already prepared. As soon as it raised its hand, Mo Hua had already retreated, then created distance, suppressed it with fireball techniques, and finally used formations to trap and kill it. Although the struggle had lasted for a long time, Mo Hua's spiritual sense had also been greatly consumed. Both the fireball technique and the formations had weakened in power. But the Zhang family ancestor itself was also at the end of its tether. It couldn't withstand Mo Hua's attrition. Moreover, Mo Hua consumed spiritual sense to form attacks that genuinely hit it, while its own methods couldn't even touch Mo Hua's shadow. And the 5 iron corpses were also watching vigilantly. Whenever they had an opening, they would exchange injuries for injuries, risk their lives to fight, entangle the Zhang family ancestor, and not let it escape. The Zhang family ancestor was extremely stifled, yet powerless. It was bitten by the iron corpses, bombarded by spells, and blown up by formations. It was covered in wounds, surrounded by iron corpses, restricted by the water prison technique, unable to kill Mo Hua, and unable to escape, so it could only be worn down like this. Thus, after an unknown number of rounds, the old ancestor of the Zhang family, a generation's corpse Dao ancestor, was literally worn to death. Its body was covered in wounds, it knelt on the ground, and it had no breath left. Even so, Imo did not dare to approach. He first kept a safe distance, letting the remaining 2 iron corpses protect him. Then, he meditated for a while to recover his spiritual sense. After his spiritual sense had recovered somewhat, Imo bombarded the Zhang family ancestor's corpse with fireball techniques. After the bombardment, he meditated again to recover his spiritual sense. Then he bombarded again with fireball techniques. Meditate again, bombard again. He repeated this process, meditating and bombarding countless times, until the Zhang family ancestor was disfigured, turned into a dense, black smoke. Only then did Mo Hua feel at ease. He let out a long sigh of relief and lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The overall process was relatively smooth, but Mo Hua was still not entirely satisfied. He realized that he himself in the sea of consciousness, although strong, was just ordinarily strong. For weaker enemies, he could kill them easily with spells and formations. But for stronger ones like the Zhang family ancestor, with his current means, he couldn't achieve a decisive victory or a swift kill. He could only first find a way to trick out its trump cards and break them one by one. Then, relying on his movement techniques, spells, and formations, he could slowly wear it down. This was very tiring. It also took a long time. Over time, it was easy for unexpected events to occur, and when unexpected events occurred, there would be risks. It seems I need to think of more ways and learn more powerful techniques in the future. Mo Hua thought silently. Then he felt a sense of relief. Regardless of anything else, he had finally dealt with this zombie ancestor of the Zhang family. His eyes brightened as he looked at the black, intensely concentrated spiritual smoke, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. I wonder how much my spiritual sense will increase after eating this Zhang family ancestor. Chapter 506, Corpse Soldiers. Ancestor Zhang's divine sense is so strong. After eating and refining it, he should have been able to break through the bottleneck and reach 13 pattern divine sense. Mo Hua muttered to himself. 13 pattern divine sense. For a foundation establishment early stage cultivator, 13 patterns was the limit of divine sense. Once one's divine sense reached 13 patterns, they would be one step closer to the foundation establishment requirement for divine sense that Master had mentioned. Mo Hua felt a sense of anticipation. Then, he hesitated again. Should I eat it now? Ancestor Zhang's remnant soul was too strong. If he forced himself to eat it, he would likely be too full and would need a long time to digest it. Moreover, Mo Hua was still unclear about the situation outside. He had indeed managed to transmit the news about the corpse mine. However, in southern Yu City, there seemed to be no force capable of contending with the Lu family. Now that Zhang Quan was dead, and Lu Qingyun controlled the Corpse King and operated the myriad corpse revival formation, refining corpses and controlling corpses simultaneously, his influence would continue to grow, and no one in the second-rank state would be able to stop him. This is a bit troublesome. Mo Hua pondered for a moment and decided to refine Ancestor Zhang first. Meat that has reached his mouth must be eaten as soon as possible. After eating Ancestor Zhang, his own strength would also increase. Even if something unexpected happened, he would have more confidence. Furthermore, Ancestor Zhang's methods were not ordinary. Even though he had been blasted into smoke by Mo Hua, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't have some method to revive himself and restore his divine sense. These old villains were always very insidious. He had to act prudently, cut the grass by the roots, and eliminate all potential hazards. Eat it all, leave nothing behind. Mo Hua immediately took action, his divine sense forming a formation, preparing to refine Ancestor Zhang's copper corpse remnant soul. Just in case, he first used the golden lock formation to lock the smoke that Ancestor Zhang had transformed into. Then, he manifested the molten fire formation and slowly roasted it with fiery red flames. After roasting for a while, Mo Hua suddenly remembered. The Zhang family had not only the ancestor, but also those iron corpse elders. Of the 11 iron corpses, 6 were now on the verge of death, leaving only their spectral forms. The remaining 5 iron corpses were all crippled by Ancestor Zhang in the final battle. Only one remained, who was the great elder of the Zhang family, but he was also on his last breath. Mo Hua felt fortunate. Ancestor Zhang's divine sense was strong, and his methods were varied. Fortunately, he was cowardly. No, he was prudent. He used these iron corpses to force Ancestor Zhang's moves, exhaust his strength, and endure his beatings. Then, he launched a sneak attack on this old zombie. Finally, he ground him to death. Otherwise, it was really hard to say who would win. Controlling the iron corpses to use them for his own purposes, using the enemy's spear to attack the enemy's shield. The spirit hub formation is truly useful. Mo Hua praised. The iron corpses could not be wasted either. Mo Hua gathered these iron corpses and threw them into the molten fire formation along with Ancestor Zhang. The Zhang family, from top to bottom, from disciples to their ancestor, including all their past generations, was thus stewed by Mo Hua in one pot. Only when the smoky haze turned into white smoke did Mo Hua inhale it and slowly refine it. This process took a long time. From when Mo Hua defeated and controlled Zhang Quan and the two elders Song and Si, to setting up an ambush to lure out and hunt the other Iron Corpse elders of the Zhang family, and then to dominating the Iron Corpses, hunt by encirclement, encircling and hunting Ancestor Zhang, and successfully killing him. 5 to 6 days had already passed. Mo Hua hid in his sealed small white coffin, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Meanwhile, outside, a great battle had already erupted. Foundation establishment cultivators clashed with Iron Corpses, shattering mountains and cracking the earth. The mining mountain was ravaged by spells and powerful forces, with rocks pulverizing and slopes becoming pitted. Below the Foundation establishment realm were Dao soldiers fighting in formation against the corpse tide. The Dao soldiers' formation was strict, their commands were carried out without fail, and their killing intent was decisive. The walking corpses covered the mountainside, looking hideous and ugly, fearless of death. The two sides fought fiercely, grandly, and tragically. In the territory of southern U City, the ground was covered with walking corpses, with thousands of zombies besieging the city. The city gates of southern U City were tightly shut. The miners gathered on the city walls, resisting the walking corpses trying to enter the city, as well as the cultivators who had been bitten by walking corpses or iron corpses and whose minds had been corrupted by the corpse poison, turning them into mindless shells. Dark clouds hung over the city, and a solemn and murderous atmosphere pervaded the air. Everyone was uneasy, not knowing whether tomorrow would bring bright sunshine or a torrential downpour. If the Dao court were to win in the future and various forces were to suppress the corpse mine and eradicate the zombies, all would be well. If the Dao court were to lose, the surging corpse tide would instantly engulf southern U City. At that time, the cultivators in the city would all become food for the zombies. Some families and sect cultivators in the city, unwilling to face certain death with the city, secretly fled. However, most of them were intercepted by scattered walking corpses on their way. During battles, once someone was injured and bled, the scent of blood would spread. Soon, large numbers of walking corpses would be attracted by the scent of blood. There was even a chance of attracting iron corpses. Once an iron corpse appeared, the fleeing cultivators would basically have no chance of survival. In the vast hordes of corpses covering the mountains and plains, even Foundation establishment cultivators could die at the hands of the countless first-rank walking corpses. In the chaos a few days ago, a Foundation establishment Dao soldier commander was injured by an iron corpse, broke away from the Dao soldier formation, and was engulfed by the tide-like walking corpses. No matter how many walking corpses he killed, more would swarm towards him, like a drowning person being swallowed by the corpse tide. No matter how hard he struggled, he could never reach the shore, and was eventually torn to death by the walking corpses. Yang Jishan's heart ached as if cut by a knife. These Dao soldiers were brothers with whom he had shared life and death, but he never expected them to die in such a manner before his eyes. Yet, he was powerless to help. There were too many zombies, and they were too strong. Yang Jishan never expected that despite such thorough preparations, they would still suffer such a significant loss. Everything had been going quite smoothly at first. 3 days ago, they had acted at Mao Shi, 5 to 7 a.m., and taken action against the Liu family with lightning speed. The Liu family had been suppressed. Although some elders and disciples fought fiercely and escaped the city, defecting to Liu Qingyun, most of the Liu family disciples feared the Dao court and dared not resist. The Liu family elders had their cultivation sealed, and the Liu family disciples were placed under house arrest, with formations placed at the entrances to prevent them from leaving, awaiting subsequent judgment. Later, when the zombies besieged the city, some of the Liu family disciples harbored ill intentions and tried to secretly open the city gates to let the zombies in, so they could defect to Liu Qingyun. However, the zombies entering the city were indiscriminate and were the first to devour these Liu family disciples who opened the gates. Later, Dao soldiers and miners, along with cultivators from the local Southern Yu sect, paid a considerable price to resist the walking corpses and re-seal the city gates. Yang Jishan was furious. He singled out a few troublemaking Liu family disciples and elders and had them all beheaded in front of the Liu family cultivators, which finally intimidated them. The Liu family's main branch became much more obedient after that. The problem lay with the corpse mine. The battle for the corpse mine was far more arduous than they had imagined. At that time, they had split into two groups, one to suppress the Liu family and the other to clear the corpse mine. The intelligence was accurate, the formation diagrams were accurate, and they knew the formation layout, making it convenient to break the formations. Their 20-odd Foundation establishment cultivators, along with the Dao soldiers, attacked together, shattering the rock walls near the entrance of the corpse mine, breaking the formation patterns, and shattering the mountain stones, causing the natural giant stone gate to tilt and misalign, revealing an opening. Although the two iron corpses at the entrance were powerful, they were clearly no match for everyone. After that, they pushed forward all the way to the entrance of the stone hall. However, Yang Jishan discovered that the corpse cultivators were ready and waiting, clearly having made preparations. Moreover, within the dark mine, corpse energy permeated the air, and densely packed red dots lit up one after another. These were the bloodthirsty eyes of the zombies. This was also within Yang Jishan's expectations. Although it was a sneak attack, a frontal engagement was inevitable. Yang Jishan, hailing from the Yang family and a commander of the Dao soldiers, had rich combat experience and naturally did not fear battle. The Foundation establishment commander charged at the forefront, with the Dao soldiers forming a formation closely behind him. The Foundation establishment cultivators from other families and sects provided flanking support, followed by ordinary Qi condensation cultivators. The corpse cultivators' techniques were insidious, but in a frontal group battle, when charging forward, they were a rabble, unable to withstand a single blow. The zombies they summoned were also mostly fighting independently and could not match the Dao soldiers, failing to stop their charge. Furthermore, once a corpse cultivator died, their subordinate zombies would lose control and indiscriminately attack any cultivator, including the corpse cultivators themselves. The Dao soldiers were temporarily unstoppable, until Lu Qingyun appeared. Behind him followed a giant zombie with long fangs and crimson eyes, tinged with a dark gold hue. Corpse King. Those who knew of the rumors about Dao deviants trembled in their hearts. They had either calculated it, heard of it, or had been secretly warned by cultivators from their sect or family. This Corpse King was the embryo of a Dao deviant. While feeling apprehensive, Yang Jishan's eyes flashed with cold light. The embryo of a Dao deviant must be strangled in the cradle. Kill. Yang Jishan waved his hand, and the Dao soldiers, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, charged forward with a common enemy, their armor's formations connected and resonating with each other, forming spectral tiger phantoms. Lu Qingyun's expression was calm as he shook his arms. The blood patterns on the Corpse King's chest lit up, and it let out a roar that shook the mountains. The 20-odd iron coffins nearby all trembled. The coffins opened, and iron corpses leaped out stiffly. And within the mine, tens of thousands of walking corpses roared in unison, like 1,000 ghosts on a night march, sweeping towards them, making one's scalp tingle. A fierce battle ensued. Cultivators and zombies, blood energy and corpse energy, spells and corpse techniques, clashed, resisted, and intertwined. This was the largest-scale cultivator battle in the small barren prefecture for nearly 800 years. After the fierce battle, the Dao soldiers failed to capture the corpse mine and instead suffered heavy casualties. Lu Qingyun still occupied the corpse mine, controlled the Corpse King, and commanded dozens of iron corpses and tens of thousands of walking corpses. Despite the relentless attacks from the Dao soldiers, he remained unyielding. Yang Jishan's prolonged assault yielded no results, and his troop strength continued to dwindle. Moreover, during the battle, some corpse cultivators were stealing corpses. These fallen Dao soldiers and cultivators might be refined into zombies by the corpse cultivators and would soon turn their fangs on their own people on the battlefield. Yang Jishan was helpless and could only retreat for now. Lu Qingyun's subordinates were mostly zombies, so he was not afraid of a war of attrition. However, his subordinates were all living people, and he could not afford to lose them. Not to mention that fallen cultivators would only strengthen Lu Qingyun's power. Yang Jishan could only order a retreat. After retreating, he ordered the Dao soldiers to station outside and surround the corpse mine, intending to trap Lu Qingyun to death. Lu Qingyun then released thousands of walking corpses and controlled them to attack southern Yu City, a tactic to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. Thousands of walking corpses formed a corpse tide. All living cultivators they encountered along the way were either turned into food and nourishment or transformed into walking corpses, becoming part of the corpse tide. Yang Jishan had no choice but to divide his forces to defend the city. At the same time, he ordered all miners, rogue cultivators, and cultivators from families and sects to garrison southern Yu City and not to venture out. The matter of eradicating the corpse mine would be discussed again later. The Dao soldiers who suffered the initial setback, as well as the various forces of the Dao court, stationed themselves outside the mining mountain, taking pills and recuperating. In the council cave, everyone's expression was grave. Some were indignant and cursed loudly. Lu Qingyun, that beast. He refined so many zombies and then let the walking corpses attack the city. For his own selfish gain, he has committed so many sins. He truly deserves to die. This is normal behavior for demonic cultivators. What are you all so surprised about? Just because he's a demonic cultivator, does that make his evil deeds normal? So he shouldn't be cursed? Why are you getting angry with me? With your disposition, you will eventually fall into the demonic path. Don't spout nonsense. All right, stop arguing. Alas, to tell the truth, after living for so long, this old man has never seen such wicked methods before, nor has he seen anyone who could refine so many zombies. In this era, when the Dao court is unified, it is rare for demonic cultivators to act like this. That's because demonic cultivators usually act in secret, so you don't see them. How is that possible? Someone sneered. Those who appear respectable and upright. How do you know they aren't cultivating demonic arts behind their backs? Just like this matter with Lu Changyun, if it hadn't been exposed, who would have known? You are making groundless accusations. You just don't understand. The vast cave was filled with noisy chatter for a moment. Yang Jishan asked everyone to quiet down and said solemnly, "Other matters can be discussed later. The urgent task is to brainstorm and find a way to capture the corpse mine. The longer this drags on, the greater the harm will be." Yang Jishan's gaze was heavy. After all, this corpse king was related to Dao deviants. Dao deviants were the most terrifying. Everyone fell silent, and many felt disheartened. Some of those present came from small families and small sects. Participating in such a large-scale war was already unfamiliar and unsettling, and at this moment, they dared not say anything. The other part came from truly major sects and aristocratic families. However, they were clearly encountering such a large-scale battle for the first time. They were also somewhat at a loss, and their opponent was countless zombies. In the actual engagement, they realized that in such large-scale chaotic battles, personal cultivation alone could achieve very little. A cultivator asked, "Commander Yang, there's something I don't understand." Yang Jishan nodded, signaling him to continue. The cultivator then said, "Logically speaking, we have a large number of people, and this attack also has Dao soldiers charging ahead. Even if we couldn't capture the corpse mine, we should at least have heavily damaged these corpse cultivators. In cultivator group battles, Dao soldiers have always been invincible. But why is it that we not only failed to achieve any merit, but instead fell into a disadvantage?" Many of the cultivators present also showed doubt. In the chaotic battle, their blood surged, and they only knew to fight together, using whatever spiritual tools, martial arts, or spells they could think of. They followed Commander Yang's orders and advanced and retreated together. They fought if they could win, and retreated if they couldn't. They paid little attention to, and considered even less about other matters. Why they had the advantage and why they couldn't win, they were all confused. Yang Jishan sighed, frowned, and pondered. If my guess is correct, this corpse king can control dozens of iron corpses and nearly 10,000 walking corpses simultaneously. Everyone looked at each other. So what? Wasn't this something they already knew? It's different. Yang Jishan shook his head. This is not ordinary corpse control. He knew that the Dao court prohibited demonic cultivation legacies. Ordinary cultivators did not interact with demonic cultivators. Even some major powers, with inherited cultivators, only had superficial knowledge of demonic cultivators. They did not understand the deeper aspects at all. Yang Jishan continued to explain. Ordinary corpse control is very crude. They can only issue simple commands, such as kill, eat, attack, or defend. Moreover, once the number of controlled zombies increases, although their actions are aimed at the same target, they still act independently like headless flies. Yang Jishan's expression was stern, but the zombies this time are completely different. The zombies are still zombies, but the method of controlling them is very special, meticulous, and detailed. All the zombies' actions are uniform. Their offense, defense, advance, and retreat are all in accordance with a set pattern, which is truly unbelievable. Even if the zombies are still the same zombies, and their individual strength remains unchanged, once they have a pattern, discipline, and unified action, their overall strength is completely incomparable. Yang Jishan sighed. This kind of thing is similar to Dao soldiers. We generally call it demonic corpse soldiers. Corpse soldiers. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chengyun looked at the corpse king before him and nodded slightly. Zhang Quan was right. With the corpse king, these zombies could indeed form corpse soldiers. In today's battle, the zombies formed into soldiers and could contend with the Dao soldiers of the Dao court without being at a disadvantage. In fact, because they felt no pain and did not fear death or injury. Corpse soldiers were even stronger than Dao soldiers. Lu Qingyin sneered. Although he didn't know why the Dao court had received the news and sent Dao soldiers to encircle and suppress him, this was in the second-rank prefecture. With a second-rank corpse king commanding iron corpses and walking corpses, they would not be able to capture the corpse mine in a short time. Even if the corpse mine was eventually captured, he had plenty of ways to escape. He could just find a scapegoat then. He could also shed the identity of Lu Qingyun, the eyesore, and start anew, making a comeback. As long as the corpse king remained in his hands. As long as he still controlled the spirit hub formation. After all, formations were the foundation of a formation master. Lu Chengyun smiled gently, his eyes filled with a cold glint. Suddenly, his thoughts stirred, and he thought of Mo Hua again. Mo Hua was used as a sacrifice by him and fed to Ancestor Zhang's ancestral master diagram. He wondered if he had been completely eaten after all this time. Lu Qingyun had wanted to go and see for a long time, but the encirclement of the corpse mine had delayed him, and he couldn't get away. Lu Chengyun said silently in his heart. After a while, when he's completely eaten, I'll go and see him, and by then, I'll refine the body of that young cultivator into a small zombie to serve me. Lu Qingyun's gaze deepened. However, he did not know that Mo Hua had not been eaten. Instead, he was about to eat the entire Zhang family. Chapter 507, 13 Patterns. Mo Hua was stuffed full. The ancestor of the Zhang family, manifesting as a bronze corpse, possessed a mid-foundation establishment spiritual sense even without the offerings from his disciples and descendants. The elders of the Zhang family throughout the generations, manifesting as iron corpses, also had the strength of early foundation establishment spiritual sense. Despite the fierce battle, where the Zhang family, under Mo Hua's control, engaged in infighting, with disciples and descendants fighting against their ancestor, leading to mutual destruction, their spiritual senses had been greatly depleted. However, the residual divine consciousness was still too much. Mo Hua stewed it all in one pot, swallowing it whole, and felt stuffed. His sea of consciousness was filled with impurity, divine consciousness. This divine consciousness was obtained from devouring the malevolent thoughts of the bronze and iron corpses and was initially refined. It came from different souls, carrying traces of impure energy, some cold, some violent, some wicked, some deceitful. Mo Hua was somewhat helpless. He had been gorging himself, consuming these bad things, and was worried about damaging his mind. Malevolent thoughts surged like turbulent waves. Mo Hua's Dao heart was like a small boat navigating through the waves, swaying precariously, adrift. It felt as if in the next moment, it would be submerged by malevolent thoughts. Once the Dao heart was annihilated and became corrupted, his entire being would undergo a fundamental change in character, transforming into a monster with a human body and a corpse's heart. Fortunately, Mo Hua had eaten so much malevolent energy that he gradually became accustomed to these malevolent thoughts. He meditated with a calm mind, controlling his heart. He guarded his original pure thought. Letting the malevolent thoughts churn, the wicked energy mislead his heart, and evil desires grow, his heart remained like a bright mirror, unstained by a single speck of dust. He waited and waited until midnight when a primitive, obscure, yet vast and profound aura suddenly rose from his sea of consciousness. Mo Hua opened his eyes and saw the ethereal Dao steel floating in his sea of consciousness, his eyes lighting up. He joined 2 fingers and manifested his divine sense, beginning to draw a formation on the Dao steel. This formation was the spirit hub formation of the first rank, with 12 patterns. This peerless formation had extremely high requirements for divine sense. Mo Hua usually practiced it, but his progress was slow due to the limitations of his divine sense. After drawing 1 or 2 formations, he would need to rest. Now, his sea of consciousness was filled with an opulent and luxurious amount of divine sense. Mo Hua, without any hesitation, moved his fingers like flying, pouring out his divine sense, generating streams of formation patterns, which coalesced into the spirit hub formation. At the same time, the aura of the Dao steel became even more profound. The residual souls and malevolent thoughts that Mo Hua had swallowed whole, after being settled by meditation, purified by the Dao steel, and tempered by the formation, gradually became refined, and were finally completely refined by Mo Hua and slowly absorbed. Draw a formation 100 times, and its meaning will become clear. Mo Hua practiced the spirit hub formation with undivided attention. With each repetition, his understanding of the spirit hub formation deepened. Concurrently, his originally profound divine sense was also steadily growing. Meanwhile, outside the corpse mine, the battle had not yet ceased. Various forces from the Dao court organized several more attacks, but they were all repelled by Lu Qingyun's iron corpses and walking corpses, which formed corpse soldiers, and they were unable to capture the corpse mine. A direct assault was not feasible, so Yang Jishan ordered the elite cultivators of the squad, along with the Dao soldiers, to carry out sneak attacks and harassment to put pressure on Lu Qingyun. After days of engagement, Yang Jishan understood Lu Qingyun's method of controlling corpses. It's a formation. The corpse soldiers maintain their formation through arrays, making their offense and defense unified, and their advances and retreats integrated. However, Yang Jishan did not know what kind of formation it was. He could only recognize some basic, commonly used formations, such as the 5 elements formations commonly used by Dao soldiers in combat. He was completely ignorant of formations for controlling corpses. Yang Jiong then found young Master Yun. Young Master Yun was a second-rank formation master and came from a family of formation masters. He should know some details. Young Master Yun frowned and pondered for a while, then asked, "Commander Yang, can you capture a few zombies for me to examine? Iron corpses? Iron corpses are best, but walking corpses will do." Commander Yang nodded and said, "All right." Half a day later, Commander Yang ordered the Dao soldiers to capture several zombies, including an iron corpse with a broken arm, and several others which were only walking corpses. These zombies struggled against the chains, emitting unintelligible growls. The zombies were bloody and hideous. Young Master Yin felt somewhat uncomfortable, but he forced himself to examine the zombies' bodies, skin, and limbs. However, he found nothing unusual. Young Master Yin frowned slightly and muttered, "Something's not right." Yang Jishan asked, "What's wrong?" Young Master Yin explained, "These zombies should have formations on them, but I can't find any." Yang Jishan's gaze sharpened. Could it be inside their bodies? Since they are refined corpses, the methods must be more concealed, less likely to be noticed. Young Master Yin nodded. It's possible. Yang Jishan pondered for a moment, recalling the zombies he had seen during the recent battles, and suddenly realized. Some zombies, when their chests were shattered in combat, seemed to have some blood-red patterns integrated into their flesh and blood. Young Master Yin also said, the heart meridians can indeed be used as the medium for evil formations. Yang Jishan took out a blade and cut open the skin of the heart meridians of several walking corpses. As expected, there were formation-like blood-red patterns on the heart meridians of a few walking corpses. These formation patterns had an evil aura and were integrated with the flesh and blood, making them very difficult to detect. Yang Jishan could not help but sigh. This Lu Qingyun really has skillful methods. Young Master Yin also saw this usage of evil formations for the first time, and his expression was somewhat solemn. Yang Jishan gazed at the bloody chests of the walking corpses for a while, unable to make sense of it, and couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Yin, what formation is this?" Young Master Yin shook his head. "The formation patterns are unclear. I can't tell yet." "Then let's look at the iron corpse." "Okay." Yang Jishan went to open the chest of the iron corpse again. The iron corpse's skin was as hard as iron, making it more troublesome. It took Yang Jishan a full half-hour to cut open the iron corpse's skin with a second-rank dagger and see the formation beneath the skin. The flesh and blood of the walking corpses had decayed, making the formation patterns unclear. The iron corpse's skin and flesh were hard, making the formation much clearer. Comparing the two, Young Master Yun preliminarily restored part of the formation. This formation was incomplete, many formation patterns were incorrect, and the arrangement of the formation pivot was flawed, possessing only a general outline. However, even so, Young Master Yun's eyes trembled, and he murmured, "Peerless formation." Yang Jishan frowned. "Peerless formation?" Young Master Yun explained, "It's a formation that requires transcendent divine sense, an excessive number of formation patterns for its rank, and goes beyond the scope of formation knowledge. Although it's a first-rank formation, it's more than just a first-rank formation, it's an ultimate formation." Yang Jishan was still confused. Young Master Yun explained it in simpler terms. It's the most difficult type of first-rank formation. With this explanation, Yang Jishan understood. But he was also somewhat puzzled. How difficult can it be? Young Master Yun said, "Such formations that completely exceed the scope are not even tested in the assessments for first-rank formation masters. Moreover, although these formations are classified as first-rank, many second-rank formation masters cannot learn them." Yang Jishan was surprised. "Young Master Yun, you can't learn it either?" Young Master Yun hesitated. He didn't want to lose face for the Yun family when he was out, but he hadn't studied it, and he honestly didn't know if he could learn it. Young Master Yin hesitated for a while, and then truthfully replied, "Peerless formations involve a deep understanding of formation principles. I haven't studied them, so I don't know if I can learn them." Yang Jishan nodded. If even a second-rank formation master couldn't learn it, then this formation was truly extraordinary. "Do you know what formation this is?" Yang Jishan asked again. Young Master Yin stared at the restored formation again and regretfully said, "The formation patterns are missing, so I can't tell. Only by restoring the formation patterns and then deducing the complete formation diagram from them can we differentiate what formation it is." Yang Jishan said, "Then let's deduce it." Young Master Yin gave a wry smile. Deducing formation diagrams involves formation calculation, which is a very profound field of formation knowledge. In our Yun family, only the ancestor can do it. Only the ancestor can do it? Yang Jishan's head began to ache. Formations are truly troublesome. Peerless formations, exceeding ranks, deduction, calculation. He decided to ask directly, "Are there any methods to break this corpse-controlling formation?" Young Master Yin pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "Directly breaking it. Without knowing the formation patterns and not mastering the formation, it should be impossible to break. We can only use indirect means to interfere with the connections between formations, thereby affecting the formation's control over the zombies. As for the specific steps, I need to research it." Yang Jishan was anxious, but he knew this couldn't be rushed, so he cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Young Master Yun." Fortunately, it wasn't long before Young Master Yun found Yang Jishan. "I've figured it out. Zombies move by being guided by corpse energy. This peerless formation, drawn on the heart meridians, is used to control corpse energy, and by subtly guiding the corpse energy, it manipulates iron corpses and walking corpses to kill or devour people. This formation is currently only known to Lu Qingyun and is controlled solely by him. For now, it's unsolvable, We can only find a way to destroy it. Once the formation is destroyed, the zombies will lose control due to the dispersal of corpse energy. At that point, all you need to do is sever their heads or limbs, and once their corpse energy dissipates, they will cease to move. Yang Jishan nodded. In other words, first attack their heart meridians, destroy their formation, then sever their limbs and heads to release their corpse energy. Yes, young Master Yin added. The zombie's corpse energy is controlled by the peerless formation, so the formation must be destroyed first, and then the limbs severed. If the limbs are severed first, the corpse energy will still be guided by the peerless formation, accumulating without dispersing, which is useless. Yang Jishan considered it from a practical combat perspective and pondered. In this way, walking corpses are easy to deal with. But what about iron corpses? The iron corpse's skin and bones are like refined iron, making it difficult to damage the heart meridians, behead, or sever limbs. Young Master Yin also looked troubled. I'll go think about it again. Young Master Yin went back to ponder for half a day, then found Yang Jishan and said, I thought about it after going back and consulted several senior formation masters, and I've come up with a method. Use the chaotic spirit formation to interfere with spiritual energy fluctuations, thereby affecting the peerless formation's control over the zombies. Chaotic spirit formation, Yang Jishan mused, interfering with spiritual energy fluctuations. But zombies act by corpse energy and similar evil forces. Will it be effective? It will be effective, young Master Yin nodded. The effect will be weaker, but it will be effective. Regardless of whether it's spiritual energy or evil energy, it's inherently a type of heavenly power and cultivation power. They differ in form but are similar in essence. Yang Jishan nodded as if he understood. The Yang family was a family of Dao soldiers. They only focused on fighting. In terms of cultivation, they practiced whatever was strong and whatever Taoist arts were potent. They didn't delve into such subtle studies. Young Master Yin continued. Draw the chaotic spirit formation on a sharp spiritual sword, and then use the spiritual sword to pierce the iron corpse's heart meridians. This way, even if the formation cannot be destroyed, it will interfere with the circulation of evil energy and affect the control of the zombies. This chaotic spirit formation must be second rank. I can only draw it slowly by myself. Yang Jishan asked, can a first-rank one do? No. Young Master Yin shook his head. A first-rank peerless formation transcends first-rank formations and is comparable to second-rank formations. A first-rank chaotic spirit formation would have a negligible effect on such a peerless formation. A second-rank chaotic spirit formation is necessary to affect a first-rank peerless formation. Yang Jishan sighed. Given the current situation, the corpse mine would not be taken down in a short time. We have no choice but to do this, even if it's slow. Afterward, Yang Jishan acted as usual, applying pressure on Lu Qingyun without revealing his intentions. Both sides engaged in numerous clashes, sustaining casualties, and maintaining a delicate balance. This continued until Yang Jishan refined dozens of spiritual swords inscribed with the chaotic spirit formation. Other Dao soldiers also followed the method he instructed and engaged with the walking corpses. First, shatter their heart meridians, destroy their formations, then sever their limbs and heads to release their corpse energy, and thus, they could be successfully subdued. To deal with the iron corpses, they used spiritual swords to stab their heart meridians. The effect of the chaotic spirit formation could only interfere with the circulation of evil energy, not completely isolate it. So Lu Qingyun could still control the iron corpses, but there would be a delay. Often, when he ordered an iron corpse to attack, with a single thought, the command was transmitted, but due to the influence of the chaotic spirit formation, it would take a few breaths before the iron corpse reacted. Even with just these few breaths, in a battlefield that changed in an instant, it was enough to be fatal. The deployment of corpse soldiers was delayed by a few breaths, while the attack of the Dao soldiers became a few points faster. With this give and take, weaknesses would be exploited. The walking corpse formations were destroyed, and the control of the iron corpses was hindered. The situation was no longer optimistic. In a short time, the corpse soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Lu Qingyun hastily ordered a retreat, consolidating his defense within the corpse mine. The outcome of this battle was significant, so Yang Jishan did not force an attack, lest he give Lu Qingyun an opportunity, and instead stationed his forces on the spot to devise further plans for attack. However, the next day, new iron corpses and walking corpses appeared among the corpse soldiers. Yang Jishan frowned. How are there still more? An experienced old formation master looked at the stone hall with a solemn expression and slowly said, the myriad corpse formation has begun to operate. Myriad corpse formation? The old formation master said, the intelligence previously transmitted by that young friend mentioned this formation. Although it's just a complex array, reconstructed formation, it already has the embryonic form of a grand formation. Driven by evil energy, using the corpse refining coffin as the formation medium, it integrates corpse nurturing, corpse refining, and corpse control into one, a formation of the demonic path. The activation of this formation comes at a significant cost, and once activated, it can rapidly, on a large scale, and in a mass-produced manner refine zombies. If this continues, we will keep losing people, while they will keep refining corpses. Yang Jishan couldn't help but curse. It's formations again. Where did he get so many troublesome formations from? The old formation master was slightly stunned, and a hint of brilliance appeared in his cloudy eyes as he said coldly, "The myriad corpse grand formation is not an ordinary inheritance. I'm afraid someone deliberately gave it to him, with the purpose of allowing him to raise Tao calamities." The words Tao calamities were spoken very softly by the old formation master. However, to everyone who heard them, they felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. A chill rose in Yang Jishan's heart. He glanced again at the stone hall in the dark corpse mine, with its sinister appearance. Within the stone hall, there were corpse kings, hordes of corpses, peerless formations, and the embryonic form of a demonic grand formation, the myriad corpse formation. These might all be pieces on a chessboard laid out by the person behind the scenes, with the state borders as the chessboard, formations as the paths, and humans and corpses as the pieces, to raise a great dragon called Tao Calamity. And within this state border, the people who were pieces, from birth to death, might know nothing. Even Lu Qingyan himself might not be aware. Yang Jishan's expression was solemn, and his heart was clouded with gloom. At the end of this game, whether it was victory or defeat, life or death, and what was ultimately raised, no one knew. Within the stone hall, on the myriad corpse altar, Lu Qingyan's gaze was slightly cold as he looked down at his surroundings. The corpse king stood behind him, and iron corpses guarded him on his sides. And beneath Lu Qingyan's feet, the myriad corpse reconstruction formation was already operating at full capacity. Vast spiritual energy surged in from the formation's eye, passing through blood chi and yin energy, forming evil energy, which flowed along the formation pivot to the formation patterns. The formation patterns glowed with an evil red color, infusing evil energy, nourishing the corpse coffins and the countless zombies within the coffins. As expected of the myriad corpse formation, Lu Qingyan was ambitious. He still remembered what the person who gave him the myriad corpse formation had said. Killing makes calamities, refining humans makes corpses. Gain enlightenment through calamities, seal kings among corpses. He didn't care about momentary victories or defeats. As long as he had the corpse king in hand, losing some iron corpses and walking corpses was insignificant. And as long as he had the myriad corpse formation, he could continuously refine and nurture corpses, placing himself in an invincible position. The more corpses he refined, the stronger the corpse king would become. And since he controlled the corpse king and commanded the myriad corpse to submit, he would naturally become stronger. Lu Qingyan slowly let out a laugh, his voice shedding its gentle shell, becoming cold and sinister, like a night owl in the deep mountains, chilling and piercing. And at this moment, in a secret chamber within the stone hall, there was another altar. On the altar was placed a blank visualization diagram. Below the altar, a small white coffin was placed. Inside the coffin lay a young cultivator. This young cultivator slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his eyes contained brilliant starlight, with myriad phenomena, shining and dazzling. After a moment, these lights gradually receded and were contained within his eyes, hidden deep within. His eyes became even blacker, even deeper. Within the depth, there was a contained radiance. This was a manifestation of extremely profound spiritual sense. Mo Hua had now completely refined the immense malevolent thoughts of the Zhang family zombies. His divine sense had successfully broken through the bottleneck and advanced further, reaching the limit of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Peak 13 Patterns. Chapter 508, Escape. 13 Pattern Peak Nascent Soul. Sufficient to crush most early foundation establishment cultivators. On the spiritual sense level, he could contend with the top-tier cultivators in the early foundation establishment realm. Compared to before, Mo Hua's spiritual sense was even more profound, and his control over his spiritual sense was more agile. Mo Hua's eyes were deep, and he released his spiritual sense, the white spiritual sense vista continuously extending. The range of perception was wider, and the objects perceived were more numerous. One wood, one stone, one flower, one grass, living cultivators, dead shamblers, iron zombies. He could see their essence through their external physical forms. The trajectories of spiritual energy, corpse energy, and various natural energies within all things in heaven and earth were also clearer. What the naked eye sees is the superficial appearance. Only in the spiritual sense vista can all things and their internal essence be seen. With every increase in spiritual sense, the observed essence becomes more profound. Besides this, Mo Hua's understanding of the spirit hub formation had also become more thorough. In his sea of consciousness, using the zombie spiritual sense from the Zhang family, Mo Hua had practiced the spirit hub formation hundreds or thousands of times on the Dao steel in one go. The originally complex formation patterns were already etched into his mind. Even with his eyes closed, he could visualize the spirit hub formation. Controlling the spirit hub formation, differentiating spiritual energy to form spiritual threads, and controlling mediums were even more effortless. In addition, other methods had naturally also improved. All of Mo Hua's skills, whether formations or spells, were intrinsically linked to his spiritual sense. With the enhancement of his spiritual sense, his formations naturally advanced further. All his spells, whether flowing water steps, fireball technique, water prison spell, or stealth technique, would have even better effects. However, being trapped in the coffin, he couldn't get out for the time being and had no opportunity to try them out. Mo Hua was extremely happy and couldn't help but smile with squinted eyes. As he was smiling, Mo Hua could no longer smile. He discovered a very embarrassing fact. His spiritual sense was now very strong, extremely strong, comparable to the peak of early Foundation establishment. But his physical body was still weak, and his cultivation had not increased. Qi condensation 8th layer, with a frail body. He couldn't get out of this small coffin. This small coffin was neither stone nor iron. Its material was tough, and it was sealed from the outside with coffin nails, so he couldn't get out. Forcibly breaking it with spells would also injure himself. Mo Hua sighed, feeling a bit helpless. This problem needed to be taken seriously. Even though he was naturally weak and couldn't cultivate his body, he still had to find ways to supplement some body cultivation methods. However, this problem could be considered later. The most pressing matter was to find a way to get out. Mo Hua released his spiritual sense again, observing the commotion outside, and suddenly felt a bit strange. The corpse mine seemed to be under martial law, and there was also some chaos. And in the distance, dense, chaotic energies mingled, conflicting, flickering. It looked like quite a few cultivators were in a melee. What exactly happened outside? Mo Hua was puzzled. Someone had attacked into the corpse mine. Who could it be? In Nanyu City, there should be no force capable of contending with the numerous iron zombies and shamblers within the corpse mine. Mo Hua frowned. With the melee breaking out, the stone palace was more dangerous. He needed to find a way out as soon as possible. Also, Lu Chengyuan hadn't come yet. He didn't know if he was delayed by the conflict or had simply forgotten. If he happened to have time and remembered him, coming to check would be problematic. Being invisible in the coffin might fool him, but given Lu Chengyuan's cautious nature, the probability was not high, so it was better not to take that risk. Mo Hua began to ponder how to get out. However, after thinking for a long time, he found no good method. The little zombie was too far away in the 10,000 zombie formation, making it impossible to control it to help him open the coffin. He hadn't left the little tiger outside either. Mo Hua sighed again. His preparations beforehand were still not sufficient, and there were also oversights. It seemed he could only wait patiently and see if there was an opportunity. For several days, Mo Hua often released his spiritual sense to perceive the movements outside, looking for a chance to escape. The melee outside the stone palace continued, and there was no breakthrough. Until 3 days later, Mo Hua suddenly sensed two familiar auras subtly lingering around. They seemed to be invisible, avoiding others in the melee, and quietly searching for something in the stone palace. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. It was his senior brother and senior sister. Were they looking for him? Mo Hua exerted his spiritual sense to its limit, perceiving the two figures, and at the same time, he vaguely heard them speaking in hushed tones. Searched for so many days, no sign of him. You think, where could junior brother be? The voices were intermittent, along with Bai Zixing's sigh. Let's keep searching. This voice was clear and pleasant. It was his senior sister's. Bai Zixing looked dejected. Zishi, junior brother, he wouldn't have had an accident, right? Bai Zishi remained silent. Mo Hua felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed that during the days he was trapped in the coffin, his senior brother and senior sister were worried about him and had been looking for him. Mo Hua released his spiritual sense, brazenly probing the two. Bai Zixing and the other sensed it, and both felt a jolt. Discovered by someone? Immediately, the two rejoiced again. This aura, it's junior brother. Just as Bai Zixing's face showed joy, he frowned again. No, junior brother's spiritual sense isn't this profound. The aura seems right though. Yeah, this aura, it shouldn't be wrong. Did he eat something again? No way. How can he eat every day? Is he really not afraid of eating his little head into a bad state? His little head is already bad. Let's go and see. Mo Hua's spiritual sense continued. Bai Zixing and the two also sensed Mo Hua's spiritual sense. Wearing cloaks of concealment, they hid their figures and, in the chaotic stone palace, found the secret chamber. The secret chamber was cramped but exquisite, with a strange altar above it. On the altar, white bones were offered, white candles were lit, and corpse oil flowed, emitting a dim, eerie candlelight. Beneath the altar, there was a white coffin. Mo Hua's spiritual sense was emanating from the coffin. Upon seeing the white coffin, Bai Zixing looked astonished. Then his expression turned painful, and he cried out sadly. Junior brother, he's dead. Bai Zishi shot him a glare. If he's dead, where is his spiritual sense coming from? Bai Zixing was stunned. The painful expression vanished, and he couldn't help but scratch his head, saying sheepishly, "Oh right." Bai Zishi said crisply, "Open the coffin." Bai Zixing nodded, examined the coffin for a moment, understood its construction, then with his strong force, pulled out the coffin nails at the four corners, then twisted the mortise of the coffin lid, and slowly lifted the coffin lid. In the coffin, indeed, lay a familiar figure. It was their junior brother, Imo. Imo's complexion was a little pale, his eyes were deeper, and there was a faint gleam within, both familiar and somewhat strange. Bai Zixing first showed joy, then his expression turned stern. "How do you prove you are my junior brother?" Imo shot him a glare. "Idiot." Bai Zixing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. This demeanor, along with this familiar tone, was indeed his junior brother. Bai Zishi said softly, "Are you all right?" Her expression was calm, but her gaze was like a stream illuminated by the autumn sun, warm and bright. Imo was slightly lost in thought, then smiled brilliantly. "I'm fine." Bai Zishi blinked and nodded. Bai Zixing then asked curiously, "How did you get trapped in here?" "Lu Qingyun wanted to discard the donkey after it had served its purpose and kill me," Imo said concisely. Bai Zixing was furious, preposterous. "Bullying my junior brother is bullying me. Wanting to kill my junior brother is wanting to kill me." He patted his chest and said to Imo, "Don't worry, I'll kill him for you. But he's at Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment can be killed too." "All right then." Imo didn't know if he was boasting, but he was still very grateful. "But what does discarding the donkey after it has served its purpose and killing it mean?" Bai Zixing asked curiously again. "He used me as a sacrifice, feeding my spiritual sense to that visualization diagram." Imo explained concisely. "Where's that diagram?" "I ate it." "You ate it again?" Bai Zixing looked somewhat speechless, then muttered, "In the end, are you the sacrifice for the diagram, or is the diagram your sacrifice?" "So, your spiritual sense got stronger again?" Bai Zixing asked. Imo nodded, humbly saying, "Just a little bit stronger, 13 patterns." Even Bai Zishi was startled upon hearing this. Bai Zixing's mouth fell open, and he said helplessly, "If this continues, you'll truly become a little monster." Qi condensation 8th layer, 13 pattern spiritual sense at Foundation Establishment. Even among the ancestors of the Bai family, he had never seen such a record. Bai Zishi's eyes flashed, and she cautioned, "Don't tell anyone." Bai Zixing also reacted and nodded. "That's right, you absolutely must not tell anyone. Otherwise, there will be many people who want to pry open your head and see what's inside. Human hearts are very sinister." Imo was startled and nodded repeatedly. Bai Zixing wanted to say more, but Bai Zishi said, "Let's leave here first." It was not a place to linger within the corpse mine. She and her brother had come here to find Imo. Since they had found Imo, they naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. Okay. Within the corpse mine, cultivators and zombies were in a melee. Swords and blades had no eyes, spells were dense, corpse poison was everywhere. There were even Foundation Establishment cultivators fighting iron zombies. If they were caught in the crossfire, it would be very dangerous. The three then all cloaked themselves in invisibility and left the secret chamber. Before leaving, Imo thought for a moment and set up a ground fire formation around the secret chamber, destroying the secret chamber and blowing up the entire altar, along with the coffin, into smithereens. Even though he hadn't died, he still needed to destroy the evidence. Or rather, precisely because he hadn't died, to be safe, he needed to destroy the evidence. At the same time, that blank visualization diagram was also pocketed by Imo. Imo had eaten all the ancestors of the Zhang family within the visualization diagram. Now the diagram was blank. But Imo felt that this diagram was very strange, capable of containing generations of Zhang family members, who after death turned into malevolent thoughts, manifested as corpses, and parasitized within the diagram. This was clearly not something ordinary cultivation items could achieve. Imo decided to keep the blank visualization diagram. He would study it himself later, or perhaps ask his master. On the Dao court side, they were still attacking the stone palace, with Dao soldiers leading the charge and other cultivators providing cover. The corpse soldiers had found a way to counter them, and their threat was reduced. Lu Qingyun was using the 10,000 zombie formation to raise and refine zombies, constantly replenishing the source of corpses and engaging in a war of attrition with the Dao soldiers. Both sides were in a stalemate, and within the stone palace, the battle was chaotic. Foundation Establishment cultivators, Qi condensation Dao soldiers, iron zombies, and shamblers were all fighting. This situation was not something that the three Qi condensation cultivators could resolve for the time being. The immediate priority was naturally to escape the corpse mine and then make further plans. The three of them, cloaked in invisibility, circled around the edge of the battlefield and retreated towards the outside of the corpse mine. Although they were very careful, The corpse mine was too chaotic, with many cultivators and even more zombies. If they weren't careful, they would still reveal themselves and be discovered by corpse cultivators. Several corpse cultivators, controlling an iron zombie and dozens of shamblers, attacked them. Bai Zixing held the rear, swinging his spear to block the zombies. Mo Hua and Bai Zishi, using spells and sword energy respectively to contain them, the three did not engage in prolonged combat, fighting and retreating. Later, other cultivators came to their aid. After an hour of melee, they finally escaped the corpse mine and retreated to a temporary stationing mountain cave outside. Inside the mountain cave, Yang Jieshan, young Master Yun, the gaunt old man, the middle-aged cultivator, and other cultivators were all present, discussing the plan to obliterate the corpse mine. On the way, Mo Hua had already asked for clarification. He learned that it was the Dao court that had ordered the suppression of the corpse mine and the extermination of the corpse king, which was why so many cultivators had gathered. So he was not surprised to see so many people. A Dao soldier led Mo Hua and the other two to Yang Jieshan. When Yang Jieshan saw Mo Hua and learned of his identity, he was clearly very surprised. He heard from Bai Zixing that it was his junior brother who had found out about the corpse mine and leaked the information. Since he was a junior brother, he naturally wouldn't be old. But he never imagined that he would be so young. Mo Hua's fair and tender face still held a trace of childishness. He looked no older than the disciples in his family who had just started their cultivation enlightenment. How could such a child be manipulated by Lu Qingyun? How could he be locked into the corpse mine? And how could he manage to gather intelligence and send it out from the heavily guarded corpse mine? How was it achieved? Yang Jieshan's brows furrowed into the shape of the character Chuan. Other cultivators, upon seeing Mo Hua, also had complex expressions and didn't know what to say. The mountain cave was quiet for a moment. However, Mo Hua looked at Yang Jieshan, glancing at him left and right, finding him somewhat familiar, and couldn't help but ask, "Commander, do you know an uncle named Yang Jiong?" Yang Jieshan was startled. "You know my fifth brother?" Mo Hua nodded. "We have a bit of acquaintance. Uncle Yang also told me to visit the Yang family when I have time." Yang Jieshan frowned, repeating the name Mo Hua twice. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Mo Hua. I thought this name sounded familiar. My fifth brother mentioned it last year, saying he met a very talented young formation master. Very talented. Yang Jieshan thought again. At that time, his fifth brother seemed to have said more than just that. At that time, he looked very serious and said with certainty that he had met a terrifyingly talented young formation master. When asked how he was terrifying, he wouldn't say, only that he had to keep it a secret. Yang Jieshan didn't pay much attention to it then. Yang Jiong and he were about the same in formations, so how could they distinguish who was better? Therefore, he only listened casually to Yang Jiong's words at the time and didn't pay much attention. When he arrived at Nanyu City and heard Mo Hua's name, he felt it sounded familiar. Now, hearing Mo Hua mention Yang Jiong, he finally remembered. Yang Jieshan's attitude immediately softened. He couldn't tell the difference in formation talent, but he remembered that his fifth brother had also said that when he met this young formation master, he wanted to thank him on his behalf, treat him well, and preferably recruit him into the Yang family. His fifth brother had a bit of a temper and was a bit arrogant, but he was generous and loyal. The people he truly appreciated were not many. This young cultivator, being esteemed by his fifth brother, if nothing else, his character was definitely not bad. Furthermore, he was already a formation master at such a young age. Even if his talent wasn't terrifying, it was still quite good. And he had risked his life alone to gather intelligence about the corpse mine, which was a great help. Yang Jieshan immediately said cordially, "Little brother, you must have been frightened. I'll have someone prepare some wine and spirit meat. Eat your fill and rest well." Mo Hua smiled. "Thank you, Commander." Yang Jieshan waved his hand. "No need to be so formal. Since you are acquainted with my fifth brother, you can just call me uncle." Mo Hua readily complied and called out clearly, "Uncle Yang." Yang Jieshan smiled and nodded. Everyone watching was somewhat stunned. How is it that after only a few words, they've established a connection? He came in as Commander Yang, and in less than 15 minutes, he became Uncle Yang. Yang Jieshan, who originally had a square and serious expression, now had a face as if he was bathed in spring breeze. It looked as incongruous as it could be. Who exactly is this young cultivator? Everyone whispered amongst themselves. Yang Jieshan then said to Mo Hua, "You go down and rest with your senior brother and sister. We still have matters to discuss." Mo Hua nodded. "Okay, then I won't disturb Uncle Yang." Yang Jieshan nodded slightly. Mo Hua bowed and took his leave. Yang Jieshan watched Mo Hua leave with a kind expression, then turned his head and said sternly to everyone, "Let's continue." A Dao soldier, who looked like a deputy commander, continued from where they left off. "The zombies are becoming more numerous as they are refined. We are short of manpower. With this attrition, we can't sustain it. We need to find a way to break the 10,000 zombie formation." 10,000 zombie formation? Mo Hua, who had just reached the doorway, perked up his ears upon hearing these three words and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. The deputy commander had already lowered his voice, but unfortunately, Imo Hua's peak 13 pattern spiritual sense was too strong. Even though his voice was not loud, Imo Hua could still hear it. Imo Hua hesitated for a moment, then turned back and asked, Uncle Yang, are you discussing the 10,000 zombie formation? Yang Jieshan looked surprised and couldn't help but ask, Little brother, you know about the 10,000 zombie formation? Imo Hua nodded. Yang Jieshan was startled. Then he remembered that it was Imo Hua who had sent out the intelligence. It wasn't surprising that he knew about the 10,000 zombie formation. Then, this 10,000 zombie formation, are you familiar with it? Yang Jieshan's eyes lit up, holding on to a glimmer of hope, and asked expectantly. Imo Hua hesitated, then slowly said, Quite familiar. What could he say? He couldn't possibly say that the central array eye of the 10,000 zombie formation was drawn by him. Thank you to Time Thief, Flying, Chan So, and Rabbit on a small boat for the rewards. Chapter 509, Breaking the Formation. Relatively familiar? Yang Jieshan didn't understand how relatively familiar it was, so he probed further. Then, young friend, do you know how to break the myriad corpse formation? The cultivators present all looked at Imo Hua. Imo Hua pondered for a moment, then looked at everyone, estimated the strength of the Dao Quartz cultivators, and nodded. There is a method. Yang Jieshan was overjoyed. What method? Imo Hua asked. Do you still have the map of the stone palace? Yes. Yang Jieshan immediately ordered someone to spread the map on the stone table in the main hall. Imo Hua marked several spots on the map. These spots were located in the depths of the stone palace, in relatively secluded places, inconspicuous, and the stone walls were solid with no special features. Yang Jieshan looked puzzled. Imo Hua explained. These are sealed storage rooms, containing a lot of spirit stones. Spirit stones? Yang Jieshan frowned. Yes, Imo Hua nodded. A large portion of the spirit stones that Lu Qingyun earned by enslaving zombies to mine is hidden in these sealed storage rooms in the corpse mine. He had also found this out by sneaking around at night and eavesdropping. And then? Yang Jieshan asked. Destroying these spirit stones will break the myriad corpse formation, Imo Hua replied. Yang Jieshan fell silent. Everyone's expressions were also somewhat complex. Some looked disappointed. Imo Hua was a bit confused. Instead, an old formation master kindly reminded him, Young friend, you are young and probably don't know that evil formations are different from normal formations. Normal formations refine spirit stones, convert spirit energy, and activate the formation. Evil formations, however, are driven by vital energy, flesh and bone, souls, life, the resentment of living beings, and the filth of heaven and earth, all of which are evil forces that activate the formation. This makes the formation evil and greatly increases its power, and it also pollutes the cultivator's physical body and spirit energy more. Lu Qingyun's myriad corpse formation is also like this. This formation is not activated by spirit energy, so even if the storage rooms are destroyed and the spirit stones are obliterated, it will be of no use. At most, he will only lose some spirit stone property. Imo Hua shook his head. It's not like that. The old formation master was slightly taken aback. The other formation masters were also surprised and exchanged glances. Imo Hua explained. Lu Qingyun's myriad corpse formation is derived from the myriad corpse grand formation. It has the framework of the grand formation but not its scale, so it is merely a replica. But even so, the evil energy required is immense. He cannot slaughter the populace on a large scale, nor can he extract evil energy from flesh, resentment, and hatred, so he used a compromise. He constructed the core of the replica formation, refined spirit stones, and activated the formation with spirit energy, then tainted the spirit energy with flesh and filth to form evil energy, which then powered the entire myriad corpse formation. The old formation master's expression was shaken, and the other formation masters looked surprised and exchanged glances. So, Imo Hua continued, destroying the storage rooms and obliterating the spirit stones is equivalent to cutting off the supply of the myriad corpse formation, disabling the core of the myriad corpse formation, and thus breaking the myriad corpse formation. And since the core has already been formed, it cannot be changed in a short period of time. Once the spirit stones are gone, even if Lu Qingyun wants to kill people and slaughter cities again to power the formation with flesh and evil energy, it will be impossible. After Imo Hua finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed, but they remained silent. Ordinary cultivators either didn't understand formations or had a superficial understanding. They couldn't comprehend it. The few formation masters who understood felt that Imo Hua's explanation made sense, but they were still a bit unsure. This was related to the Dao Court's decree to suppress the corpse mine, eliminate the corpse king, and eradicate the demonic spawn. Such matters were not to be trifled with. They dared not be careless. The old formation master cautiously asked, Young sir, how do you know this? Because I drew the core myself. Of course, Imo Hua couldn't say such a thing. He vaguely replied, I was imprisoned by Lu Qingyun in the corpse mine, and by chance, I saw the formation diagram of the myriad corpse formation. The myriad corpse formation diagram? The old formation master's heart trembled. Is that true? If he knew the myriad corpse formation diagram, then the situation would be different. Imohua thought for a moment and nodded. How about I draw it for you to see? The old formation master was stunned. Draw. You saw it and can draw it? Yang Jishan immediately ordered, bring paper and brush. The old formation master immediately said, I have it. I have it. He personally took out paper and brush, and with the help of other formation masters, spread the formation paper on the table and ground the spirit ink. With everything prepared, everyone looked expectantly at Imohua. Imohua felt a bit uneasy, but he picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to draw formation patterns on the paper. His brushwork was skillful, with balanced strokes, each stroke following his heart, but also conforming to established rules. The formation masters present were inwardly startled, exchanged glances, and praised in low voices. Although young, he already possesses the aura of a master. Without years of hard practice, such skillful brushwork would be impossible. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Even young Master Yun, standing nearby, looked at Imohua with a clear gaze filled with admiration. Imohua did not draw the complete myriad corpse formation diagram. He simply outlined the general trend of the formation core, making it easier for everyone to understand the flow of spirit energy. He also drew the central part of the formation core, showing how spirit energy passed through it, integrated with the myriad corpse formation, and mixed with flesh and filth to form evil energy. Imohua stopped drawing before he finished. The formation masters were still engrossed, and, seeing Imohua stop, said, Keep drawing. Why did you stop? Imohua scratched his head and said guiltily, This is all I remember. He couldn't draw anymore. If he drew any more, he would be revealing the entire formation core. Everyone looked at it from various angles, examined it, and frowned at the simplified diagram of the myriad corpse formation drawn by Imohua. One formation master sighed. Lu Chengyun is indeed quite talented. Someone coldly snorted. What's the use of talent if he's a wicked person? I didn't say he wasn't. Talentless and immoral is merely mediocre, but talented and immoral is often the greater threat. As long as one's character is corrupt, no matter how talented they are, they should be scorned. It's a pity that Lu Chengyun's talent was not used in the right way. The construction of this formation core is extremely ingenious. The old formation master shook his head. This formation core might not have been built by Lu Chengyun. Not Lu Chengyun. Everyone was surprised. The old formation master nodded. Although this is a first-rank formation core, it uses the framework of a grand formation. Its underlying structure, the integration of the 5 elements, and its orderly nature are all derived from ancient, orthodox formation techniques. With such an understanding of formations, he would likely disdain learning evil formations and colluding with Lu Chengyun. So, while Lu Chengyun built the myriad corpse formation, this formation core might be from someone else. Imohua was inwardly surprised. This old formation master with a beard, although only a first-rank formation master, had extremely keen insight. He could see that. The other formation masters nodded upon hearing this. Someone else asked, then who drew this formation core? Could it be that Lu Chengyun has a formation master behind him? Is this formation master also a first-rank formation master? No, this formation core uses the techniques of a grand formation, likely a second-rank one. At this statement, everyone's expression became solemn. With the absolute formation and the myriad corpse formation already being troublesome enough, if there was a formation master behind Lu Chengyun, the situation would be even more dire. The old formation master suddenly asked Imohua, Young sir, do you know who created this formation core? Or do you know who this master is? Imohua's small face was serious as he shook his head. I don't know. I can't say it was me. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you. Seeing everyone still dwelling on the matter with worried and troubled expressions, Imohua said, I didn't see any other formation masters in the corpse mine. It's possible that this formation master was threatened by Lu Chengyun, and after completing the formation, he was discarded like a used tool. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi both looked at Imohua silently. The old formation master was stunned, then nodded. Lu Chengyun was suspicious. Such a thing was not impossible. He sighed with some emotion. If that's the case, it would be a great pity. Yang Jishan, seeing that they had drawn and discussed for a long time but were still somewhat confused, asked directly, Gentlemen, can the myriad corpse formation be broken? The old formation master hesitated for a moment and slowly said, If the formation core is indeed as described, then this plan is feasible. Then is this formation core real? Yang Jishan asked again. The old formation master hesitated and remained silent. The other formation masters also frowned and said nothing. They felt it was real, but the formation knowledge involved in this core far surpassed their own level of formation understanding, so they dared not make a hasty conclusion. If the truth was mistaken, they could not bear the responsibility. Yang Jishan then looked at young Master Yun. Young Master Yun was still hesitant. After a moment of thought, he slowly nodded. It should be correct. He thought for a moment and then explained, this formation is consistent with the current known situation of the corpse mine, and its formation level is very high. Lu Qingyun alone could not have fabricated it. Yang Jishan breathed a sigh of relief. He patted Mo Hua on the shoulder and smiled. Young friend, you've been a great help again. Mo Hua also smiled happily. Since the formation is real, it will be easier to handle. Let's discuss how to destroy these spirit stones and cut off the supply of the myriad corpse formation. Afterward, Yang Jishan and the others discussed the specific plan. How to deploy cultivators, when and where, who would attack, who would provide cover, and how to destroy these spirit stone storage rooms. These spirit stones could not be moved. They could only be destroyed. Let them turn into spirit energy and disperse back into the heavens and earth, so that Lu Qingyun could not use them for evil. After the discussion, Mo Hua left. Young Master Yun stared at Mo Hua's retreating figure for a long time, lost in thought. After a while, his eyes brightened. Mo Hua was then placed in a quiet stone room. The stone room was simply furnished, with only a stone table, stone stools, and a stone bed. It was evident that due to the urgency, practicality took precedence over comfort. Mo Hua didn't care. What he cared about was the table full of food. There were spirit fruits and spirit meat from chickens and ducks. He had been imprisoned in a coffin and starved for many days. He was ravenous and was now feasting heartily, with fruit in one hand and a chicken leg in the other, eating with great joy. Cultivators could go without eating for long periods, but they would still get hungry and deplete their vital energy. If they didn't eat for too long, they would eventually starve to death. Bai Zixing sat to the side, with his legs crossed, shaking his head and humming, seemingly lost in thought. Bai Zixi quietly read a book, occasionally raising her eyes. Seeing Mo Hua eating with relish, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her gaze became even more serene. Mo Hua looked up and asked, "Aren't you guys eating?" "You eat." "Oh." Mo Hua did not stand on ceremony. After finishing his meal, he lay down comfortably on the bed, patting his full little belly. Bai Zixing said, "After eating, you should digest. Don't lie down immediately." "Oh." Mo Hua responded, his voice a little lazy, but he remained lying down. Bai Zixing shook his head. A moment later, he remembered something and asked, "Do you want to go back to see your master?" Mo Hua blinked and said, "After resolving things here, I'll go back to see master." Bai Zixing's eyes lit up. "Are you going to kill Lu Qingyun?" He couldn't stand hypocritical people, bullies, cultivators of demonic arts, murderers, and those who bullied his sister and junior brother. Lu Qingyun ticked almost all of these boxes. Yes, Mo Hua nodded. Bai Zixing thought for a moment, then frowned. It won't be easy to make a move, will it? There are so many walking corpses, iron corpses, and the corpse king. Mo Hua sat up and lowered his voice, step by step. First, weaken Lu Qingyun's forces, push him to a desperate situation, then get close to that corpse king. Then he's sure to die. Corpse king? Bai Zixing was startled. Did you do something to his corpse king? Mo Hua wagged his finger, correcting. It's not his corpse king. What do you mean? Bai Zixing didn't understand. Mo Hua played coy, whispering, it's a secret. You'll know when the time comes. Bai Zixing was unhappy. Mo Hua thought for a moment, then conceded. When the time comes, I promise to let you kill Lu Qingyun. Really? Bai Zixing was a little skeptical. Yes, Mo Hua nodded. You are my senior brother. I won't lie to you. Bai Zixing immediately became happy again. Bai Zixi glanced at her brother and shook her head slightly, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. The next day, at the hour of Mao, 5 to 7 a.m., the Dao soldiers began their attack on the stone palace. Yang Jishan led the charge on the frontal assault, drawing the attention of most of the iron corpses, but this was merely a feint. Two other elite cultivator teams, guided by Mo Hua, circumvented and infiltrated, breaking the defensive formation of the storage rooms and piercing through the stone walls. Indeed, they found a storage room filled with blue, dazzling spirit stones. Under military orders, they did not hesitate. Spirit tools, talismans, and Taoist spells were unleashed, destroying all the large quantities of spirit stones stored in the room. The destroyed spirit stones turned into a torrent of spirit energy, which overflowed from the corpse mine and returned to the heavens and earth. Mo Hua, outside the corpse mine, could sense this dense aura of spirit energy. Is this spirit energy? Mo Hua murmured, his thoughts stirred. Legend had it that over 20,000 years ago, the world was filled with dense spirit energy. However, with the unification of the Tao court and the rapid development of the cultivation world, the reckless extraction of spirit energy gradually depleted the natural spirit energy of heaven and earth. Only by mining spirit stones from subterranean spirit or deposits could cultivators practice. There were still places with residual spirit energy, such as mountains and hidden realms, but they were rare, like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and were occupied by major powers in the cultivation world. Spirit stones were the same. In the Tao calendar year 20,000 plus, almost all spirit ore deposits in the cultivation world had been divided and occupied by the Tao court, aristocratic families, and major sects. The vast majority of spirit stones were also gathered in their hands. The vast majority of low-level cultivators could only obtain very few spirit stones, not to mention breathing true, natural spirit energy. Although the spirit energy overflowing from the corpse mine now was dense, it was also short-lived. Within moments, it dissipated completely. While this was spirit energy, it was not true spirit energy. After it dissipated, the world remained as dry as ever in terms of spirit energy. Mo Hua felt a sense of emotion. He looked up at the sky and couldn't help but think to himself, I wonder if this world will ever see a resurgence of spirit energy. When the storage rooms were blown up, the spirit stones were destroyed, and the spirit energy filled the air and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Lu Qingyun also felt it. His heart ached as if pierced by needles. These were spirit stones. These were the spirit stones he had painstakingly earned by enslaving miners, commanding zombies, and mining the mountains. With these spirit stones, he could bribe officials of the Tao court, bribe various factions, expand the Lu family, and obtain various cultivation resources to improve his own cultivation. But now, they were all destroyed. What was even more unbearable for him was the myriad corpse formation. With the destruction of the spirit stones, the core of the myriad corpse formation would lose its supply. Even though the formation could still function with the remaining evil energy, within 10 days, the evil energy would be depleted, and the myriad corpse formation would cease to operate. Without the myriad corpse formation, and unable to continuously refine zombies, how could he contend with the Tao soldiers? Lu Qingyun's gaze turned cold. It seems I need to find another way. But then he became somewhat confused. How did the Tao court know that his evil formation was powered by spirit energy? And how did they know that his spirit stones were hidden in secret storage rooms? Was there a traitor in the corpse mine who had leaked all the secrets within? Impossible. Lu Qingyun shook his head. Those who knew were either killed by him or sacrificed. The remaining were some corpse cultivators. These corpse cultivators had followed him for a long time, their hands stained with blood from killing and refining corpses. Once one cultivated corpse Tao techniques, they had already fallen into the demonic path and could no longer defect to the Tao court. Even if they defected to the Tao court, it would be a death sentence. They would not have leaked any information. Then, someone on the Tao court side saw through the reality of the corpse mine and also saw through the formation I laid out. A cultivator with such ability and formation attainments must be a master. But who exactly was this master? When did he start targeting him? Lu Qingyun frowned. He suddenly had a premonition. It felt as if someone had woven a net long ago, tightly covering him, and then, with predatory eyes, was slowly closing in on him. Who exactly was this person? And what was this net? Lu Qingyun was perplexed. Behind him, the terrifying and majestic, loyal corpse king was also silent. Chapter 510, Pursuit. Lu Qingyun's spirit stone treasury was destroyed, cutting off his spirit stone supply. The myriad corpse formation's operation became sluggish, and the speed of refining corpses slowed down. Yang Jishan was overjoyed. The other cultivators also breathed a sigh of relief. During the battle, Lu Qingyun's losses were zombies. Their losses were living people. Now that the myriad corpse formation was weakened and gradually stopped, escaping this endless attrition was a good thing for their side. The Tao soldiers and the cultivators from various factions couldn't help but feel grateful to Mo Hua. Next, it was time for a head-on battle. The Tao soldier commander led the various Tao soldier teams and the cultivators from all sides, engaging in a chaotic battle with the iron corpses and walking corpses. Yang Jishan gave commands and coordinated the operations, while Mo Hua stayed by his side to observe. Within the corpse mine, the battle was fierce. The cultivators' swords clashed with the zombies' claws and teeth, spiritual energy intertwined with corpse energy, corpse poison spread, and spells flew everywhere. Cultivators fell one after another, and zombies were torn apart. It was both tragic and magnificent. Mo Hua watched in shock. Although he had seen scattered battles between cultivators and zombies before, and even fought against zombies when escaping, standing on the mountaintop now and observing the overall situation, he still found the scene of the massacre incredibly brutal and shocking. Then, Mo Hua felt a sense of compassion. These Tao soldiers were also people. Although their cultivation was low, in this war, they could only be humble soldiers. But they also had parents, and perhaps wives and children. If they died here, someone would be heartbroken. And these zombies were once people, and very likely, suffering mine cultivators. Oppressed by the Lu family during their lives, they were reduced to cannon fodder after death, assisting in evil deeds. Mo Hua sighed. This couldn't go on any longer. If the fight continued like this, who knew how many more cultivators would be injured or even killed? Nanhua City would also face a catastrophe. Mo Hua observed the situation, frowned, and pondered. Using his divine sense, He deduced the main and secondary sequences controlled by the spirit hub among the corpse hordes. Then he said to Yang Jishan, "Uncle Yang, we need to kill that big iron corpse, that one-armed iron corpse, and that fat iron corpse first." Yang Jishan was slightly taken aback. Why? He didn't quite understand why Mo Hua singled out these few iron corpses among the dozens on the battlefield. These few iron corpses didn't seem to be the strongest. Mo Hua explained. The walking corpses on the field are divided into two types. One type is controlled by corpse cultivators using corpse-controlling bells. The other type is controlled by iron corpses through formations. The zombies controlled by corpse cultivators are fewer and fight independently, posing less of a threat, but those controlled by formations are different. The formations on these three iron corpses control the most walking corpses. If they are killed, nearly half of the walking corpses will turn into a rabble, driven only by instinct, without coordination, and will not form corpse soldiers, making them easy to deal with. Yang Jishan was stunned. How do you know that? Young Master Yun, who was beside them, was also surprised. They only knew that these zombies were controlled by formations, but they didn't understand how they were controlled or the underlying principles. Mo Hua vaguely replied, "I've seen the formations drawn by Lu Chengyun, so I can deduce it." Yang Jishan nodded as if he understood. Young Master Yun, however, was stunned. Deduce? Could it be? He had a faint guess, but it was hard to believe. Yang Jishan then called someone over and ordered, "Pass down the order, gather 3 teams of Dao soldiers. Ignore the other zombies, and only focus on killing those 3 iron corpses." Yes. The Dao soldier received the order and relayed it. A while later, 3 Foundation establishment commanders, each leading a team of Dao soldiers, suddenly charged out, heading straight for the 3 iron corpses on the battlefield. With preparedness against unpreparedness. In less than half an hour, the 3 iron corpses were killed, their heart meridians shattered. With the death of the 3 iron corpses, a large portion of the corpse soldiers on the field suddenly went berserk, darting around like headless flies, trying to devour anything in sight. This was a sign of loss of control, driven by corpse energy and acting on instinct. For ordinary cultivators, uncontrolled zombies were quite troublesome. But in a battle of cultivators like this, uncontrolled zombies, lacking coordination, became scattered. Even if they were violent and bloodthirsty, their threat was greatly reduced in front of well-coordinated Dao soldiers. Yang Jishan's spirits lifted. It really works. He immediately waved his command flag, ordering the Dao soldiers to form formations, like millstones, grinding down the chaotic corpse hordes bit by bit. Once the walking corpses were annihilated, the remaining iron corpses were no longer a threat to the organized Dao soldiers. A general without soldiers is no longer a general. And an iron corpse without corpse soldiers was just an ordinary iron corpse. The Dao soldiers acted like scythes, charging through the battlefield, reaping the walking corpses one by one. The situation quickly became clear. The Dao court side gained an increasing advantage, while the losses of the corpse soldiers grew heavier. Soon, Lu Qingyun ordered the controlled corpses to retreat. Suppressing the corpse mine was a protracted affair. This was just one battle among many over these days, and one victory among many ups and downs. But this victory was the clearest in terms of decisive outcome. Yang Jishan breathed a long sigh of relief. In subsequent battles, Yang Jishan would always bring Mo Hua along. Mo Hua released his divine sense, scanned the battlefield, and after a moment of mental calculation, told Yang Jishan which walking corpses were controlled by which iron corpses, and killing which iron corpse would cause the walking corpses in that area to scatter. Not only that, he also knew the methods used by some tricky corpse cultivators, how to counteract some severe corpse poisons, how to break some evil formations. Mo Hua recounted everything as if he were reciting his family treasures. When it involved formations, he could see through them at a glance. When it involved the corpse mine, it was information he had secretly overheard while in hiding. When it involved corpse refining, some were from books on corpse refining, and some were summarized from battles with the Zhang family ancestor and past elders. The more Yang Jishan listened, the more he was shocked. He almost suspected that Mo Hua himself had built the corpse mine, drawn the formations, recruited the corpse cultivators, refined these zombies, and controlled them. Even that Mo Hua himself was a minor demon of the corpse path. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with everything? Of course, Yang Jishan was just thinking about it. He knew it was impossible. He probably found out about it when he was in the corpse mine. Yang Jishan exclaimed in his heart. He finally understood why his 5th brother, Yang Jiong, held this young brother in such high regard. Proficient in formations, brave and resourceful, with a pure Dao heart, and able to gather such detailed intelligence without anyone noticing. This was precisely the talent the Dao soldier department needed most. Yang Jishan looked at Mo Hua with bright eyes, wishing he could snatch Mo Hua back to the Yang family. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Qingyun's face was covered in dark clouds. He never expected that in just a few days, the situation would take such a drastic turn. All his hidden trump cards seemed to have been seen through. the layout of the stone hall, the deployment of corpse soldiers, the operation of the formations. The opponents were seizing the flaws and devouring him piece by piece. Lu Qingyun felt pressure, even a hint of suffocation. It was as if the net he had woven long ago was gradually tightening, becoming ever more constricting. Once it was fully drawn, trapping him, he would be like fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. The corpse mine won't last much longer. There was no point in holding on any longer. Hesitation leads to trouble. Lu Qingyun decided to retreat. I need to find a way to escape like a cicada shedding its shell and seek a new path. As long as I can escape, there will still be opportunities. After escaping, I'll live under a false identity, find a family or sect to attach myself to. Although I'm not young anymore, this face doesn't show signs of aging. I'm still gentle and refined, with a graceful demeanor. With my skills, I could marry into a family once, and I can do it again. At worst, I'll find an older woman to marry into. There are so many foolish women in this world who only care about looks. I can always trick another one. If the corpse horde dwindles, I can refine more. If the myriad corpse formation is gone, I can build another one. As long as the corpse king is still in my hands, obeying my command, I can sooner or later change my appearance and make a comeback. Lu Qingyun's expression turned grim, his eyes revealing a cold glint. After this, the assault of the corpse horde intensified. They counterattacked desperately, without regard for cost or consequences, as if they intended to drag everyone down with them. Yang Jishan frowned. Lu Qingyun, is he trying to fight to the death? Mo Hua, however, shook his head. No, he's trying to escape. He understood Lu Qingyun well. A selfish person like him would prioritize his own life. How could he possibly perish with the corpse mine? He didn't care about the former Little Lingyin sect, nor the current Lu family. Even if the Lu family was destroyed and the corpse mine was ruined, Lu Qingyun would still escape like a cicada shedding its shell and seek another force to parasitize. As expected, a few days later, during a chaotic battle, Mo Hua suddenly detected a familiar aura mixed among the corpse cultivators. This aura was very hidden, but it couldn't escape Mo Hua's peak 13 pattern divine sense. There were also mid-foundation establishment cultivators present, whose divine senses were stronger than Mo Hua's, but they were not familiar with Lu Qingyun, so they couldn't detect him. Mo Hua followed the aura. Indeed, he saw a masked figure with a familiar build, but acting suspiciously like a corpse cultivator. Mo Hua immediately recognized him as Lu Qingyun. Mo Hua pointed his small hand and quickly shouted, "Uncle Yang, that person is Lu Qingyun. He's trying to run." Yang Jishan was taken aback, then his expression changed. He waved his command flag, pointed at Lu Qingyun, and roared sternly, "Seize him." Several teams of Dao soldiers formed a long dragon and charged straight towards Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun was startled and cursed in a low voice. But he was also inwardly surprised. He had concealed his cultivation, appearing to be only at the 9th layer of qi condensation. How was he recognized? Lu Qingyun was puzzled, but since he had been discovered, he couldn't escape. He could only retreat back to the stone hall. The battle subsided, and Lu Qingyun failed to escape. Trying to run it this time? Mo Hua found it somewhat strange. He scanned the stone hall with his divine sense and noticed a change in the formation's aura within the hall. Mo Hua calculated mentally and understood the reason. Lu Qingyun had laid numerous earth-splitting formations within the stone hall. Once he escaped, he would activate the earth-splitting formations, blow up the stone hall, and cause the corpse mine to collapse, burying all the corpse cultivators and the Dao court cultivators together. Even if the foundation establishment cultivators could escape, a large number of qi condensation cultivators would die in the corpse mine. And all these cultivators who died in the corpse mine, including the Dao soldiers, corpse cultivators, and cultivators from various families and sects, would become materials for his corpse refining. In the future, he would refine these deceased cultivators into corpse soldiers. Yang Jishan's gaze turned cold. Lu Qingyun is truly vicious. Mo Hua also felt a little scared. After this, everyone was hesitant to press too closely, fearing the earth-splitting formations. Mo Hua also spent some time deducing the locations of the earth-splitting formations, marking them one by one, and handing them over to Yang Jishan. Whenever the Dao soldiers gained the upper hand and repelled the corpse soldiers, they would send people to destroy some of the earth-splitting formations. As the earth-splitting formations gradually decreased, Lu Qingyun finally couldn't hold back. One night, taking advantage of the Dao soldiers' retreat, he activated all the remaining earth-splitting formations, causing the corpse mine to shake. The earth-splitting formations were not numerous and their power was not great, but they caused chaos. Lu Qingyun, protected by the corpse king and iron corpses, cut a bloody path and escaped from the corpse mine. Hordes of walking corpses, fearless of death, formed a corpse tide, covering Lu Qingyun's retreat. Yang Jishan led the Dao soldiers and cultivators from all factions in pursuit. The battle shifted from beneath the corpse mine to atop the corpse mountain. The mountains were covered with cultivators and zombies locked in combat. Many zombies had lost control and become wandering corpses, roaming scattered in the mountains. The battle lasted for a whole day, and finally, Lu Qingyun fled towards a gloomy and desolate mountain peak 100 miles outside Nanyue City. The mountain peak was desolate and vast, with no signs of human habitation. There were only rugged mountain rocks and withered black dead grass everywhere. Yang Jishan flipped through the map and found the name of the mountain marked on it. Grave Mountain. His expression instantly became solemn. The other cultivators also had a premonition. This place was definitely not a good omen. Yang Jishan's gaze sharpened. Whether they could capture Lu Qingyun, suppress the Corpse King, and exterminate the hordes of corpses depended on this battle. He ordered, "Proceed cautiously, enter the mountain." The Dao soldier teams advanced towards Grave Mountain. However, as soon as they entered the mountain boundary, the ground began to heave, and rubble vibrated. Zombies crawled out of the earth one after another. These zombies were older, and their corpse poison was stronger. Furthermore, quite a few iron corpses were mixed among them. Yang Jishan's face turned ashen. More? How many years had this Lu Qingyun been refining corpses? And how many corpses had he refined? Could this Grave Mountain be another place for him to refine corpses, just like the corpse mine? Yang Jishan frowned deeply. The Dao soldiers were exhausted from the long pursuit and were about to catch up to Lu Qingyun, but unexpectedly, new zombies emerged. It was endless. This Lu Qingyun's schemes were truly profound. Yang Jishan was helpless and had to order everyone to camp outside Grave Mountain, constantly monitoring the movements within, lest he escape. Everyone discussed what to do next. The problem now is, how many zombies are there still in this Grave Mountain? A middle-aged cultivator sighed. If there are too many, we will definitely not be their match. If we don't know the number, we're bound to fall into an ambush. We don't have enough manpower. Yang Jishan frowned, his expression stern. Since the battle began, they had already lost a considerable number of troops. The remaining majority of cultivators were injured, and some had to use blood-cleansing pills to suppress the corpse poison, making them unable to fight. The remaining strength was less than a third. And how many zombies Lu Qingyun still had was still an unknown. What if Lu Qingyun was feigning defeat to lure them into a deep pursuit, setting an ambush for them? In that case, they would suffer a great loss this time. But this Grave Mountain was lonely and gloomy, filled with poisonous miasma. How could they find out how many zombies were inside? Imohua thought for a moment and said, "Catch a walking corpse, and then catch an iron corpse." Yang Jishan was slightly taken aback. Imohua continued, "I can examine the formations on them and roughly estimate how many zombies Lu Qingyun still has." Yang Jishan was a little stunned. The other formation masters also looked at each other blankly. Young Master Yun, however, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "You can estimate it like this?" Yang Jishan asked uncertainly. Imohua nodded. Yang Jishan didn't quite understand, but thinking that there were no other good methods, he pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. He personally took action, leading a few Dao soldier commanders to capture 3 walking corpses and 1 iron corpse, and confine them with iron chains. The zombies roared and struggled. Corpse poison flowed out of them like blood, soaking the iron chains and emitting a pungent rotten smell. These zombies were clearly more violent and more toxic. Bai Zixing stood in front of Mo Hua, preventing the zombies from losing control and harming him. Bai Zixi stood behind Mo Hua, with sword energy condensing at her fair fingertips, quietly on guard. Mo Hua said, "Uncle Yang, cut open their chests." Yang Jishan nodded. He had done this before, so he was quite familiar with the procedure. A moment later, the skin of the zombies' heart meridians was cut open, revealing the formations embedded within, connected to their flesh and blood. Mo Hua took out paper and brush, sketched the formations, and then, after a brief identification, found the special sequence formation patterns. The Spirit Hub formation uses sequence formation patterns to encode the zombies. By reversing the sequence formation patterns, one could reverse the encoding and deduce the number of all sequences in the entire Spirit Hub formation system, which is also the total number of zombies. Mo Hua could not do this before. Because this kind of deduction was quite complex, it consumed both divine sense and required a good understanding of formations. However, since refining the visualization diagram, his divine sense had reached the peak of 13 patterns, and he had drawn hundreds of thousands of Spirit Hub formations. His divine sense became powerful, and he understood the Spirit Hub formation thoroughly. Thus, he could attempt this kind of deduction. Mo Hua looked at the sequence formation patterns, frowning, concentrating on his deduction. Yang Jishan and the others watched Mo Hua's completely focused demeanor, feeling a little anxious and not daring to breathe. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Hua finally came back to his senses, letting out a long breath, his face slightly pale. Yang Jishan asked nervously, "How is it?" Mo Hua pondered. "I can only make a rough estimate. It's not particularly accurate." It's all right, Yang Jishan said. Mo Hua continued. "According to the sequence formation patterns, There are about 40 plus iron corpses and 5,000 walking corpses within this grave mountain that are controlled by the Corpse King. Yang Jishan nodded, his brow furrowed. This situation was quite grim. The walking corpses were manageable, but these 40 plus iron corpses were indeed beyond his expectations and not easy to deal with. However, Yang Jishan was more curious about one thing. How? How exactly did you calculate it? Mo Hua scratched his head and pointed to a formation pattern. These formation patterns are connected, and they have internal sequences. It can be calculated with a bit of divine sense. Yang Jishan didn't understand. He turned to look at the other formation masters and found them all looking confused. Only young Master Yun was lost in thought, muttering to himself. Deduction. This is, among all the formation masters of the Yun family, only the ancestor could do it. Divine sense deduction? At such a young age, he can already deduce? Is this something that can be learned at his age? Young Master Yun looked at the childlike Mo Hua, his emotions fluctuating greatly. This plot is nearing its end. Chapter 511, Omen. Yang Jishan pondered for a moment and sighed. If there really are over 40 iron corpses and 5,000 walking corpses, then this should be Lu Qingyun's final trump card. Yang Jishan's gaze swept over everyone, and he said solemnly, "This is the final battle. Whether we can suppress Lu Qingyun and annihilate the Corpse King depends on this battle. I implore everyone not to hold back any longer." Hold back? Mo Hua was taken aback by the remark. The others also wore various expressions. Someone said displeasedly, "Commander Yang, why do you say that? We have put in our full effort in this battle, and our casualties are not small. How can you say we are holding back?" "Precisely. Commander, your words are rather disheartening." Yang Jishan, however, stated with conviction. "Many of you present hail from prominent families and major sects in Dao State, Qin State, Kuan State, and other regions, or are closely allied with the Dao Court's 7-star pavilion. Your foundations and legacies are immensely profound, and you naturally possess some hidden trump cards. These trump cards are either obtained from family heritage or personal opportunities, and are not used unless absolutely necessary." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. It was undeniable that cultivators had opportunities and hidden cards. Yang Jishan continued. "Now, suppressing the Corpse King has reached its most critical juncture. If we win this battle, everyone will be overjoyed. But if we lose, and Lu Qingyun escapes, and the Corpse King survives, and the Dao Court holds us accountable, I, Yang, will naturally be the first to bear the brunt and confess to the Dao Court's authorities. As for all of you present," Yang Jishan looked around, "you will likely not escape responsibility." Yang Jishan's gaze deepened. If the Dao Court holds us accountable, the advancement in rank for aristocratic families and sects within the next 100 years will surely be significantly delayed. And among you, some cultivators from Dao State, who have connections with the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion, should know what it means for the Corpse King to survive. Once this battle fails, the responsibility will be immense. Your respective families will surely be investigated by the Dao Court. Will your clans be angry with you? Will they strip you of your elder positions, reduce your treatment, or demote your authority? Yang Jishan's gaze sharpened, and his tone turned cold. This is not the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario is that Lu Qingyun goes mad and loses control of the Corpse King, triggering a true, large-scale corpse tide, annihilating Nanyu City and even the entire state. At that time, the state will become a corpse domain, and all living beings will suffer. And within the corpse tide, if some iron corpses, by chance, undergo a transformation and become bronze corpses, few of you present will likely be able to leave this little, desolate state alive. Yang Jishan said coldly. At that time, your hidden trump cards will only be fit to be buried with you. You might not even have coffins. You'll either be torn apart and devoured, leaving no bones, or you'll become wandering corpses, which is worse than leaving no bones. Yang Jishan's words made everyone's faces turn pale. These words, although somewhat alarmist, were not impossible given the current situation. "Commander Yang, what do you propose?" asked an old cultivator in the audience. He was very old, with white hair, and it wasn't that he cared about himself, but rather about the younger generation in his family. If this battle were won, and he achieved merit, his family's rank advancement within 100 years would be hopeful. His branch of disciples would also be heavily favored. But if they lost, and were held accountable by the Dao Court, and their rank advancement order was lowered, then the family's 3 generations of cultivators and hundreds of years of effort would be in vain. And his branch's junior disciples would inevitably no longer be favored by the family. Therefore, even if he died, this battle had to be won. Yang Jishan's expression was resolute. Relying on the heritage of aristocratic families, no more holding back. Reveal all trump cards, directly suppress Lu Qingyun, annihilate the Corpse King, and quell the corpse disaster. After speaking, he took out a long spear from his storage bag. This long spear was golden all over, with gilded patterns, condensed with spiritual energy, faintly exuding an astonishing aura. As this spear emerged, Knowing cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Yang Jishan said, "This is the Sunset Spear, a second-grade high-tier spirit tool from my Yang family. This spear is precious, its refining method is special, and its power is immense. Coupled with the Yang family spear techniques, it possesses the strength of the peak foundation establishment late stage with a single strike, but it is easily consumed and can only be used 3 times." Yang Jishan looked at the golden spear with some reluctance, but still said solemnly, "This sunset spear was bestowed upon me by my grandfather to save my life, and I am not to use it unless in a life-or-death situation. But this battle is not about victory or defeat, it's about life and death. Since it is a battle of life and death, I will use this spear to slay Lu Qingyun and ensure the Corpse King's demise." Everyone was somewhat moved. Imohua was also a little surprised. Although he didn't know the origin of the sunset spear, judging by everyone's expressions, he knew it was extraordinary. It was likely that even if they won this battle, the merit gained might not offset the value of this spear. With Yang Jishan setting an example, the other cultivators also began to ponder. Yang Jishan, hailing from the Yang family, led Dao soldiers and was adept at military strategy, with extensive knowledge of cultivator combat. Even he had to use his trump cards, which indicated that if they didn't act with lightning speed and decisive measures, immense disaster would ensue. When you shouldn't save, you absolutely must not save. Otherwise, you might lose your life. After some contemplation, a cultivator spoke up. "Since the commander says so, I shall not hold back either." He flipped his palm, revealing a black jade box, and said proudly, "I hail from the Tang family and possess a second-grade spirit tool called the Stormy Pear Blossom Needles. The box contains needles that, once unleashed, scatter spiritual energy like rain and needles like pear blossoms. While it may lack some offensive power against strong enemies, its lethality in a zombie horde is immense." With one person taking the lead, the remaining cultivators followed suit. Even the cultivator who initially claimed not to have held back revealed his trump card. "I hail from the Han family and possess a spirit-nurturing pill. Upon consumption, my cultivation will be boosted to the mid-foundation establishment stage within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Zhang family, Zhang Zifen. My ancestor bestowed upon me a blazing sky burning formation. Dou family, Dou Changbao. I have a second-grade restraining net, capable of immobilizing 4 iron corpses simultaneously. My family status is not prominent, but by chance, I obtained a second-grade high-tier spirit burst jade talisman, possessing the magical power of a late foundation establishment cultivator. I have a gentle wind screen, which can dispel iron corpse poison of second grade and above." Someone finally couldn't help but curse. "You son of a bitch, why didn't you take it out earlier? Damn it, it was for saving my life. How could I bear to use it? Truly stingy. I won't let you use it anymore." "No. Good brother, good elder brother, I was wrong. Just pretend I was spouting nonsense." Amidst the lively bickering, basically, all the cultivators present, from different states, different aristocratic families, and different sects, revealed 1 or 2 of their trump cards. Yang Jishan silently took note and nodded. He knew everyone likely still had more hidden cards, but that was only natural. In coordinating matters, it was inevitable for everyone to have their own agenda. The current trump cards were sufficient. Imohua was also greatly enlightened. Previously, during the battles with the Dao soldiers, these cultivators from families and sects had provided cover, and their performance was mediocre. He had initially thought that these family cultivators, if not useless, were at least somewhat mediocre. Only now did he understand the reason. Firstly, group combat among cultivators was indeed different from individual combat, and many methods were difficult to deploy. Secondly, they all had their own hidden agendas, holding on to good things and not intending to use them to eradicate the corpse mine. Imohua's eyes lit up. It was like shearing wool. As long as you were willing to shear, there would always be something to get. If Commander Yang hadn't brought this up, he would have never known. Imohua felt he had gained more knowledge. The cultivators present had various trump cards. There were spirit tools, pills, talismans, formations, spells, and so on. Yang Jishan categorized them and coordinated their deployment. The goal was to use these methods effectively, to achieve a decisive victory, annihilate the hordes of corpses, and suppress the Corpse King. After Yang Jishan made all the arrangements, the next step was to understand the terrain of the Grave Mountain. On the Dao Court side, several Foundation establishment cultivators with strong divine senses began scanning the Grave Mountain. However, after scanning for a long time, they still couldn't find anything. The Grave Mountain, like the mine, was filled with heavy miasma, obstructing divine senses. Furthermore, formations were deployed everywhere. These formations had obscure auras, intertwined with the miasma in the mountains, making them difficult to distinguish. As a result, the drawn topographical maps were very crude. They could only sketch out the general topography, indicating where the corpse aura was heavy, where formations might be, and what kind of formations they likely were. This information was vague and not very helpful. Yang Jishan frowned, and suddenly remembered Imo Hua. He took the map and found Imo Hua, asking, "Little brother, can you discern what formations are present in this grave mountain?" "Let me see." Imo Hua took the map and looked towards the distant, gloomy, and gray grave mountain. With a slight movement of his divine sense, he began to calculate. As he calculated, he muttered to himself and found a piece of paper, on which he drew and scribbled, revising as he went. The drawings were all things that Yang Jishan could not understand. Yang Jishan dared not disturb Imo Hua and watched silently from the side. After an unknown amount of time, Imo Hua's eyes lit up, and he began marking the map. The markings included formation names, formation ranks, formation patterns, and precautions regarding the formation cores, pivots, and mediums. He even roughly marked the number of iron corpses and walking corpses in areas with dense corpse aura. The entire grave mountain became clear at a glance. Yang Jishan was stunned. He really wanted to ask Imo Hua how he figured it out, but on second thought, always asking like this would make him, the commander, seem lacking in prestige. Moreover, even if Imo Hua explained, could he understand it? At least, he hadn't understood what Imo Hua had said earlier. Forget it. Do not doubt those you employ, and do not employ those you doubt. Yang Jishan sighed, and felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, this young cultivator was with them on this journey. Otherwise, the matter of eradicating the corpse mine would not have progressed so smoothly. After Yang Jishan left, Imo Hua frowned. There was one thing that puzzled him greatly. There were many zombies in this grave mountain. Setting aside the walking corpses, how did those iron corpses come to be? The surrounding states were all second grade. In second grade states, Foundation establishment cultivators were the upper limit. Where did Lu Chengyun get them from, these dozens of Foundation establishment corpses, to refine them into iron corpses? Moreover, these iron corpses were clearly refined very early. The older the year, the more potent the corpse poison. Imo Hua frowned and pondered, then suddenly froze. The Little Lingyin sect. He remembered instructor Yin mentioning that the Little Lingyin sect was once a locally influential formation sect, which had produced many Foundation establishment cultivators, but had gradually declined. Until later, Lu Qingyun betrayed the sect, murdered his master, and stole formations. The Little Lingyin sect dispersed. But after dispersal, the sect's burial grounds still remained. Within the burial grounds were the corpses of Foundation establishment cultivators from past generations of the sect. Thinking this, Imo Hua felt a chill in his heart. From his observations these past few days, he found that the iron corpses in the grave mountain, besides their potent corpse poison, did not have strong physiques. Their arms were symmetrical, and their fingers were slender. Clearly, in life, most of them were formation masters who worked with their hands. Lu Qingyun's murder of his master might not have been a spur-of-the-moment act, but a long-planned scheme. This scheme not only included the spirit hub formation, but also the fate of the sect, the dispersal of its disciples, and even the corpses of the Little Lingyin sect's sect masters and elders in the unattended burial grounds. Murdering his master and ancestor, causing the sect's decline, and then using the ancestors of the sect to refine corpses. In Imo Hua's deep gaze, a cold light gradually condensed. Lu Qingyun, you're seeking death. Yang Jishan received the detailed topographic map and formation diagram of the grave mountain, and began to coordinate the deployment, aiming to achieve a complete victory, annihilate the corpse king, and quell the corpse disaster. With all preparations complete, Imo Hua suddenly found Yang Jishan and said, "Uncle Yang, I'll go too." Yang Jishan was somewhat taken aback. "What are you going to do?" "I want to help," Imo Hua said. Yang Jishan paused for a moment, then felt a warmth in his heart. What a good child, capable and kind-hearted. No wonder his fifth brother praised him so highly. But Yang Jishan still shook his head. "I'd like you to go, but this is a battle of life and death against the corpse king and so many iron corpses. It's too dangerous. Even I might not survive, and I can't guarantee your safety." Imo Hua said, "Uncle Yang, don't worry, my senior brother and senior sister will protect me." Yang Jishan hesitated. "Your senior brother and senior sister are also only at Qi condensation. Although they are at Qi condensation, their cultivation is very strong," Imo Hua said proudly. Yang Jishan still disagreed. "This is a life and death struggle, and a melee with zombies. It's different." Mo Hua said, "If it really doesn't work out, I can use invisibility to escape." Invisibility. Yang Jishan was startled. No wonder. No wonder he could sneak around in the corpse mine and gather intelligence. It turned out he had methods of concealment. Imo Hua had not mentioned this before, so Yang Jishan was unaware of it. Yang Jishan looked at Imo Hua, his eyes shining. Concealment. He could even use concealment. That's great. Then he felt a bit puzzled. "You are only at Qi condensation cultivation. How did your concealment technique escape Lu Qingyun's notice?" Imo Hua narrowed his eyes and smiled, not answering. Yang Jishan then realized his slip of the tongue. Such secrets related to a cultivator's background should not be easily revealed. Yang Jishan immediately said, "Sorry, I was presumptuous." Imo Hua then asked, "Can I go then?" This Yang Jishan was still hesitant. He suddenly paused, looking puzzled. Do you have another purpose for going to the Grave Mountain? Imo did not hide it and nodded, directly stating, Lu Qingyun and I have some personal grievances. I want to see him die. Yang Jishan was taken aback. Personal grievances? Were they the grudges formed when he was imprisoned in the corpse mine, or was there some other reason? Yang Jishan's gaze deepened. Regardless of the reason, he did not want such a young cultivator like Imo Hua to risk his life. He was even considering whether he should send Imo Hua out of Nanyu City first, to prevent any danger to Imo Hua if the battle failed and Nanyu City fell. Suppressing the corpse fiends was an imperial decree from the Dao court, and also the duty of the Dao soldiers. It had nothing to do with Imo Hua. Imo Hua was skilled in formations, had a good disposition, and was a promising talent. He should not be exposed to such risks. Yang Jishan nodded. But just as Yang Jishan made up his mind and was about to refuse, his heart suddenly ached. A scene inexplicably appeared in his sea of consciousness. In the scene, the sky was stained red with blood. Lu Qingyun was dead. But all the cultivators present were also dead. And he himself had lost an arm, being stepped on by a zombie, with despair in his eyes. This zombie was enormous, its pupils blood red, faintly dark gold, its aura terrifying. It raised its arm and roared. Across the mountains and plains, thousands of zombies submitted. An instant later, everything disappeared. Yang Jishan's back was soaked with cold sweat, and immense terror surged in his heart. What? What was that just now? Was it his own battlefield intuition? Was it a premonition from the heavens? Or did someone make me see this scene? Yang Jishan's face was pale, his gaze filled with fear and uncertainty. Uncle Yang. A tender voice brought Yang Jishan back to reality. Yang Jishan looked up and saw Imo Hua with a look of concern. Uncle Yang, what's wrong? Imo Hua asked worriedly. Yang Jishan pondered for a moment, then forced a smile. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. Imo Hua said apologetically. Then Uncle Yang, please rest well. I won't disturb you. Yang Jishan nodded slightly. Just as Imo Hua was about to leave, he suddenly called him back. Imo Hua. Imo Hua turned back, confused. Yang Jishan's gaze sharpened as he said, You can go. Imo Hua was stunned, then rejoiced. Really? Yang Jishan nodded. But be careful, stay by my side. Don't wander off, and even if you see Lu Qingyun, don't act impulsively. Imo Hua nodded repeatedly and smiled. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Imo Hua left happily, and since agreeing to let Imo Hua accompany him, the bloody, terrifying, and desperate scene in his sea of consciousness disappeared. The terror in Yang Jishan's heart gradually subsided, and the feeling of cold limbs no longer persisted. It was as if a certain dreadful karma had been severed. However, Yang Jishan's heart could not calm down for a long time. He looked at Imo Hua's retreating back, his gaze trembling, and thought in disbelief. Imo Hua, what exactly is the identity of this young cultivator? Thanks for the rewards from P.Y. Huang, Chan So, Vast Ocean Carefree Scholar, and Sang Chen. Chapter 512, Betrayal. At Maoshi 2 days later, as night gave way to day, the morning glow broke through the dawn. The rosy light filtered through the poisonous miasma and corpse energy, casting a dull, gray sheen over the burial mountain, making it appear dark and lifeless. The Dao court forces launched their full assault, initiating the final battle of suppression. Everything was in place. First, dozens of extremely powerful second-rank talismans were activated. Surging spiritual energy condensed into immense destructive force, forming blade arrays, fireballs, or water arrows that swept across the burial mountain. The zombies on the mountain were instantly annihilated by the talisman's spiritual might. Waves of zombies were torn apart by blades, burned by fire, drowned by water, and finally eradicated by the talisman's power. Following this, large numbers of walking corpses swarmed forward. Yang Jishan waved his hand, and a line of cultivators emerged, forming hand seals and unleashing various spirit artifacts. These spirit artifacts transformed into hundreds of flying swords, thousands of silver needles, or torrential rain of fire, attacking the tide-like walking corpses. The walking corpses fell one by one, pierced by spirit artifacts or turning into ashes. They continued to surge forward like a tide. The Dao court forces then employed both talismans and spirit artifacts. Vast numbers of walking corpses were wiped out. The Dao court forces, mostly originating from aristocratic families or sects with long heritages and profound foundations, were in no way comparable to Lu Qingyun, who relied on marrying into a family and clinging to power. If they were to truly unleash their trump cards, these zombies would be unable to resist. Under the concentrated barrage of spirit artifacts and talismans, the walking corpses could only be slaughtered. Even the few iron corpses could not escape their fate. However, these trump cards were extremely precious and limited in number, and they would eventually run out. After half an hour, having annihilated a portion of the zombies and weakened the enemy's strength, it was time for a frontal assault. Yang Jishan glanced at Imo Hua beside him, his gaze filled with concern. Imohua nodded at him, signaling not to worry. He was just tagging along, and with his senior brothers and sisters looking out for him, he wouldn't be in any danger if he was careful. Yang Jishan sighed, then looked ahead, his expression stern and his voice solemn. Kill. The Dao soldiers behind him also raised their sabers and shouted, kill. The formations on the Dao soldiers' armor activated, spiritual energy surged, and they resonated with each other. Their cries shook the mountains and forests, their morale soaring. The Dao soldiers charged in formation, engaging the densely packed zombies in fierce combat. It was like cold water poured on a hot oil. The burial mountain erupted in violent commotion for a time. Imohua, Bai Zixing, and Bai Zishi followed Yang Jishan, primarily focused on self-preservation and not rashly intervening, lest they be caught in the corpse tide and be unable to escape. They only unleashed some spells at crucial moments to alleviate the pressure on the surrounding battlefield. This fierce battle raged for an entire day. Cultivators were constantly being injured or killed, or succumbing to corpse poison and turning into walking corpses. Similarly, vast numbers of zombies were falling, including a few iron corpses and a large quantity of walking corpses. However, the number of zombies remained immense, and Lu Qingyun was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Jishan then took the lead, charging towards the depths of the burial mountain, towards Lu Qingyun's hiding place. The other Foundation establishment cultivators followed Yang Jishan into the fray. The deeper they went into the burial mountain, the more desolate and sinister it became. The corpse hordes grew denser. Iron corpses became more numerous, and the corpse poison became more potent. But with the combined efforts of everyone's methods, the corpse hordes were no match for them. By evening, the various forces had penetrated the depths of the burial mountain, and at a mass grave site, they encountered Lu Qingyun and the corpse king behind him. Dozens of iron corpses protected him. Outside, thousands of walking corpses continued to surge inward, seemingly to defend their monarch. The Dao soldiers raised their shields, forming a human wall to resist the outer walking corpses. Yang Jishan and the others then confronted Lu Qingyun head-on, preparing for the final encirclement and kill. Lu Qingyun's face was slightly pale, but his expression remained composed. He glanced at Yang Jishan, his gaze slightly cold, then scanned the crowd, sighing. As expected of Dao soldiers belonging to the Dao court, even so many zombies couldn't stop you. Yang Jishan said sternly, Lu Qingyun, you're facing death. Hand over the corpse king and surrender quickly. Lu Qingyun shook his head. With the corpse king, I still have a way to live. If I hand over the corpse king, I will surely die. Yang Jishan sneered. You intend to fight to the death? If I don't fight to the death, where will my path to survival be? The Dao court won't let me go, and neither will you. Lu Qingyun raised an eyebrow and suddenly asked, however, before the decisive battle, there's something I don't understand. His gaze was slightly cold as he scrutinized everyone present. I really want to know, among all of you present, who is it that spied on the secret of the corpse mine, saw through the formation I laid, and forced me into this predicament? The cultivators exchanged glances, remaining silent. Yang Jishan's gaze deepened, and he was somewhat taken aback. Lu Qingyun knew nothing of what Imohua had done. Yang Jishan looked around again and found Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi beside him, but Imohua had already disappeared. Had he concealed himself? Can this concealment really fool even me? Yang Jishan was slightly startled. Seeing no one admit to it, Lu Qingyun couldn't help but scoff. I thought it was a meticulous strategist, but I didn't expect it to be a rat hiding its head and tail. Imohua, who was hidden among the crowd, pouted dismissively upon hearing this. This kind of provocation was too childish and couldn't stir even a ripple in his heart. His insults were far more infuriating than this. Yang Jishan's gaze narrowed, and he sneered. Lu Qingyun, you're inferior in skill, resorting to mere verbal jousting. That's all the ability you have. Lu Qingyun released his spiritual sense, scanning everyone again, but still found nothing. Among the cultivators present were those with profound cultivation, those with impressive spiritual sense, and a few who clearly excelled in formations. However, not a single cultivator gave him that peculiar sense of urgency. Not one felt like the cultivator who had woven the net and was relentlessly pressuring him. Lu Qingyun shook his head. Forget it, it was what it was. Knowing or not knowing didn't matter. A real life-or-death battle required strength. A few tricks were not worth mentioning. Lu Qingyun looked at Yang Jishan, his eyes filled with icy intent, saying, You underestimate this corpse king. This corpse king is mine, and no one can snatch it away. Today, you will all be buried here. Your flesh and blood will become sacrifices for the corpse king. Allow this corpse king to complete its true transformation, to become the true lord of sin, the king of corpses. Lu Qingyun's expression was excited, his eyes gleaming with madness. Yang Jishan frowned, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. At this moment, the corpse king behind Lu Qingyun suddenly changed its aura, becoming bloodthirsty and enraged. Its exposed skin gradually faded from iron blue to a deep bronze color. A bronze corpse. Yang Jishan's heart trembled. Lu Qingyun intended to refine this Corpse King into a Bronze Corpse. Bronze Corpse was a rank, while Corpse King was an identity. Once the Corpse King fully transformed into a Bronze Corpse, its strength would skyrocket, and it could command all other corpses, rendering them helpless against it. With the protection of the Bronze Corpse King, they would be unable to kill Lu Qingyun. Yang Jishan took out his sunset spear and shouted, "Attack with full force. Kill all the zombies and Lu Qingyun." The others also recognized the danger and stopped holding back, attacking Lu Qingyun. Foundation establishment cultivators clashed with iron corpses, their spiritual energy powerful and the corpse energy dense. The mere aftershocks caused the rocks to crack inch by inch. As Yang Jishan charged towards Lu Qingyun, the partially transformed Corpse King moved to block him. Its eyes were crimson, its skin bronze, and its bones iron, its fangs long and thick. The corpse poison on its fingertips was a deep, dark green. Every move it made was accompanied by a stench of blood. Despite Yang Jishan's full might, he was suppressed by the Corpse King. Several nearby Foundation establishment cultivators saw this and rushed to assist. Among them was the thin, withered old man with a solemn expression and the middle-aged cultivator who looked visibly reluctant. However, even the combined efforts of multiple Foundation establishment cultivators only managed to fight the partially transformed Corpse King to a draw. For a moment, everyone was shocked. If this Corpse King were to fully transform into a Bronze Corpse, they might all perish here. After fighting for several dozen more rounds, Yang Jishan's heart tensed, knowing that this situation was unsustainable. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kill Lu Qingyun first." Lu Qingyun sneered upon hearing this. The Qi Condensation Dao soldiers were occupied by the walking corpses, the Foundation establishment cultivators were held back by the iron corpses, and Yang Jishan and the few high combat Foundation establishment cultivators were suppressed by the Corpse King. How could they kill him? Yang Jishan's gaze turned cold, and a red light flashed from his hand. Flames billowed from the sunset spear, exuding immense power. Lu Qingyun's expression shifted slightly. "Hold him off," Yang Jishan shouted. He then retreated a few steps, moving out of the Corpse King's attack range to a safe position. His sea of qi surged, and all his spiritual energy was channeled into the sunset spear. Spiritual energy transformed into blazing flames on the sunset spear, burning fiercely. Behind Yang Jishan, flames condensed, resembling a miniature sun. Lu Qingyun was startled and immediately commanded the iron corpses to attack Yang Jishan. "Stop him." The surrounding iron corpses, bearing their fangs and claws, lunged at Yang Jishan. The Corpse King also let out a roar and charged towards Yang Jishan. The withered old man shouted, "Protect Commander Yang." He then took out several copper coins, sandwiched them between his fingers, infused them with spiritual energy, and hurled them out, striking the Corpse King's joints. The copper coins transformed into ropes, binding the Corpse King. The middle-aged cultivator sighed and reluctantly took out a folding fan inlaid with jade and gold. He activated it with spiritual energy, fanning it a few times, creating a wind wall to protect Yang Jishan. With each fanning motion, a rib of the fan snapped. The charging iron corpses were blocked by the wind wall and could not get close. At the same time, several other Foundation establishment cultivators also made their moves, some using spirit artifacts to repel the iron corpses, others using spells to restrain the Corpse King. A few breaths later, the sunset spear trembled. All the surrounding flames suddenly retracted and compressed into the spear shaft. Yang Jishan's face was pale, but his eyes blazed with intensity. The withered old man quickly said, "Contain the Corpse King. Everyone else move aside." The cultivators near the Corpse King immediately retreated. The other Foundation establishment cultivators then used spirit artifacts such as golden chains, wooden cages, and water nets to immobilize the Corpse King, while several spirit cultivators used spells to suppress it, preventing it from moving. Yang Jishan held his spear level, then merged with his spear, his momentum like a rainbow, charging directly towards the Corpse King's chest with immense power. The moment the spear tip touched the Corpse King, surging fiery spiritual energy erupted. With a roar, the ground cracked, forming a deep pit. The cracks in the rocks extended far into the distance. The powerful aftershocks repelled all the nearby cultivators and iron corpses. Flames and smoke filled the air. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the onlookers were all shocked. The Corpse King was still alive. At the critical moment, it blocked the spear with its arm. The sunset spear pierced its arm, its tip grazing its chest, but it clearly lacked the power to pierce through its chest and didn't even break the skin. The Corpse King was scorched all over and heavily wounded. Its aura weakened significantly, but within moments, its corpse energy began to recover. The crowd was alarmed. What a powerful Corpse King! Yang Jishan's heart trembled, and he immediately said, "Quick, take the opportunity to kill Lu Qingyun." With the Corpse King injured and temporarily immobilized, they should take this chance to kill Lu Qingyun. Otherwise, once the Corpse King recovered, they would be back in a stalemate. The cultivators also snapped back to reality, unleashing their sabers, swords, and spells without regard for their own safety, attacking Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun was greatly alarmed. What kind of spear was this? It could actually suppress the Corpse King? Seeing the attackers surge towards him, Lu Qingyun tried to flee, but his strength was greatly diminished without the Corpse King. He didn't get far before being immobilized by the withered old man's copper coins, and then engaged in close combat by the other Foundation establishment cultivators. Yang Jishan tried to pull out the Sunset Spear, but its tip was firmly lodged in the Corpse King's arm, and he couldn't extract it. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain, dropped the Sunset Spear, took out another ordinary spear, and charged at Lu Qingyun. Although Lu Qingyun's mountain-splitting sword technique was powerful, it was somewhat outmatched in front of so many Dao Court cultivators. Despite the assistance of the iron corpses, he could only barely hold on. Just then, Yang Jishan arrived. Using the Sunset Spear had consumed a great deal of his energy. Yang Jishan's face was pale, and his aura had weakened, but he held on, swinging his spear, seizing a flaw in Lu Qingyun's swordplay, and kicking him to the ground. Then he raised his spear high and fiercely stabbed towards Lu Qingyun's vital point. Yang Jishan intended to kill Lu Qingyun with a single thrust, but this thrust did not land. Midway, it was deflected by a few copper coins, causing the spear tip to deviate, only piercing Lu Qingyun's ribs and scratching a patch of skin. Lu Qingyun seized the opportunity to break free and was again protected by the iron corpses. Yang Jishan was furious, his gaze like a sword, and he turned to question the withered old man. Old man one, what do you mean by this? Without those copper coins, he would have killed Lu Qingyun with that thrust just now. The withered old man's expression was filled with terror. You can't kill him. Yang Jishan frowned and said coldly, why? The withered old man pointed to the Corpse King in the large pit, its arm pierced by the Sunset Spear and immobile, and said tremblingly, its blood has already turned pale gold. Yang Jishan's heart trembled, and he looked intently. Only then did he notice that the Corpse King's arm, pierced by the spear, was bleeding. The blood flowed along the spear and dripped onto the ground. This blood, originally dark green, was now tinged with a faint, eerie golden hue. Yang Jishan's heart suddenly clenched. Sinful transformation. How could it be so fast? The withered old man's voice was filled with terror. It has already developed its own consciousness. Killing Lu Qingyun would be like removing its shackles. That would be the most terrifying thing. The previous scene of complete annihilation and the Corpse King's roars flashed through his mind again. Yang Jishan's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, an icy chill spreading through his heart. Everything was planned. If the matter of the corpse mine hadn't been leaked, Lu Qingyun would have continued refining corpses, accumulating more sins, and after decades or centuries, the Corpse King would have evolved into a Dao Sin. But if the matter of the corpse mine was leaked, Lu Qingyun would be besieged by the Dao Court. A large-scale battle between cultivators and zombies, with cultivators perishing and zombies devouring people. In the midst of life and death, blood energy and corpse energy would converge, also giving rise to the Corpse King's evolution. And Lu Qingyun's death would be the final key. The key to unlocking the shackles and turning the Corpse King into a Dao Sin. Once Lu Qingyun is killed, the Corpse King will break free from its restraints and instantly become the true king of corpses, commanding 10,000 zombies, and transforming into a true Dao Sin. What a venomous scheme, such profound calculation. The crucial point is that there are no traces of these things. Everything is happening naturally. And Lu Qingyun, as well as themselves, were all just pawns. This was a dead end. The withered old man had also figured it out, which was why his expression was so terrified. Among the other cultivators, some had also realized this, and despair flickered in their eyes. Yang Jishan felt both tense and fearful, his mind in turmoil. But he was the commander of the Dao soldiers, battle-hardened, and responsible for the lives of the brothers fighting alongside him. The more perilous the situation, the calmer he had to be. Yang Jishan forced himself to calm down, pondered for a moment, and then gritted his teeth. Since things have come to this, we can only capture Lu Qingyun alive. Capture Lu Qingyun, use him to control the Corpse King, and then make long-term plans. This was the only way. The withered old man also knew this. However, killing Lu Qingyun was one thing, but capturing him alive, how easy would that be? Just then, a ferocious growl suddenly echoed. Everyone turned to look, and saw that the Corpse King's aura had already recovered. It slowly stood up again. Within the burial mountain, blood energy, corpse energy, filth, and death energy filled the air. Its injuries were also healing rapidly. The Corpse King's gaze was cold. It pulled the Sunset Spear from its arm, cast it aside, and then flashed a few times, returning to stand behind Lu Qingyun. For a moment, the cultivators felt bitter, and the despair on their faces deepened. Feeling the loyal Corpse King silently standing behind him, Lu Qingyun felt much more at ease. And witnessing what had just happened, Lu Qingyun also understood. He looked at Yang Jishan and said with a smug smile, "You don't dare to kill me. That's right, you don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, the Corpse King will lose control. If the Corpse King loses control, it means all the walking corpses and iron corpses in this entire Nanyue city will lose control. The Corpse King will transform into a bronze corpse, commanding the iron corpses and walking corpses, forming a terrifying corpse tied to slaughter cities, kill people, eat people, and turn the dead into zombies. This corpse tide will gradually grow, sweeping across the entire Zaiwangswu region and spreading to the surrounding Second Dranxhao regions. This is a great disaster. Why hasn't this happened?" Lu Chengyun pointed to his chest. "Because I'm still alive. Because I'm still alive, the Corpse King obeys my command and hasn't committed so much sin. The cultivators of Nanyue City can barely survive. The entire Zaiwangswu region hasn't suffered a catastrophic disaster." Lu Chengyun's eyes gleamed with madness, his voice impassioned. "All of this is because I am still alive. I am still alive. And once I die..." Lu Chengyun's words abruptly stopped. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he looked down to see sharp fingertips piercing through his chest. The fingertips were stained with blood and dark green corpse poison. Yang Jishan, the withered old man, and all the other cultivators looked on in horror. They saw a zombie, taking advantage of Lu Chengyun's carelessness, pierce through Lu Chengyun's chest with a claw. And the one who had silently launched a sneak attack was none other than the Corpse King, who had been standing silently behind Lu Chengyun, the supposedly loyal Corpse King. The Corpse King had actually betrayed them. Chapter 5:13 Neil. The Corpse King betrayed them, launching a sneak attack, shocking everyone. More shocked than Yang Jishan and the others was Lu Chengyun himself. His chest had been pierced through by the Corpse King's sharp claws, blood gushing out like a torrent. The corpse poison merged with his blood, flowing into his meridians and attacking his internal organs and heart. His limbs and extremities gradually became unresponsive. His consciousness also blurred, and a bloodthirsty desire began to cloud his reason. The copper corpse poison was fierce and took effect extremely quickly. Lu Chengyun endured the searing pain and struck back with a palm, repelling the Corpse King. The Corpse King's sharp claws were pulled from Lu Chengyun's back, and several spurts of blood sprayed out, falling onto the ground and gradually turning green. Lu Chengyun's hands trembled. He immediately took out a pile of bottles and jars from his storage bag, ones for stopping bleeding, treating corpse poison, recovering spiritual energy. He stuffed any pill he could find into his mouth. Those who refined corpses, living alongside them, often got infected with corpse poison and had to guard against corpse transformation. Therefore, they always carried many pills with them. Lu Chengyun was no exception. After taking the pills, he temporarily suppressed the corpse poison, and his pale complexion improved slightly. Meanwhile, the Corpse King stopped about 10 feet away, silent, still appearing loyal. It was as if the one who had just attacked him hadn't been it. Lu Chengyun tried to control the Corpse King, but found that it was still under his command, with no abnormalities whatsoever. But he had almost died at the Corpse King's hands just now. If he still thought the Corpse King was fine now, he would be out of his mind. Lu Chengyun, both shocked and enraged, looked around and roared. "Who controlled my Corpse King?" Yang Jishan and the others all changed their expressions. Someone could actually control the Corpse King? This person could control the Corpse King and had attacked Lu Chengyun? Who was this person? Could it be the mastermind behind the layout and nurturing of the Tao Calamity? Everyone tightened their grip on their sabers and spears, activated their spiritual tools, and formed hand seals, their expressions wary, but cold sweat involuntarily trickled down their backs. But the surroundings were empty. No one answered. Only the suppressed breathing of the cultivators and the low roars of the zombies could be heard. Lu Chengyun's anger intensified, but the chill in his heart deepened. The Corpse King is mine. Only I, and only I alone, can control it. In this world, I am the only one who can be controlled. But why? Why would the Corpse King act on its own and try to kill him? Lu Chengyun's gaze was filled with fear, and he frowned. Besides himself, who else could control the Corpse King? The only person who had tampered with the Corpse King was Zhang Quan. But Zhang Quan had already been killed by him, his body refined into a zombie, and in the previous battle, he had fought for him, only to be killed by Dao soldiers, leaving no remains. Besides Zhang Quan, who else could it be? And by what means was the Corpse King controlled? Lu Chengyun pondered hard, but he couldn't figure out who could have, right under his nose, deceived him and Zhang Quan, suppressed his Ling Shu evil formation, and Zhang Quan's corpse controlling methods, to quietly control the Corpse King. Ling Shu evil formation. Lu Chengyun's heart leaped, and he quickly looked at the Corpse King's chest. He saw that outside the bloody evil formation on the Corpse King's chest, faint blue patterns were still visible. These patterns were very familiar to Lu Chengyun. They were similar to the evil patterns, but their aura was completely different. Righteous, profound, deep. Lu Chengyun gasped. Ling Shu formation. Spiritual energy as the pivot, pure and righteous qi. This was indeed a true Ling Shu absolute formation, drawn with spiritual energy techniques, with a thorough understanding of the formation's profound mysteries. Lu Qingyun's eyes widened in terror. Could there really be someone in this world who could set up a true Ling Shu absolute formation? Moreover, they used this authentic Ling Shu absolute formation to overwrite his Ling Shu evil formation. No, impossible. Lu Qingyun muttered distractedly, lost. Suddenly, a shocking guess surfaced in his mind. Little Ling Yin sect. It was the Little Ling Yin sect. I killed my master and ancestor, caused the sect to fall, broke the Little Ling Yin sect's inheritance, dug up the Little Ling Yin sect's ancestral tombs, and stole the corpses of past sect leaders and elders to refine into zombies. It must be that they know this in the afterlife and have come to make me pay for my blood debt. Yes, this Ling Shu formation is the ultimate secret art of the Little Ling Yin sect. Only the ancestors of the Little Ling Yin sect could learn it. That's it, it must be like this. Lu Qingyun's expression was one of extreme alarm, and he swore to the heavens. Esteemed seniors, please spare this junior's life in consideration of my past as a disciple of the Little Ling Yin sect. I didn't do it on purpose. I was forced into it. My master, despite his righteous appearance, only ever taught some superficial things, telling us to learn and practice more, wasting time. He selfishly hoarded ultimate secret arts like the Ling Shu formation. I begged him for a long time, but he wouldn't teach me. I had no choice but to kill him and try to obtain this formation. My intentions were also for the best, all for the inheritance of the Little Ling Yin sect. With this formation in my master's hands, it was like a pearl hidden in dust, a waste of talent. Only by me learning it could this formation be used to its fullest potential and benefit the world. Only then could the world know the exquisiteness of the Little Ling Yin sect's formations. Only now did Yang Jishan and the others understand the hidden circumstances, and their gazes towards Lu Qingyun were all filled with contempt. Killing one's master and betraying one's ancestors, stealing inheritances, desecrating ancestral tombs, and blaspheming the founders were all grave taboos in the cultivation world. Lu Qingyun, this person, deserved death 10,000 times over. The Corpse King remained motionless. But at this moment, two iron zombies beside Lu Qingyun suddenly attacked. Their claws were like swords. One slashed from left to right towards Lu Qingyun's head, and the other from right to left, directly targeting Lu Qingyun's heart. Their moves were ruthless and their timing precise. Lu Qingyun's attention was fully focused on the Ling Shu formation on the Corpse King's chest, and because of his guilty conscience, fear, and his repentance to the heavens, he was caught off guard. However, the strength of the iron zombies was still inferior to that of the semi-copper transformed Corpse King, and their attacks were a bit slower, giving Lu Qingyun a chance to escape. He felt danger and immediately dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a claw to his heart. Then, he lowered his head and dodged a blow aimed at his head. Despite this, his hair bun was sliced off. Lu Qingyun, with disheveled hair, looked utterly pathetic. He looked at the two iron zombies, his expression filled with terror, and retreated repeatedly, pleading, "Two elders, spare my life." These two iron zombies were elders of the Little Ling Yin sect in their lifetime. After their deaths, he had dug open their graves and refined them into zombies. Lu Qingyun thought it was the ancestors of the Little Ling Yin sect seeking his life, hence his extreme fear. However, then his heart skipped a beat, and he realized something was wrong. Faintly, he could feel a divine sense, using the Corpse King as a pivot, guiding these two iron zombies. This divine sense was profound, hidden, and carried a familiar aura. Someone is playing tricks, trying to kill me. Lu Qingyun's gaze turned cold. He traced this divine sense. Then his divine sense moved, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and he suddenly unleashed a sword chi straight towards an empty space next to Yang Jishan. Just as the sword chi was about to strike the ground, a white-clothed youth holding a long spear suddenly appeared, standing across the path, his aura surging, blocking this attack and neutralizing the sword chi. This white-clothed youth was none other than Bai Zixing. Lu Qingyun was inwardly astonished. With only chi condensation cultivation, he could block a strike from a foundation establishment cultivator like himself. And as Bai Zixing retreated, a small figure also appeared behind him. Her eyebrows and eyes were as beautiful as paintings, and her eyes shone like starlight. It was Imo Hua. Lu Qingyun froze. Then his expression changed drastically. "You're not dead." Imo Hua narrowed his eyes and smiled, not replying. Lu Qingyun's gaze flickered, and then his expression trembled, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Could it be you? You controlled my Corpse King?" As soon as he said this, Yang Jishan and the others were all greatly alarmed and looked at Imo Hua with disbelief. Imo Hua shook his head and corrected him, "Not your Corpse King." Then he clenched his small hand, and the formation patterns on the Corpse King's chest suddenly brightened, extending faint blue spiritual threads that gradually spread throughout the Corpse King's entire body. "It is now my Corpse King." Lu Qingyun's expression turned to terror. No. He immediately focused all his attention and exerted all his strength to activate the Ling Shu Evil Formation, intending to fight for control of the Corpse King at any cost. Bloody formation patterns appeared on the Corpse King's chest. Red, evil energy, like blood threads, also spread outwards, intertwining with the faint blue spiritual threads, killing each other, constantly appearing and disappearing. The Corpse King also struggled between the red and blue threads, roaring ferociously. On its chest, the two-colored formation patterns were in opposition between good and evil, light and dark alternating. In just a moment, the bloody threads were suppressed by the spiritual threads, disintegrating bit by bit. The evil formation on the Corpse King's chest also gradually dimmed. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Qingyun's forehead. He felt his divine sense weakening, and the evil energy blood threads generated by the Ling Shu evil formation also became increasingly weak and powerless. And those spiritual energy threads were still continuous, filled with vigorous divine sense power. Lu Qingyun found it unbelievable. He realized a terrifying fact. This child Mo Hua was not only proficient in the Ling Shu formation, with a formation level far superior to his own, but even his divine sense was crushing him. How could this be possible? He was only at the 8th layer of qi condensation. Seeing his Corpse King gradually slipping out of his control, Lu Qingyun, heartbroken and terrified, glared at Mo Hua and gritted his teeth, asking, "When exactly did you learn the Ling Shu formation?" Mo Hua, while controlling the Corpse King, said with a confused expression, "Didn't you teach me?" Lu Qingyun froze. Mo Hua said with an innocent expression, "Don't you remember? You showed me the Ling Shu formation diagram, and you even drew it several times in front of me. As I watched, I learned it." Lu Qingyun cried out, "Impossible! Impossible!" His expression was close to madness. This is the Ling Shu formation, an absolute formation of the first rank with 12 patterns. I spent nearly 100 years studying day and night, enduring immense hardship, and even had to resort to evil methods, using human bones, dipping them in human blood, and drawing on human skin, just to learn this formation. You learned it just by looking at it a few times? This is absolutely impossible. Lu Qingyun's eyes were bloodshot, his mind unsettled, and even his Dao heart showed signs of shattering. Mo Hua immediately gave Bai Zixing a look. Bai Zixing understood instantly. He moved, his spear like a swift wind, heading straight for Lu Qingyun's chest. With the Corpse King under control, the surrounding iron zombies remained motionless. Lu Qingyun's Dao heart fluctuated, his emotions were unstable, and he didn't even realize Bai Zixing's sneak attack. He was struck in the chest by this spear. However, Bai Zixing was only at the qi condensation stage, while Lu Qingyun had the cultivation of a foundation establishment stage. Although the spear strike was swift, it only broke Lu Qingyun's skin. It did not pierce through, nor could it kill him. Lu Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood, retreated a few steps, and immediately regained his senses. Must escape. The Corpse King, which he relied on, was about to become someone else's. If he didn't escape now, he would likely die here. Lu Qingyun used his movement technique, dodging Bai Zixing's spear skills, and retreated backward. Although Bai Zixing was at the qi condensation stage, his cultivation was profound, and his Dao techniques were sharp. Lu Qingyun was heavily injured, surrounded by powerful enemies, and his Corpse King was about to betray him, so he could only be pursued by Bai Zixing, fleeing in a pathetic manner among the pole-like iron zombies. The surrounding cultivators, not understanding the situation, didn't know what to do for a moment. Yang Jishan's expression also sank. He was also starting to become confused. The person controlling the Corpse King from the shadows was actually Mo Hua? Was this little cultivator the mastermind? Was he the one who orchestrated the refinement of the Dao calamity? How was this possible? But if not, how could he have surpassed Lu Qingyun and controlled the Corpse King to betray them? What was his identity? Was he a disciple of a righteous master, or a holy son of the demonic path? Yang Jishan's heart also began to turn cold, and his expression became more hesitant. And Lu Qingyun was still fleeing. His movement technique was good, and Bai Zixing couldn't do anything to him in a short period. For a moment, the situation became somewhat of a stalemate. Just then, behind Lu Qingyun, the Yin energy thickened. The Corpse King, whose chest had completely transformed into faint blue Ling Shu formation patterns, suddenly appeared behind him, its claws like the wind, grabbing Lu Qingyun by the back of his neck. Its sharp nails dug into Lu Qingyun fiercely. Lu Qingyun's expression was panicked, but he couldn't break free. The Corpse King had completely lost control. No, he had lost control of the Corpse King. The Corpse King was completely controlled by Mo Hua. After Mo Hua controlled the Corpse King to grab Lu Qingyun, he immediately said, "Senior brother, kill him." Just as Bai Zixing was about to act, Yang Jishan regained his senses, his expression greatly alarmed, and quickly said, "No." The withered old man also hurriedly said, "Cannot kill." Bai Zixing hesitated and looked at Mo Hua. Mo Hua's gaze turned cold, and he said sternly, "Kill." Between the Dao court cultivators and Mo Hua, Bai Zixing naturally listened to his junior disciple. With Lu Qingyun locked by the Corpse King, it was a rare opportunity, so he naturally had to go all out and stab this scoundrel Lu Qingyun to death. Bai Zixing gathered his strength with his spear, his aura rising. "Stop him," Yang Jishan said, and then took the lead, trying to stop Bai Zixing. The situation was unclear now, and Lu Qingyun couldn't die yet. If he died, the Corpse King would lose control, the Dao calamity would revive, and everything would be ruined. The withered old man also took out copper coins, but before he could act, his expression changed drastically. Yang Jishan, standing beside him, also stopped in his tracks, his gaze vacant. In front of them, Bai Zixing's aura kept rising, spiritual energy whistling, and there was even a faint sound of dragon roars. And on his long spear, a majestic phantom image of a fierce dragon had condensed. Dragon. The withered old man trembled. Gui Long's spear technique. Everyone present changed their expressions upon hearing this. The method of following the dragon. Is it from Qianzhou's, that 10,000-year-old great clan, the Bai family? The might of the fierce dragon phantom and the prestige of Qianzhou's Bai family made these foundation establishment cultivators tremble with fear and become flustered. Mo Hua also opened his mouth. Bai Zixing, clad in white, his gaze like a sword, with the fierce dragon phantom circling him, was majestic and heroic. He hadn't expected his senior brother to be so handsome. And when the Gui Long spear stance was fully charged, Bai Zixing's spiritual energy surged. Then, truly becoming one with his spear, the spear shot out like a dragon, and the entire person transformed into a dragon shadow, accompanied by a high-pitched dragon's roar, whistling forward. This spear strike, which consumed almost all of Bai Zixing's spiritual energy, was terrifyingly powerful. Under Lu Qingyun's extremely terrified gaze, the spear pierced his chest. The spiritual energy imbued with dragon's might vibrated through his meridians and internal organs, grinding away Lu Qingyun's life force bit by bit, completely annihilating it. The traitor of the Little Ling-yin sect, the patriarch of the Lu family in Nanyue City, the culprit behind killing people, setting up formations to refine corpses, and building the corpse mine, thus met his end. The entire burial mountain fell silent. Dozens of iron zombies and thousands of walking corpses also weakened, becoming still. After a full dozens of breaths passed without any anomalies, Yang Jishan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since Mo Hua appeared, there had been constant surprises. His heart had leaped up and down several times in less than an hour. Lu Qingyun was dead, and the zombies were also still. This was a good thing. And Bai Zixing, having used all his strength to activate the Gui Long spear and kill Lu Qingyun, was also somewhat exhausted, his face slightly pale, but he appeared very excited and a little proud. Bai Zixing looked helpless, shook her head, took out a pill from her phoenix-patterned storage bag, and handed it to Bai Zixing to help him recover. Mo Hua, standing nearby, looked calm, then suddenly frowned. Yang Jishan, who was hesitant and about to say something to Mo Hua, also suddenly changed his expression. In the silent burial mountain, a chewing sound suddenly echoed. This sound was eerie and sinister. Everyone followed the sound and discovered a chilling sight. Lu Qingyun, who had been killed by Bai Zixing, was being devoured by the Corpse King. As if afraid of being discovered, the Corpse King ate extremely quickly, large bites, feasting heartily. In just a moment, it had swallowed Lu Qingyun whole. Its mouth and chest were covered in bloody flesh. The red in its eyes grew more intense, and within the red, the dark gold became increasingly apparent. The withered old man's face turned ashen, and he trembled. The Corpse King devoured its master. Has the Dao calamity awakened? Everyone was horrified, and great fear arose in their hearts. At the same time, the Corpse King's aura suddenly became terrifying, containing a trace, faint and imperceptible, of distorted Dao intent. Yang Jishan sternly shouted, "Everyone, attack with all your might, and kill it before it awakens." A surge of foundation establishment cultivators' spiritual energy erupted. Be it spells, spiritual tools, or talismans, all sorts of methods were used, exerting their full strength to crush the corpse calamity in its cradle. On the burial mountain, various foundation establishment spiritual energies intertwined, their auras vast. However, as these attacks were about to reach the Corpse King, they were all blocked by the iron zombies. These iron zombies, fearless of death, guarded the Corpse King. And the once quiet horde of zombies erupted again, their eyes red, roaring, and attacking the cultivators without regard, as if tolerating no one offending their king. In the blink of an eye, the burial mountain was plunged into an even fiercer life and death battle. Bai Zixing, holding his long spear, wanted to fight again, but Bai Zixing stopped him. Bai Zixing led Bai Zixing to Mo Hua's side, then stood in front of the two, forming sword seals with her slender white fingers, condensing streams of sword light, her sword burning with crystal white fire, protecting the three of them. Any zombie that touched the sword light was burned by the white fire. Mo Hua, on the other hand, glanced at the Corpse King from afar. The Corpse King's aura grew stronger little by little, and the distorted Tao intent on its body deepened. Mo Hua's gaze condensed, and then he drew a thick earth formation under his feet and began to meditate with his eyes closed, communicating with something using his divine sense. Batches of Foundation Establishment cultivators charged towards the Corpse King, but they were blocked by the iron zombies again and again. Yang Jishan's face was pale, and he was extremely anxious. The Corpse King was gradually awakening and transforming into a Tao calamity. If the Corpse King wasn't killed, they would all die. The small desolate continent realm would also be plunged into endless suffering. Yang Jishan picked up the Setting Sun Spear, took a spirit recovery pill, and then another great recovery pill. Using his last bit of spiritual energy, he reactivated the Setting Sun Spear. This spear strike was also awe-inspiring. Firelight condensed, the spear like a scorching sun. Yang Jishan couldn't reach the Corpse King, so he just forcefully threw it. The spear transformed into a rainbow, raising flames, and killed towards the Corpse King. However, this spear strike was also blocked by the Corpse King's body. Finally, although it reached the Corpse King, it was caught by the Corpse King's hand. The Corpse King twisted, the Setting Sun Spear was broken, and its flesh instantly turned a bronze color. Then the Corpse King let out a roar to the sky. Corpse Chi soared into the sky, obscuring the sun and covering the earth. The horizon was faintly tinged with blood red. This roar was like a command. At this moment, not only the entire Burial Mountain, but also the mining area, and even the entire Nanhua City region, all the zombies seemed to hear the command and converge towards the Corpse King, as if to pay homage to their king. Yang Jishan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. All the cultivators' scalps tingled. Many people showed despair. The withered old man said, "Commander Yang, let's find a way to break through first. Let's save who we can." Yang Jishan gritted his teeth and said helplessly, "All right." But he also knew that under the Corpse King's commanded zombie tide, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they tried. This was just a sliver of hope. But if they didn't escape, there would be no hope at all. The cultivators retreated under the cover of the Tao soldiers, while Mo Hua remained in place. Yang Jishan, seeing this, immediately shouted, "Little brother." He wanted to tell Mo Hua to escape, but in that moment, Mo Hua was already surrounded by iron zombies. Yang Jishan wanted to save him, but he couldn't. Yang Jishan was extremely anxious, but then he was stunned again. He noticed that the iron zombies were only surrounding Mo Hua, but dared not get close. Bai Zishi stood in front of Mo Hua and Bai Zixing, her expression calm, but her gaze was still somewhat serious. Just then, Mo Hua opened his eyes and took a step forward, pushing his little senior brother and little senior sister behind him. And as Mo Hua walked forward, the iron zombies showed looks of fear and retreated one after another. In their instincts, there was fear, the fear of being controlled. The Corpse King was their king, and now that Lu Qingyun was dead, Mo Hua was the only one who could control the Corpse King, the king of their king. The horde of zombies calmed down slightly. The cultivators gained a moment of respite. And passing through the horde of zombies, the Corpse King's majestic and ferocious gaze fell upon Mo Hua. It had not yet transformed into a Tao calamity, because it had not truly devoured its master. Lu Qingyun was the master, but he was never truly the master. Its true master was this little cultivator. The master of a master is not a master. The king of a king is not a king. Only by devouring this little cultivator would it truly devour its master, truly break free from shackles, escape the constraints of the heavenly Tao, and become the unique Corpse King, the Tao calamity that devours the heavens and earth, turning this land into a bloody purgatory. The blood color in the Corpse King's eyes intensified, and it transformed into a streak of blood light, heading straight for Mo Hua. Everyone was greatly alarmed, and Yang Jishan's expression also changed drastically. Not good. But Mo Hua's expression was calm, his gaze like a sword, and he pointed forward with his small hand. The Corpse King's charging form came to an abrupt halt. Countless spiritual threads suddenly bloomed from its chest, weaving outwards like threads, suppressing the Corpse King's corpse chi and pulling at its body. In the Corpse King's eyes, there was no longer majesty, only ferocity and unwillingness. It resisted with all its might, its blood energy growing stronger. Its corpse chi became more vigorous, a gray-white mixed with bloody threads, surging in waves. At the same time, distorted and mutated Tao intent spread. Feeling this trace of aura, all the cultivators felt their hearts tremble, as if a cold divine sense was watching them, erasing their thoughts, making them submit. This distorted Tao intent also enveloped Mo Hua. Mo Hua's heart stirred. This trace of aura was very familiar. The great demon in Immortal Past City also had a similar aura. However, at that time, he knew nothing about Tao intent and couldn't discern the origin of this aura. But now he understood. This was the aura of a Tao calamity, the distorted, mutated Tao intent. Because it contained mutated Tao intent, these calamities were called Tao calamities. Mo Hua understood, and then began to communicate with the Tao intent of the earth by borrowing the thick earth formation. Those who are uneasy in the earth are corpses. The aura of corpses originated from the earth, but it was also full of bloodshed, hatred, and resentment. Mo Hua wanted to use the Tao intent of the earth to suppress the Corpse King's aura. Earth is Kuan, carrying all things with virtue. Perhaps the will of the earth also did not want to see Tao calamities breed. The Tao intent that Mo Hua communicated with this time was extremely intense. Although it was not comparable to when he visualized with the Tao steel, it was enough to suppress the half-step Tao calamity Corpse King. The aura of the Tao calamity was neutralized. Mo Hua focused all his attention. His divine sense at the peak of 13 patterns operated to its extreme. On the Ling Shu formation, myriad spiritual threads bloomed like blooming epiphyllum, dense and numerous, thread by thread, completely strangling, suppressing, infiltrating, refining, and stitching the corpse chi, and gradually dominating it. The Corpse King resisted with all its might, its gaze ferocious, its flesh and blood bursting apart under the pull of the spiritual threads, only to regenerate. The stalemate lasted for an unknown amount of time. Mo Hua's eyes suddenly changed, his gaze intensified, and his voice, clear but filled with majesty, shouted, "Beast, kneel!" The Corpse King roared in protest, its voice hoarse. But its body, connected by myriad spiritual threads, trembled and slowly began to kneel down. With every inch it knelt, the rocks on the ground cracked a bit more. The entire burial mountain trembled. The myriad zombies also had red eyes, roaring in unwillingness. The entire Nanua city, the mountains and plains, were filled with corpse roars, as if plunged into the Avicii hell, with ghosts wailing. The horde of zombies formed a tide, and corpse chi surged. Mo Hua's gaze was steady, his small figure unmoving. He continued to use his divine sense power to activate the Ling Shu formation, gradually dominating the Corpse King. The Corpse King was pulled by countless spiritual threads and suppressed by the vast Tao intent of the earth. One of the Corpse King's knees, in its defiance and struggle, finally knelt on the ground. The ferocious and terrifying clamor between heaven and earth came to an abrupt halt. The horde of zombies quieted down. The trembling crowd looked up. They saw, on the burial mountain, beneath the sky-obscuring bloody corpse chi, the majestic and powerful Corpse King, half kneeling before the small Mo Hua. And as the Corpse King knelt, the violent aura of the horde of zombies also gradually receded. Dozens of iron zombies had their bloody eyes fade, revealing expressions of awe, and slowly knelt towards Mo Hua. Then, the walking corpses of the entire Nanua city, covering the mountains and plains, were all prostrate towards Mo Hua. The Corpse King knelt, the iron zombies submitted, and all the zombies paid homage. All the cultivators were speechless with terror. The withered old man, who was familiar with heavenly secrets calculations, felt his Tao heart tremble. He saw a scene he had never imagined, nor dared to imagine, in his life. The calamity-stricken Tao calamity actually knelt before a child. Finished writing this section all at once, so no chapter breaks. Chapter 514, Benefiting All. In Nanua City, Mr. Zhuang shook his head, saying with some helplessness, "Every time there's such a big commotion, this child truly doesn't make anyone worry less." Elder Kuei glanced at him. "You look quite proud." Mr. Zhuang couldn't help but laugh. "Not bad. After all, he's my disciple." Elder Kuei was speechless, then frowned. The Tao sinner kneeling. The karma involved will be immense. Mr. Zhuang shook his head and corrected. "Firstly, it's not yet a Tao sinner. My senior brother laid down the conditions for the Corpse King to become a Tao sinner. There are two. One is that Nanua City refines zombies for another 100 years, slowly accumulating killing karma, and in the midst of corpse energy, foulness, death energy, and resentment, the Corpse King slowly awakens. The second is if the matter is exposed and the Corpse King devours its master, then it can immediately transform into a sinner. However, evil cannot overcome righteousness. The Lingshu evil array cannot suppress the Lingshu absolute array. Therefore, Lu Qinyan could never be considered the Corpse King's master from beginning to end. The Corpse King's master has always been this child, Mo Hua. It cannot devour Mo Hua, so it cannot devour its master. Thus, this Corpse King can only be considered half a step into Tao Sinner, or perhaps a fetal form of a Tao Sinner, not yet transformed into a Tao Sinner body. Mr. Zhuang looked at Elder Kuei again and continued. Secondly, even if it were a Tao Sinner, it's nothing. This child Mo Hua made it kneel with his own ability. Since it knelt, it means submission. This Tao imprint will be carved into the karma and Tao essence, and cannot be changed. For Mo Hua, this is actually an opportunity. As for how to use this heaven-defying karma, he will have to learn that later. After speaking, Mr. Zhuang also sighed with emotion. However, although it's due to some coincidences, being able to make a Tao sinner kneel is still a bit too outrageous. Elder Kuei was silent. You couldn't calculate it? Mr. Zhuang said displeasedly. I'm not a fortune teller. I can't calculate everything. Elder Kuei looked at him silently, thinking about something. After a moment, Elder Kuei's gaze sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, this child's divine sense has reached the peak of 13 patterns. Mr. Zhuang nodded, somewhat pleased, but also a little surprised. Yes, it's much faster than I expected. What do you plan to do next? Mr. Zhuang was slightly taken aback. He raised his head, his gaze passed over the mountains and looked into the distance, and said calmly, go to where I should go. Elder Kuei frowned deeply. You're really going? Mr. Zhuang nodded. Past grievances must be settled. Then he looked at the courtyard again. In the courtyard, the plants were lush, and the pond was clear. The big tree that sheltered the courtyard from wind and rain swayed in the wind, and leaves fell one after another. And under the big tree, Mo Hua and his senior and junior brothers and sisters often gathered to cultivate, meditate, learn formations, or chat and play, scenes that flashed through his mind one by one. Mr. Zhuang's expression showed reluctance and a hint of melancholy. This journey is also coming to an end. On the grave mountain, Mo Hua stood with his hands behind his back and began to direct the zombies, asking them to temporarily return to the mine and slumber in the mine shafts. The Corpse King lowered its head and followed behind Mo Hua. The iron zombies acted as guards, protecting Mo Hua. As for the tens of thousands of walking corpses, they lined up and marched steadily into the depths of the mine shafts. Like busy miners returning home at sunset. Amidst the blood and brutality, there was a touch of tranquility and peace. The zombies returned to the mountain in perfect order. This scene continued throughout the night, until the break of dawn. As the sun rose, the morning glow filled the sky, and brilliant rays of light shone upon the peaks outside Nanyue City. All the cultivators were in a daze. It was as if they had experienced a nightmare. In their dreams were the terrifying Corpse King, the ferocious zombie tide, and the struggle between life and death. Now that the dream had ended, the sun rose as usual, and everything had vanished. But they also knew that this was not a dream. They clearly remembered the night of blood, the sky obscured by corpse energy, the terrifying roars of the Corpse King, and the distorted, terrifying aura of the Dao Sinner. They also remembered. Such a terrifying Corpse King was ultimately suppressed, kneeling and submitting before a young cultivator. Mo Hua was the master of the Corpse King, and like a mysterious little demon, the Corpse King knelt, and the zombies bowed. This incredible scene was imprinted in their sea of consciousness, unforgettable. They looked at Mo Hua with lingering fear, grateful for Mo Hua's life-saving grace, yet also fearful of Mo Hua's power to command the zombies. Now, all the zombies in Nanyue City acted solely on his will. Life and death, fortune and misfortune, were all at his whim. Everyone's heart was tense. Yet Mo Hua acted as if nothing had happened. All his aura was contained, appearing like an ordinary, adorable young cultivator. As if everything that had happened before was not done by him, and had nothing to do with him. He even asked Yang Jishan, Uncle Yang, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. His divine sense was greatly depleted from controlling the zombies. Now that he had calmed down, he realized he was hungry. He did have some dried meat in his storage bag, but it was made by his mother, and he usually couldn't bear to eat it, saving it all the time. Yang Jishan was momentarily stunned. Everyone was at a loss for what expression to wear. It took an entire night. Under Mo Hua's control, all the zombies, including the Corpse King and Iron Zombies, temporarily returned to the mine and settled in the depths of the mine shafts. Mo Hua simply set up an array. Yang Jishan also strictly ordered that no cultivator should enter the mine without permission. This mine was a thorough zombie mountain, and the Corpse King was slumbering within the mountain. After arranging the zombie horde and leaving some Dao soldiers to guard them, the other cultivators temporarily returned to the city to rest. Mo Hua also returned to his cave abode with his senior and junior brothers and sisters. He had controlled zombies all night. His divine sense was greatly depleted, and he was also a bit tired. Now that the matter was resolved, he slept soundly. When Mo Hua woke up, he found that Yang Jishan had been waiting for him outside for a long time. Unlike Mo Hua, Yang Jishan dared not sleep at all. As soon as he lay down, he would recall the terrifying Dao Sinner, the powerful Corpse King, the ferocious zombie horde, the broken sunset spear, and the Dao soldiers and cultivators who died in the mouths of zombies. He recalled the mastermind behind the nurturing of the Dao Sinner. He recalled Mo Hua, who seemed simple but was utterly unfathomable. He recalled the shocking scene of the Corpse King kneeling on the grave mountain. He also recalled that now, thousands of zombies were still under Mo Hua's control. His head throbbed with pain. His mind was in a mess. Yang Jishan's face was pale, his aura was weak, and his eyes were sunken. Mo Hua was the opposite. Having slept, he was energetic, his eyes gleamed, and even his cheeks were rosy. Uncle Yang, is something wrong? Mo Hua asked curiously upon seeing Yang Jishan. How could nothing be wrong? Yang Jishan felt bitter in his heart, but for a moment he didn't know how to speak. Is it about those zombies? Mo Hua asked again. Yang Jishan nodded and finally mustered up the courage, asking somewhat nervously, "What do you plan to do?" Imo thought for a moment, but said nothing. Yang Jishan pretended to be calm, but his heart was pounding. One corpse king, dozens of iron zombies, tens of thousands of walking corpses. Forming a zombie army, this was a formidable force. He was afraid that Imo would make some excessive demands. Or perhaps, he would become arrogant with his zombie power and go astray, becoming a complete little demon. Yang Jishan was filled with anxiety. Just then, Imo asked, "Uncle Yang, how does the Dao court usually deal with such zombie disasters?" Yang Jishan was stunned. He thought for a moment, and then slowly said, "The Dao court usually apprehends and slays the culprits of zombie disasters. Corpse cultivators who practice corpse techniques and refine zombies are the primary targets for arrest and prosecution. If they resist, they will be killed on sight. If captured alive, they will all be thrown into the Dao prison and sentenced according to their crimes. The lightest sentence is exile to the southern wasteland, used as cannon fodder in battles. Most are sentenced to death, with varying methods of execution. The heavier the crime, the slower and more painful their death. Besides corpse cultivators, all zombies are to be incinerated. Because zombies are immortal and carry corpse poison, once they come into contact with blood, the corpse energy changes, and they will rise again to kill and eat people. The spread of corpse poison is also extremely harmful. In addition, all evil artifacts and evil arrays used for refining corpses are to be destroyed. Cultivators who harbor corpse cultivators, indulge in corpse refining, or assist in corpse refining are subject to the same punishment as corpse cultivators." Yang Jishan explained everything to Imo in detail. After listening, Imo pondered. "So, these zombies are all to be incinerated?" Yang Jishan was a little apprehensive and nodded slightly. "Yes. I understand." Imo nodded. "Then let's do that." Yang Jishan was surprised. "Incinerate them?" "Yes." Yang Jishan was somewhat incredulous. "Even the iron zombies and the corpse king are to be incinerated?" Imo looked somewhat perplexed. "Otherwise?" Yang Jishan was shocked, but he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "You don't want to keep them?" Imo shook his head. "They are all harmful things. Why would I keep them? Moreover, keeping them is also very dangerous. The corpse king is prone to losing control. It's only natural to burn them. Eliminating evil thoroughly is the best way." Yang Jishan opened his mouth, feeling so touched that he was almost in tears. What a righteous child. He had thought Imo might have selfish intentions, and was therefore uneasy. It turned out his perspective was too narrow. However, Imo added. Yang Jishan's heart sank again. Generally, after saying however, there's no good news. His mood became tense again. "I have something I want these zombies to do," Imo said. Yang Jishan's heart grew cold, but he still asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Imo said, "I want to control these zombies to build a mine." "A mine?" Yang Jishan frowned. "Yes," Imo nodded, "build a mine." The ones most affected by this zombie tide are actually the miners in Naniwa City. Their lives are already very hard. They are short of spirit stones and struggle to make ends meet. After death, they are refined into zombies to aid evil, dying with their eyes open. They are exploited in life and enslaved in death. After this zombie tide, the mines have collapsed on a large scale. The mines within are damaged by arrays and filled with dense corpse energy and evil spirits, making them unusable. If they cannot mine, the rogue cultivators in Naniwa City will lose their livelihoods. If they leave like this, they won't be able to survive. Therefore, I want to build a new, larger mine, connecting several mines, constructing more complete arrays, reinforcing the mountain bodies, clearing corpse energy, and purifying evil spirits, as well as finding ways to increase mine output, so that the rogue cultivators of Naniwa City can have a stable place to make a living, without risking their lives, being constantly on edge, and without dying in the mines due to accidents, leaving behind orphan wives and children to fend for themselves. However, this will require a lot of manpower and material resources. I have a way for the material resources, but the manpower is limited. Because building a new mine and connecting mines will inevitably encounter deep mountain demon beasts, or absorb the polluted energy and foulness from the depths of the mines, which is itself very dangerous. Cultivators in the chi condensation stage cannot do these things. It would be life-threatening. But walking corpses can. These walking corpses were mostly miners in Naniwa City in their former lives. There might still be their parents, relatives, or familiar friends in the city. I want them to, before their true body dies and Tao dissipates, bring blessings once more to their surviving relatives and friends and descendants. Yang Jishan was deeply shaken. He couldn't help but look at Imo, seeing his eyes as clear as water, crystal clear. Golden sunlight shone upon him through the big trees. Yang Jishan took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and solemnly bowed to Imo. The subsequent matters proceeded according to Imo's plan. These zombies were to be incinerated. The corpse king was a fetal form of a Dao sinner, with 3 masters and a history of devouring its master. Although its final master was himself, Imo did not intend to keep it. Otherwise, it would be a disaster sooner or later. The other iron zombies and walking corpses were also to be incinerated. Incinerating zombies requires the corpse incineration array. This array, it is said, was specifically designed by a formation grandmaster of the Dao court to eliminate zombie infestations. It can incinerate the zombie bodies and also burn away the corpse poison, leaving no trace. Imo glanced at the array a few more times and secretly learned it. However, there were too many zombies in Nanua City. This was a large-scale zombie disaster, and correspondingly, the scale and number of corpse incineration arrays required were not small. However, all of this was handled by the Dao court. Imo didn't need to worry about it. He only needed to figure out how to build a large mine. This move had also received Yang Jishan's approval and the support of the Dao court cultivators present. Some of them genuinely sympathized with the plight of the rogue cultivators in Nanua City and wanted to do good deeds. Some were simply showing favor to Imo, wanting to curry favor. And some were unwilling in their hearts. But they could not forget the scene of Imo making the corpse king kneel. They harbored fear towards Imo and dared not defy him. The last group, seeing that everyone else agreed, thought they couldn't be out of step and therefore echoed their agreement. Despite the varied human hearts and complex situations, a consensus was reached in the end. Yang Jishan had connections within the Dao soldier division, and the other cultivators were also disciples from aristocratic families and sects in Daozhou, Ganzhou, Kunzu, and other regions. With their endorsement, the implementation of this matter became much easier. Building a new large mine requires manpower and material resources. The manpower has been resolved. Zombies are the manpower. This was perhaps the most meaningful thing they had done since becoming zombies. Besides that, there were the material resources. The material resources for building the mine came, firstly, from the Nanua City Dao Court Division. The Nanua City Dao Court Division was extremely corrupt from top to bottom, especially the prefect of Nanua City, who had accepted so many bribes from the Liu family. If all the confiscated property was recovered, it would likely be a large sum of spirit stones. Of course, the prefect of Nanua City had already been dismissed from his post, imprisoned, and would later be sentenced according to his crimes, inevitably leading to his death. It was just unknown what kind of death it would be. Besides that, there was the Liu family. The Liu family had been confiscated. The confiscated assets were all used to build the mine. These spirit stones and properties were originally extorted from the miners, layer by layer. Now, they were simply returning to their original owners, to be used for the miners again. What is taken from the people is used for the people. Imo had considered these matters beforehand, but the actual confiscation and collection required Yang Jishan and the Dao soldiers under his command. Yang Jishan was not polite. The Dao soldiers were also experienced in confiscating property. The collected spirit stones were of an astronomical number, reaching millions of spirit stones, which even shocked Yang Jishan, who came from a prominent family, and he couldn't help but sigh. This Liu Qinyun, no, this Liu family, is actually this rich? And this prefect, he embezzled nearly 1 million. However, Yang Jishan also understood in his heart. In this world, there is no wealth that comes without reason. The wool ultimately comes from the sheep. The poorer the rogue cultivators in Nanua City, the richer they became. The richer they became, the poorer the rogue cultivators became. Their wealth reaching this level also meant how poor the rogue cultivators in Nanua City had been over the years. This sum of spirit stones was too large, and originally it would not have been possible to keep it. The Dao court would find ways to collect it, and then layer by layer, the officials involved would gorge themselves. But this matter was too big. It involved Dao Sinner, it had come into the open, and it involved many family powers. Under everyone's watchful eyes, no one dared to skim off the oil. So, to quell the disaster, and with Yang Jishan's approval, this sum of spirit stones ultimately remained in Nanua City. With both manpower and material resources in place, Imo officially began to construct the new, large mine connecting several mines. Thank you to P.Y. Huang and Chan So for the tips. Chapter 5:15, Oxen and Horses. First, the design of the mine. This large mine needed to open up mountain ranges and connect the mountains, while also constructing a rigorous and functionally complete formation system. Which mountains to open, how to connect them. Which formations to construct, how to arrange them. These were all things to consider. Imo first referenced historical mining maps and studied the structures of several large and small mines outside Nanua City. Afterwards, he consulted the opinions of elders from several aristocratic families and sects. These elders' clans or sects also had mining industries. They had experience in related cultivation businesses, guarded mines, or participated in mine construction. When Imo asked them, they did not hold back any information. They wished to bring some welfare to these impoverished mine cultivators, and also to express their gratitude for Imo's life-saving grace in suppressing the corpse king and pacifying the corpse disaster. After becoming familiar with the mine structures, Imo spent several days drafting a large formation diagram. Inside the mine, grand formations were not needed, nor could they be used. Grand formations were magnificent and unified. However, the formations within the mine were trivial. They needed to satisfy various functions and be as simple, sturdy, and durable as possible, and also easy to repair if damaged. If a grand formation was implemented, once it broke down after Imo left, almost no one would be able to repair it. Therefore, the formations in the mine were merely a collection of composite formations, including some simple, single formations. Simple, basic, and practical. But the engineering work was not small. At the same time, Imo also combined the underlying structural principles of the 5 elements demon-slaying grand formation, utilizing the formation principles of the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint to sort out and optimize these mixed formations. This made these formations clearer and more concise, while also removing some redundant formations and reducing some costs. Although the mines used a great many formations, the difficulty was not high. Imo didn't even need to have Mr. Zhuang review them, he only showed them to Bai Zishi. The two of them worked together, inspected the formation patterns, sorted out the formation pivots, and made up for any deficiencies, and that was considered completion. Afterwards, they took it to the formation masters from the Dao court for review and discussion, and then it was finalized. There were many such formations. Although Imo could draw formations extremely quickly, he was only one person and couldn't draw them all, so he needed the help of the Dao court's formation masters. They all agreed. After Imo left, an old formation master sighed. This formation is constructed wonderfully. A young formation master asked doubtfully. They are all ordinary formations, so it's just SOSO, right? The old formation master glared at him. What do you know? Ordinary formations, when used well, are the most difficult. He pointed at the formation diagrams on the table. These formations, while seemingly simple, are condensed in their layout and mutually supportive. Adding one more would be excessive, and removing one would be insufficient. To achieve this level, one must have a sufficiently deep foundation and a sufficiently solid base. The old formation master praised Imo profusely. The young formation master nodded, but his expression remained somewhat unconvinced. Simple formations were, after all, just simple formations. Even if one made them bloom with artistry, they were still nothing more than that. The old formation master couldn't help but shake his head. Young Master Yin looked at the formation diagrams before him, but fell into silence, frowning in thought. He was a second-rank formation master with a profound family heritage, so he could see deeper. The patterns of these formations looked simple, yet they were grand and majestic, as if derived from grand formations. Grand formations gathered simplicity into complexity, integrating and unifying them, while these formations were a process of stripping complexity and returning to simplicity. The conception was indeed ingenious, but young Master Yin couldn't quite understand. Why were only basic and simple formations used? Why not use some formations with stronger effects, first-rank or even higher-rank formations? Young Master Yin was perplexed. A few days later, when Imo began to draw the formations, young Master Yin, feeling a bit shy and embarrassed, walked up to Imo. Imo was diligently drawing formations. Seeing young Master Yin, he asked curiously, "Young Master Yin, is something the matter?" In Nanyu City, among all the powers of the Dao court, he was the only second-rank formation master, and so young at that. Imo naturally recognized him. However, due to the urgency of the time during the corpse tide, they hadn't chatted much, so they weren't close. Young Master Yun, being looked at by Imo's innocent, clear, and watery big eyes, felt somewhat flustered for some reason. But he finally calmed himself and asked the question that was on his mind. There must be better choices for these formations, so why choose the most basic ones? Imo replied, because these formations are meant to be used. Used? Young Master Yin was slightly taken aback. Imo nodded. My master taught me that formations should be learned and applied. The formations in this world, when drawn on paper, are one thing, but in actual use, the situations are vastly different. Young Master Yin pondered. Imo sighed slightly and continued. This is a mine, and the formations inside are for the mine cultivators to use. Mine cultivators are very poor. If more advanced formations are used, although the effects will be better, if they break down, no one will be able to repair them. Even if they could be repaired, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Therefore, simple, durable, sturdy, and easy-to-repair formations are the best formations for them. Young Master Yun was stunned. No one had ever said such things to him. All formation masters were learning more profound and difficult formations to improve their own level and seek a brighter future in cultivation. Yet, almost no one thought about popularizing these most basic formations for the most ordinary cultivators. He himself had never realized it. Young Master Yun's face suddenly turned slightly red, and he felt a bit ashamed. Imo also looked at him with surprise. He had thought that since this young Master Yun was a second-rank formation master at such a young age, he must be arrogant, but he didn't expect him to be so shy. with thinner skin than himself. Perhaps he had always stayed within his family and hadn't gone out much, lacking experience. Young Master Yin seemed to recall something else, hesitating to speak. But his thoughts were almost all written on his face. Mo Hua understood and asked, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Young Master Yin hesitated for a moment, then said apologetically, "Perhaps this is a bit presumptuous." Mo Hua replied, "Ask away." Young Master Yin made up his mind and slowly asked, "Were the formations on the Corpse King drawn by you? Was that a supreme formation?" Mo Hua nodded and frankly replied, "Yes." Even though he had guessed it, young Master Yun's expression still trembled. Other cultivators, and even some other formation masters, might not understand what a supreme formation truly meant. Qi condensation 8th layer. Mastering a first-rank supreme formation with 12 patterns. Such a thing defied his common sense as a formation master. Young Master Yun felt a sense of dejection. In the Yun family, and even in the entire prefecture where the Yun family was located, he was a highly regarded formation genius. But at this moment, he realized there were differences between geniuses, even vast differences. Some people were so extraordinarily talented that they were almost monstrous. He looked again at the childish Mo Hua before him and sighed in his heart. This was a little monster. Mo Hua saw the somewhat dejected look on young Master Yun's face and wondered what he was thinking. Suddenly, Mo Hua's eyes lit up, and he said in a low voice, "Young Master Yun, do you know what this formation is?" Young Master Yun honestly shook his head and asked confusedly, "What formation?" "Spirit Hub Formation," Mo Hua said. "Spirit Hub Formation." Young Master Yun repeated it a few times and nodded in praise. As expected of a supreme formation, even the name itself is extraordinary. Then, Mo Hua blinked his eyes, enticingly. "Do you want to learn it?" Young Master Yun's heart trembled, and his mouth widened. He thought Mo Hua was teasing him, but when he looked up, Mo Hua's gaze was as clear as water, without any trace of mockery. Only then did he suppress the excitement in his heart and slowly nod. Yes. No formation master could resist the temptation of formations. Mo Hua smiled and said, "Then I'll teach you." Young Master Yun was even more surprised. "You're willing to teach me?" Mo Hua nodded. Formations need to be passed down to endure through the ages. If one hoards them like treasures, even the most precious formations will eventually disappear. Once they disappear, even the most precious formations will be useless. Since you want to learn, I will teach you, but you must promise me not to use them for bad deeds. Young Master Yin nodded repeatedly without restraint. "Okay, I promise." "There's one more thing," Mo Hua added. "After you learn it, you have to help me with something." "Help?" Young Master Yin was taken aback. Mo Hua's eyes sparkled. "I need to build some things and control them using the Spirit Hub Formation. I can't manage it alone, so I need your help." This was also something he had planned for a long time. Human strength had its limits. Although he was proficient in formations, there were many things he couldn't do alone, and they would take up a lot of time. Having someone help would be different. Moreover, this matter also required the use of the Spirit Hub Formation, a first-rank supreme formation with 12 patterns, with complex patterns and high spiritual sense requirements, was something almost no one in Nanyu City could learn. But young Master Yin should be able to. He was a second-rank formation master and a formation genius, so his spiritual sense and comprehension should be sufficient. Mo Hua had been eyeing him for a long time. Now that he had delivered himself to his doorstep, it was a good opportunity for Mo Hua to offer him help. "I can, but..." Young Master Yin pondered for a moment and asked curiously, "But what exactly do I need to help with?" "Help me draw formations." "The formations in the mine?" "There are some others too. You'll know when the time comes." Mo Hua kept it a secret. Thus, young Master Yin naturally became Mo Hua's laborer. The mine required the drawing of some preliminary formations, the construction of the formation framework, and the pre-filling of some basic formations. Then, the zombies would be used to excavate the mountains. After the mine was opened and the shafts were dug, the subsequent formations would be completed. These formations were very mixed. They included defensive formations, soil solidifying formations, illumination formations, ventilation formations, impurity clearing formations, and some for temporary use when encountering demon beasts, such as the Gold Blade Formation, the Earth Prison Formation, etc. Mo Hua taught him to draw the Spirit Hub Formation. While young Master Yin learned, whenever he had free time, he would help Mo Hua draw formations. As a second-rank formation master, young Master Yin could draw first-rank formations very quickly. But what made it difficult for him to believe was that Mo Hua's drawing speed was even faster than his. When he drew formations, he still had to look at the formation diagrams to confirm the patterns. But Mo Hua didn't even need to look, relying purely on memory. With the flip of his fair wrist, his brush moved like dragons and snakes, and formation patterns appeared under his brush. Seemingly casual, but the formations under his brush were both neat and rigorous, without any errors, and possessed a special divine charm. How many times had he drawn this? Young Master Yun was secretly amazed, and at the same time, he felt somewhat relieved. Even with great talent, just this level of diligent effort was something that ordinary formation masters could not achieve. Days turned into weeks. Young Master Yun's progress in learning the Spirit Hub formation was not fast. Mainly, his spiritual sense was limited, and he could only practice a few times a day, so the formation patterns were inevitably becoming rusty, and his comprehension was slower. What he accomplished in a week, Imo could finish in 1 or 2 days. His slow progress was only natural, and when Imo had free time, he would also ask young Master Yun about the knowledge of second-rank formations. His current level of formation mastery had far surpassed that of a first-rank formation master. However, supreme formations seemed to be entirely different from second-rank formations. Imo wanted to know what the threshold was for second-rank formation masters and second-rank formations. Young Master Yun, in return for Imo's teaching, also answered diligently. Upon reaching second rank, formation masters and formations are divided into 3 stages: early, middle, and late, corresponding to the cultivation realms of foundation establishment early, middle, and late stages. My current cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, so my formation master level is also only at the early stage of second rank. Second rank formations are equally difficult to learn and require a great deal of time and effort. Generally, a formation master's level lags behind their own cultivation realm. For example, early foundation establishment corresponds to a first-rank formation master, middle foundation establishment corresponds to an early second-rank formation master, and late foundation establishment corresponds to a middle second-rank formation master. Someone like me, at early foundation establishment, being able to become an early second-rank formation master is already considered. Young Master Yun intended to say a genius, but after looking at Imo, he said, "Quite good." Imo asked curiously, "Can Qi condensation cultivators become second-rank formation masters?" Young Master Yun shook his head. "No. Is it because their spiritual sense is insufficient? Generally, it's due to insufficient spiritual sense, and another reason is spiritual energy." Spiritual energy? Young Master Yun explained. In Qi condensation and foundation establishment, there is a difference in the quantity of spiritual sense, but a difference in the quality of spiritual energy. Similarly, first-rank and second-rank formations involve different formation principles, and the spiritual energy used to drive them also differs in quality. Therefore, Qi condensation cultivators cannot learn second-rank formations. Imo felt some regret. He had thought that if his spiritual sense was strong enough, he might be able to try learning second-rank formations. It seemed that the limitations of the great categories of the heavenly Tao were quite strict. Within the same rank, he could surpass levels and learn faster than others. But no matter how he surpassed levels, he couldn't surpass the rank itself. The Spirit Reversal Formation, the Thick Earth Formation, and the Spirit Hub Formation, although these supreme formations were considered formations beyond their rank, they were still within the scope of first rank. They were first-rank formations, not second-rank formations. In essence, they were not truly beyond rank, but rather a severe case of surpassing levels. Imo nodded, gaining a better understanding of the concept of ranks. Afterward, he asked about some other questions. Young Master Yun answered each one. Imo was sincere in his dealings with people, and young Master Yun was inexperienced and cunning-free. Moreover, they were both formation masters. As they chatted, the two of them became much more familiar, and their conversations were quite congenial. Imo taught young Master Yun the Spirit Hub formation. Young Master Yun was extremely grateful and, wanting to repay the favor, secretly taught Imo some of the Yun family's inherited formations. Imo felt a bit embarrassed. "Is this all right?" Young Master Yun blinked his eyes. "Just don't say I taught you." Imo was stunned. That sounded familiar, just like Uncle Zhonglan. When he learned Zhang Clan's flowing water steps from him, Zhonglan had also instructed him similarly. Some time passed, and the preliminary formations in the mind were drawn. Young Master Yun had also learned the basics of the Spirit Hub formation. Imo then woke up the Corpse King and had it, along with the iron corpses and tens of thousands of walking corpses, emerge from the corpse mine and enter the various mines. Zombies covered the mountains and fields, following Imo's commands and orderly entering the various mines, advancing abreast to excavate the mines. This scene was both bizarre and harmonious. To prevent the zombies from causing trouble, all the mine cultivators were kept within Immortal Pass City. The Dao soldiers were stationed around the perimeter. Yang Jishan and a few other powerful Foundation establishment cultivators watched the Corpse King with guarded expressions, fearing it might rebel and devour its master again, turning into a Dao fiend. The mines once again became noisy. However, this time, the laborers were not mine cultivators, but zombies. Their movements were mechanical and repetitive. With pickaxe after pickaxe, inch by inch, they excavated the mountains. For the sake of their descendants, they were carving out a homeland where they could eat their fill, stay warm, and live peacefully. Under Mohua's control, the Corpse King did not transform again. The iron corpses obeyed orders, and all the walking corpses worked diligently, without complaint. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. A little over a month later, the mine shafts were completed. The mine connected several mountain ranges, had a massive scale, and the passages were spacious, the walls sturdy, and the foul air cleared. It was safer and more comfortable. Mo Hua then commanded the zombies to return to the corpse mine to slumber. The formation masters from the Dao court, following Mo Hua's formation diagrams, completed the subsequent formations in the mine. These formations were very simple. It made no difference whether Mo Hua drew them or not. Mo Hua needed to draw something else. Mo Hua called young Master Yun, and they went to a workshop in the city. In the spacious courtyard, there were many wooden puppets made of hard wood, shaped like oxen and horses. Young Master Yun looked somewhat surprised. "These are puppets," Mo Hua replied. "Once the spirit hub formation is drawn on them, they can be controlled by spiritual sense to transport or reducing the labor of mine cultivators and increasing mining efficiency." Young Master Yun snapped back to reality. "Is this the favor you asked me to help with?" Mo Hua nodded. "Many spirit hub formations need to be drawn, and I can't do it all myself, so I need your help." Young Master Yun nodded slightly, while also feeling moved in his heart. This was the true comprehension and application of formations. Learning formations, and then applying them appropriately to benefit more cultivators. He realized he had never done something like this before. "Okay." Young Master Yin happily agreed. Then he asked somewhat curiously, "Do these puppets have names?" "Yes," Mo Hua said with a bright smile. "You can call them Wooden Ox and Flowing Horse." Chapter 516, Little Zombie. These wooden cows and flowing horses were just simple puppets. Their structure was also very basic, allowing them to only perform mechanical forward, backward, and turning movements. They were even less complex than Mo Hua's little tiger, but sufficient for transporting ore. Due to their simple structure, they only required the most basic spirit hub formations. Unlike the Corpse King, there was no need to draw complex sequential formation patterns, building hundreds or thousands of spirit hub layers for intricate control. Therefore, young Master Yun, who was new to spirit hub formations, could also draw them. With young Master Yun's help, the progress was much faster. However, after they were drawn, it wasn't that simple. These spirit hub formations and the cow and horse puppets still needed to be put to actual use and debugged. Mo Hua took some time to go to the mine and test them to see if these wooden cows and horses could be used normally. Debugging was not difficult, but it was rather tedious. The mining and or transportation during the trial runs required manual assistance. Debugging formations, modifying formations, and repairing these wooden cow and horse puppets also required people to lend a hand. Mo Hua decided to use zombies instead. Mo Hua then dispatched another batch of zombies from the corpse mine, having them mine the ore loaded onto the mine carts, and then have the wooden cows and horses pull them out. Among this batch of zombies, there was a little zombie. It was not tall and had a pale face. This was the little zombie that Mo Hua had modified the sequential formation patterns for first in the myriad corpse formation, the one that secretly opened the door for Mo Hua every night. A portion of the corpse mine had collapsed, and the myriad corpse formation had been destroyed. While clearing out the zombies and coffins in the formation, Mo Hua discovered that this little zombie was still alive. Because it was too small and its strength was relatively weak, Lu Qingyun had not allowed it to participate in the battle against the Dao soldiers. So, amidst the raging zombie tide and intense combat, it had remained quietly in its coffin. This little zombie was about 10 years old. It should have been older than Mo Hua, but it was estimated to have come from a poor background, with a difficult family situation, which was why it was small and thin, looking not much older than Mo Hua. It was just unknown how this little zombie died at such a young age, and how it fell into Lu Qingyun's hands to be refined into a zombie. 10 years old, this life had just begun. If the family situation was not good, it might not have even enjoyed much of life's comforts. Mo Hua felt some sympathy and some pity. While debugging the wooden cows and horses, he specifically kept it by his side. Other zombies mined, dug, and transported ore. It, on the other hand, followed Mo Hua around, moved things, swept the mining tunnels, and scouted mountain paths. Or, when the wooden cows and horses malfunctioned, it would obey Mo Hua's commands, dismantle the puppets for Mo Hua to inspect, or hand him brushes and ink for Mo Hua to repair the formations. These less strenuous manual labor tasks were all handled by the little zombie. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi also saw this little zombie, and both were somewhat surprised. Bai Zixing was mainly angry. That scoundrel Lu Qingyun, he even spared such a young cultivator. I should have shot him a few more times back then. Bai Zishi, however, looked at the little zombie and frowned. Mo Hua asked doubtfully, "Senior sister, is something wrong?" Bai Zishi pondered for a moment and slowly said, "This little zombie only has corpse chi on it, no vital energy." "No vital energy?" Mo Hua was slightly taken aback. After thinking about it, he understood. Having only corpse chi and no vital energy meant that it had only died and been refined into a corpse, but it hadn't had the chance to kill and consume human flesh and blood. However, this was not entirely unexpected. This little zombie was somewhat weak. It probably couldn't kill anyone. Even if it had the opportunity to eat flesh and drink blood, it wouldn't be able to compete with other zombies. It could only rely on the evil chi in its nourishing coffin to warm and cultivate its corpse chi. Bai Zixing glanced at Mo Hua and asked doubtfully, "You don't plan to keep it with you all the time, do you?" Mo Hua sighed and shook his head. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Since it has become a zombie, it has found its destination, Gui Su destination/final resting place. Bai Zixing pouted and muttered, "So old and pedantic at such a young age." Mo Hua snorted, "You won't get any of tonight's beef." Bai Zixing immediately relented. "Junior brother, I was wrong. What you said just now is correct, very correct, and makes a lot of sense." Bai Zixing sighed slightly, looking at Bai Zixing with a hint of disdain. After a while, Bai Zixing asked again, "Then what do you plan to do with this little zombie? Burn it?" The Dao Quartz corpse burning formation seems to be almost completed. Mo Hua was a bit conflicted. After pondering for a moment, he sighed. "I drew formations on it, and it helped me, so we have some fate. After everything is settled, I will let it be buried in peace." Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi also nodded. More than 10 days later, the wooden cows and horses had been debugged. All the cow and horse puppets had also had their spirit hub formations drawn. As Mo Hua had predicted, they didn't consume much spirit stone, were simple to control, the wood was durable, and they had considerable strength. They were more than sufficient for transporting ore. The only problem was that once they were damaged, no one could repair them. Repairing these puppets required mastery of spirit hub formations. After he and young Master Yin left, there was no one in Southern U City who understood spirit hub formations, so naturally, no one could repair these wooden cows and horses. Therefore, they needed to be properly maintained during normal use. As long as they were used reasonably, the natural wear and tear would be manageable, and the lifespan of these cows and horses would be quite long. Mo Hua conveyed this matter to the newly appointed prefecture master of Southern U City. The Dao Court prefecture almost from top to bottom had been replaced. The new prefecture master was from the Situ family, named Situ Shun. He seemed to be a brother from the same branch as the previous elder Situ Jin. Perhaps influenced by his family's instructions, or perhaps having learned about the many affairs of Southern U City from Situ Fong, Situ Shun, who had a foundation establishment cultivation, was very polite to Mo Hua, even showing a hint of reverence amidst his politeness. His attitude was very solemn. Southern U City was an opportunity for him, and also an opportunity for the Situ family. The matter of the corpse mine was of great importance. Various forces were watching, and if he failed to handle it properly, it would bring shame to the Situ family. Conversely, if he could properly handle the aftermath, it would be a great achievement, earning him a good reputation within the clan and accumulating considerable merit for promotions in the Dao Court prefecture. And Mo Hua was a formation master, and also the master of the Corpse King. Dealing with the Corpse King and the zombie horde required Mo Hua's consent. The construction of new mine shafts and the improvement of the lives of Southern U City cultivators in the future also depended on Mo Hua. Therefore, he was almost willing to grant Mo Hua anything he asked for. Whatever Mo Hua said, he readily agreed to and spared no effort in carrying it out. Mo Hua marveled inwardly. It seemed that the competition within families was indeed fierce, and the pressure was immense. When sharing the same resources, if one didn't put in effort and thought, they probably wouldn't even get a sip of the soup. The wooden cows and horses were built, and the mine shafts were also constructed. Next was the commencement of work. Situ Shun organized the mining cultivators to restart operations. The mining cultivators were hesitant and somewhat apprehensive. The zombie horde siege incident still left them with lingering fear. Even though the zombie tide had receded, there were bound to be remnants, especially in the mine shafts, which were deep and dirty, the most suitable places for zombies to hide. They were reluctant to start working. It was because they were poor and had suffered greatly, and also because they feared encountering zombies and losing their lives. However, they dared not start working. This was because they were truly poor, lacked spirit stones, and couldn't even afford to eat. If they started working and there were zombies in the mine, at most one of them would die. But if they didn't start working, their entire families would starve to death. They were apprehensive and uneasy in their hearts. But only when they entered the mine did they discover that everything had changed. The mine shafts were larger, wider, and brighter, and there was also ventilation, neither too cold nor too hot, cool and refreshing. The eerie feeling and the oppressive atmosphere were gone. Staying inside was much more comfortable. It was also not as arduous as before. And there were formations everywhere, even formations designed to prevent demon beasts, which looked very reassuring. Is this the mine of Southern U City? These mining cultivators were somewhat disbelieving. Afterward, they gathered together and thanked the prefecture master. Since the construction of Southern U City, these mining cultivators, along with their ancestors, had never entered such a safe mine shaft. In the past hundreds or thousands of years, the formations laid out for them, the mining cultivators, in the mountains, even if all added together, were not as many as the formations within this single mine shaft. They were deeply grateful. The prefecture master asked everyone to rise and said, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Mr. Imo. He quelled the zombie plague and built this mine shaft for everyone." The mining cultivators prostrated themselves again and "Thank you, Mr. Imo." However, they didn't know who this Mr. Imo was. Later, Situ Shun also set some regulations. For instance, mining cultivators were not to work underground for more than 4 hours a day. The daily salary was not to be less than 1 spirit stone. No family or force in the area was allowed to withhold the mining cultivators' spirit stones for any reason. In addition, Jinhua Street was also abolished. All establishments for eating, drinking, gambling, and prostitution were completely closed. The female cultivators in the brothels were also helped to find legitimate work. Those who forcibly bought and sold cultivators, forced women into prostitution, or caused loss of life would be dealt with severely. Situ Shun and Imo Hua stood on the city wall, watching Jinhua Street being demolished. Some shopkeepers, gamblers, villains, and madams who were backed by the Liu family and committed all sorts of evil deeds were escorted by the Dao Court Prefecture to the Dao prison. Along the way, they were cursed by the crowd, pelted with stones and rotten vegetables. Some were freed from hardship and embraced their loved ones in tears. Some were lonely and grieved in silence. Most people were indignant and clapped their hands in approval. Jinhua Street, which had prospered for decades, was built by Liu the Skinflayer. Its surface was resplendent, but it concealed bloodshed and tears. It was thus completely demolished in broad daylight. Situ Shin sighed. Under the broad daylight, filth and darkness can no longer hide. Imo Hua, however, discerned his underlying meaning. Are things still the same in places where the sunlight cannot reach? Situ Shun was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Imo Hua's thoughts to be so sharp. Imo Hua had captured his subtle thoughts. Imo Hua's gaze was profound, his mind perceptive, and he had bestowed kindness upon Imo Hua, even upon the Situ family. Situ Shun decided to be frank and share his true feelings. "Mr. Imo," Situ Shun sighed, his voice slightly heavy. "Chun, deep/heavy. I have been serving in the Dao Court Prefecture since I was 30 years old. I started as a humble executive, then became a recorder, deputy prefecture master, and I even served as prefecture master in several small immortal cities. I have seen quite a lot of such things. Or rather, such things are not uncommon throughout the cultivation world. This matter could be resolved simply because it was brought into the open. Matters brought into the open are righteous and honorable, but if they are not brought into the open, then the situation is entirely different. To speak frankly and perhaps disturbingly, Situ Shun looked at Imo Hua and said in a low voice, "Today, as the prefecture master of Southern U City, I can openly champion the cause of these unfortunate cultivators, sweep away these brothels and gambling dens, and appear righteous and upright. But if, before this, I had become the prefecture master of Southern U City, it is highly likely that I would have done the same as the previous prefecture master, lingering in brothels, losing thousands of spirit stones gambling, indulging in this decadent lifestyle with the bodies of these unfortunate women, colluding with the Liu family to oppress, exploit, and toy with these cultivators." Situ Shun's gaze was complex, and he then added, "Of course, I am only speaking hypothetically. The Situ family has a family motto. At most, I can preserve my own integrity and will not truly be complicit. But most people, even if they speak righteously, once they reach that position, their actions will be similar to Prefect Qian's. Even if this matter hadn't escalated, and if the local Dao court prefectures hadn't covered for each other, much of the Liu family's affairs would have been left unresolved. In this world, light and darkness alternate, and human hearts are complex. Those who stand in the light are often brilliant, but once they step into the darkness, one can't be sure what they will become. It's not always bright, and you too might sometimes find yourself walking in the dark." Situ Shun looked at Imo Hua and said sincerely, "Mr. Imo, you must be careful in the future. Careful of others, and also careful of yourself." These were things Situ Shun could see and understand clearly, but could not resolve. He did not want Imo Hua's pure Dao heart to be drawn into the quagmire of changing human hearts, to fall into the darkness of worldly desires, and thus suffer and be lost. Imo Hua mused for a moment, then nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Prefecture Master Situ." Situ Shin saying these heartfelt words was also for his own good. Imo Hua understood this in his heart. Situ Shin smiled and nodded. He then turned his gaze back to the demolished Jinhua Street below, sighing inwardly. This bustling street, which was brightly lit and adorned with flowing gold and jade at night, revealed its true form in the daylight, exposing its filth and unbearable mess. Although in the cultivation world, many places still harbored darkness and injustice, There was still a ray of light that had shone upon this place. With Jinhua Street destroyed, many cultivators regained their freedom. Qinglan specifically came to thank Imo, bringing with her the 100 flower cakes she had personally made. In southern Yu City, she no longer had any family. Qinglan was helpless, and although she could support herself, it was still more difficult. Situ Fong decided to take her under her wing. She could teach Qinglan cultivation, and Qinglan could prepare meals and take care of her daily life. Situ Fong, as a recorder, was very busy with her duties and didn't have time to take care of herself. And behind Situ Fong was the support of her family. Following her, Qinglan would also be more stable, not drifting like duckweed. Imo, Bai Zixing, and Bai Zishi sat in the courtyard, eating 100 flower cakes and chatting with Qinglan. Bai Zishi gave her a cultivation technique. While not rare within the Bai family, it was very precious to Qinglan. Before leaving, Qinglan bowed solemnly, expressing her gratitude. If there is ever a day when I can help young master and Miss Bai, Qinglan will definitely repay you with her life. Imo waved his hand. Sister Qinglan, you are too kind. After bidding farewell to Qinglan, Elder Su visited the next day. Elder Su brought some good tea for Imo to try. The two sat in the courtyard, drinking tea. A gentle breeze blew, water vapor permeated the air, and the aroma of tea filled the surroundings. Elder Su apologized. Mr. Imo, I am truly sorry. I had no idea that Master Lu Qingyun had such malicious intentions and spoke so carelessly, thus causing Mr. to be schemed against by him. It's all right. Imo didn't mind. If Lu Qingyun hadn't targeted him, then he wouldn't have learned spirit hub formations, wouldn't have obtained the visualization diagram, wouldn't have been able to completely resolve the zombie plague in southern Yu City, and wouldn't have been able to help them rebuild the mine shafts. The rogue cultivators of southern Yu City were also quite miserable. Imo himself came from a rogue cultivator background. He remembered his mother's words. If he encountered rogue cultivators in difficult living situations, he should help them as much as he could within his ability. Elder Su sighed. Mr. Imo, you truly have a broad mind. Although Elder Su's flattery was always a bit stiff, Imo still felt quite pleased listening to it. Imo smiled, but modestly said, Not at all. Seeing that Imo did not blame him, Elder Su felt relieved. The atmosphere became much more harmonious. The two then chatted about formations and trivial matters as usual. While chatting, they talked about Jinhua Street and the 100 Flower Tower. Elder Su expressed his gratitude. Regarding the matter of Jinhua Street, I must thank Mr. Imo. Imo nodded, then suddenly felt puzzled. Jinhua Street has been demolished, so Elder, you can't go to the 100 Flower Tower to listen to music anymore, right? Do you still need to thank me for that? Elder Su's old face blushed. No, I'm really not familiar with it. Imo clearly didn't believe him. Seeing Imo's discerning eyes, Elder Su knew that he understood everything, so he no longer hid anything. But his expression was melancholic. Pleasant music, beautiful women. Not being able to hear or see them is indeed a regret. But these are just minor personal desires. They count for nothing. What I hope for more is that there will no longer be anyone in this world who falls into destitution, nor unfortunate girls like Shuixian. Imo was stunned, then picked up his teacup and said crisply, I offer this tea as a toast to you, Elder. Elder Su found it both funny and exasperating, but he still raised his cup and drank a cup of tea with Imo. The matters in southern Yu City were almost concluded. The mine shafts were built, and the formations were perfected. The mining cultivators of southern Yu City could now earn spirit stones and make a living through their own efforts, living a stable and secure life. In addition, the 10,000 zombies were to be burned. The Dao Quartz corpse burning formation had already been constructed. The corpse burning formation was a composite formation built on the burial mountain. It was composed of individual fire element formations and occupied a vast area. When operational, flames would surge, turning the entire burial mountain into a sea of crimson, resembling a fiery mountain. All the zombies in southern Yu City were queued for cremation. Imo controlled the walking corpses, guiding them in batches into the corpse burning formation to be incinerated, their corpse chi dissipated, and their corpse poison removed. All zombies were to be cremated. This process was rather lengthy. The only one not cremated was the little zombie. It had not touched blood or caused any harm, and it had even helped Imo. Imo felt a sense of sympathy, so he set up a formation to dissipate its corpse chi and buried it on a secluded yet picturesque small hill on the burial mountain. The hill was desolate but quiet, undisturbed by anyone. Every evening, as the sun set, the afterglow would spill onto the hill, and also onto the small grave marker Imo had erected for it. Chapter 517, Go Die. Upon the burial mound, the corpse-burning formation blazed with intense flames. Except for the little zombie, all walking corpses, iron corpses, and even the corpse king had to be thoroughly refined, and their evil karma ended within the corpse-burning formation. There were too many walking corpses, so most of the ashes after burning were buried together. The Liu family was raided and fell apart. Among the iron corpses, no one inquired about the Liu family elders. They were buried casually after cremation, with simple grave markers. Not only did no one pay respects, but they were also looked down upon. Every time a cultivator from southern U City passed by, they would spit at them. Some foundation establishment stage cultivators from other families or sects were claimed after cremation and buried in their family's ancestral graves. Mo Hua also solemnly collected the ashes of the elders of the Little Hidden Sect throughout the generations. He would hand them over to Instructor Yin for proper burial later. Having learned the Spirit Hub formation, he felt indebted to the Little Hidden Sect. Therefore, he also wanted to contribute his share. The corpse burning formation lasted for more than 10 days. All walking corpses and iron corpses were incinerated. Finally, only the Corpse King remained. However, the Corpse King could not be incinerated. Even though the formation used to refine the Corpse King in the corpse burning formation was a second-grade formation, and the flames were dense, almost like molten iron, it was still unable to do anything to the Corpse King. The Corpse King closed its eyes, its hands clasped over its chest, situated within the surging flames. It endured the scorching flames, its bronze body deepening to a dark red, but there was no sign of it being refined. After several days, the Corpse King's body remained unchanged, impervious to the raging flames. Yang Jishan frowned. Everyone also wore solemn expressions. Cultivators who knew the inside story were even more apprehensive. The Corpse King was the seed of karmic sin, with the potential to transform into karmic sin, and was already very difficult to deal with. Now it submitted to Mo Hua, losing its qualification to advance to karmic sin and entering a temporary slumber. However, if it were not killed, no one could say what might happen in the future. Yang Jishan and the others tried various methods again. Spirit tools, spells, talismans, and other more powerful second-grade formations could at most injure the Corpse King's flesh and skin, but they were unable to completely incinerate it. In desperation, Yang Jishan had to seek out Mo Hua again, to see if Mo Hua had any solutions. The matter of the corpse-burning formation was handled by the Dao Court, and Mo Hua had not inquired much about it. He had only controlled the Corpse King to walk into the corpse-burning formation. He hadn't managed anything else. When Yang Jishan asked him, Mo Hua specifically went to take a look. Upon the burial mound, flames were like a sea. The Corpse King was immersed in the sea of flames, its body unyielding to the scorching of the raging flames. Mo Hua also frowned, somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, with the power of a second-grade formation, after refining for so long, even if the Corpse King was an iron corpse, it should have been refined into a pool of molten copper. Mo Hua released his spiritual sense to perceive, and after a moment, he discovered that a faint and elusive Dao charm seemed to be entwined around the Corpse King's body. An iron corpse could not withstand the incineration of the corpse-burning formation. But this Corpse King was not only an iron corpse, but it was also the Corpse King. This Dao charm was similar to the Dao charm of the earth that Mo Hua had perceived before. However, it was deformed, mutated, ferocious, and karmically corrupted. This was the distorted Dao charm of karmic sin. It was also the source of karmic sin. This distorted Dao charm made the Corpse King's physical body unrefinable, and at the same time, it was breeding the Corpse King's independent consciousness. At the moment Mo Hua clearly perceived this Dao charm, the Corpse King suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes became dark and hollow, looking at Mo Hua indifferently. Concurrently, a ferocious phantom appeared in Mo Hua's sea of consciousness. This phantom was both the Corpse King and not entirely the Corpse King. A faint, profound, and terrifying aura entwined its body, carrying deep hatred and gazing at Mo Hua with immense resentment. This was the aura of karmic sin. It seemed to harbor malice because Mo Hua had caused its premature demise. Mo Hua was unafraid, calmly meeting its gaze. The Corpse King touched Mo Hua's gaze, and suddenly seemed a bit blustering, but inwardly fearful. Amidst its resentful expression, deep fear was hidden. It was like a ferocious servant wanting to devour its master, but its hidden malice was discovered by the master. Thus, beneath its ferocity, cowardice was concealed. Mo Hua understood. The Corpse King submitted to him, so the Dao charm on the Corpse King also feared him. It wanted to devour its master. Only by devouring its master could the Dao charm grow, and the Corpse King could become karmic sin. But as long as it could not devour its master, it could only obey him. Since it had to obey him, it would be easy. Mo Hua's gaze turned cold, and his voice was indifferent and unyielding as he commanded. Beast, go die. Yang Jishan and the others trembled upon hearing this. The Corpse King's eyes showed even more terror. If the ruler commands the subject to die, the subject must die. As Mo Hua commanded, the Dao charm on the Corpse King transformed into a ferocious corpse shadow, its eyes crimson, its face contorted, roaring and howling. But no matter how unwilling or how hard it struggled, according to the Great Dao's rules, It had to obey Mo Hua's command and die. Its figure gradually faded, and the aura of karmic sin also dissipated. At the same time, the Corpse King roared, causing the flames of the corpse-burning formation to surge to the sky. Then, before the shocked eyes of everyone, its flesh withered, its face collapsed, and it was gradually reduced to ashes by the raging flames. The Corpse King had truly died. The cultivators looked at Mo Hua with a hint of fear. The Lord of 10,000 corpses, the Corpse King that was the embodiment of karmic sin, had actually died with just a word from Mo Hua. But no one knew exactly what had happened. They wanted to ask, but they were momentarily daunted by Mo Hua's aura when he commanded the Corpse King to die, and they didn't quite dare to ask. Only the emaciated old man's gaze was solemn, showing deep thought. However, regardless of anything, with the Corpse King's death, the corpse plague was truly quelled. This matter had finally come to an end. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After enduring twists and turns, fighting successive battles, and hovering on the brink of death these past few days, witnessing scenes that were chilling and unbelievable, they could finally lay down their burdens and relax. Mo Hua also breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and left with light steps. However, the moment he turned, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. In the mysterious depths, he had a premonition. It felt as if something ferocious had lodged itself within him. This thing was deformed and violent, like a Tao charm, but extremely distorted, like the Corpse King's malevolent thoughts, filled with hatred and coveting him. But as soon as he tried to perceive it, it seemed to be startled and disappeared without a trace, hiding somewhere unknown. This feeling was exactly the same as the corrupted Tao charm on the Corpse King. But it's not already dissipated? Mo Hua was puzzled. Since it concerned karmic sin, Mo Hua had to be cautious. On his way back, he went to consult with Mr. Zhuang. Master, the deceased karmic sin seems to have attached itself to me. Mr. Zhuang was a little surprised, but not unexpectedly. He lay on the bamboo chair and said leisurely, "You ruined its opportunity. It couldn't become karmic sin, so naturally, it hates you. Thus, the Tao charm has merged into your karma." Merged into karma? Mo Hua didn't understand. Mr. Zhuang then explained, "Everything in the world has karma. A blade of grass, a single tree, a sip of drink, a peck of food, all escape the scope of karma." Mo Hua felt like he understood what Mr. Zhuang was saying, but upon careful thought, he was still very confused. Mr. Zhuang sighed, "Don't think too complexly. Karma is just a kind of great Tao's rule. As everything operates, it has its own rules, and this is karma. Humans are the same. A person's past, their actions, their thoughts and feelings are all formed by the cycle of karma. And all of a person's past constitutes the cause, while everything in the future is formed as the effect based on past causes. Therefore, karma also constitutes a person's destiny. Past destiny is fixed and unchangeable, but future destiny, based on your past fate, has myriad variations." Mo Hua seemed to gain some understanding and nodded. Mr. Zhuang glanced at Mo Hua, his eyes revealing a hint of hope. "It's good that you know about karma now. Thinking too much is of no benefit. In the future, when your spiritual sense is stronger, you experience more, and your knowledge is broader, and you understand the great Tao, formations, and all things more thoroughly, then you can research it." Mo Hua couldn't help but ask, "Master, is this karma really useful?" Mr. Zhuang said, "It can be useless, but it can also be extremely useful. It all depends on the level you can comprehend." Mo Hua's eyes darted, and he asked, "Master, is it a good thing or a bad thing for the karmic sin to be merged into karma?" "It's not a good thing," Mr. Zhuang replied. Mo Hua's heart tightened. "But it's not a bad thing either," Mr. Zhuang added. Mo Hua opened his mouth and couldn't help but mutter, "Master, you said it, but it's like you said nothing." Mr. Zhuang gently tapped Mo Hua's head and chuckled. "In this world, everything has pros and cons. Misfortune and blessings depend on each other. There are no absolute good or bad things." "Then what should I do?" Mo Hua asked. Mr. Zhuang said calmly, "Just maintain a normal state of mind. Uphold your Tao heart. Don't worry, don't fear, and don't even think about it. When your spiritual sense becomes strong, everything will be resolved." Mo Hua's eyes lit up, recalling what Mr. Zhuang had said before. With a clear Tao heart and strong spiritual sense, all evil will be repelled. "Is that right, Master?" Mr. Zhuang nodded with satisfaction. Mo Hua then felt at ease. However, he didn't notice that Mr. Zhuang's lowered gaze was somewhat solemn, and his expression was also somewhat serious. As Mo Hua got up to leave, Mr. Zhuang suddenly said, "Mo Hua." Mo Hua looked at Mr. Zhuang with some confusion. Mr. Zhuang paused for a moment before asking, "How did this thread of karmically corrupted Tao charm merge into your karma?" Mo Hua thought for a moment and truthfully replied, "It seems like I ordered it to die, and it went to die, but it didn't die completely, so it became hateful towards me." Mr. Zhuang's gaze faltered slightly, his fingers hidden in his sleeves trembled, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. "Ordered it to die?" "Yes," Mo Hua nodded, worriedly. "Master, is there any trouble?" Mr. Zhuang retracted his gaze and smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. Just remember what I told you earlier. Okay, Master. Since Master said it didn't matter, there shouldn't be any problem. Mo Hua then left cheerfully and happily. After Mo Hua left, Mr. Zhuang sighed deeply and frowned. Puppet Elder's figure appeared, and he sighed softly. You're too bold. Mr. Zhuang, uncharacteristically, did not refute but nodded in agreement. Yes, too bold. To actually order karmic sin to die? Ignorance breeds fear. The key point is that this karmic sin actually obeyed him and died. Mr. Zhuang helplessly said. The Corpse King wasn't considered true karmic sin. Forcing the Corpse King to kneel only involved great karma. But now he directly ordered karmic sin to die in front of it, which is equivalent to swallowing this great karma in one gulp. It's truly incredibly bold. Puppet Elder gave Mr. Zhuang a contemptuous look. Weren't you very proud before? Regretting it now? What do you do now? Mr. Zhuang sighed. The karma he calculated ended when the Corpse King was subdued. He never expected a last-minute complication. If he had known earlier, he should have put aside his pride as a superior and cautioned Mo Hua more, telling him to mind his own business less. The matter of the Corpse King's cremation should have been a headache for the people of the Dao Court. Puppet Elder frowned again. However, even if karmic sin merges into karma, it doesn't matter, right? It's not true karmic sin, just a trace of distorted aura. The problem lies here. Mr. Zhuang sighed. Mo Hua is walking the path of spiritual sense to prove the Dao. In the future, when his spiritual sense reaches a certain level, and his understanding of heaven and earth is deep enough, he will naturally develop his own Dao charm. But with the aura of karmic sin entangled in his karma, what he cultivates might not be Dao charm, but nurturing his own karmic sin with flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, Puppet Elder's face turned somewhat pale, transforming into karmic sin. Then he would truly be a more terrifying devil than the ghostly Taoist. Puppet Elder frowned. Mo Hua's disposition is pure and clear. He shouldn't reach this point, should he? It seems so for now. Mr. Zhuang slowly lay down, his gaze flickering. But who can say for sure about the future? Especially, he is still young now and can still have a mind free of distractions. But when he grows up and sees more, it's inevitable that his thoughts will become complicated. If his emotions change and a single thought turns him into a demon, then Mr. Zhuang's voice gradually faded to an inaudible whisper. Puppet Elder raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the Bai family? Mr. Zhuang raised an eyebrow, not explicitly stating it. But both of them knew. Between the two children, growing up together, their feelings might be nascent and unclear, but as elders, they saw the growing affection very clearly. The Bai family. Mr. Zhuang shook his head, showing some disdain, but his eyes held deep caution. Puppet Elder's expression was as stern as a knife's edge. The waters of the Bai family were truly unfathomably deep. Mr. Zhuang looked into the distance and sighed. Mo Hua is a person of deep emotions. The more so, the easier he is to be hurt. Even without that little girl, if his parents or friends were to have an accident, it would likely cause his disposition to change. Puppet Elder frowned, glanced at Mr. Zhuang, and shook his head. I don't think so. While this child's disposition is upright, he's not the rigid type. He's shrewd, occasionally mischievous, thoughtful, and knows how to adapt. He shouldn't reach this point. Let's hope so, Mr. Zhuang sighed. Aren't you going to explain this matter to him? Puppet Elder asked. Explaining it is useless, Mr. Zhuang shook his head. Matters like karmic sin and Dao charm, if explained, will instead make him hesitant, disrupt his thoughts, and harm his state of mind. It's better to let him believe that a clear Dao heart repels all evil. If his mind is focused and he tempers his spiritual sense, he might truly repel all evil. Anyway, what he needs to do is the same. Cultivate his spiritual sense to the extreme. Without any worries, he can move forward more easily. Puppet Elder nodded slightly. Mr. Zhuang closed his eyes in thought. After a moment, he remembered something and opened his eyes again. Moreover, this might not be a bad thing. Puppet Elder's heart was touched, and he slowly said, You mean, the ghostly Taoist? The ghostly Taoist, a demonic cultivator who practiced the path of ghosts. Cannot be uttered, cannot be thought of, and certainly cannot be named. Yet Puppet Elder called out ghostly Taoist title without any scruples, and there was no anomaly around him. Mr. Zhuang nodded, his gaze profound. Karmic sin has form and spirit. The Corpse King was the embryo of karmic sin. Its form was destroyed, its spirit died, and then its heart harbored resentment. The residual karmic sin aura merged into karma. Karmic sin at the level of karma is almost indestructible and extremely difficult to deal with. Even for my senior brother, it's the same. But for Mo Hua, it's a bit different. Although there were some coincidences, he relied on his own abilities to make the karmic sin submit, and then ordered the karmic sin to die. Mo Hua is the master of the karmic sin. The karmic sin hidden in Mo Hua's karma must still harbor the intention to counterattack. It tries its best to devour its master, but as long as it cannot devour its master, It must protect its master. Therefore, this is a sharp sword. The blade points inward, possibly damaging Mo Hua's Dao charm, but the blade points outward, and it's truly possible that it allows Mo Hua to be invulnerable to all evil within his karma. Because his destiny hides the most evil and ferocious karmic sin. Karmic sin is extremely ferocious and evil, therefore it is invulnerable to all evil. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was sharp. Puppet Elder was also inwardly horrified. If this were true, then Mo Hua, this seemingly inconspicuous little cultivator, was truly a great terror in the calculations of heavenly secrets. His karma and destiny, hiding karmic sin, was an unfathomable abyss that could not be spied upon, deduced, or violated. Chapter 518, Farewell. Mo Hua knew nothing about karma and destiny. He only remembered one thing. A steadfast Dao heart is impervious to all evils. As long as he focused on learning formations, comprehending the great Dao, maintained a resilient Dao heart, and honed his spiritual sense to its peak, with a clear mind that understood the principles of all things, then all evil would be insignificant. Mo Hua continued to cultivate and learn formations as usual. However, the Dao calamity was clearly not going to let him be. The ghostly shadow of the corpse king occasionally appeared in his sea of consciousness, its eyes blood red, looking at Mo Hua with a cruel expression. This kind of existence was completely different from the spiritual sense entities like the green-faced imp or the Zhang family ancestor. It seemed to exist, yet it was ethereal. It was clearly real, yet it was illusory. It didn't feel like a genuine spiritual sense. Rather, as Mr. Zhuang said, it was more like a lingering obsession of karma, a parasitic nian from the past. The corpse king's ghostly shadow appeared multiple times. At first, Mo Hua was a little surprised and worried. Later, he remembered Mr. Zhuang's words. Just maintain a normal state of mind, guard your Dao heart, don't worry, don't fear, don't even think about it. Mo Hua became indifferent. The corpse king in his sea of consciousness was merely a bronze corpse. He had killed bronze corpses before. He had even consumed the Zhang family ancestor. Although it was a victory against overwhelming odds and not entirely honorable, things were different now. His spiritual sense had reached the peak of 13 patterns. He was no longer the same person as before. Even in a direct confrontation, in a one-on-one fight, he could subdue the copper corpse manifestation of the Zhang family ancestor. Furthermore, this corpse king had been controlled by him using the spirit hub formation. It was manipulated by him in life and could not escape his grasp even in death. Mo Hua knew little about karma. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. It was precisely because of his ignorance that he was fearless. And precisely because he was fearless, Mo Hua's spiritual sense was firm and his aura was strong. He did not take this corpse king, which only possessed the aura of Dao calamity, seriously. When the corpse king roared, Mo Hua frowned and said, "Stop bothering me." The corpse king trembled instinctively when reprimanded by Mo Hua. Then, enraged, its eyes became ferocious, but it was indeed helpless. It could only let out another low growl and retreated unwillingly. Every few days, the corpse king would appear in Mo Hua's mind. But Mo Hua completely ignored it, even showing disdain, occasionally telling it to get lost. The corpse king could only glare menacingly and hide in secret. After a while, the corpse king appeared less and less. Mo Hua's sea of consciousness became much cleaner. But he did not know that his karma and destiny had become much more perilous because of this. With the events in Nanyue City concluded, the corpse king vanquished, and Lu Qingyun dead, Mo Hua had also learned the spirit hub formation. It was time to leave. Before leaving, Mo Hua collected the ashes of the past elders of the Little Lingyin sect into a golden-laid black jade urn and handed it to Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin held the urn, his expression filled with emotion. Then, he sighed with emotion and guilt. This disciple is incompetent, allowing the sect's seniors and elders to suffer such misfortune. Instructor Yan's eyes were red, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. His emotions were turbulent. The anger, confusion, hardships, loneliness, and despair of these years surged in his chest. To bring the traitor to justice, to recover the sect's inherited formations. These were things he had thought about day and night for years. But he never expected that his dreams would actually come true. Instructor Yin looked at Mo Hua again, feeling both gratitude and self-reproach, and couldn't help but sigh. It's all thanks to you for this matter. Investigating the traitor, uncovering his identity, disrupting his plans, making him pay blood for blood, and comforting the spirits of his master and the past seniors of the Little Lingyin sect. These were things he should have done himself. But it was all thanks to Mo Hua that this grievance was resolved. This matter also involved the Lu family, the corpse mine, the corpse king, and even implicated the Dao court, forcing the Dao court to send Dao soldiers to suppress it. Mo Hua had not mentioned how dangerous this was, but he could guess. These dangers were originally meant for him to bear. But they were all placed on this child, Mo Hua. He himself had done almost nothing. Instructor Yin felt utterly ashamed. As an instructor, I am truly ashamed beyond words. Imo Hua shook his head. Instructor, you have already done a great deal. Instructor Yin was taken aback and said with a wry smile, You don't need to comfort me. Imo Hua shook his head again. It's not comfort. Master told me that everything in this world has its own karma. Every gain and loss follows a law. Lu Qingyun's demise and the pacification of the corpse calamity are the good karma you planted, which led to this good fruit. Imo Hua had just learned a bit about karma from Mr. Zhuang and was now using it to explain to Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin frowned. What does that have to do with me? Of course, it's related. Imo Hua explained righteously. Without your guidance, I might not have embarked on the path of formations. Without your recommendation, I wouldn't have been able to become Mr. Zhuang's disciple. Without becoming Mr. Zhuang's disciple, my formations wouldn't be so good, and I wouldn't have traveled everywhere in search of formations. And coming to Nanyue City was both to seek formations and to find you. If you hadn't been in Nanyue City, I wouldn't have come. With your clues, I was able to step by step unravel the threads and discover Zhongquan, the Xingxing village, the corpse mine, and the conspiracy of Lu Qingyun and the corpse king. Ultimately, I was able to kill Lu Qingyun, subdue the corpse king, pacify the corpse disaster, and recover the stolen inheritance of the little Lingyin sect. And Lu Qingyun was killed by the corpse king, and the corpse king was controlled by the spirit hub formation. Therefore, Lu Qingyun can be considered to have died under the inheritance of the little Lingyin sect. All these events are the cycle of karma. Without your upholding the principles back then, passing down the formations, and planting the good karma, none of this would have happened. The matter of the corpse mine would not have yielded today's result. Instructor Yin was a bit stunned and remained silent for a long time. Good cause and good effect. After a long while, he chuckled. This child, you've been eloquent since you were young. Moreover, these words were logical and well-reasoned, leaving him no room to refute. Thinking about it, it was indeed because he had valued Imo Hua back then, taught him formations, and given him an opportunity that he was now able to help him so much and resolve the grudges of the little Lingyin sect for him. In this sense, it seemed he hadn't achieved nothing. Instructor Yin felt a surge of emotion and looked at the sincere Imo Hua with immense satisfaction. Not bearing to let Imo Hua's talent be buried was perhaps the most correct thing he had done in his life. Instructor Yin felt that his heart's knots of these years had finally begun to loosen. His brows relaxed. But this was followed by an empty sense of loss. Lu Qingyun was dead, his revenge was taken, and his wish was fulfilled. He suddenly didn't know what to do anymore. Revenge had become his obsession, the driving force for him to live all these years. Now that his great revenge was achieved, he suddenly felt a bit lost. Imo Hua seemed to understand, his eyes brightening slightly. He asked in a low voice, Instructor, how do you plan to inter the ashes of the little Lingyin sect's past seniors? Instructor Yin was taken aback, then after a moment of thought, he sighed. The little Lingyin sect is gone, and the sect's mountain gate has already been sold. We can't go back. I plan to find a place to build a tomb and properly house these seniors, offering sacrifices on festivals. And he could also live out the rest of his life peacefully. Imo Hua asked again, Where do you plan to bury them? This? Instructor Yin hesitated. He hadn't yet decided where to bury them. In this era, it wasn't easy to find a good plot of land, and it would also cost a lot of spirit stones. How about burying them in Immortal Pass City? Imo Hua suggested. Immortal Pass City? Instructor Yin was a little taken aback. Yes. Imo Hua nodded, patting his chest confidently. I'm very familiar with Immortal Pass City. Manager Zhou, Elder Yu, Old Master N, and Master Luo. I have some connections with influential cultivators. I'll write a letter for you to take back. Explain the situation, and they will all help you. Then, you can bury the seniors of the little Lingyin sect wherever you wish. Instructor Yin was stunned. A letter could help him? This wasn't just having some connections. Your connections were excessively strong. But that didn't seem right. If he remembered correctly, cultivators like Manager Zhou, Elder Yu, and Old Master N were not only Foundation Establishment cultivators, but also held high positions in Immortal Pass City. Master Luo was even a seasoned first-rank formation master. How did Imo Hua become acquainted with them? Even if he was a promising first-rank formation master at such a young age, his network shouldn't be this extensive. Instructor Yin was lost in thought. What had happened in Immortal Pass City in the 2 or 3 years he had been away? Did Imo Hua's influence grow so much now? Instructor? Imo Hua called out. Instructor Yin snapped back to reality. What do you think? Imo Hua asked. Instructor Yin hesitated for a moment and slowly said, Immortal Pass City, the mountains aren't that prosperous either. This. Imo Hua deliberately withheld information, saying, Don't worry, Immortal Pass City is not what it used to be. You'll know when you get back. Instructor Yin was a little confused but didn't ask for details. Under the current circumstances, housing the seniors of the little Lingyin sect in Immortal Pass City was the best option. All right, Instructor Yin nodded. Imo Hua's expression brightened, and then he continued to ask, Instructor, Would you like to rebuild the Little Linging sect? Rebuild the Little Linging sect? Instructor Yan's heart trembled. He turned his head, looking at Imo Hua with disbelief. Imo Hua said, "Of course, this kind of thing cannot be rushed. It can be done step by step. When you return to Immortal Pass City, you can start by teaching formations to rogue cultivators. When there are enough disciples learning formations, you can slowly build the sect's mountain gate. Elder Yu will definitely be willing to help you with this. The Dao Court will also have no problem with it. As for formation masters, Master Luo and Elder Qian will also support you. It might take a long time. After all, building a sect is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires long-term persistence, even the efforts of several generations." Imo Hua explained everything clearly. Instructor Yan's heart surged with emotion, but he still hesitated, clearly having many concerns and unsure how to make a decision. Imo Hua then said solemnly, "Rebuilding the Little Linging sect, passing down the formations, and making them flourish will allow the seniors and elders of the Little Linging sect to be worshipped by more disciples in the future. Passing down formations, making them flourish, and being worshipped by more disciples." Instructor Yan's heart skipped a beat. His eyes, once filled with confusion, now held hope and longing. Imo Hua had said all he needed to say. He knew that Instructor Yin had made up his mind, and there was nothing more he needed to say. Instructor Yin respected his teachers and valued the inheritance of formations immensely. For so many years, he had relentlessly pursued the traitor Lu Qingyun. Now, with the opportunity to revitalize the sect and pass down formations before him, Instructor Yin would not give up. Even if it was incredibly difficult, he would find a way to overcome it. A few days later, Instructor Yin set off. He was going back to Immortal Pass City to find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters to bury the ancestors of the Little Linging sect. At the same time, the idea of rebuilding the Little Linging sect and passing down formations gradually took root in his heart. Imo Hua gave him many formation books and some of his own formation insights. Imo Hua also meticulously broke down the formation diagrams of the Spirit Hub formation, from simple to complex, from shallow to deep, with clear annotations. This made it easy to learn and teach. He handed this set of diagrams to Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin accepted them solemnly, his hands trembling slightly. In addition, Imo Hua also gifted some specialties from Nanyue City, as well as provisions for the journey, and some pills for avoiding danger, such as poison-repelling pills, miasma-repelling pills, and demon-repelling pills. Imo Hua escorted Instructor Yin all the way to the outskirts of the city. Along the way, Imo Hua chattered incessantly, repeatedly advising, "You should get a rank first. After getting ranked, it will be much easier to handle things. There are many people in Immortal Pass City, so getting ranked will be smoother. The Dao Court also provides special transport. After getting ranked, you should try to reach Foundation Establishment, even if you have to borrow some spirit stones. You can find you. No, Elder Yu is quite poor. You should find Old Masterin. The Yin family is very wealthy, and their young master is even called Little Richin, and he knows me well. Once you become a Foundation Establishment cultivator and your spiritual sense reaches 12 patterns, you can learn the Spirit Hub formation. Learn it bit by bit, don't rush. Start with the simplest and progress step by step." Instructor Yin found it both amusing and heartwarming. Imo Hua's words were extremely beneficial to him. He, the instructor, now had to learn formations from his disciple. Instructor Yin felt both emotional and gratified. After talking about formations, Imo Hua began to mention other matters. "When you go back, please send my regards to my parents. Tell them I'm safe and sound, eating well, sleeping well, and growing fat and healthy. My formation studies are also going well, and I haven't encountered any dangers, so they don't need to worry. Also, Elder Yu, Grandpa Feng, Master Chun, and the hunter uncles and elder brothers, and Dahu and Daju. Please send my regards to them all." Imo Hua rattled off a list of names. All right, slow down." Instructor Yan's mind was almost overwhelmed with remembering. He sighed inwardly. This child, did he have so many connections? Unknowingly, they arrived at the city gate. Parting is necessary after a long journey. Imo Hua and Instructor Yin had to part ways. When it was time to say goodbye, they found themselves at a loss for words, and the atmosphere became silent. Imo Hua's eyes flickered with reluctance. Instructor Yin looked at Imo Hua deeply, as if trying to engrave his appearance in his heart. After a moment, he patted Imo Hua's shoulder and said expectantly, "Study hard. MHM." Imo Hua nodded. Instructor Yin then waved his hand and said gently, "All right, go back. I'm leaving." He shouldered his travel bag, stepped onto the mountain path, and left Nanyue City. Occasionally, he would look back and see Imo Hua still standing at the city gate, so he waved his hand, signaling Imo Hua to return. After a few steps, he looked back again and waved his hand. The mountains were vast and desolate. Instructor Yan's figure receded into the distance, gradually disappearing into the rugged mountains. Imo Hua's expression turned solemn. He looked at the distant mountain range and bowed deeply again. just like the time he parted ways with Instructor Yin at the foot of the mountain in Immortal Pass City. After bidding farewell to Mo Hua, Instructor Yin left Nanyue City and walked alone along the mountain path towards the northwest. Passing several mountain peaks, he saw a series of connected mines. Within the mines, there was a huge mine shaft. At this time, the miners were extracting ore, their voices noisy, yet carrying a sense of liveliness. Although the miners in the mine shaft worked hard, their faces were no longer filled with bitterness, oppression, or pain. Instead, there was a sense of hope. The hope that by their own efforts, they could live a slightly better life. This was completely different from the scene he had witnessed when he first arrived. Instructor Yin recalled Mo Hua's words about planting good karma and reaping good fruit. Was the mine also considered a good fruit? If he had not planted good karma back then, would the mine still be the same as before, where people lived like zombies during the day and zombies lived like people at night, toiling just like humans? Perhaps he would not have seen the scene before him. Instructor Yin felt a sense of relief. Yes, I haven't achieved nothing. His abilities were indeed limited, and he couldn't help many people. He couldn't understand the Tao, nor could he kill villains. His formation skills were ordinary, and he didn't know any profound formations, nor could he construct large-scale formations. All he could do was to pass down the inheritance of formations, to ensure that people with talent in formations would not be delayed, to ensure that people capable of benefiting others would not be buried. As long as one could plant more good karma, one could naturally reap more good fruit. With this thought, Instructor Yan's gaze became clear. His lifespan was limited, but there was still much he could do. He looked back towards Nanyue City. The mountains obscured his view, and he could no longer see Mo Hua at the city gate. But Mo Hua's figure was still imprinted in his mind. This was the first and only young cultivator at the Qi condensation stage who could learn the Little Lingyin sect's most profound first-rank 12-pattern spirit hub formation. He wondered what achievements this child would attain in the future. Instructor Yan's eyes were filled with hope. In Nanyue City, several days later, Instructor Yin had left, and Mo Hua was also about to depart. He had already bid farewell to Elder Su, Sidu Feng, Qing Lan, and Yang Jishan. Elder Su was very reluctant to see him go. He really liked Mo Hua and gave him a pile of fine tea. Mo Hua asked in confusion, "You're giving me so much?" "MHM." Elder Su said wistfully, "Take it all. You're leaving, and it's no fun for me to drink alone. These good teas taste bland now." Mo Hua nodded and said, "It's good that you drink less tea. You should spend more time focusing on your son." Elder Su's old face turned red. "What son?" Mo Hua looked at him silently. Elder Su chuckled sheepishly, then sighed. "The past is unbearable to recall. They are all here to collect debts." However, his eyes still revealed a hint of tenderness. Sidu Feng and Qing Lan also gave Mo Hua some gifts and invited him. "When you have time, you must visit the Sidu family and let me fulfill my duties as a host." Mo Hua replied, "I definitely will." Yang Jishan was somewhat regretful. What a talented individual. It would have been great if he could have joined the Dao Soldier Division. His family, the Yang family, had similar ideas and ways of thinking. He also said something similar to what Yang Jiong had said. "If you want to join the Dao Soldier Division in the future, just mention our Yang family's name, and we'll cover for you." Mo Hua smiled and thanked him. "Thank you, Uncle Yang." With all preparations made, Mo Hua, along with his senior brother, senior sister, Elder Kuei, and Mr. Zhuang, boarded Big White's carriage. The horses' hooves pattered rhythmically as they set off on a new journey. The road was bumpy, but the carriage remained stable. Mo Hua asked, "Master, where are we going next?" "Straight south." "South?" "MHM." Mr. Zhuang nodded. "It's about time." He looked at Mo Hua, his gaze distant. "You should reach Foundation Establishment." Thanks to Yun Zehan Feng, P.Y. Huang, and Qing Feng, Yi Ran Ming Yu Cho for the tips. Chapter 519, Cannot Calculate. Foundation Establishment. Mo Hua's eyes shone. He had waited for this day for a long time. Thinking about how he was about to reach Foundation Establishment, Mo Hua couldn't help but squint and smile. His little face was endearingly cute, like a cat leisurely basking in the sun. Bai Zixi watched, his gaze gentle, a faint smile also appearing on his lips. Bai Zixi pouted. "Unambitious. You're already this happy just for reaching Foundation Establishment. As my junior brother, your aspirations should be long-term. At least Golden Core, or even Ascension." Mo Hua couldn't be bothered to reply. He was in a good mood now, so he wouldn't argue with his senior brother. Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua gently, smiled slightly, and then, as if remembering something, slowly said, "Don't get happy too soon. Your Foundation Establishment will be different from others, probably not so easy." Mo Hua was startled and whispered, "Is it because of the bottleneck in my spiritual sense?" Mr. Zhuang nodded slightly. Mo Hua furrowed his brows, carefully calculating. According to Mr. Zhuang's previous explanation, his cultivation path was to first cultivate his spiritual sense to the mid-foundation establishment stage, around 14 patterns. Then, Using the rule of spiritual sense doubling when cultivation breaks through, he would leap across a major realm in one go, directly increasing his spiritual sense to the late foundation establishment stage. As for whether it would be 17, 18, or 19 patterns, it was hard to say. However, even 17 patterns would be incredibly abnormal. In the early foundation establishment stage, he would possess late foundation establishment spiritual sense. This meant that in the path of formations, Hua would have enough spiritual sense to study high-tier second-rank formations as soon as he entered the second rank. And all of Hua's abilities relied on his spiritual sense. A strong spiritual sense benefited not only formations, but also movement techniques and spells. But this was just Hua's hypothesis. Whether it was true or not was uncertain. As Mr. Zhuang said, there were very few cultivators who achieved enlightenment through spiritual sense. Without sufficient precedence, there was no reference, and thus it was impossible to know what changes might occur later on this path. Moreover, the bottleneck between 13 and 14 patterns of spiritual sense was much more difficult than Hua had imagined. The difference between 13 and 14 patterns seemed to be only one pattern, but it represented the bottleneck from early foundation establishment to mid-foundation establishment. And Hua was still in the qi condensation stage. Currently, he still practiced formations incessantly every day, and his spiritual sense was slowly strengthening, but no matter what, it remained at the peak of 13 patterns. Between 13 and 14 patterns, it was like a chasm. No matter how much his spiritual sense strengthened, it seemed to be just a drop in the bucket. He simply could not break through the bottleneck and reach the 14-pattern realm. It was unknown how long it would take to cultivate to 14 patterns. Even if he learned 13-pattern ultimate formations, this speed would likely be extremely slow. Hua couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Zhuang looked at Hua, smiled gently, and said calmly, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Do not waver because the road ahead is difficult and the journey is long. As long as this is the path you want to take, there is no need for hesitation. All you need to do is to be single-minded and walk step by step. You will understand many things as you walk, and many opportunities and turning points can only be discovered on the road." Hua's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded. Mr. Zhuang then looked at Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi and said gently, "The Bai family situation is complicated, and I cannot say much, but these words apply to you as well." Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi cupped their fists and said, "Yes, master." However, Bai Zishi seemed lost in thought, while Bai Zixing still appeared somewhat bewildered. In the following days, Hua resumed drawing formations. Tedious, mechanical, repetitive. Seemingly tedious. But with every drawing, the formation patterns became more familiar, and his understanding grew deeper. As for opportunities, he would take them as they came, without forcing them. But practicing formations was something he could do. Hua gradually calmed his heart. This was how Hua had spent his days and nights before. And this was how he would continue to draw for a long time to come. He remembered Mr. Zhuang's words. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He only needed to be single-minded, walk step by step, and draw again and again. After Hua left, Nanyue City gradually calmed down. The cultivators from the Dao court, who were ordered to suppress the corpse mine, also gradually dispersed. Only a group of cultivators, including the withered old man, the middle-aged cultivator, and young Master Yun, remained gathered. Their objective, from the beginning, was not the corpse mine. The withered old man sighed. "Now we can confirm, it was not us who calculated the trace of that person, but rather that person deliberately leaked the karma to draw us here. To say draw us here is more like summoning us." A cultivator said unhappily, "Do they take us for spirit pets? Summoning us whenever they please? That's the truth." "What truth? I call it nonsense. The key point is, they summoned us, and we did the work for free." "What do you mean for free?" "The corpse king, the Taoist fiend, this is immense karma. If not resolved, what great calamity would it bring?" "Exactly. In my opinion, this is a good thing." "That might be true, but are you just going to be manipulated like this? What else can you do?" There was a brief uproar in the hall. The highly respected white-haired old man signaled for everyone to be quiet, then said in a hoarse voice, "Regardless, that person led us here, suppressed the corpse mine, and resolved the chaos of the Taoist fiends, preventing widespread death and destruction in the state borders. This is in accordance with the heavenly Tao and a good deed. Everyone present has merit in this battle. As for that person, even if they are arrogant and look down upon all beings, they are still a person of righteousness." Among the crowd, some agreed, while others scoffed. Young Master Yun, however, nodded earnestly. The white-haired old man continued, "The current problem is, where exactly did that person go?" Everyone exchanged glances, frowning in thought. Someone asked, "Were there any traces of that person in Nanyue City?" "No. At least, I didn't find any. We didn't find any clues either. Not a single trace. The entire Nanyue City seems to have no cultivators who saw that person's appearance or knew of their whereabouts. Then did he even come here? It seems not. If he didn't come, how did he know about the corpse mine? You don't think that only by personally coming here and seeing with his own eyes can he know these things, do you? You're underestimating him. Many cultivators nodded silently. One cultivator said, I'm just curious, could all of this be within that person's calculations? Including the Corpse King's mutation, including the battle to suppress the corpse mine, including Lu Qingyun's scheme, and that junior formation master who made the Corpse King submit. Is every move he makes also within that person's calculations? If that's truly the case, it's too terrifying. If it's really like this, we'll never get to meet that person in our lifetime. Be content. Heavenly Pivot Pavilion has been searching for hundreds of years without a clue about that person. For us to gather here and experience this is already the closest we've ever been to that person. Too deeply calculating. Indeed. Speaking of that junior formation master, he's truly not simple. Yeah. Such a powerful junior formation master. I wonder where he came from. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Speaking of junior formation masters, someone mused, in Immortal Pass City, isn't there also a junior formation master? It's said that junior formation master set up a great formation and killed the great demon Feng Shi. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Someone said seriously, you'd rather believe that than believe I'm a reincarnation of a Tao Venerable? Reincarnation of my ass, you think you're worthy? How dare you curse me? So what? You think a great formation is just child's play? Indeed, a great formation is not a trivial matter. A cultivator frowned, but I heard from an elder of Heavenly Pivot Pavilion that in the second-rank Black Mountain State, in Immortal Pass City, a great demon did indeed appear, and someone did set up a great formation to kill it. Do I need to say more? That person's karma appeared in Immortal Pass City. So it wasn't that some junior formation master set up a great formation to kill the great demon, but rather that person was behind it. He stopped midway. Everyone present also realized something was amiss. After a moment of thought, their faces all turned a little pale. In Immortal Pass City, that person was behind it. The events in Nanyue City were also instigated by that person. There was a junior formation master in Immortal Pass City, and there was also a junior formation master in Nanyue City. A shocking speculation surfaced in everyone's minds. Could this junior formation master be that junior formation master? If so, then the person behind this junior formation master is the person they are looking for. What is their relationship? A middle-aged cultivator swallowed hard and said with difficulty, did this junior formation master say he also has a master? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Master. This junior formation master is that person's disciple. What do you mean no clue? What do you mean no trace? That person's disciple appeared before them openly and above board, suppressing the Corpse King and pacifying the Corpse Plague together, even chatting and dining together. Before leaving, they had bid him farewell. The cultivators present were momentarily unable to accept this. A moment later, someone said, perhaps Mr. Zhuang has been in the city all along. You should call him that person, not Mr. Zhuang, otherwise he'll know. If you call him that, won't he know? Everyone fell silent, then sighed. Fine, Mr. Zhuang it is. Calling him that person was like covering one's ears while stealing a bell. It only fooled oneself. You say, when the young master left Nanyue City in that big white horse-drawn carriage that day, was Mr. Zhuang. Perhaps in the carriage. This thought, once spoken, made everyone's hearts churn with bitterness and regret. The person they were looking for was right before their eyes, leaving in a carriage. And they had bid him farewell unknowingly. A cultivator disbelieved. Impossible. Could it be that coincidental? The withered old man shook his head, a chi condensation cultivator who can draw a first-rank ultimate formation. Besides Mr. Zhuang, no one else could teach such a disciple. Young Master Yun's expression also showed some emotion. Moreover, the withered old man continued, this young master also has a senior brother and sister named Bai. These two young cultivators have astonishing talent, yet they are unfathomable. That young girl has a sharp aura, not revealing herself, but she's definitely not simple. As for the young boy, the withered old man's gaze revealed deep apprehension. He uses the dragon coiling spear martial art. With dragon-related martial arts, the Bai family, I don't need to say more, you all understand what this implies. Everyone's hearts turned solemn. The Bai family of Qian Prefecture, that was truly a colossal power. But what does the Bai family have to do with that person? A cultivator asked. The withered old man sighed. The Bai family does have some connection with Mr. Zhuang, but it's best not to inquire about this matter. The Bai family is not someone we can afford to provoke. So, this young master is indeed Mr. Zhuang's disciple. The withered old man was somewhat shocked and disbelieving, sighing. It should be. The atmosphere became even more silent. They had a mission to find Mr. Zhuang and find a way to pry into the secrets he held. But after experiencing everything at the corpse mine, they genuinely did not want to make an enemy of this young master. Suddenly, someone asked, what is this young master's background? Where is he from? Does he have a family or sect? Why was he accepted as a disciple by Mr. Zhuang? If I recall correctly, Mr. Zhuang hasn't taken a disciple in a long time. Everyone frowned. This young master. Someone had just started to speak when he suddenly paused. What was this young master's name? Are you stupid? This young master's surname is. Another person also suddenly got stuck. What was his surname? Bai? That's his senior brother and sister's surname. Strange, I still remember his senior brother and sister, but why can't I remember him? I can't remember his name, nor can I remember his appearance. Someone suddenly realized, what did this young master do? This question stumped everyone. Their sea of consciousness conjured an image. Amidst bloody skies, corpses danced wildly, the corpse king confronting this young master. They still remembered the palpitations, shock, and disbelief they felt then, but what exactly this young master did, and what happened afterward, everything became blurry. The white-haired old man pondered for a moment and sighed. Mr. Zhuang has laid down a fog within the karma. Our spiritual sense is insufficient to peer through it. Everyone was greatly alarmed upon hearing this. There are such methods? Then won't there be no clues at all? Senior, is there any way? The white-haired old man frowned in thought, then slowly said, heavenly secret calculations might work, like seeing a leopard through a tube, glimpsing a part of it. Then, Senior, could you perhaps? The white-haired old man shook his head helplessly. I am old, my spiritual sense has declined, and I cannot calculate anymore. Everyone looked at each other. Someone looked at the withered old man. Senior one, why don't you calculate? The withered old man was startled. Me calculate? That person nodded. Currently, you are the most proficient in calculations here. But, the withered old man showed a difficult expression. That person continued. You also have the support of the 3 talents, Ishu copper coins. You might not be able to calculate Mr. Zhuang, but calculating his junior disciple shouldn't be a problem, right? Others also chimed in. Senior one, we beg you. The withered old man felt bitter. The nail that sticks out gets hammered. Why did this unlucky task fall upon him? The withered old man wanted to refuse, but there were so many cultivators present, all reputable, belonging to families and sects. Refusing them might incur their petty resentment. Fine, I'll calculate then. Besides, he also wanted to know the background of this young master. How could he be accepted as a disciple by the aloof Mr. Zhuang? And how could he make Mr. Zhuang lay down a fog to conceal his karma? The withered old man took out his copper coins, poured his spiritual sense into them, chanted incantations, the coins flipped chaotically, and finally settled. The withered old man held the copper coins, placed them on his forehead, closed his eyes, and sensed. However, within his spiritual sense vision, there was only mist. After half a day, he still knew nothing. The withered old man opened his eyes, sighed, and said helplessly, the heavenly secret has indeed been concealed. It's all mist, and nothing can be calculated. This is indeed Mr. Zhuang's doing. Everyone was disappointed to hear this. This young master might hold the clue to Mr. Zhuang, and it was a crucial one. But if it couldn't be calculated, then there was nothing they could do. The middle-aged cultivator, however, frowned. It's understandable if Mr. Zhuang can't be calculated, but why can't even his disciple be traced clearly? Senior one, why don't you try calculating from a different angle? Yes, if not him, try calculating his parents, friends, or other people around him, or perhaps calculate his past, where he lived, where he went. Even a slight trace will do. The withered old man cursed them internally. To be the one to do all this unlucky work. He wasn't without temper. The withered old man said, my abilities are limited. If you want me to continue calculating, you must lend me your Zhou Tian calculation instruments. Upon hearing this, some hesitated. Spiritual instruments that contained the principles of the universe and could aid in calculation were indeed valuable items and not easily lent out. The withered old man saw their expressions and sneered inwardly. It was easy to ask others for help, but they were unwilling to pay the price themselves. Just then, the white-haired old man spoke. I am willing to lend my Zen meditation cushion to Brother One. The withered old man was startled. The white-haired old man then said to the others, Mr. Zhuang possesses great secrets, which are of great importance. I believe none of you would be so stingy as to give up such external items for fear of losing the greater prize. Everyone remained silent, pondered for a moment, and then made up their minds. One by one they spoke. I have a second-rank heavenly mystery disc. I have a spirit-nurturing incense. This wooden hairpin of mine is a withered wood hairpin, which can speed up mental calculations. Soon, a pile of spiritual instruments appeared before the withered old man. The withered old man looked at these spiritual instruments, somewhat surprised, and then a little excited. These were all top-grade spiritual instruments used for calculation. Moreover, many of them were secret instruments of aristocratic families or sects, rarely given to outsiders. The withered old man instantly felt invigorated. In his life, he had never performed such a wealthy, heavenly secret calculation. With the aid of these calculation instruments, he might truly be able to contend slightly with Mr. Zhuang. to push aside the mist laid down by Mr. Zhuang and glimpse that sliver of hidden heavenly secrets. The withered old man's spirit soared. He then rested for a moment, and once his spiritual sense was replenished, he solemnly lit the spirit-nurturing incense, put on the withered wood hairpin, sat on the Zen meditation cushion, and arranged the 3 talents Ishu copper coins on the heavenly mystery disc. With the enhancement of so many spiritual instruments, his spiritual sense was exceptionally full, his thoughts exceptionally clear, and his eyes seemed to contain brilliance, as if capable of seeing through the past and deducing the future. The withered old man sat upright and began to perform the calculation. Although he was now fully equipped, he did not dare to be careless. He was not greedy and did not try to calculate too much at once. He only wanted to calculate a little, to glimpse into the past of the junior formation master shrouded in mist, to find some clues, and to peek into the karma interactions. No matter how profound the mist laid down by Mr. Zhuang was, it would not be without its blind spots. The withered old man patiently sat, meticulously calculating. After an unknown period, he finally parted a layer of mist from a state of confusion and ignorance. The withered old man was overjoyed. Just as he was about to look, a fierce premonition suddenly struck his heart. It was as if something terrifying was hidden beneath the mist. Just touching it sent shivers down his spine and made him break out in a cold sweat. There was even a trace of a fishy, corrupted, ferocious, and cold aura emanating from the mist. This aura, although obscure, exuded a bone-chilling aura of death. It was like a basin of ice-cold water being poured over him. The withered old man instantly came to his senses. What was I doing? Who gave me the courage to peer into the mist laid down by Mr. Zhuang? Am I worthy? What are my abilities? What is Mr. Zhuang's realm? The withered old man's hands trembled, his heart quaked. How incredibly close. I was almost blinded by these spiritual instruments, my confidence inflated, overestimating myself, and losing my proper place. One must know their place, and calculations must also be done with humility. Calculate karma according to one's ability. If you can't calculate it, it means your ability is insufficient. If your ability is insufficient and you force yourself to calculate, you will encounter karma backlash beyond your capabilities. Even death and dissipation are not unexpected. The withered old man exhaled a long breath. His heart was still pounding, as if he hadn't recovered from the shock of the premonition. The withered old man felt extreme fear and a sense of fortunate survival. Fortunately, he had self-awareness and was stupidly aware of his limits. Otherwise, he would have almost caused a great disaster. Seeing the enlightened expression on the withered old man's face, the other cultivators stepped forward and asked, "Senior one, how is it? Did you manage to calculate it?" "I calculated your mother's great ghost." The withered old man cursed them in his heart. Calculated what? He almost lost his old life. But he couldn't say this aloud, as it would offend everyone and also make him lose face. The withered old man sighed. Mr. Zhuang truly possesses astonishing talent. I cannot see through his methods. Everyone sighed in disappointment. The clue was broken again. Some also questioned, with so many calculation instruments aiding you, it's impossible that you couldn't calculate it. Senior one, aren't you trying to hoard this secret? The withered old man looked at him coldly. How about I give you all the calculation instruments, and you try calculating? That person immediately backed down and shut up. He could only talk the talk, but if he had to do it, he wouldn't know how. The withered old man returned the calculation instruments and cupped his fists. My abilities are insufficient. I have failed your kind intentions. The white-haired old man, knowing the difficulty and danger of this matter, said with great understanding. You've worked hard, brother one. The other cultivators, seeing this, also expressed their regret and said one after another. Thank you, Senior one. Senior one, you've worked hard. They had only tried with a sliver of hope. Not being able to calculate it was within expectations. After all, there were very few cultivators in the world who were more proficient in heavenly secret calculations than Mr. Zhuang. This matter would have to be discussed again at a later date. Everyone returned to their rest. The withered old man also put away his 3 talents Ishu copper coins. However, as he picked up the copper coins, he discovered that the edge of one of them had a slight crack. The withered old man was stunned. He calmed his mind and thought about it. Then, he was completely engulfed by immense fear. He finally realized that it wasn't that he had self-awareness. Rather, this copper coin had blocked a dangerous situation at a crucial moment and saved his life. That was why he had felt the premonition. That was why he had felt the urge to retreat and thus escape the catastrophe. He had truly survived a disaster. The withered old man's limbs felt weak, and he slumped onto the chair. His chest, which had just calmed down, began to pound again, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. His eyes still held residual fear. What lay beneath the mist? How terrifying was the karma of this young master? He had only glimpsed a corner. No, he hadn't even had time to glimpse it, and he had almost died and dissipated? What resided within his fate? Thank you, Chan So, for the reward. I originally wanted to break the chapter here and leave some for tomorrow's update, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Chapter 520, Immortal Child. Not to pry, not to be pried upon. The emaciated old man remembered his master's words from years ago. Not to be pried upon. He thought of Mr. Zhuang again, and the layer of mist. The mist laid down by Mr. Zhuang was perhaps not just to keep secrets, but also to protect anyone who rashly pried into the little sir's karma. Because within that karma lay great danger. He just couldn't understand. How could a formation master, who was only 10 years old, be entangled with such profound and ferocious karma? What exactly happened? The emaciated old man frowned, pondering uncomprehendingly. Forget it, ignorance is bliss. Knowing about such dangerous things is not a good thing. The emaciated old man sighed with lingering fear. Everything related to Mo Hua gradually blurred in his mind. He only remembered, beneath the blood-red sky, amidst the tide of corpses, there was a faint, unmoving small figure. Young Master Yin couldn't remember either. He remembered the spirit hub formation, and that he had made a friend, a little formation master. But who this person was, he was hazy, unable to recall. Only a clear smiling face remained in his memory. On the other side, the Dao soldier commander Yang Jishan was submitting a memorial to the Dao court. He wanted to commend Mo Hua in the battle at the corpse mine, for suppressing the corpse tide, subduing the corpse king, killing Lu Qingyun, quelling the corpse infestation, and improving the lives of the cultivators and citizens of Nanyue City. This little Sir, Mo Hua, had made immense contributions. But as he wrote, everything suddenly became blurred again. Yang Jishan wanted to write down the two characters Mo Hua, but as soon as he put his brush to paper, he froze. The two characters Mo Hua were obscured by mist. He couldn't recall the name of that little Sir at all. What's going on? Yang Jishan's heart trembled. How could I forget his name? Soon, he discovered that not only his name, but even the little Sir's appearance and voice were gradually blurring and becoming indistinct. The matter of the corpse mine was also fragmented. What exactly happened in the corpse mine and on the grave mountain? Yang Jishan frowned. His mind only retained two images. One was the corpse king roaring at the sky under a sky filled with blood, and all the corpses paying homage. The other was the corpse king's unwilling roar amidst raging flames, turning into ashes. What had happened here? Yang Jishan had completely forgotten. How was such a powerful and ferocious corpse king subdued and turned into ashes? Yang Jishan couldn't recall it at all. In his sea of consciousness, he vaguely remembered a small figure that changed the color of the heavens and earth, making all the corpses submit. Who was this little cultivator? Yang Jishan frowned and muttered. The matter had settled. All karma was gradually shrouded in mist. The various cultivators of Nanyue City also gradually dispersed. But half a month later, another group of uninvited guests arrived. These were four strangely shaped cultivators. A youth, extremely beautiful, but with a pale face, as if covered with a layer of meticulously carved, flawless dead skin. An old man carrying a sword box, with a blank expression, only the whites of his eyes visible. A burly man, but with sharp fingertips and bloodshot eyes. And an old woman, reeking of decay and mumbling. They stood on a desolate mountain, looking towards Nanyue City and the surrounding mines from afar. The old man carrying the sword box said in a hoarse voice, "What a grand undertaking, what a shame." The pale youth sneered, "It's just raising a first-rank Dao anomaly, and it didn't even mature." The burly man grinned ferociously, revealing two fangs, his face like a vicious wolf. "Your father has wanted to raise one for a long time, but after most of his life, he hasn't raised a single one." The pale youth said arrogantly, "Either raise third or fourth rank and above, truly great demons, great corpses, great anomalies. Raising one or two rank Dao anomalies isn't very interesting." The old man with the sword box said in a hoarse and indifferent voice, like slowly flowing sand. "By saying that, you fundamentally don't understand what a Dao anomaly is. A Dao anomaly is an anomaly, not measured by rank." The pale youth sneered, clearly disdainful. The fanged man looked around again, sniffed the foul smell in the wind, and sighed. "What a pity, we came too late, otherwise we could have had a good meal." He stuck out his tongue, which was covered in barbs, and licked his lips. The old man with the sword box also nodded. "Yes, what a pity. This Dao anomaly died prematurely, otherwise the entire state could have become a hotbed for the demonic path." "Whose doing was it?" the fanged man asked. "Who else could it be?" the old man with the sword box retorted. A hint of fear flashed in the fanged man's eyes. Clearly, they were unwilling to mention the name of that Taoist. The pale youth scoffed. "I don't know who ruined the ghost Taoist's plan." A hint of contempt appeared on his pale face. The old man with the sword box said gravely, "You'd better be respectful. Don't think that just because your father supports you, that Taoist won't do anything to you." The pale youth's gaze sharpened. "My father's cultivation is higher than his." The old man with the sword box shook his head. "You still don't understand what the title Taoist means." The pale youth was still somewhat dismissive. The old man with the sword box, whose eyes were entirely white, looked at the youth coldly and said in a chilling voice, "If that Taoist wants to kill you, your father can't save you. Whether you live or die is actually irrelevant, but don't drag us down with you. Otherwise, we won't let you off either." The pale youth was enraged but did not retort. He bit his lip, but it seemed like he only broke the skin, and not a drop of blood flowed out. None of the other three present cared about him. The fanged man, like a wild beast, sniffed the mountain air again, his gaze slightly heavy, and said, "Many zombies, many cultivators." The aura of Tao anomalies was also very strong, and they were about to mature, but something happened. That person made a move, right? The old man with the sword box nodded. Besides that person, no one can ruin the Taoist's plan. The fanged man frowned. What is hidden on that person? The Tao Court, Heavenly Pivot Pavilion, various aristocratic families, sects, and us evil sects, demonic gates, rogue cultivators, Taoists. Everyone is looking for him? The old man with the sword box said with a half-smile. So what? What then? The fanged man was stunned. The old man with the sword box said, "Until the golden core stage, until the ascension stage, even if you were given this opportunity, what could you do? Can you resist the suppression of the Tao Court, or the pursuit of the demonic sects? Since you are a chess piece, do what a chess piece should do. With our cultivation, we are far from being able to consider whether to play black or white." The old man with the sword box's words were sharp. The fanged man was not offended. Instead, he licked his upper lip with his scarlet tongue and grinned. "I cultivate demonic arts. Seeing meat, wanting to eat some, isn't that natural?" The old man with the sword box's eyes were hollow, and he said with interest, "The flesh of immortality. If you eat it, your life will be gone." The flesh of immortality. A gleam appeared in the fanged man's eyes. The pale youth's face also had an abnormal flush. The three of them were all thinking of their own schemes for a moment. The old woman, who had been silent from the beginning, suddenly opened her eyes wide, her eyes filled with madness. My child, my child." The fanged man frowned. What is she crazy about again? The old woman ignored them and said with a strange smile, "I found it. My own flesh and blood, my child isn't dead." She flashed and, like the wind, fled towards a mountain peak to the south. The old man with the sword box and the pale youth also had to follow her. The four of them finally stopped on a small hill. This hill was remote and desolate, but the scenery was tranquil, and the setting sun cast a golden glow. On the hill, there was a small tomb. The old woman's expression was focused, her hands like steel. She dug open the soil and rocks, uncovered the tomb, revealing a coffin within. The old woman's fingers gently grasped and crushed a corner of the coffin. Then she forcefully lifted it, and the coffin lid instantly shattered into pieces. Inside the coffin lay a small zombie. The old woman trembled as she picked up the small zombie and hugged it to her chest. My child, my child." The pale youth frowned. This is a zombie? Weren't all the zombies nearby burned by the corpse-burning formation? There are still stragglers? The fanged man looked around and raised an eyebrow. It seems someone deliberately left this zombie and buried it here. Is it this zombie's relative? Why was it buried here? Who knows? It wouldn't be for corpse refining, would it? This zombie is too small, and its strength is too weak. What's the point of refining it? To serve tea and water? The old man with the sword box, however, had a solemn expression. This small zombie is a good embryo for corpse refining. It only has corpse chi, no blood chi, clean and pure. What kind of good embryo is this? Jade corpse. What? The old man with the sword box didn't elaborate. You don't refine corpses, so you wouldn't understand even if I told you. The pale youth looked displeased. The fanged man, however, seemed to realize something. Come to think of it, this old woman is actually a corpse cultivator? Among the few people, he knew the origins of the old man with the sword box and the pale youth, but he wasn't familiar with this old woman. The old man with the sword box nodded slightly. Her son died young. To revive her son, she learned corpse refining and turned her son into a zombie. But she refined it incorrectly and produced a special blood corpse. It had to eat human flesh and drink human blood every day. She killed people to feed her son and was eventually discovered by the Tao Court. Her blood corpse son was killed by the Tao Court's enforcement officers in front of her, and she completely went mad and degenerated into a corpse cultivator. For so many years, she has specialized in killing unfaithful men and cultivators from the Tao Court's enforcement officers. She also loves refining children into zombies. All the zombies she refined were her children. However, the old man with the sword box's gaze narrowed slightly. This small zombie might be a bit special. The old woman also held the small zombie to her chest preciously, as if coaxing her own flesh and blood. The pale youth, Tisked, then suddenly yid. This small zombie's chest seems to have a formation? A formation? The fanged man was slightly startled. The pale youth said curiously, and it's not an ordinary formation. He called out loudly, Old woman, lend me this small zombie to have a look. The old woman acted as if she hadn't heard. The pale youth repeated it. The old woman remained unmoved. The pale youth was furious. You old hag, you're asking for it. He reached out to snatch the small zombie from the old woman's hand, but as soon as he did, it was as if he had touched the old woman's taboo. The old woman's aura changed drastically. Her face became ferocious, her pupils became vertical, her withered yellow skin turned bronze, and she transformed into a bronze zombie. With her right hand, she tore, and an eerie cold wind blew, tearing the pale youth's arm. Bright red blood flowed out. Sinister corpse poison seeped in. The pale youth's complexion became even paler, but a strange crimson color appeared on his cheeks due to shame and anger. You old thing, you're seeking death. The old woman hugged the small zombie tightly and roared at the pale youth, revealing 2 long fangs. The pale youth's face darkened, and he was about to make a move, but was stopped by the old man with the sword box. Don't provoke her. The pale youth seemed to have some apprehension towards the old man with the sword box. He snorted and retracted his aura. The old woman shed her zombie form and returned to being an ordinary old woman, holding the child in her arms with a serene and peaceful expression. The old man with the sword box looked up at the sky and said, "It's getting late. We should be on our way." He turned his head and looked at the others, his expression blank, but his tone grave. Do what we need to do. Don't pry into other matters. The old man adjusted the sword box behind him. The sword box trembled slightly, emitting a bloodthirsty desire. Don't be in a hurry. The old man thought silently. Once we find that person, the real storm will come. It will be a terrifying, bloody storm. The 4 of them gradually departed. The old woman also took the small zombie with her. In the following days, many cultivators with gloomy auras, strange attire, and erratic behavior also came to Nanyue City. They all came from demonic sects, shocked by the undertaking of artificially breeding Dao anomalies, and regretted the premature death of the Dao anomaly. However, none of them entered the city, killed anyone, ate anyone, or did anything out of line. Nanyue City had already entered the realm of karma. If they got involved, they might have their true identities exposed, and their own safety would be compromised. Undercurrents surged. But these dangerous undercurrents all bypassed Nanyue City and flowed towards the distance. After some twists and turns, the cultivators of Nanyue City welcomed long-awaited peace. The cultivators lived their lives day by day. In Elder Su's cave dwelling, Shueisheng was lying on a small stone table, drawing a formation, while Elder Su lectured him incessantly. Why are you using your brush like this? It's such a waste of spiritual sense. I've taught you this formation pattern so many times, and you still can't do it. Sai, don't draw like this. Shueisheng paid no attention, continuing to draw formations on his own. If there was something he didn't understand, he would ask. After getting the answer, he would let Elder Su's remaining nagging and complaints go in one ear and out the other, ignoring them completely. All his attention was focused on the formations. Even if he learned slowly, even if he drew poorly, he still persisted in drawing. If it didn't work the first time, he'd do it a second time. If it didn't work the second time, he'd do it a third time. As he drew, he gradually learned. This was taught to him by that little sir. Shueisheng remembered it firmly in his heart. Elder Su was still complaining, but suddenly stopped. Shueisheng's appearance was very similar to Shuexian, and his focused look now was also very similar to himself back then. Elder Su was silent for a moment, then his expression relaxed, and he smiled with relief, looking at Shueisheng with great tenderness. I owe that little sir a great favor. Elder Su sighed in his heart. The lives of the mine workers also improved significantly. They could eat their fill, support their families, and gradually even had some surplus spirit stones to cultivate themselves or their children. The Liu family, which had once suppressed them, had also disintegrated and was no longer a threat. They had also heard some rumors about the corpse mine. It said that Liu Qingyun, that scoundrel, killed people and then refined them into corpses to dig mines for him. In the end, he received retribution and was eaten alive by the zombies he refined himself. This zombie is no ordinary zombie. It's the ancestor of the Liu family from back then, Liu the Skinner. Liu the Skinner, that son of a bitch, really didn't let us off even after death. After dying, he still turned into a zombie to harm Nanyue City. So many zombies, it was too scary. When I think about it now, I still get goosebumps. On the day the zombies besieged the city, I was standing on the city wall and looked down. There was a dense mass of zombies, gnashing their teeth and brandishing their claws. Someone was startled. You guys say, wouldn't there still be zombies in the mine shaft? Maybe. How could so many zombies be cleared out all at once? Then what do we do? I'm not married yet. If I get bitten by a zombie, wouldn't that be disastrous? I have old parents and young children. For a moment, some people were panicking. How about this, said a cultivator. Let's make an offering to that little immortal child in the corpse mine. Someone didn't understand. Little immortal child? Who is that? A reincarnation of a boy serving an immortal. Who? It's the one who suppressed the corpse tide, subdued the corpse king, and helped us draw formations and build the mine shaft, that little immortal child. Really or not? It's true, I've seen him. You've seen him? MHM. The mine worker nodded. This little immortal child had 3 heads and 6 arms, was invulnerable, and knocked the Corpse King down with a single punch. What nonsense are you spouting? Exactly. Where does anyone look like that? Exactly. That little immortal child was so handsome, fair and tender, with bright, watery eyes, and so cute when he smiled. You're talking nonsense too. How could such a little cultivator defeat the Corpse King? Then have you seen him? Of course. I saw him on the city wall that day. Amidst the corpse tide, this little immortal child was 9 feet tall, broad-shouldered and strong, with immense power. His fists were like wind, and tens of thousands of zombies couldn't get close to him. You're talking about a strong man, not an immortal child. Exactly. At least be more believable when you brag. There were various opinions, and no conclusion was reached. Finally, a senior mine worker made the decision. Since he's an immortal child, he must not be old. We don't know his appearance, so we won't draw him specifically. We'll just use ink to draw a human silhouette. Since he suppressed the corpse tide, it means zombies are definitely afraid of him. If we hang a portrait of this little immortal child in the mine shaft, it will suppress evil spirits, and zombies should not dare to come out and cause trouble. He sighed. This little sir helped us a great deal. He has the grace of rebirth to us mine workers. Even if he can't suppress the zombies, we should still pay homage to him. Wish him smooth sailing in the future, successful cultivation, longevity with heaven and earth, and blessings for all beings. Right? The mine workers nodded in agreement. They hired someone to paint several ink paintings of the immortal child, which were hung in the mine. From then on, before entering the mine shaft, the mine workers of Nanua City would pay homage to the immortal child painting. On the painting was a small ink silhouette of a person. Black and white were distinct, and the aura was mysterious. Worshipping the immortal child painting could ward off evil spirits and quell corpse infestations. They not only prayed for their own safety, but also kept Mo Hua safe in their hearts. In the place where Tao anomalies were bred, cultivators offered incense, generating wishes. In the unseen realm, these wishes merged into Mo Hua's karma, forming a balance. However, Mo Hua knew nothing of all this. On a mountain path hundreds of miles away, Mo Hua rode on Dubai, looking at the mountain scenery, shrouded in wisps of clouds, and embarked on the path to foundation establishment. The plot of the mine is finally finished. Next is foundation establishment. It's also the last major plot point of the second volume. I need to take some time to organize the outline, and tomorrow's update might be a bit later. Chapter 5:21, Sea River. South of Nanua City, in the second-grade Sea River Prefecture. The Sea River connected the land from beginning to end. The winding current flowed gently along the riverbed towards the distance. Mo Hua, tired from drawing formations, lifted the curtain and peeked outside at the verdant mountains and clear waters, the vast and distant scenery, feeling refreshed and invigorated. After watching for a while, he withdrew his gaze and sat back down steadily in the carriage. Outside the carriage, Elder Kuei was cracking sunflower seeds, listening to the crunching sound, and driving the carriage. Inside the carriage, Bai Zixing was meditating and cultivating, while Bai Zishi was quietly reading. Mr. Zhuang leaned against the blanket, closed his eyes, and dozed, his posture elegant and leisurely. However, his aura was growing weaker. Mo Hua frowned, filled with worry. Ever since leaving Nanua City, Mr. Zhuang's health seemed to decline day by day. Although his gaze was as gentle and carefree as ever, his complexion had clearly worsened, and he spent more time resting each day. Mo Hua had asked Mr. Zhuang if he was feeling unwell. Mr. Zhuang merely patted Mo Hua's head and smiled, saying he was fine and not to worry. But his aura did not suggest he was fine. Mo Hua could only sigh inwardly. It was now the hour of Shun, 1 to 3 p.m., past noon, and the sunlight was bright and invitingly lethargic. Mo Hua then brewed a pot of tea. The tea leaves were a gift from Elder Su. The tea was fresh and tender, with a mellow taste. Mo Hua added some spiritual herbs, ginseng, and jade dates, which could regulate a cultivator's blood and invigorate the meridians. Although it might not have much effect on Mr. Zhuang, it was the thought that counted. The tea was brewed, and the tea vapor rose, filling the air with fragrance. Mo Hua first poured a cup for Mr. Zhuang, then for his senior brother and senior sister each. Finally, he poured a cup for himself and sipped it slowly. Bai Zixing, feeling sleepy and thirsty in the afternoon, downed it in one go, like a cow chewing cud. Bai Zishi, like Mo Hua, had an elegant demeanor, her red lips slightly parted as she sipped slowly and meticulously. Mr. Zhuang smelled the tea fragrance, slowly opened his eyes, smiled slightly, picked up the tea, and drank it. His eyes brightened, and he seemed to have perked up a bit. Mo Hua poured another cup for Mr. Zhuang, then looked out the window at the scenery and suddenly asked, "Master, where exactly are we going?" Hearing this, Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi also paused with their cups and turned to look at Mr. Zhuang. Seeing the 3 pairs of bright eyes, Mr. Zhuang felt at ease and, After a moment of thought, replied, southward, to the border of Dali Mountain Prefecture. Dali Mountain. Mo Hua muttered the name to himself, then asked again, will I be able to establish my foundation there? Mr. Zhuang nodded slightly. When your cultivation reaches the peak of the 9th layer of qi condensation and your spiritual sense reaches 14 patterns, you can establish your foundation. Cultivation is a matter of course, achieved step by step. There's no need to rush. However, for spiritual sense to reach 14 patterns, that is not easy. Mr. Zhuang sighed inwardly. Not just not easy. For qi condensation cultivators, it was astonishingly difficult. Even in the records of gifted cultivators throughout past cultivation classics, there were almost no precedents of spiritual sense reaching 14 patterns at the qi condensation stage. Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua, his emotions churning. Mo Hua was still concerned about establishing his foundation and asked again, Master, once we reach the Dali Mountain Prefecture, will my spiritual sense be able to break through to 14 patterns? It can only be said that there is a chance. Mr. Zhuang did not elaborate. Mo Hua's eyes lit up. So, does the Dali Mountain Prefecture have a grand formation with 13 patterns? According to what Mr. Zhuang had said before, comprehending and practicing grand formations could strengthen one's spiritual sense. And the more difficult the grand formation, the stronger the required spiritual sense, the greater the tempering of the sea of consciousness, and the faster the spiritual sense would grow. Now, Mo Hua's spiritual sense had reached the peak of 13 patterns. Although he practiced the thick earth formation and the spirit hub formation every day, as these formations became more proficient, his spiritual sense growth also slowed down. It was time to find a 13-pattern formation to learn. Mr. Zhuang nodded, correct. It seemed his master had planned this long ago. Mo Hua's eyes shone with curiosity. Master, what kind of grand formation is there in Dali Mountain? Mr. Zhuang shook his head, not just one. Mo Hua was slightly taken aback. Mr. Zhuang paused for a moment, the corners of his mouth curling up with a faint smile. There are 5. Mo Hua's heart trembled, and he exclaimed in surprise, 5. Mo Hua's mouth opened, and then he looked at Mr. Zhuang again, a little confused. 5. Isn't that too much? Since they were grand formations, they were bound to be rare. How could there be 5 at once? Mr. Zhuang smiled slightly. Guess what? Mo Hua blinked his eyes, resting his chin on his small hand, and after pondering for a moment, he said uncertainly, 5. Is it related to the 5 elements? Mr. Zhuang nodded with satisfaction. Correct. His tone was somewhat emotional. This is a set of 5 elements grand formations: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with 1 for each element. But their fundamental principles are the same, so all 5 are classified as one set. As Mo Hua listened, his heart felt as if it were being tickled by a kitten's paws. He really wanted to know what these formations were, what their patterns looked like, what their structures were like, and what their effects would be after he learned them. But he still had a biggest question. Master, Mo Hua hesitated and asked, even if I learn a first-rank 13-pattern formation and practice it every day, my spiritual sense might not be able to break through the bottleneck and reach the realm of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator with 14 patterns. This was something he had recently realized. The further along he got, the slower and more difficult spiritual sense grew. His current 13 patterns were at the peak, seemingly only a tiny step away from 14 patterns. But this step was like a chasm. The spiritual sense he cultivated daily by drawing formations was like a cup of water. This cup of water flowed into the chasm and disappeared instantly. To fill this chasm and break through the bottleneck, he didn't know when that day would come. The grand formations of 12 patterns enhanced spiritual sense to a limited extent. So, even if he learned 13 pattern formations, the improvement would likely not be much greater. Mr. Zhuang's gaze deepened, and he slowly said, strengthening spiritual sense is only one aspect. Even if your spiritual sense cannot reach 14 patterns, the set of formations is something you must learn to establish your foundation with 13 patterns spiritual sense. Mr. Zhuang's tone was solemn, and his expression was serious. Mo Hua's heart stirred slightly. Master, does this set of formations have any special significance? Mr. Zhuang did not answer directly, but instead asked, Mo Hua, do you think you are different from Zixing and Zixi? Bai Zixing and Bai Zixi looked surprised, and then glanced at Mo Hua. Mo Hua scratched his head. There were too many differences between him and his senior brother and sister. The only similarity might be that they were all Mr. Zhuang's disciples. Senior brother and sister, they come from aristocratic families, have good talent, good spirit roots, and good inheritances? Mo Hua said weakly. Mr. Zhuang nodded and sighed. You might not feel it deeply now, but when you venture into the broader cultivation world in the future, you will understand that family background, spirit roots, and inheritances are all cold and cruel barriers that separate the upper-class families from the lower-class rogue cultivators. Some things that aristocratic disciples can do, rogue cultivators cannot. You cannot tread the paths they can. They have good spirit roots from birth, are well-clothed and fed, have abundant spirit stones, and rich spiritual items. They only need to cultivate, and if anything happens, someone will resolve it for them. Their cultivation future is also planned for them. Mr. Zhuang looked at Mo Hua, his gaze warm with affection. But you cannot. The path ahead must be walked by yourself. You must earn your own spirit stones. If you offend someone, no one will back you up. If you encounter trouble, you must resolve it yourself. However, your talent for formations is excellent, and your comprehension is extremely high. In the future, you will interact with many prodigies from major aristocratic families, sects, and even the central Dao court, and perhaps even compete with them. In the competition of prodigies, lacking a family or sect is your biggest disadvantage. And you cannot even cultivate your body, so the dangers you will encounter in the future are immense. Mo Hua's expression was a little solemn. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi also looked at Mo Hua with concern. Bai Zixing thought for a moment, then silently made up his mind and said, "Master, don't worry. As the senior brother, I will definitely protect junior brother. He is my junior brother and also considered one of the Bai family. I won't let anyone bully him." Mr. Zhuang was slightly stunned, looking at Bai Zixing, feeling both surprised and gratified. The Bai family could actually raise such a child. It was truly rare. Mr. Zhuang patted Bai Zixing's shoulder. "It's good enough that you have this intention." Mr. Zhuang's words were subtle, and some things were left unsaid. Because aristocratic families were never warm and affectionate. The Bai family was no exception. In the future, it was possible that both Zixing and Zishi might not be able to protect themselves. Mr. Zhuang's gaze was complex, and he sighed inwardly. However, these were naturally matters for the mother of these two children to worry about. He couldn't manage them anymore. Mr. Zhuang's gaze shifted back to Mo Hua. Mo Hua frowned in thought, his clear, big eyes blinking, then suddenly lit up, and he looked at Mr. Zhuang and asked, "Master, are you saying all this because of the formations I'm going to learn?" Mr. Zhuang felt a surge of emotion. What an intelligent child, he understood with just a hint. He nodded, "Correct." Outside the carriage window, the sea river flowed ceaselessly, winding its way into the distance. Mr. Zhuang said, "The prodigies of the 9 provinces of cultivation are as numerous as carp crossing a river, countless. But without exception, they cultivate their own techniques and learn their own Taoist arts. Their abilities are all aimed at strengthening themselves in combat. They compete with each other, all wanting to overwhelm numerous geniuses through their own efforts, acting invincible. This is extremely difficult. It requires outstanding spirit roots, profound family backgrounds, unique opportunities, solid foundations, powerful Taoist arts, and top-grade spirit tools to overwhelm peers and become favored by heaven." Mr. Zhuang paused slightly, looking at Mo Hua. "But you cannot do this." Mr. Zhuang then enumerated Mo Hua's shortcomings again. "Your spirit roots are not good, your background is not good, you are congenitally weak, your spirit tools are crude. Although your cultivation method is special, it does not increase spiritual energy. Only your formations are stronger than theirs. In direct confrontation, you have no advantage. And some extremely rare cultivation resources can only be obtained by direct competition. Therefore, you cannot take the same path as them. When you go to seize opportunities, you cannot be like them, relying on your own combat ability. You must have means of combat, but you cannot focus on combat. You cannot rely on your own strength to overwhelm geniuses. So, you must find another way, not focusing on combat, but assisting in combat." Assisting in combat. Mo Hua was taken aback, not quite understanding. Mr. Zhuang explained with a faint smile, "Simply put, it is to enhance the power of others' Taoist arts." Mo Hua somewhat understood, but still couldn't quite grasp it. What was the difference between focusing on combat and assisting in combat? Mr. Zhuang smiled calmly and said meaningfully, "If you focus on combat, you are competing with other prodigies, you are their enemy, and they will not give you a good look. But if you assist in combat, you can help them compete with other prodigies, and they will instead have to look at your face. The stronger your means of assisting in combat, the more they will not dare to offend you. In this way, you may not have a family, but any aristocratic family can become your helper. You may not have a sect, but any sect can become your background. In the utilitarian and snobbish cultivation world, among the numerous prodigies with excellent spirit roots and Taoist arts, you will also have a place." Mr. Zhuang sighed. "The nail that sticks out gets hammered. You cannot stick out, nor do you need to. Learn to hide in the shadows. Learn to leverage power, navigate smoothly among various forces, and maintain good relations with all sides. Only then can you truly go far, steadily improve your cultivation, comprehend formations, and seek the true great Tao." After speaking, Mr. Zhuang's expression was somewhat emotional. When he was young, he didn't understand this principle. He only focused on overpowering his peers, was arrogant, and looked down on the world, but being too rigid led to him breaking and suffering great losses. Mo Hua suddenly understood. Assisting in combat, avoiding sharp edges, hiding in the shadows, and learning to leverage power. Only in this way could he find a foothold in the strictly stratified, conflict-ridden, and fiercely competitive cultivation world. His master had thought so far ahead for him. Imo was touched and extremely grateful. However, this seemed to be a long way off. Let alone competing with prodigies, he hadn't even established his foundation yet. Imo pondered for a moment and then said, Master, are the 5 elements grand formations in Dali Mountain Prefecture formations that assist in combat? Mr. Zhuang nodded. The essence of the 5 elements grand formations is the reinforcement of 5 elements spiritual energy. 5 elements spiritual energy reinforcement. Imo Hua's eyes lit up, and he wanted to ask for more details, but Mr. Zhuang smiled slightly and played coy. You'll know when the time comes. Imo Hua pouted. But he didn't dare to inwardly complain about Mr. Zhuang. If he even dared to complain, Mr. Zhuang would surely know and would tap his little head. Imo Hua could only ask about other things. Master, what grade is Dali Mountain Prefecture? 3rd grade. Imo Hua was surprised. It was actually 3rd grade. Then won't there be golden core cultivators? Mr. Zhuang nodded. There are, but not many. Dali Mountain is a relatively remote area among 3rd grade prefectures, and its cultivation resources are not abundant. Although it is ranked 3rd grade, it cannot support too many golden core cultivators. Only some larger families and sects have golden core cultivators guarding them. Ordinary cultivators are still mainly foundation establishment and chi condensation stage. Oh, Imo Hua nodded. He wanted to ask more about the 5 elements grand formations and Dali Mountain Prefecture, but he noticed that Mr. Zhuang's expression was a little tired, as if he were weary, so he asked with concern. Master, please rest for a while. Mr. Zhuang looked outside, his expression a little wistful. It's fine. Let's wait. There's a dragon spring waterfall ahead. I want to see it. Have you been here before, Master? Imo Hua couldn't help but ask. Mr. Zhuang nodded, his expression a little melancholic and nostalgic. Yes, but it was a very, very long time ago. A very long time ago. How long ago was that? Master didn't look that old. Imo Hua muttered inwardly. He looked up again, only to see Mr. Zhuang lacking energy, his gaze somewhat dim, lost in thought. Master, how much longer until we reach the Dragon Spring waterfall? Imo Hua asked softly. Mr. Zhuang came back to his senses, pondered for a moment, and replied, About an hour, I estimate. Imo Hua thought for a moment and said, Then Master, please sleep for a while. I'll wake you when the time comes. Mr. Zhuang was slightly stunned. Then his expression became gratified, and he complied. All right. Mr. Zhuang closed his eyes peacefully and fell asleep soundly. Imo Hua sat upright, calculating the time while looking out the window. He also wanted to see what the Dragon Spring waterfall, which Master had spoken of, was like. The carriage was quiet, while outside the sea river roared. The carriage traveled south along the rushing water, moving steadily forward. Most of today was spent planning the detailed outline, so the update is late. My apologies. Chapter 522, 9th Layer. An hour later, Imo Hua saw the Dragon Spring waterfall. The sea river cut across, with green mountains and black cliffs. The rushing river water, like white silk, poured down, forming a waterfall, then torn apart by the rocks, scattering down like silk. Beautiful and magnificent. Imo Hua and the other 2 were somewhat astonished, their 3 pairs of eyes shining. Immortal Pass City was relatively dry, with more mountains than rivers. Imo Hua had never seen such a large waterfall. Although Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi were from aristocratic families, they were raised within the family when they were young, and when they went out, they traveled on major roads. They rarely saw such natural scenery. The waterfall splashed onto the rocks, creating water droplets as round and lustrous as jade. The mountain mist and the waterfall's spray mingled, forming a hazy expanse that wove the sunlight into brilliant colors. Imo Hua watched intently, then suddenly felt a bit puzzled. Master, why is this waterfall called Dragon Spring Waterfall? It was just a waterfall. There was neither a dragon nor a spring, and it didn't look like a dragon. Mr. Zhuang's gaze swept past the waterfall towards the colorful mist, his expression tinged with emotion. This place once hid a sword named Dragon Spring, hence the waterfall's name is also Dragon Spring. Dragon Spring sword. Imo Hua murmured, then asked, was it a good sword? Mr. Zhuang paused slightly, his gaze obscure, and muttered, it was a good sword, and it suited its owner very well. As if recalling past events, Mr. Zhuang's gaze held a hint of melancholy, as well as an indescribable sense of regret and loss. Imo Hua's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood. There must be a story here. However, he didn't ask, as he knew his master would definitely not tell him even if he did. Dragon Spring Sword. Imo Hua silently noted the sword's name. After passing the Dragon Spring waterfall, the group continued south. They were still very far from the state border of Greatly Mountain. The cultivation world was vast, divided into 9 provinces. Within these 9 provinces, each province was extensive, seemingly boundless at a glance. Within the 9 provinces, state borders were delineated according to rank. Each state border had different mountains and rivers, diverse scenery, Cultivators built cities near mountains, with unique characteristics in their food and clothing and different customs. As Imohua walked, he observed, his horizons broadened, and his knowledge increased. When he encountered some special ingredients, Imohua would buy them, ask local cultivators for their cooking methods, and then try to make some for Mr. Zhuang and his senior brothers and sisters to taste. Even if they weren't all delicious, they were indeed distinct in flavor and very special to eat. Elder Kuei disliked these meals. He only liked nuts such as pine nuts and hazelnuts. Sometimes, when he encountered them, Imohua would buy them and stir-fry them for Elder Kuei. Or if there were ancient trees in the mountains that bore unknown pine nuts, seeds, or fruits, Imohua would pick some if they weren't poisonous and stir-fry them for Elder Kuei to taste. In return, Elder Kuei often guided Imohua in his spells. Your fireball technique is well learned and used well, but it's a bit scattered. Imohua also had this doubt. The fireball technique he used in reality was deep red, with a hint of condensation. But the fireball technique manifested in his sea of consciousness was bright red, with the spiritual energy appearing thread-like, layered upon each other, like a ball of thread woven from spiritual threads. After explaining to Elder Kuei, Imohua asked, Grandpa Kuei, which direction should I choose to cultivate? Should it be spiritual energy deepening or spiritual energy silkenizing? Elder Kuei shook his head. When two choices are presented to you, don't think about which one to choose first. Instead, first consider if you can have both. If you can choose both, then choose both. If you can't choose both, then make a trade-off. Cultivators who think about choosing one of two from the start are all stubborn fools. Imohua's mouth fell open. He hadn't expected the usually serious Elder Kuei to say such a thing. What if I can't choose either? Imohua asked softly. Then don't waste your thoughts on this matter. If something cannot be chosen, even considering it is meaningless and a waste of time, Elder Kuei said. Imohua nodded, deeply agreeing. Then he remembered something and frowned. Grandpa Kuei, what if in the future someone forces me to make a difficult choice? Elder Kuei immediately replied. Then kill that person. Imohua was stunned. Elder Kuei continued. If you kill that person, no one will force you to choose, and you can have both. What if I can't defeat him and can't kill him? Then you can only blame yourself for being incompetent, Elder Kuei said hoarsely. In such situations, when you are forced, it doesn't matter how you choose. Imohua nodded. So strength is essential, so that I can choose what I want in the future. Imohua pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized he had strayed a bit, so he returned to the topic of spells. Grandpa Kuei, can I have both forms of the fireball technique? Elder Kuei nodded. The deep red fireball is the state of spiritual energy, and the fireball turning into silk is the form of spiritual energy. The two do not conflict. You can have both, but... Elder Kuei looked at Imohua. It's very difficult. Imohua asked, how can I do it? Elder Kuei hesitated slightly. He didn't really want to say, but seeing the pine nut shells scattered around his feet, he felt somewhat obliged, so he said, it's still a bit early for you to learn now, but you can get a preliminary understanding. Imohua immediately sat up straight, listening attentively. But Elder Kuei said nothing. Instead, he took out a clump of cotton from somewhere. This clump of cotton was ordinary cotton. Elder Kuei condensed his palm, and the cotton was compressed by force, twisted together to form a cotton thread. Imohua's eyes lit up, a thoughtful expression on his face. Elder Kuei then took another clump of cotton, did the same, compressed and twisted it to form another cotton thread. He continued until he had formed over 10 cotton threads. Elder Kuei's gaze turned cold, and his divine sense moved. The more than 10 cotton threads instantly twisted and entangled, appearing chaotic but subtly rhythmic, weaving together into a ball of thread. This ball of thread was the same size as the original clump of cotton, but its internal structure was completely different. Elder Kuei looked at Imohua and asked, do you understand? Imohua frowned and spoke the truth. I understand. A little bit. It's all right, as long as you remember it. Elder Kuei waved his hand, and the thread ball he had just made instantly turned to ashes, leaving no trace on his palm. Complex magical principles are often hidden in the simplest, most ordinary things. Like this ball of thread, or like the mountains and rivers, the clouds and rain, the grass and trees in this world. Imohua nodded, frankly admitting, Grandpa Kuei, I've remembered, but I don't quite understand it yet. Elder Kuei's lips curved slightly, revealing a smile that wasn't quite a smile. It's all right. Look more, learn more, think more, and you will understand one day. Okay. Imohua nodded solemnly. Elder Kuei thought for a moment and then said, I will only demonstrate this spell technique once, so watch carefully. Imohua's spirits lifted. Elder Kuei spread his palm, and a fireball appeared, gaseous and pale red. Then, guided by Elder Kuei's divine sense, the spiritual energy compressed inward, condensing into a deep red fire thread. The fire thread, containing astonishing spiritual energy, floated in the air. Then, Elder Kuei's palm produced another fireball, and the fireball condensed into a fire thread again. After about 10 such exchanges, Elder Kuei's palm no longer had fireballs, but more than 10 deep red, scorching fire threads. Elder Kuei's gaze deepened, and his divine sense moved. These fire threads intertwined, condensing into a small fireball. This fireball technique, with its intertwined spiritual threads, was less like a fireball and more like a ball of spiritual energy woven from threads of flame. Multiple compressions, spiritual energy reconstruction. What seemed like a simple fireball technique exuded astonishing pressure. Elder Kuei casually waved his hand, and this fireball flew out rapidly, landing in the surging river water beside them. A sharp, hissing sound suddenly erupted. Like cold water hitting oil, the river surface immediately began to boil. Imohua looked in the direction of the sound, and his mouth flew open. A large river, a vast expanse of water, was evaporated by a small fireball technique, creating a large void. The surrounding water vapor formed mist, and heat billowed upwards. A moment later, the river water poured back in. The sound of surging tides echoed. The river water rushed into the void, and a huge vortex formed on the previously calm river surface. Imohua's emotions, like the river water, could not calm down for a long time. The spiritual energy Elder Kuei used was merely chi condensation, and the spell he cast was only a first-rank fireball technique. Yet, a single fireball technique could produce such immense destructive power? Imohua looked at Elder Kuei, his expression shocked and filled with admiration. Elder Kuei felt pleased, but his expression remained calm. He patted Imohua's shoulder. Remember, practice more. Imohua nodded dazedly. Elder Kuei left satisfied. Over to the side, Mr. Zhuang complained to him. Why are you teaching him this thing? If he can learn it, why can't I teach him? He doesn't even know what this is, and you're teaching him like this? Elder Kuei remained silent. After a moment, he said softly, I'm afraid if I don't teach him now, I won't have the chance to teach him anymore. Elder Kuei turned his head and looked at Mr. Zhuang again. Don't you think so too? Mr. Zhuang was taken aback, and after a long silence, he sighed helplessly. Imohua, however, was invigorated. What a powerful fireball technique. Its power completely exceeded his understanding. Imohua eagerly tried it himself, but found that he couldn't do it at all. The principle seemed simple. Spiritual energy was like cotton, first condensing spiritual energy into fine threads, then weaving those threads into a ball of spiritual energy. But in reality, it was completely different. Imohua's divine sense was already very strong. He was at the peak of the 13th layer of foundation establishment, cultivated the heavenly evolution art, learned the spirit hub formation, and his spiritual energy control was not weak. Yet, with such strong divine sense and such meticulous control, he couldn't even condense his spiritual energy into threads. Imohua was somewhat surprised and disappointed. But he thought about it, and felt it was normal. If such a powerful spell could be learned so easily, it would truly be wishful thinking. Imohua completely remembered every detail of Elder Kuei's casting process and stored it in his mind. He would ponder it when he had free time, hoping that one day he could also cast such a terrifyingly powerful fireball technique. Imohua's eyes were filled with anticipation. Whether it was formations or spells, he still had much to learn. As long as he persisted in learning, one day he would be able to integrate and master profound formations and powerful spells. The rest of the journey was mostly uneventful. Although they traveled day and night and endured the elements, it wasn't too arduous. Imohua used local ingredients to prepare various dishes with changing recipes, and his culinary skills improved day by day, making his dishes increasingly delicious and appealing. The carriage meandered along. Mr. Zhuang took a nap in the carriage, while Imohua and the other two sat around a small table, either drawing formations, reading books, or doing various cultivation exercises. Occasionally, when they stopped to rest and had ample time, he would play a few rounds of chess with Elder Kuei. They were still playing the simple 5-elements chess. The two played with great enjoyment. Although Mr. Zhuang was accustomed to it, he was still somewhat surprised that Imohua could actually play chess with Elder Kuei. Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi were a bit confused. Sometimes, when Imohua went to buy groceries, walk Big White, or look for formations, they also played a few rounds with Elder Kuei. But without exception, Elder Kuei disliked them. Elder Kuei disliked Bai Zishi for being too clever. Even when playing 5-elements chess, his mind was agile, and he wouldn't concede a single move. He disliked Bai Zixing for being too reckless. It was enough that he ate well every day. Even when playing 5-elements chess, he only knew how to eat, without any skill. Imohua was much better. When playing chess, it was natural. He neither deliberately overthought nor rashly tried to eat too much. Of course, it was also mainly because the chess skills of these two were evenly matched, and there was no utilitarian pursuit of victory or defeat, purely for enjoyment. While Imohua played chess with Elder Kuei would also carve puppets for Imohua. At first, they were just big and small tigers, but later, as Elder Kuei coughed up more pine nut shells, he began to accept Imohua's various requests. He would carve various rare and strange demonic beasts like wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards. Whenever Imo saw them, he would pester Elder Kuei to carve one for him. After carving, Imo would draw a spirit hub formation on them. Then he could control a group of demonic beast puppets to chase, play, and frolic on the grass, which was novel and lively. Since he carved them for Imo, Elder Kuei couldn't play favorites. He also carved some puppets for Bai Zixing and Bai Zishi. For Bai Zixing, he carved a majestic azure dragon. Although majestic, it couldn't fly, and even with the spirit hub formation carved on it, it could only crawl on the ground. For Bai Zishi, he carved a colorful phoenix. In addition to the spirit hub formation, Imo also drew a 5 colors formation on the phoenix's wings. Once its feathers were spread, it was like a peacock displaying its tail feathers, colorful and shimmering with spiritual light, very magnificent. After that, whenever they had leisure time, Bai Zixing would play beast fights with Imo on the grass, controlling his azure dragon to engage in fierce battles with Imo's tigers of various sizes and numerous demonic beasts. Bai Zishi, holding the gorgeous phoenix, watched Imo and Bai Zixing playing with great joy, her eyes as clear as autumn crystals, a shallow smile gracing her lips. Thus, everyone traveled along. They crossed mountains and rivers, experienced sunrises and sunsets, and watched clouds roll and unfurl. Along the way, they also encountered many people and events. Some were ignorant bandit cultivators, fierce criminal cultivators, and evil cultivators who didn't follow the righteous path. But most of them had low cultivation levels and weak Dao techniques. Bai Zixing, armed with a single spear, stood his ground like a lone sentinel. Imo watched from the side, occasionally controlling the situation with the water prison technique and finishing them off with the fireball technique, defeating them soundly. Besides them, most were poor and distressed rogue cultivators. Like in Immortal Pass City, South U City, and other ordinary small immortal cities, the lives of rogue cultivators were mostly difficult. Those in high positions only saw flourishing scenes. Only by truly standing on the ground would one know the fickleness of the world and the suffering of people. Formation masters should comprehend the heavenly Tao and benefit all living beings. Imo kept these words in mind. When he encountered poor people or difficult situations, he would do his best to draw formations to help them. The journey continued, the carriage wheels turning leisurely. Half a year later, Imo finally arrived at the third-rank Great Li Mountain State border. At this time, Imo was 14 years old, and through continuous cultivation, his progress was like water dripping through stone, reaching the 9th layer of qi condensation. He was only one step away from foundation establishment. I need to take a day off tomorrow. It's been 7 months since the book started, and I haven't taken a single day off or had much rest. So I'm rewarding myself with a day off. Mainly, there's a lot of detailed outline content that needs to be reorganized. I also need to summarize writing issues. I also need to sleep well and adjust my mindset a bit. There's still a lot to write, so I can't rush. I need to persist long-term and go with the flow.